necessarily sleeping on, but not performing as well with, and they are consistently finding value with that to the point where teams are focused banning that out so they can't run it, which enables them to play more meta picks.
Yeah, you know what? Funny enough, if you follow the American scene, the little tip of the cap to Shroud X's team, because you have a lot of members on the teams that have advanced. Nuck is a sub there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Vision, biggest addition to a team by far, in my opinion. Right there with Melio, probably when we get to him. But Vision coming in, already playing Namor as we highlighted, and then just finding that hella in energy that is just a young stud. If we're going to keep it a buck, man, that guy is absolutely wild.
He's one of those duelists that can essentially play all the meta duelists and play them to the top level. Really good Star-Lord as well, can play Bucky. We see his Bucky was banned in the Americas region. And just, it's like, what is the answer to stopping him? I don't know. Young player too, a really young player.
And listen, just like we kind of talked about VP, and we're going to give more time to the one seeds, because why not, right?
Sure.
Vess is the vanguard. I mean, this man, if you're looking for textbook play on how to command a lead and have that fortress foundation of the push, the pressure, and the clutch, it's Vess and the Magneto.
Yeah, his Magneto's insane, but we've saw even against Na'Vi, they're force banning out the Emma because they're afraid of the Emma from Vess. But then Vess goes out there and MVPs both games that they won with upwards of 19 finals apiece. Just one of the best vanguards in the game, very confident, and again, an Atlanta native, so from this area. So I got to shout out to that.
Home
to the
court
audience
advantage there a little bit, man. And then of course, the strategist front of Zealous, Cooper-tastic. I mean, they're able to just, they don't have a weak point. Spark Chief is, who was just the Hulk himself, now adjusting well and picking up, where that I thought maybe that could be some way that teams can kind of ease their way into FlyQuest and try to get victory. But man, he's proved to be a threat there on Venom as well. Yeah,
we saw that Venom game right at the end there against Na'Vi, and clearly, made a huge presence, took a ton of space, and disrupted the backline to the point where they were just able to walk right through.
Yeah, listen, I mean, if you look at it, VP, FlyQuest, both the teams, land nerves, first land, doesn't matter. They're both doing just fine here. As we look ahead, let's go ahead and talk about yet another team, and this is the team that took my heart a little bit in the terms of the sleeper of the tournament. It's Chopper Mag.
Yeah. This is a team from 3 separate regions put together. Bobo coming from the China region. Also, Fidel stepping in as a sub there. Again, another Shroud X shout out. So, this team, from 3 separate regions coming together cohesively looks so dominant and consistently just making plays together. There's not a lot of those one-off, somebody's popping off. Instead, it's all as a unit. The KO feed, across the board. Just a bunch of different names.
Yeah, I love what they've done, right? Essentially, you have a lot of Ground Zero. That was the team that qualified in mid-season. They picked up someone from Kanga Esports as well. Okay, mix that in with a little splash of Fidel. That's how you get the 3 regions. With Bobo. Bobo is that difference maker for this team, and a little bit of the fuel of the fire there. Him and Pethig have been this deadly duo that we continue to talk about in the duelist position, and I feel like when they're playing their A game, they've taken VP to the very limit as well. And so looking at just the roster positions, don't let that fool you. This team's a lot better than you might think.
And again, just a shout out for those on Controller, a Controller duelist, strategist in Skittles, who does a really good job alt tracking for the team, and just kind of lays out the situation prior to every single fight. Another big brain player in the backline, but one of the only, if not the only, strategist controller player out here in this tournament.
Yeah, without question. I mean, I think there's so many people to highlight on all these teams, but to talk about, again, what they continue to do well is just the adapt and the lack of scrims. I mean, these are teams that don't get as much scrims as some of these bigger orgs or what might it be. And they show up just fine. They get the old practice on the game day, and that's all that matters. Again, this is why this is the story, my friends. You might be looking at the lineups we just showed earlier in the standings. Chopper Mag versus Envy was the duel to decide the fate of one of those not being able to make it at the end of this, and it was Envy, the runner-up of mid-season, not quality.
Yeah, that was a surprise to a lot of us in the Americas region, but also to everyone here in the world. Assuming that team was going to make it farther, just could not show up during this tournament. Again, it's always the conversation of, do you have the confidence? And I don't think they had the confidence, or maybe they were too comfortable in their position.
Yeah, you know what? In the interview, they said our own worst enemy is ourselves, and I did feel like a little bit of that happened for a team. Honestly, outside of just being the runner-up, they were the dominant team at midseason outside that last game there, where, obviously, shout out to Rad, now Na'Vi taking the win. With Envy, it's kind of, they have so much talent on that team, and so it's a tough look for honestly everybody. I'm sure the happiest people are the other teams here. Chopper Mag, no one to scoff at with Chopper Mag there. But Envy not being into it is obviously getting rid of a lot of veteran experience.
Yeah, we talked to Skittles, who said Spiedery's tracking on Psylocke was second to none, to the point where he did not think there was a better Psylocke in the game. And he's saying that about a team that is now gone and in the very first stage of this tournament. So with that kind of talent on a team to not be able to perform, it is a tough look, and I'm sure it is eating away at them.
Now it's time to highlight not only a team, we just talked about Chopper Mag that got my heart, a player, and his name is J. Mac, my friend.
Yeah.
It is time to break down what this team was able to do. A Crazy Raccoon was every sense of the word, man. They were crazy. They were relentless. And both, we'll get to OUG in a moment, both these teams, though, they just do not let the win-loss counter fool you. They took every team to the limit, man.
Yeah, they found a map on every single, at least OUG found a map on every single matchup, and there was so much talent. Again, you talked about J-Mac on that cap. That back line in every game was just always threatened, so difficult to move forward. So again, ton of talent there from the side of Crazy Raccoon, who ended up winning against OUG, and we're going to talk about OUG in a situation that pulled OUG down from being able to move forward, which is
the ultimate sign of sportsmanship, right?
Yeah.
They had nothing to play for. They were already eliminated, but they still were like, you know what, we're going to bring you with us, is what they said. You know, Vital being the Black Widow through a couple points, probably some of the plays of the tournament from him. And I mean, they have so many great players. The talent was immense. And again, it was the battle of adjustments for these teams that had to kind of fix and go with a roster that they had to roll with into the LAN. But yeah, OUG, man. Looking at OUG, story there. Molan Ron, man, this guy was an absolute demon on the Iron Fist, on the Iron Man. I mean, Iron everything.
Yeah, Iron Man, the #1 Iron Man on the leaderboard right now, Molan Ron, but instead of just running that, instead going to use the Iron Fist, double ironed up, I guess, going into Midtown on a map they were running every single time they had the choice, and they seemingly dominated. That is their map. They have their names signed on there somewhere, because with that Iron Fist, they were walking everybody, except for Crazy Raccoon in that last match there.
Yeah, for sure. They got a game on just about every opponent they took. I mean, right up there with FlyQuest. They were the only team to get a game on FlyQuest, or I think, yeah, just about. I mean, FlyQuest,
so,
I think, had, obviously Navi. So, you know, Navi, which is good company. Even, you know, you're not in
that's a big name,
not a bad company to be a part of. So OUG and for Crazy Raccoon, you get our, tip the cap in respect.
Yeah, I think they're a very talented team. Again, a team that was plagued by not having their entire team here, correct?
Yep.
So that is going to make it very difficult to push forward, but they were still able to do so.
Yep, and then lastly, we look at the last team eliminated quickly, Iconics. This is a team, the fact that they even got here was a huge accomplishment in the way of being able to come together from kind of, from dream to team. It really is what they pulled together, and so this is one that, they've got their experience in now, looks to get on the right track and kind of get things rolling from there.
Yeah, a team that came in through qualifiers, which is a testament to being a strong team, but then you come here with these very coordinated teams that have been around for a long time, and it's a big stage. There's bright lights, there's big names, and they were not able to step up and take a ton of those names down, but they did look like a strong team.
No, absolutely. So those are the teams that aren't going to make it. Have a few more to recap of those that did punch their ticket once again. And because Melio, with Citadel Gaming now, that is that perfect picture that has come together here, because they've got now Tanuki, who's continued to be dominant, young stud too.
As well. Yeah, this is a team that's very confident, and they're led by their coach Sala, the team that is very coordinated and well known for their opening ceremonies before the game, where they try to clap on beat to make sure their team synergy is flowing. A team that is, again, we said confident, but they wanted to step up more than they did. They could not pull through with a lot of these wins that were maybe expected of them, because they are a really, really good team, but it's just about getting here in the moment.
The whole time in the casting booth, we could hear them, whether they win, lose, or into it. I love that. Shout out to Sala and the coach that they have. But yeah, really, that's another team that they've got so much confidence coming into this thing. And, sometimes, it can get the best. Yeah, and that's kind of what happened in some of these matches. They did right the ship at the end. That's what's important, right? And they did punch their ticket there to get into this next stage. A team that I would not want to play, even if they, had a shaky little bit of a start, because you have people like Paulie, who's just an absolute crazy Captain America. So good that we don't even get to see him on Captain America.
Yeah, I don't know, man. So much talent on that team, and I think it's funny because they do have what it takes to push forward. I have to see the exact matchup of who they're going against here in this opening of as we get to these elimination stages, but they can push through and take this home. They believe that they can do it. It's just a matter of got to get that rolling, got to get that ball rolling.
Oh, for sure. Kin, Alex, the strategist front there too, really solid, shipped and sound.
Yeah, strategist line. We talk about combo and duelists, but the strategist line, potentially the best duo of strategists in this tournament. At least top 3, but they have the consistency, but they were still able to get dove on, and especially if they get banned out, it gets tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, again, a team with the talent. We're excited to continue to watch them, and there's been some roster changes. Had Pokey go out, and that's when you did have that Melio come in. So they're also deep. Like, if anything, they need any change-ups, they have that, ready and available. But again, going to Na'Vi, right? That's where Melio came from.
Yes.
Na'Vi is that team that came in here and they were like, yeah, we won it last time and we're here again, Shib. Outside of FlyQuest, which obviously could have gone either way, honestly. That came down to the last bit of map 3. This team is just Fate being one of the best strategists. We've seen what he did. He's the man that popularized, Jeff, the baby land shark, for Pete's sakes, right? I mean, there's so much good talent on that team as well.
Yeah, and they're known for their dive. They're led for these one-shot compositions where they'll use things like Venom and Mantis to try to make big plays. They're very aggro, and they'll do these self-survivable compositions where the backline is running things. Well, they're not afraid to run Cloak, but they will run more that Rocket, more that Jeff, and everybody kind of plays their own game. It's a 3-2-1 count. You look for someone as a team, you find that pick, and you go from there, and it's terrifying into a backline, and they found a ton of success with it. We watched that matchup of Na'Vi against Fly, 2 very different compositions, and on map 2, they were just walking on Hall of Dedralia.
Yeah, this team deserves the flowers. Talking about Melio leaving, Jerky coming into place was the perfect puzzle piece fit, right, for that team. I mean, this man is crazy on Psylocke, but also just continues to be kind of that nice fill-in that can just complement what they already do so well. We talk about Trust Me being that leader for that team and continues to be kind of the front face of the Vanguard position, at least in the comms and the way that they work all together. Raj doing great things there on the mag and continues to be kind of that great support system for Vanguard, so they're kind of stacked throughout.
And another team that we need to bring up is Reject, a team from the Korea's region.
Yeah.
I mean, this team has looked so much better than what we've seen in the past from them, and they're essentially the NA Terminators. They are not afraid to take out the Americas region.
Dude, they took down Envy and Dark Zero, and Dark Zero, we'll get to in a moment, but a team that looked good, right?
Really good.
Reject was not only my surprise of the tournament, because Chopper Mag, obviously, there too as the sleeper pick that went up, but they looked really good doing it. Didn't have a weak point. Really were great on just comms, on when to go in, on certain heroes, with the calls. Man, I was impressed by Reject.
Yeah, they have a ton of talent as well, and this is a team that they observe what they think is the meta, and then they just perfect that meta and turn it right around on you, and they keep finding success. I mean, we've seen Finale, obviously Finale Psylocke, he was also playing Adam Warlock, so kind of another one of those players that can flex and be very successful doing it. Finale is a name known across at least these regions now, and they are just scary to go against right now.
So lastly, we've got Dark Zero, the last one to end on here, and they were anything but zero. They went up to that hero pretty quickly, and it was just the fact that they have been, since the beginning of this whole thing, a team that has snowballed to get better and better as they formed as this unit. Got impunity over there from Shroud X. You had people like Smash in there. You had the privilege of interviewing them, right? Smash, you have some good words to say about this man who's obviously a controlled, he's insane.
Yeah, a humble guy, and also the only controller duelist here in this tournament. So again, just nasty on the sticks and playing Claw on controller. For those who are maybe wondering how you can play controller at this level, there's no modifications, there's no back paddles, and there's nothing messing with the thumbsticks. A standard controller in Claw, and playing at this level of play on a character like Psylocke. Insane sensitivity levels, really, really strong. And then also, teammates like Velocity on the backline, who's leading bands, leading comms, talking about setting up ultimate plays, and just willing to flex into things like Loki, Mantis, and even running more mainline backline as well.
For sure. Really, it's like there's a few people that they have a hero associated with them. Obviously, we just talked about Polly with Cap, Karova with Adam Warlock. Didn't even get to see that much because of how much it was banned against their team. That opened up other plays, so look for that again as we enter in. Will the Jeff open up and get them more wins via that way? Right, amazing, perfect compliment to Smash. Again, this team really solid as well to wrap up what is going to be the teams that we see going into this thing, my man. I mean, this is just setting the stage for the perfect first start of the Grand Final.
Yeah, we're really just getting warmed up, and this is our setup here just for those early matches in the group stage. We're going down to the stage soon in front of a ton of people. We're going to be all set. The lights are going to be brighter. The nerves are going to be, a little more iffy. The butterflies turning into bees, we like to say, and things are going to get even more intense with $1 million on the line.
Absolutely. If you're in the crowd, got to hear you loud. Want this place absolutely rocking. And again, if you missed out on everything that happened here, hopefully there was a quick little Rapid Rivals recap for you to know what all the action is about. You're going to find this guy over here on the desk casting it. I'll be hosting it. Going to be a great time, and we have so much great talent from Tetcher to Ryan. I mean, man, it's Stack, Vicky, and Moxie. We got Dan. It's a great crew putting it all together here.
And my man Doggy. We got the whole
I was
crew.
setting you up.
Yeah, again, this is going to be a ton of fun. We're stoked to have all y'all here, and we're looking forward to seeing how this shakes out.
Yeah, guys, so we'll go ahead and end our show here. Hopefully that got you caught up, and we'll see you on the main stage.
They come for glory. They lead with immortality. It had to be this way. There was no other way it could be. These are the best of the best. One warrior up against the world. Good start. Oh my God, what a start to the finale.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Will they stop this? Will they end this and try to push through?
The push is 3.4.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The best heroes in the world joined together this time, not in the comics nor the movies, but in glorious competition, my friends. Live from DreamHack in Atlanta, Georgia. This is the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. I'm honored to be your host, Cozy, and today I'm joined by the Elite Eight, the best teams across the world. And my friends, over the last 3 days, we've been promising of building the foundation of the biggest event in Rivals history. Take a look at this. You know what? This isn't even a stage. It's a battlefield dressed in LED and legend, designed for one common purpose: to crown the best team in the world. My friends, not a lot of tricks today outside of Loki. Plenty of treats for the winners of this entire thing. But guys, a lot of things have been happening over the last 3 days. If you missed out on all the action, the gauntlet, the Infinity Gauntlet, if you will, well, we've got an awesome desk cooking up some heat. Tetcher, what's going on, man? Go ahead and catch us up to speed.
So much is going on, Cozy. We are getting ready for some incredible games because we are here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. I will be your desk host for this first game, Tetcher, and I hope you're all as excited as I am. And I am joined by some incredible desk talent to make sure that we can bring you these games in all their clarity that we can. To my immediate left, hailing from EMEA, it is Got Moxie. How are you enjoying Atlanta?
I mean, it's cold. It's a lot colder than I thought it was, but it's been a wonderful, warm welcome, both from the players and from everyone here at production. I'm so happy to be here.
And heading a little bit further over and hailing from a little bit further as well, all the way from the Asia region, but actually having a bit of a shorter flight to get here than the rest of us, it is that one Dan. He's the only one.
I am the only one, and the only one to ever do it. I am so happy to be here. Everything has been culminating to this moment. We are here at the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals Esports, and we are so excited to bring you through all of this action.
And now let's talk about what this action is going to be. Why are we here? Well, the answer is that we are about to find out our world champion for the year. And to do that, let's talk about how that is decided and the path these teams have taken to get here. Starting off, we had, of course, our individual regions Ignites, and then we moved into our group stage. 2 groups of 6 happening over the last 3 days, with, of course, a day gap in between. Round robin with the first of 2, aka best of 3 formats, with the top 8, 4 from each group, advancing to where we are now, the double elimination stage. Let's have a look into those groups, and starting off with Group A and B right at the same time here. What is jumping out to you, Moxie?
Chopper Mag, are, I think, the team that has surprised everybody coming into this tournament, having to come on through because of travel issues with a substitute, picking up Fidel instead of Salvation, and getting to show so much different metas coming on through from the OCE region.
And Dan, you're coming in here from the Asia region. We did unfortunately lose Crazy Raccoon, although they fought valiantly to the end. But Reject pulling through in that other group. They were able to overtake Envy and actually qualify into this playoff stage.
I am so glad at least we have an Asia team here in the playoffs. I watched back in the midseason finals. It was a little bit underwhelming, but now they look to be leveled up and ready to play. This is a team that has gone through a minor bit of changes, but now they have been going a long way.
And speaking of those groups, let's talk about the 2 teams that came out ahead in those groups. We start off with Group A, Virtus Pro. This is their first international event. They did not make it to the mid-season finals, but they are going to be coming in here as the first seed out of Group A. Moxie, that's obviously our region. what makes this team different to the team that did not qualify for the mid-seasons?
I mean, they have so much experience coming on through. They were just waiting for a meta where they would be able to hone their craft, and that is this. Sparker getting to play literally every single duelist that he adores, both the Psylocke, the Star-Lord, and the Winter Soldier. And Fi, yeah, the Human Torch has been extinguished because of nerfs, but he's looking incredibly comfortable moving over onto things like the Daredevil so that Virtus.pro can play as aggressive as they want to.
And we'll be getting more into Virtus.pro in a bit because they're going to be appearing much more sooner than you might have expected here. But Dan, let's talk about the head team out of Group B as well. What's making FlyQuest so strong heading into this playoff stage?
So FlyQuest, they did come out here in this tournament as the 3rd seed, but so far they have been looking really, really good. A meta that is starting to take shape, take form in their own favor, and that's really the reason why they've been so locked in. They've been really, really good. They've been stepping it up. All the players really doing their own work to get here undefeated.
Now let's have a look at that bracket. Let's look at these matchups as those seedings were locked in. And you can see, we already mentioned Virtus.pro will be appearing first in our first matchups versus the first seed coming out of the Americas, but not the first seed coming out of their group, 100 Thieves. We'll get more into that in a moment. We also have Na'Vi versus Reject, FlyQuest versus Dark Zero, followed up by Citadel versus Chopper Mag. And this is what they're playing for. $1 million in prize pool, with 320,000 going to first place. That is more than a chunk of change.
I mean, we're the real winners here, to be honest. Yeah, we don't walk away with that much amount of bag, but what we do get to see is all of these teams competing on the international level. So finally, every single argument that people have had over, like, oh, who do you think is the best Psylocke player? Who do you think is the best Winter Soldier player? We get to find out the definitive answer right here.
Let's have a look at that schedule to talk about exactly what match order we will see, and it is going to be basically bracket order, starting off with Virtus.pro versus 100 Thieves. And of course, we have some incredible matches following up for you. We have that Na'Vi versus Reject, FlyQuest versus Dark Zero, finishing up the day with Chopper Mag versus Citadel before heading into our lower brackets to finish out today's games. But we're going to be heading into that first series, and therefore we're going to be breaking down this team. I've already asked you what makes Virtus.pro different when it comes to the team that has already qualified, but also I just want to ask, what are the particular strengths for this team that not only make them different to the team that qualified, but make them the team that came out first?
I mean, it's just a meta thing, to be entirely honest. Virtus.pro have some of the best compositions when it comes to this particular style. Like, Mantis is the insta-ban so often, unless we're on Convoy, which means that their instant save is always most likely Dritter's Jeff. And Dritter's Jeff has been absolutely crazy. We've seen It's Jeff cancels on Io Agamotto casts. We've seen It's Jeff cancels on Strange Portals to make sure that they don't have to actually target ban the Strange. They can just stop the portal coming on through and use that ban slot against something else, something that is less niche as a strategy.
The flexibility of Virtus.pro is definitely not to be underestimated. Dan, what is making them stand out to you here?
I mean, they've been adapting to the meta, like we said. This is a team back in Stage 2 where we saw that they were a little bit struggling when they were trying to figure out the meta back in Season 4.0, but now coming into Season 4.5, they have been figuring it out. They might have actually solved it coming into the ban drafts, which we argued is the most important one throughout this entire game's history.
I mean, I would argue that they've actually been the innovator coming on through. They were one of the first teams that liked playing the Daredevil. We instantly saw a lot of other teams go for the copycat of that strategy. Not just the Daredevil, but also the fact that they're running Nevix over onto the Angela as well for the Vanguard.
And Thor.
So, and the Thor against things like the Groot when we go into those convoy maps. So if you just ban out the Venom because you don't want to empower the Jeff with symbiotic shenanigans, and then you ban out the Captain America because he does what Jeff does, rather Venom does, but longer lasting, sustainable wise, you still have to worry about an Angela being able to creep on through and still set up the team to play dive.
But we've got to ask, this is Virtus.pro's first international event, whereas 100 Thieves, which we'll get to in just a moment, they went through those mid-season finals and came out in 3rd place. Dan, how much of an issue is it when you're coming into that international event in front of an audience for the first time?
There's definitely a lot of factors coming in, right? There's the nerves, there's the stress, playing in a different environment, because you could clearly tell that they are not playing from home. They are not playing in their most comfortable setups. And that is a big stepping point. So for some of these players, this is their first ever event. And these kinds of nerves, these kinds of unknowns that they have to navigate through is something that these teams really need to lock in and overcome. And we'll see if they're able to thrive in the pressure, or will they get absolutely squashed.
And to keep it going for me, Dan, these teams, as we transition into 100 Thieves, do have some similarities. Would you be able to break that down for me as we start to talk about 100 Thieves?
Yeah, definitely. The biggest similarity between these teams is 100 Thieves came out first in America Stage 2. Virtus Pro also coming out first as well in their respective region. And this is also both of these teams. They have been together. They have been together for so long throughout the early days of Marvel Rivals Esports. And now that's where really these similarities end, right? Virtus Pro came out as expected. They topped their group. They're looking really strong coming into playoffs, whereas 100 Thieves haven't really been as strong. That's where the timeline really starts to stray away. 100 Thieves had a little bit of a concerning result, especially against those top teams.
And we're going to be having a look at some of the key matches for 100 Thieves as they made their way through this group, because this was not a clean run for 100 Thieves through their group. They actually come out of their group in 4th, Moxie.
Yeah, they had a rough time of it, and I think the biggest vulnerability for this team at the moment is that Citadel showed how to beat them. Literally on day 1, so all of these other teams had the opportunity to go in to Scrim to look at the ban draft, because the way that Citadel did it was that they swept Delena's hero pool. They pushed him to the absolute brink, and he was forced to play Invis-Woman for an entire round. So I would definitely expect to see a big adaptation coming on through from Thieves on the side of trying to lock up a hero for Delena to be able to play.
And that's the big question mark, right? Can 100 Thieves adapt to the counters that these teams have figured out? You mentioned it, Moxie. Citadel were able to solve that problem really early in this group stage, and a lot of teams have been copying that. So it's no surprise that Virtus Pro could take a play out of Citadel's book. And it's just a big question mark. If 100 Thieves are able to find an adjustment to make their heist work.
We are talking about the adjustments 100 Thieves need to do, but let's actually focus a bit on their strengths as well here. Let's start off with you, Dan. What are some of the biggest strengths when it comes to 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves have a lot of individual prowess. They have so many players having so much experience, not only just in Marvel Rivals, but also in other titles as well. So many of these players having past experience, so much opportunities for them to just thrive here, and they have a little bit of a unique playstyle in certain game modes.
Yeah, I think the narrative for 100 Thieves, it tends to go towards the way of Terror, but it's not a one-man army, but an army enabling one man. That's what Thieves have the strongest. They understand Terror's strengths, and they make sure that he has the resources to be able to pop off.
This match, especially in their group stage, was so interesting for me, because this was a rematch of the upper bracket finals of the Americas, where 100 Thieves 3-1'd FlyQuest. This was a very different story, Mox.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see things like Terror on the Wolverine again, getting to punish the use of the Groot coming on through from FlyQuest, something that I'm sure we're potentially going to see if the Groot manages to make it through the ban draft this time around, because Groot's starting to see a rise of more gameplay, given the fact that Winter Soldier's in the meta.
And back to Groot, right? Vinny, the main, one of the main vanguards of 100 Thieves, is really well known for that Groot pick. So that could draw some attention from Virtus Pro. Will they ban it? Will they leave it through? It's going to be a big question if Virtus Pro are able to navigate through this ban draft. Like we said, this ban draft is going to be one of the most important ones in this current meta.
Those group stage totals we just saw there, all they really tell us here is that 100 Thieves did have to go through more matches, because they did take a few maps off of some of the other teams, but most of their wins came from Crazy Raccoon, came from OUG, so they did struggle to break their way through. 100 Thieves had to fight for this though. Virtus Pro, it wasn't a perfect run. While they did come up top of the groups, they did drop maps, Moxie.
Yeah, there was moments of vulnerability that we got to see coming through from them, but we also got to see a lot of innovation coming on through. I think especially their strategy on Convoy, where they literally just played like one Strange to be able to anchor the front line, and the rest of them just went off and flanked and put all of the disruption pressure on the back line. That's going to be potentially something that we get to see coming through here. However, 100 Thieves, we've talked about Terror, we've talked about Delena. There's a hero that we really do have to talk about, and that's TTK, because he is one of, if not the best Emma Frosts in the entire world, something that Thieves know, and they use that first save slot a lot of the time to save the Emma for that reason.
And there are certain maps, right, where this Emma Frost really shines. Most notably, Yggdrasil, Midtown up map, where there's just so many of these lanes, right? And if you're able to control that, everyone on the enemy team has to run for the hills, have to take cover, and that's where 100 Thieves decide to put their foot on the gas pedal and do not stop. They try to go as aggressive as possible. This is a team that like to use ultimates first rather than reacting to enemy ultimates.
And it looks like we are ready to introduce our teams. We have hyped them up, and now it's time to bring them out. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be sending it back to Cozy to meet our gladiators.
Oh my goodness, folks, what a way to open out the knockout phase with an absolute electric matchup. Atlanta, Georgia. Viewers, let's hear it. Please welcome your first challengers. Welcome by Dr. Strange himself, the Juggernauts from the East. Virtus, front and center, they make their space for greatness. The Vanguards, Nevix and Finzi. The lifeline of the roster, your strategist, the GOAT, Saipe and Dredro. Finally, the firepower, meet your duelists, Sparker and Fuck. Now representing from North America, quite literally bringing the heist to the biggest stage, the red and black, 100 Thieves. Locked and loaded and lethal, it's the duelist, the one and only Tara and Delina. Holding up the fortress strong, we've got Vinny, we've got TTK. The strategist backline, hold the fort down. Millennia, Harvey, hey, oh, I love it, guys. Let's have a good one. Let's have a great time as these teams are locked in. Coach ready. I remix, folks. We've been cooking up some heat here. Every single ult, every moment, every map from this moment on is gonna matter. The pressure has only been building. And you know what? We've got ourselves a couple of greatness in the caster booth. Here to break it all down, Ship Dogman. Let's cut the ribbon and kick us off with a knockout phase.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Grand Finals, and happy Halloween. I'm one of your co-casters today. I run Shib here with my co-cast Dogman. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing great, Shib. It's awesome to be here in Atlanta, Georgia for $1 million. And what better way to kick it off with 100 Thieves versus VP, two juggernauts as Cozy and the guest set up for us. And this is going to be an incredible matchup between two top teams from their own regions.
Yeah, EMEA versus the Americas region. #1 seeds coming in here as our very first game. Storybook couldn't have written it up any better way.
No, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? Because for 100 Thieves, I think that they were kind of on the coming up, or up and up in their own stage, right? In stage 2, we didn't really expect them to take the #1 spot. That was kind of up in the air. We heard things about FlyQuest and how good they were doing. That's something that they had to work on. For VP, they weren't at the mid-season, right? They weren't in Guangzhou, in China with us for that mid-season tournament, and now they are the #1 seed. They're re-cementing themselves as the best team in the world, and this is a match to do that for sure.
Yeah, they came through this series with no losses in their bracket, so that is going to be why they're going against Thieves, who struggled a bit in that initial stage. But so much talent on these teams, so much history on these teams. We talk about all the time, 100 Thieves not changing much in their roster at all, coming in here and just looking so dominant early on in stage 2. But now that we're in the land, it's a different battlefield.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing is this man on the screen right now, Terra, right? This guy coming into his own throughout the last year. That's kind of been a big thing because Delena, when formerly known as Ant back in the early days during the War of the Realms tournaments, was kind of taking the star of the show. But ever since that early sort of era when Bucky was starting to become meta, when that character started to take fruition, this man has been nothing but dominant and has been one of the best players in the world to match the opposition for VP, where Sparker also has a claim to that throne.
Oh yeah, Sparker is insane. The first ever 6-piece in this tournament so far in those stages. But yeah, both of these players can lead the team, but there is a ton of other talent across the board on these teams. The Vanguard's looking incredibly strong. You know, there's conversation saying, hey, which side here, which duo of Vanguards is better? And I don't know that we have the answer, but this is the kind of matchup that'll give us those answers.
Absolutely. I think that it's close. It's going to be a hard game because it is going to be a best out of 3 in this upper bracket, right? You really have a good shot to come back in the lower bracket, as it is going to be a best out of 5, but a lot of it is based on who can win that first domination, who's going to take that first map and kind of move forward in that trajectory, where VP has been really good in domination, really only having a tough matchup versus teams like Reject, in which they still did well against. So at the moment, VP looks every bit as good as everybody says in their own region. But like you mentioned, going back over to 100 Thieves, I mean, picking up Millennia, coming in as the coach of that squad, formerly a DPS player. I mean, this Stratus line is phenomenal and has leveled up too throughout the entire stage 2.
Exactly. They are a strong team, but they do not come without their flaws. One of the things we haven't seen a ton from them is Psylocke, who is very prevalent right now in this meta. They've been electing to try to ban Psylocke out, especially against talent that is strong with Psylocke, akin to something like Sparker, who is disgusting on that hero. So in this banning phase, do you think we'll see that?
We might definitely see it. I think it's up in the air. I think people even talked about Rocket Raccoon. We've seen some teams banning out that. But yeah, going back to it, like you mentioned, Psylocke is in there. You see Remix hyping up his squad. He's getting hyped for his team. I mean, obviously the coach behind 100 Thieves and formerly a professional player as well in the hero shooter genre, coming in, was looking for a job, and one of the best teams in North America picked him up as coach. He's been a big part of their mental being stronger, and we're almost near that ban phase, and we'll see if Virtus Pro and their squad can maintain the dominance that they have, because it's like you mentioned, and like Moxie mentioned on the desk too, sometimes the team that the strategy against 100 Thieves is to ban out Delena's hero pool, right? And I'm sure VP have a very good read on it as we enter that ban phase right now, Shiv, and that asymmetrical system, and a best out of 3. We start on Burn T'Challa on the very first map of the day.
Yeah, it looks like we escaped there. We finally see Burn T'Challa together early on here in this tournament as we start off with our bans. Mantis and Venom immediately ripped right off the start here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that the Venom's been dominant throughout the tournament. I think Jeff as well is a prominent hero. VP banning out the Mantis, doesn't want them to play that because we've seen Delena make that switch, Phil over to that hero a lot of the times, banning out Venom of their own because with that Jeff team up, it can get so much healing down range on top of the fact that Venom is just still a dominant hero, one of the best already, and now is one of the strongest in the game regardless. The Cap Protect on the opposite side comes through for VP, and this is something that you were talking about, Shiv, is that these dive sort of compositions, we even have a viewer in the crowd, I believe, with a bunch of what is a dive, what is a sort of big poke hero. We have a lot of cosplayers coming out here in the crowd already, and Captain America, one of those dive heroes that is well known in the scene.
Yeah, seen a lot in the EMEA region and just overseas in general compared to the Americas region. Still a ton of talent in terms of Cap over in that region as well. But yes, very divey, very scary. And that banning out that Bucky is a way to help just boost that dive potential. Bucky right now is in a very strong state and actually has been protected by both of these teams more than you would think. So, definitely taking more of a front seat in this meta.
Absolutely. I think Bucky's just been constantly buffed over the course of the last few patches. 100 Thieves going for that Psylocke ban you mentioned.
There it is. Yeah.
I mean, everything's kind of playing out how we thought it was going to, and this is what a lot of coaches talk about in terms of teams like Chopper Mag, which was brought up at the desk as well. We go for that Adam Warlock Protect for 100 Thieves. We'll see what VP ban against it to keep Delena's hero pool available. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. We've seen, Rocket Raccoon be so strong in terms of that damage output that you can provide with it now alongside the overhealth. And it makes sense for 100 Thieves to keep that Adam Warlock, make sure Delena has a few heroes to play, and you don't want Sparker to play Psylocke in a dive comp.
Yeah, agreed. And we talked a bit about, Delena's hero pool, but got to shout out the fact that Adam Warlock placement has been very strong. When a team is using that Karmic Revival, 100 Thieves do a good job of fully committing to that fight, so you get the maximum value out of those reses, because a lot of teams that are struggling in these early stages, they're trying to match that Warlock, but they just have a tough time committing and getting KO'd, so the res finds value. Instead, it's just a waste of an ultimate. But when you can turn that around and they commit a ton of ults to try to sweep your team, you come back with a Karmic Revival, all of that is for naught, and you're still holding on to the point, which means so much here as we start up in domination.
Starting off, Shiv, this is going to be a heck of a match. First game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise because we're headed to Burn T'Challa, and it is the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals, and we're just getting started on this Friday on Halloween, like you mentioned, Shiv. So happy Halloween to everybody in our audience, and this is going to be an incredible matchup between two awesome teams, so what a better way to start off the week with Virtus Pro versus the 100 Thieves.
Just setting the pace here now, and what a pace to be set with this matchup. I am very much looking forward to seeing who comes out on top in this first fight, as that will help set the tone. Folks, again, the idea is to get this point early and hold on for as long as possible. And we begin now. 100 Thieves walking forward, gonna have that Groot and Emma compared to Nevix over there on that Angela and Cap. So the Vanguard line looking a little bit different, and we will begin.
Yeah, very front-to-back style for 100 Thieves. You can see VP, you got to set up that dive from Nevix, trying to get onto somebody with that spear, try to connect with Finzi as well, going for that full surround. Saipe is going to be a target for 100 Thieves on the backside. We'll see if they can get on him with Millennia, but the dive comes in already from Virtus Pro.
Finzi going in heavy with a slap in America towards the back line, but the bond goes out to match it right back. Sparker here on the high side, just biding time. Going to look to take that height now and look downward. Height means a lot. It gives you free access to those headshots and more difficult to get taken down. There's the movement. Spin to win with a blaster barrage. Trying to get that ult charge already at 50%, but a ton of pocket as Vinny goes down there early. Delena going to find one to trade it right back into Phi. Numbers even down, but a Vanguard down here for 100 Thieves, who now are going to drop back and reset.
Yeah, this could be a hard map, I think, for that Daredevil as we see go on, as Finzi finds Millennia also on Delena. So VP trying to close out this first fight, Shib, as they surround the objective, and even with losing the damage-dealing power of Daredevil, able to take the comeback against the 100 Thieves and win that point first. And you know, Shib, in these domination maps, that first fight can last an incredible amount of time. So once you get that first fight win, that definitely bodes well for the team that caps first.
Yeah, they're going to take this space here and force them into this alleyway choke, which is a dangerous spot to be locked in on. Again, nerves are high as we start up here. Terra trying to take that height to force eyes upwards. Going to elect to drop back to the team here once more. And they did take that space right back, but Sparker in the off angle with Finzi going to go towards the back line. Bond gets forced out, and that is a huge cooldown to find.
Yeah, I mean, front-to-back style has been hard against Sparker in the sky with the Galactic Legend, just forcing out the invisible boundary. Millennia also popping that Jeff ultimate, the Jeff on the backside. Dridro with his own, who connects, who gets some members in their mouths. It looks like on the side of Dridro, he's dodging, doesn't want to get connected by anybody that can CC him. Meanwhile, Millennia is able to find one off the map, those 5, but he's able to come back with some movement, with some tech, able to hop back through. Delena going to be brought back into the fight as well. Has that res available, and Terra in the sky with the Galactic Legend forces out that freedom charge.
Freedom charge out again for Finzi, and Daredevil's letting the devil out. The lawyer coming in hot, gonna find one there on Delena. Do I see 2? Very low as Saipe takes out Terra now. 2 numbers down, make it 3 as Harvey falls, and Phi just popping off here and walking them to the spawn door.
Yeah, they force out that cocoon from Delena, and this front-to-back style isn't really working out at the moment for 100 Thieves. They're getting pushed back to the spawn. TTK gets staggered, and that's a brutal one too. He might have to switch over to Dr. Strange to try to touch the point.
Yeah, it's getting dicey now. 100 Thieves definitely have to make a change as Vinny is going to be on that Strange, trying to find an off-angle play here to make this portal come through, and here it begins. The touch will come through. They do have time, but this is a crucial battle to win. The res ready here for Delena. TTK with a Psionic will begin this fight. Bond goes out early. There's that Psionic seduction trying to get a few tramps, but nobody is walking in that direction just yet. Delena's Bond is gone. Res is available, but very low, as there is so much focus on top of Delena with some really strong movement now, dropping backwards, keeping the team healthy. Ease available. There's the E coming out for the It's Jeff. Oh, and uses the Karmic Revival as a way to avoid a huge ultimate as TTK's now back in this fight. Good positioning here by Millennia, who still has that It's Jeff available. The retake here from 100 Thieves has looked very clean as Vinny is still holding on with this Strange, and they will get the point.
Yeah, huge flip from 100 Thieves. Terra switching over to the Daredevil as well. Maybe a bit of a surprise on a Saipe, and that's a good job from them to dive onto that Saipe backline. Terra making that switch over as well. Getting off of that Star-Lord is going to enable him, I think, to hard dive onto that backline, make Saipe's life a bit more miserable, but regardless, at the current moment, VP have the massive lead. They're trying to go for aggressive play, 100 Thieves are at the moment.
Yeah, very much in VP's favor here. It's called an alt fight. Their team now is going to build together and try to commit, but no. Sparker early on drops the Galactic Legend. Iwagamoto finds one there as Vinny takes out Phi to hold on tight, but there's a lot of commitment here as Millennia goes down with the It's Jeff. Sparker on the high side, keeping pressure backwards towards that back line, but the team is going to drop backwards.
Yeah, I mean, Sparker, good job with that Galactic Legend, but also disengage from 100 Thieves was very clean. They're also coming up onto Terra's ultimate. They want to build Delena in that Karmic Revival and set him up safely with that Cocoon. However, VP tracked him down. They have a very mobile composition, so I would favor VP as they build up ultimates in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, they've done a great job of pulling out that Bond early on there from the side of Adam Warlock, and here comes the engagement now as Terra is going to be on the lawyer. TTK finds Nevix. Finzi, though, onto Delena, who might have self-res to keep the numbers up on the side of 100 Thieves. Doesn't look like it. Yep, there's that res. A Sparker now takes out Harvey, and again, another big trade once more, still maintaining pressure on the point. 60% is now where it's going to be stalled as VP takes point with ult advantage here from Nevix and Dridro.
Yeah, great peeling of Terra. He goes down to Sparker, and with that, 100 Thieves gave up the point. VP have control, no portal either because they used it earlier, and VP look like they're about to close up on round 1. They do so, and already up in the lead against 100 Thieves. What a map from them.
Yeah, VP doing exactly what they needed to do. Get the point early and hold it as late as possible. If you're able to get it to 99% like that, it is an insane percentage of success rate in terms of you taking that map. You know, it would have been a huge win there for 100 Thieves. The bounce back definitely gave them some confidence, but they could not pressure through, especially when Virtus.pro committed on ults.
Absolutely, and I think that's the problem with this current patch for 100 Thieves, and the difficulty I think for them coming into the meta is that these sort of dive-heavy mobility compositions are kind of taking hold in the meta, right? They're really strong, and it's hard to counter dive per se. In 100 Thieves, the tough part is their strength is a sort of front-to-back style, like you mentioned, rolling out in the Groot. We've just seen that sort of composition not really work out, except unless you're on Convoy or Convergence, and even then, these heavy dive compositions, as is tradition on Domination, just kind of pan out better because you can help your backline stay alive, pressure out 100 Thieves backline, and the peel job is not good enough from them. However, on Warrior Falls, this is going to be scary. Both Daredevil players should be online. Also, 100 Thieves have changed up their composition. They're going over to that Angela.
Yeah, this is one of those off-map potential locations. We'll see Millennia and Dreedro now with a huge itch. Jeff is going to find 4 and head towards the off-map. Will this work out? Dreedro with an insane itch. Jeff is going to take out 2. Do I see 4? Beautiful play there by Dreedro to sweep the front and back line.
Dreedro probably has been the best Jeff in the entire tournament. I think it's at least the most interesting and unique ultimates that has been throughout. However, Dreedro in that case, really aggressive play alongside his Angela. They root them all together, and then with that ultimate, can't really leave because of Angela, and then Jeff's there with his mouth wide open to take him at least off the map, or they go down during it. 100 Thieves now have to set up Delena in this ult yet again, but VP are well aware that they're going to play her on that res.
And you can see there TTK is on that Angela, and you are going to be using that ascend and descend button to be juking like crazy. That is the strength of Angela. Millennia now going to start up with the Itch Jeff, trying to find as much value as we just saw from Dreedro, and there is going to be the Itch Jeff. It does not seem, oh, it does find a few, potentially relocating now as Millennia does commit with that Sparker in the sky with the Galactic Legend heading towards the backline. Great movement there, but does find 1 onto Millennia with some help from Dreedro.
Yeah, I mean, they come out of the mouth and then immediately go down. This is tough. The sync is not there for 100 Thieves. They've used ultimates, res back in. Now VP have the advantage. Invisible Boundary versus every ult for 100 Thieves. If they're even going to get any, what a tough fight for them. That's an aggressive one from Saipe. They're going to clean up 100 Thieves here.
Vi is going to find Delena. At this point, they are going to walk them down. Make it 2. Do I see 3? I do. As the lawyer is going to absolutely walk down the rest of the team. 55% and climbing.
And guess what? Dreedro's close to another H Jeff. I mean, we've seen him have it before. Vinny also has that Doctor Strange ult, but Dreedro, I believe, was the player to also eat that Eye of Agamotto coming out from that Doctor Strange. We'll see if he can do it again because his timing has been impeccable, and that's the only way for 100 Thieves to win here. Is Tara going off in the backline, or Vinny finding an Eye of Agamotto?
Yeah, already just a ton of beautiful coordination here from VP. 100 Thieves have looked pretty good, but just not up to the caliber of this team at this moment. Down goes the It's Jeff now from Dreedro. Everybody using those cooldowns to buy time. That It's Jeff finds 2 again. A successful ultimate, going to turn around and get the allies out, but will he be able to hold on? Are you kidding me? What a downtown throw there as Dreedro finds 2. Tara, though, is going to turn that right back. And here comes the ult for 1, but again, onto Daredevil, does have that chain back. You will have to commit off map.
Yeah, I mean, Nevix is the one in his mouth. Nevix gets back too because Millennia flew out. So because he's Angela, has perma flying capabilities, he doesn't even get taken down. So Millennia doesn't even find value, and that's horrible. Vinny with the portal going to come back, but there's no ultimates for 100 Thieves. They have to rely on Harvey bidding up this invisible boundary because they're going to get smoked by Nevix and Sparker, who both have their ultimates.
Portal comes through now, folks. Potentially the final fight here of this first set match of the series. There's some damage from we see Nevix initially starting with the Heaven's Retribution. Some damage goes out. Harvey with some good positioning is going to pop out that invisible boundary to counter up with the Galactic Legend. Galactic Legend now is on the back line from Sparker, but it just now to deal a little bit of damage as it will be for not at the current moment. Some more damage and healing again towards the front line. They're still maintaining positioning as nobody's dangerous, but Vi trying to find one instead gets traded out from Tara.
Yeah, I mean, Sparker read that well, playing it slow, just knowing that he doesn't have to do much except force out ultimates out of 100 Thieves. They have nothing left. I mean, there's just going to be hero plays at the moment for 100 Thieves. They get a play around invisible boundary. VP does, and with that, Delena slowed down in the sky. I mean, they have to stall overtime. Picks down, Nevik finds him as well, and with Delena gone, that's a huge ultimate remove. TTK in the back line needs to find something huge.
Yeah, already switching up team comms a little bit too late here. It's going to put your team in a bit of a you know, it's just a tough spot as we see right now. Nevik dealing more damage push once more to the front line. Out goes the Itch Jeff, trying to look to find a big eat, and it has some potential here. Dreedro is gonna find no one with a huge set of movement cooldowns there from the Thing. Delena takes out Sparker, TTK on a Dreedro. Fi now finds Terra, but it gets traded as Delena takes out Saipe. TTK on the Nevix, and what's more, 100 Thieves retake the point.
How did they come back in that one? Vinny switching to the Thing as well to help peel for that point in the fight. Fi going a little bit too aggressive. That was screened by 100 Thieves. If they could reverse sweep right here, that would be a huge momentum shift. Nevix going over to the Thor as well. They want to set up for that dive that way. His Angela maybe not panning out as well as Fi's been having a little bit of a tough time diving on this back line.
Yeah. Clearly, that new switch in composition here from 100 Thieves has been working, as we see Star-Lord there, and adds more pressure onto things like Jeff, the baby land shark from Dreedro. Fi, it does have that ult available. Terra ready to match. Millennia, though, with that early pick onto Fi with ultimate is a ton of value. The team needs to play together, try to get towards that 90% number. 54% in counting. Terra commits now, heading towards the back line, trying to get some staggers. Saipe goes down, and TTK cleans up. Vinny, Delena, and Terra gonna find 3 more, and 100 Thieves are playing lights out on this retake.
This has been so clean from 100 Thieves. I mean, I don't think I even expected that comeback, that playing around the Thing. I think that specifically how 100 Thieves play, their front-to-back style pans out well. When Vinny's on the Thing, he's kind of keeping everybody together towards that point, anchoring it. VP have ultimates left to go, and now this is going to be last fight territory for both teams.
Yeah, and you'll consistently see Vinny turning around and looking towards that back line, ready to dash them to give them that damage reduction. Here's the Let the Devil Out from Fi, who is going to, almost get ulted there, but Saipe with some good movement finds Millennia. A numbers up once more for VP, who do want to end this right now. Still have teleport available if need be. Sparker going to commit here with the Galactic Legend, chasing on a TTK, who tries to get the tackle. Is going to be very low, but does seem to escape at the current moment. Harvey goes down 2. Fall is now Sparker is on an absolute rampage. Vinny on the point with about half HP goes down, and at this point, it is going to be a tough retake if it's even possible. VP take map 1.
Yeah, Terra switches to Doctor Strange, but he's going to realize the portal cooldown is up, and VP take map number 1 in the best out of 3. That is massive. 100 Thieves get to pick the next map, but no matter what happens, VP, if they were to lose it, get that 3rd map pick. And what a map to do it on. VP looks so good with this dive style, playing the Angela, switching to the Thor if need be, and you know, everybody, Sparker's popping off. Fine, looking a little bit shaky at points, but really in the group stage, he proved he is the best Daredevil, or if one of the top 3 for sure. This whole squad coming together in what everybody assumed to be the God squad. Everybody behind the scenes in the MEA backing this team as to be the best in the world, and it's for a very good reason. As you can see, the 4th seed out of North America, but fourth seed out of the group stages rather, in Group B. Looking a little bit shaky there on that map, as it was a 2-0 on Burn of the Charlie.
Yeah, just to build off of your point there from Fi throughout this whole stage too, and even coming in here to the LAN has looked really good. I think Sparker takes a lot of the focus in terms of just praise, but Fi is consistently showing up, like you said, with that Daredevil, who I think plays a huge role in these domination maps.
Yeah, he's been kind of consistent. He's been the backbone behind this squad with that anime mouse pad. Obviously, you can see on his screen. We love Fi for that reason. He is definitely kind of been coming into his own. Yeah, like you mentioned, the group stage popping off, and he's sort of that on a Human Torch. He's been playing a lot of those heroes in the MEA, doing really well.
Flexible.
But it does seem like him picking up Daredevil, maybe even Iron Fist in the future and stuff. That's kind of the way forward for this team.
Sure.
Not every team has that flexibility that VP has, and that's why they're sort of meta-proof a lot of the times. They just don't have any weaknesses in the squad that you can really point out.
Yeah, I think we see some of the most successful teams where they have a duelist that's very strong and a smaller pool, and then they have a very flexible duelist as well that can fit whatever is needed. We saw even some big changes there from Delena, which they started playing much better once that Star-Lord came out, which is strange because throughout this whole tournament, that Adam Warlock has been crucial for this team. So, but I do think that that's a good flexibility. But being able to come in here with Daredevil and look this strong, very well played.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but against Daredevil, like you mentioned, you can't really hide on Adam Warlock, right? Yeah. I assumed on the first map, just considering how long range it is, I'd be a little bit worried for them, but the pressure was just there on VP's side. They were constantly diving in with the Daredevil, and you could never set up if you're Delena, right? If any team is, kind of smart about things, you're not going to be able to get a res off because you're always going to get tracked in that passive when you're in the cocoon form. And with that, Delena was never able to set up a good Karmic Revival. Every time we saw 100 Thieves ult, they were behind in ults, right? Even in that last fight you saw, the Sparker will just wait out invisible boundaries, right? He'll just use Galactic Legend. As long as you force a Stratus ultimate, you are in the edge because you have your own invisible boundary afterwards. So VP playing that macro really well, and you can see the only real thing you can mark onto their case is, you know, maybe Fine's going a little bit too far sometimes, and if that's the only issue is your micro, I think this team is in a good spot moving forward in the tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, and just utilizing, like you said, the ability to see invisible heroes or heroes through walls, it does do a good job in almost peeling or at least shutting down setups of dive, and having that ability to communicate to your team what they're planning helps you know what cooldowns you need to answer that plan, and that is what we've seen a ton from this team. Again, looking so good.
Yeah, and you can see going back over to map 1's results in that last map on Burn of the Chala, it was going to be a hard one, I think, for Millennia in the backline. Dridro also has been huge with that Jeff every single time. He had a big ultimate. He's probably the best Jeff in the game. I would say maybe matched even by Vision on the opposite side. There's a few Jeffs that are definitely standing out, so there's more to call out regardless.
Yeah, one of the things we kind of mentioned in the green room is I think Dridro has the best ultimates on Jeff, right? Maybe not the best micro play and decision making, but always huge ultimates, and if you're able to find big it's Jeffs, you can turn the entire tide of every fight.
Absolutely, you're right, Shiv. That's a great call out, and I think that as we continue this series, it's going to be a close one because, like we mentioned, if VP were to win on Yggdrasil Path, which is their very second map of the day, that could send 100 Thieves that loser bracket, and they definitely don't want that. VP knows that they smell blood in the water right now, specifically Dridro does, so we'll see if they can close out on 100 Thieves. Maybe in the ban phase, we could see some potential bans against the Jeff to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I have no doubt we're going to see a shift up here and potentially see that Jeff removed. Remember, folks, this is a map selected here by 100 Thieves, and then after that, if they do take this W, it goes back in Virtus Pro's selection. So ultimately, you do get a pretty big advantage from winning that domination mode because you can guarantee that final map that decides everything is in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the deciding factor. But ladies and gentlemen, it could be the end of 100 Thieves in the upper bracket if they are not going to reverse sweep on Yggdrasil Path, which is a great map for them. That's why they picked it, obviously. We've seen 100 Thieves come back on this map many a times. Even if they were to get first health, this is one of their stronger maps. So we know VP is so good on maps like Midtown, like we saw. That's a hard map to pick against them. So 100 Thieves, knowing that this is their best chance. They also have the most experience on this map, but same thing for VP, right? Yeah. That's the tough part, is that for as long as Yggdrasil Path has been in the map pool, both VP and 100 Thieves are very strong at it.
And just like we mentioned, goodbye Jeff right there. The baby land shark is being removed and locked in for 100 Thieves, which I think is a smart decision. But removing that Emma and Mantis will help stop maybe some of those triple plays in terms of triple Vanguard strategist defense. So that is a good counter ban.
Again, VP is being smart with it, right? Already going for that Vanguard line that you mentioned, getting rid of that Emma Frost because of compositions, like you said, the triple. So at the moment, it seems like 100 Thieves are just on the back foot in terms of trying to decide their composition and for the map-specific bans, right? For Remix, he's definitely behind the scenes helping Terra go for that ban protect phase, as Terra is the captain of 100 Thieves. Virtus Pro on their side of Snevix committing a lot of those bans. But at the moment, I would just favor VP with just getting the bans that they want right now.
Yeah, removal of Bucky again, I think has been a huge answer here for VP. They know how strong Terra is on that Bucky in the conversation for one of the best Buckies in the game, and really does mess with the comps that they like to run. So again, it's a very strong ban, I'd say.
Invisible Woman coming out for VP as their protect, which is definitely unique.
Interesting, yeah.
We didn't see that much in the group stage, but it makes a lot of sense. I think Invisible Woman does a great job at shutting down, you know, potential Wolverine picks from 100 Thieves, potentially most things as well. But regardless, 100 Thieves now going for that last ban. We'll see what they want to pick. It's going to be the Luna Snow, every strategist 4 on their side ban.
Yeah, VP's very much changing their protects from what we saw in those early group stages. It was Jeff, Emma, and Winter Soldier as their top protects, and clearly shaking things up. They've done their homework. It worked out for them in the last match. See if it happens again. 100 Thieves locking in that Venom. They've protected in the past Mantis, Winter Soldier, and Emma, and they typically ban out that Mantis Venom in the Psylocke like we discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking this so far from VP. For 100 Thieves side, it makes sense too. I mean, you like to see those bans kind of come out in terms of strategist. Star-Lord ban to limit Delena's hero pool once more, like you said earlier. But regardless, this is going to be a fun one. At the end of the day, I talked to Coach J-Mac for Chopper Mac, who in my opinion has some of the best draft phases that we've seen in the group stage. He said sometimes it's just a skill issue, right? 80% of the time it is such as that. And for 100 Thieves and VP, it's almost like you can just toss away the bands, right? We just want to see how well you can play in your certain compositions. And we know 100 Thieves, like you mentioned, like to play that 3-3 comp. For VP, they can be good at it too, and also get that Emma matchup without anything on the other side. Same thing with Bucky, and you've seen in the past how good Terra can be on Bucky, so that's smart just to get rid of that hero.
Yeah, and this will be Virtus Pro defending as 100 Thieves elect to attack first here on Yggdrasil path, and this is going to be a fun one to watch. Again, some teams really excel with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, but some teams have been struggling with it, and we find a lot of different answers to how to get out of that spawn door, because that is everything against that composition. You will see strange portals back towards the ramp. We'll highlight that as we get close to ensure you have 3 fights every time on point 1. And point 1 on this map is very defendable if you are successful with that 3-3 comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, for 100 Thieves side, they're going to start off on the attacking front. And for Virtus Pro, they do go on that 3-3. They're going to play that out of Warlock alongside that Loki, so we could see the coveted double res come out of that squad.
Yeah, and that would bite even more time as Harvey finds Nevix early, and that's a nice start here as TTK drops backwards. We see VP is going to just drop slightly towards that ramp, but Terra going to find Phi. Again, that's 2, make it 3. Why don't you 4 as the team is falling early, and what an attack here by 100 Thieves for running that Punisher to help handle those 3 Vanguards.
Yeah, I mean, they're running the Storm and the Punisher for maximum damage. TTK maybe going for a portal block or at least shouting in the meantime. We see VP maybe know that. They're not switching to Doctor Strange for now, understanding that TTK goes for the cancel. VP coming back through with the traditional dive composition. 100 Thieves on this full counter 3-3 comp. We'll see how they play around it. Can they counter dive VP? Can they take down 5 on his aggressive plays?
Delena is going to be there on that Storm. We've seen this in the group stages as well. It'll damage boost that Punisher to do more damage to the front line. And there is that help right there, boosting that damage just slightly. The whole team is grouping on point, playing around that natural cover. Out goes Bond for the side of VP. Harvey with some great positioning here is going to throw that orb towards the back line to make sure it cuts off LOS so they can't press forward, and keep eyes on their Vanguards. And there is the invisible boundary matched right back to the side of Saipei. Terra going to find one on Finzi though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just sitting here with a shotgun shib, and right now it's just going to be hard for VP to sustain, especially missing 1 member of their squad.
Wow, well done by Vinny, who's been mean on Groot. I am Groot, says Vinny, as here comes the Omega Hurricane towards the backline. Sparker in a dangerous spot here, trying to deal enough damage, but it is going to be the combination with Jeff. Jeff NATO is going to sweep through and find a 2-piece, but here comes a res.
They're born again by Sparker, like you mentioned, and now coming back into it. It's going to be in that last stand. Terra finds 2. Can he find more? Everybody's res, but it's into so much damage from Terra.
Got to keep it flowing here with the final judgment. Out goes the Eye of Agamotto to help supplement. There's another res as Dredro brings back Phi and Nevix. Delena on the pick on Finzi. Everybody still in the fight now. It's a double res, finding a ton of success, but Terra, just a demon here with the shoddy. Finds 1, make it 2, is going to be pulled out there. The Eye comes through once more. From the side of Finzi, doesn't find too much value as Millennia takes out Phi. The team still dancing on the point, but again, another Venn diagram back and forth here.
Delena goes down. Sparker could build potentially another Karmic Revival, but Saipei falling. Sparker goes down. Is that Cocoon even going to be popped? It's Terra basically playing our new game mode, the Undead 5v5 PvE. At the moment, you have to toss out the Strangling Prison because they are a horde of zombies. Millennia goes into Swallow, but that might have messed up. They could have found eliminations. The stall kill still comes through from VP. With a minute and 20 seconds left, could Sparker build it? No. Finally, 100 Thieves clean up, but that was an immense amount of player presence towards that point as 100 Thieves push it into second phase.
Yeah, honestly, a really good play there by VP on the double res, almost coming back and building for it once more, which would have been insane to see. But again, there's some smooth play there from 100 Thieves, who have clearly practiced on this map. This composition here is working for them. The Punisher Shoddy has been detrimental, and just a ton of finals there from Terra.
Yeah, he's been clean on the Punisher, coming close to that last stand as well against VP, who have switched things up. They're going Sparker over to that Psylocke for a dive with Nevix in that Beast of the Abyss.
For those who've maybe been living under a rock, TTK is on the sticks. As you see in the bottom right there, the controller scheme. Millennia gonna find 5 for 1. The Bond goes out there for the side of VP. The pressure is still for Terra. Has not even needed to switch over to the AR. Just keep the shotty out and just devastate that front line as the dance of the butterfly from Sparker gets destroyed from Terra with a nice right.
And I love seeing this. This is just beautiful Marvel Rivals going on a convoy. We get to see the difference between two teams. VP going for a more dive-heavy composition. 100 Thieves front to back. Freedom Charge start off by VP, who have ultimate advantage. Already find Delena, forcing out that resurrect by him, maybe.
And the final judgment once more is going to see that invisible boundary. The team is going to elect to drop backwards together and try to retake. Delena is going to res back up, and there again is a heavy engagement. Spin to win here from 5. Delena is going to find Harvey 2 with that Karmic Revival. The team is once again back together. Here comes that Galactic Legend, but it's going to be matched by the Itch Jeff to keep the team healthy in the backline. Great answer and a potential play here from the Jeff. Does it land? Not quite sure yet.
Yeah, he just waits it out. He knows VP's looking to counter dive it. They're just a little too obvious. Telegraph. Now they come back in though with Nevix's dive. Can they follow up? Maybe find eliminations here.
Millennia is going to find Nevix again. A good early pick there from Millennia, but Dreedro is going to find that Karmic Revival. TTK finds Finzi, but once more back in the fight. Delena on to 5, and there is that whole team strangling Prison on the res. Is going to be potentially a big play. Match right back by the Bond. The whole team is walked backwards, and everyone goes down as VP cleans up.
Well, you know who that was saved by as that Eye of Agamotto gets wasted from 100 Thieves? It was Saipe. Saipe with the invisible shield blocked the Groot ultimate, the strangling Prison. A lot of times it's going to be hard for us to pay attention to that because of how quick these invisible movements are at blocking those ultimates. It was something Velocity's brought up behind the scenes. There are so many times when that Groot ultimate doesn't connect. It's because of these really good strategist gameplay maneuvers. And on the desk, they talked about Saipe being the best in the world, and you can see exactly why there. Now in this upcoming fight, 1 minute 20 seconds left to go. 100 Thieves do have strategist ultimates to match VP, but Sparker could be a real game changer with his Dance of the Butterflies.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure how good that Eye of Agamotto was there. A little bit of a panic eye, in my opinion, as it just did not get much value after the whole team falls. Here comes that dance. Once more, the scariest dance here in Marvel Rivals. The Cutterfly is not able to find one, but pulls out cooldown. TTK matches it right back and finds a 2-piece now as 100 Thieves are up in numbers, and there is no res potential here at the current moment as Dreedro is about at 76 and counting, but does fall to Vinny with some great target prio. And they're still walking them forward as Terra now is on that Daredevil instead of the Punisher.
Yeah, this is scarier against the Dance of the Butterfly. Saipe trying to live with the Soul Bond and the Freedom Charge, able to do so as well as the healing Patty K in the sky. 5 goes, buys potentially some more. Sparker, who's found 2 and 30 seconds left to go, sending him back to spawn. Millennia tries to eat something, but he's eating nothing at the current moment and is sent back to the spawn once again.
Yeah, and there is going to be a potential portal play here, but the team is going to try to stop it. Vinny with a potential huge stagger. That is not what you're looking for with 14 on the clock. You got to try to get that portal there. Typically, you're looking for about 10 seconds to ensure you can get it done, but it is going to be done. Moving away from the spawn door, and the touch comes through. 5 seconds on here for 100 Thieves, who need to clutch up right now.
Yeah, they do, and they come back in. Can he let the devil out the right time? Terra has been clutch in these situations before, but he's pushed back by Saipe.
VP holding firm on their defense. We will see the Devil be let out shortly. Eye of Agamotto available there for the side of 100 Thieves, and there it is from Terra, who finds one, but everyone is back once more as Dreedro finds another huge res, and that has been consistent throughout this whole series. Millennia again in the pick on 5, but once more, it doesn't matter when the team comes right back into the fight.
Yeah, Saipe with their Sparker with the Dance of the Butterflies finds Terra. Can he find more? Vinny goes down, and Sparker punches them out. 100 Thieves can't get any cart space any longer, and they get held at 99.7 meters.
Really clean ult there once more from Sparker, but I can't tell you how many times I've said that over this tournament as he's looked very, very good on that hero. We see Delena potentially flexing to show a Psylocke at the moment on the screen. Not sure that will be the case, but looking forward to seeing this next hold here from VP.
It's always tough to say when we go to Convoy and Convergence Ship, right? Like a lot of times we'll see, teams push full cap a map and then the other team does the exact same thing. It's almost like on stage too, especially now that we're at LAN for $1 million in person, there could be those nerves, right? Yeah. That's something we talked about even as a storyline for TTK. He's been phenomenal throughout the entire tournament, throughout stage 1, stage 2, but at LAN, I think it was a bit tough to see his impact at the midseason. Now here, you mentioned it earlier, earlier. His Doctor Strange map number 1 was phenomenal, but they still lost on that map as well. It was a bit harder. I think that him and Vinny sort of slowing it down. We saw that he was trying to hard pocket play around Terra, but at the current moment, that's not the play style of this game. You could see VP were so smart, Ship. I mean, everything they did in terms of going in, the if then this statements, right? You saw that they would go in, dive, use an ultimate in terms of the Dance of the Butterflies for Sparker, and then they would see a Shredder's ultimate, run away, and then they would sort of recycle once again.
Yeah, that's just very smooth, consistent play, like you're stating. The entirety of 100 Thieves with a ton of finals there, so everybody is very well coordinated. The problem is VP just a little bit stronger there on that defense, but it is a defensible position there on point 2 as we start here. Nevix going to heavily engage, forces all the cooldowns, is going to be low, but still seemingly escape at the moment. Fi in a dangerous spot. TTK with a good chase there is going to take that one down. Fi, with some insane movement, is able to drop backwards in a dangerous spot here for TTK and Terra. We're still holding on to the point.
I mean, they get the healing, they have that Venom team up, so everybody kind of staying healthy alongside that Soul Bond, both kind of used in similar fashion. But right now, Vinny trying to touch it out. They're coming back for the peel. Can they find Finzi? And 5, they do. Nice job from Harvey and crew.
Harvey had 5 finals there on the attack here on Invis, looking very strong here on Invis, who can deal a ton of damage in the right hands. The backline looking very strong. A lot of early picks there from Millennia as well. VP now is being held at the door again, folks. When you're on this triple comp, the idea is that you never leave this point. Do not allow it to scooch forward so you can get your portal on that next ramp. And they're still holding on here as Nevix is just trying to make sure the cooldowns come through, pressing backwards towards the back line now. And the combination, some great coordination, but Delena finds one. Sparker still going to take out Harvey. The res potentially coming through here as Sparker gets a 2-piece.
I mean, Millennia coming back in with HF too. Everybody's going to get res once Delena decided to pop his resurrection. Dritro, same thing. He popped the cocoon, used that res earlier. Can Delena build it and bring Terra back? Terra's going to have to come back on the Doctor Strange portal. Delena so close, 2% towards that point. Is he even going to save it? They're going to wait and re-engage, it looks like. Back it off for now.
Yeah, that's tough because now you're giving an opportunity for Dridro to build that ult right back. So it's just more value. If he was able to get that ult off slightly earlier, it would have been insane. But no, not able to do so. Sitting at about 97% during that pick. Good target prio again from VP. As an Eye of Agamotto was available here from Terra. And there it goes to try to counter back. The dodge comes through there from Fi. Really well played. And the Meteor M to buy them more time. TTK from downtown. Half-court shot there onto Saife. Vinny onto Dridro. And what a retake, but Finzi is going to find Delena, who did use that res, make it 2 onto Harvey. Finzi playing lights out here on cap, but still goes down to Millennium.
As long as Sparker and him are alive, they're able to bring it back. Delena with the res. Is he caught in this Dance of the Butterflies? Connects onto 1, slows them down for now, but everybody's grouped up and take down Sparker.
Really good grouping there again. Good communication from 100 Thieves who are trying to find an answer here. They stick together to ensure that Dance is forced out damage across the board.
Yeah, and this is the best front-to-back style team versus the best dive team out of VP. Shiv, they switch over to Loki now for VP's side to give him some more sustain.
Yeah, those crystals, we can talk about that domain all day long, you and I, how valuable that cooldown is. Much like Adam Warlock Bond can counteract ultimates. Nevix goes under there with a piece of the Abyss. The team is staying together. That reduction in healing, about 30%, a new addition here in the new season, but it is not enough as Nevix forces out all cooldowns. Can barely escape there from the slow of the invisible boundary. Millennia with some good focus towards Finzi, trying to protect the backline, and that's what you're looking for with this triple strategist composition. Terra gonna find Sparker now, and there is only 56 seconds on the clock. 100 Thieves are playing so strong here on this triple strat composition.
You know what? And this is exactly why you can't count 100 Thieves out. You saw that they only made it to the streets phase, but now they've leveled up with 45 seconds left to go. They could potentially stop VP here and send it to a map 3.
You're looking now for things like burning cap shield, so this Eye of Agamotto can be more valuable. There is some answers as Fi is going to commit towards the back line here. Terra goes down. Out goes that Karmic Revival. Another ult from VP in terms of using that invisible boundary. Sparker onto Vinny, but that res once more is going to happen. And here comes the combination. Everybody stacking together once more, staying healthy as Sparker is having to drop towards the back line, looking for an escape route. Terra chasing the entirety of the team, who have to all relocate.
Yeah, Terra's going to have to mark Sparker in this fight, make sure he can't set that up. Finzi can stall it out with the Freedom Charge as well. 100 Thieves still have ults ready to go. Terra could be huge with an Eye of Agamotto.
And there goes that eye. It potentially finds some. Out goes the invisible boundary. The Venn diagram match again as both boundaries are used. Everybody slowed up there inside that ult. Harvey doing a great job dancing. Up goes TTK with that Meteor M, and down it lands. Not able to get too much value. Deals some damage towards the Venom, but Venom incredibly beefy and very difficult to find a ton of success with. Big Beast right here. Oh, Vinny with a nice sweep onto one. Is there going to be two? Vinny looking really good in this series right now as Delena finds a pick.
Portal have to come through from Fine to come back and touch it, which it's there. Nevix installed out with the Beast of the Abyss, like you mentioned, but Delena, he sees somebody in the high ground. It's Fine, ready to go, but everybody's split now for VP side. They're having to use regen domain already.
And Delena is going to make that switch to the Psylocke like we discussed earlier. Look, terrifying street drove Vinny now on a side pay. Numbers are falling in OT. That is 3-4, and it looks like 100 Thieves are holding, and they will take this map, make it a 1-1 series, folks.
My goodness, 100 Thieves against Virtus Pro is a matchup. I think we you know, coming out of Group B, you're like, okay, this is the 4th seed versus the 1 seed. But Group B was known as the group of death for a reason. One of the strongest groups we've ever seen in the history of even esports. Looking at it from the outside, looking in, even Crazy Raccoon and OUT were competitive in that group. And they send it to map number 3. And this is why I talked about earlier, you can never doubt 100 Thieves. And their fans will shout it as loud as they possibly can. We're not just a hoodie org. We're an org looking to claim it all and claim that $1 million, sending it to map number 3. VP now has that map choice that you mentioned before.
Yeah, the entirety of the team there with a fair amount of finals. 15 there from Terra, 7 from Vinny, 8 from TTK, 10 from Delena, Millennia and Harvey with 7 and 6. I have never seen a spread like that across the board from a team. Everybody getting value. Really well played, as we are now going to toss it over to the desk for more in-depth analysis.
What a matchup to start us off. Our first series, and we're already heading to a 3rd map. And Dan, that looked so convincing for Virtus Pro to start off with, but Thieves really started to bring it back in that first game. They made a couple adjustments. I want you to start us off, and then we'll jump to Moxie with it. They started adjusting. What was the difference maker here?
The difference really is just how 100 Thieves were able to adapt to what VP threw at them, especially in that domination map where VP really liked to get aggressive. They went for the ult charge. They wanted to get that stacked as soon as possible, but the discipline coming in from 100 Thieves was just absolutely perfect, and they were able to stave off the offense a little bit, but unfortunately, Virtus Pro still were able to come out in the end.
And Moxie, they adjusted their draft a bit as well. What were the important steps there?
GF instant ban. The GF instant ban. Judo got one round of being able to play the GF and use the strange cancel tech coming on through with the It's GF Eats. But something else that they adjusted wasn't just the ban draft, it was also the side that they decided to start on too.
Secret Psylocke. It's been kept a very close kept secret for them, so we haven't seen it that much. But we were talking about how 100 Thieves are adjusting. Dan, VP are cooking in these drafts.
Yeah, no, Moxie was absolutely freaking out throughout that entire draft. She was just like, oh my goodness, VP are actually doing the draft properly. And that was a criticism from us back in stage 2, that VP were still trying to get a feel of what the draft was going to be. But in the end now, they have been just absolutely locked in, ready to draft. And again, this is the most important time for draft picks to be spot on.
Yeah, I mean, it was the fact that for Burn and T'Challa, right, they were able to come on through and lock out so many dive-style vanguards. They went for both the Venom and the Captain America. So even when 100 Thieves had the Star-Lord, yeah, they had the Star-Lord, yes, they had the Jeff, but they didn't actually have a dive vanguard until they swapped Vinny over to the Angela to be able to enable that style of play. And that was when we saw 100 Thieves really start making a little bit more momentum on Burn in comparison to the composition they rolled out with first.
And there's something I want to request a little bit more information on, if possible. While we did have an incredible setup, this is the first fight in that Yggdrasil path. What was so key here that 100 Thieves on attack were able to find that opening?
The front-loaded damage. They came in with this game plan where they would run this Punisher and the Storm, and they would go for that really front-loaded aggressive play so that they could walk onto Virtus Pro before the Adam and the Loki were able to actually start cycling through the defensive cooldowns with the double res, God of Mischief and Karmic Revival, something that we actually got to see when we headed into the 3rd fight of First, and 100 Thieves had to pull out every single stop and play pixel perfectly to keep up with all of the revives that Virtus Pro had at their disposal.
But speaking of revives, we actually saw a little bit of a mix-up here where Virtus Pro started on Doctor Strange, and then Dan, they swapped off it instead of portaling back for that first fight.
Yeah, I think the reason why Virtus Pro really did that was they went for the portal, but they immediately canceled it. Try to bait TTK into a counter portal, and Virtus Pro were just 2 steps ahead in that play. They knew that 100 Thieves really like to do a counter portal play, and just drawing that voice line and just denying that portal from 100 Thieves was a great play.
And Moxie, I want to ask about something here. Like, a lot of people who've been watching us for the entirety of the Ignite stage will know how important some of these in particular triple strategist bans are, but why is it so important for these particular bans why is it so important to see these particular bans on characters like Jeff and Mantis, for example?
Well, the Mantis is really, really strong because it means that you hit your ultimate cycles far faster than your opponent, right? And looking at a player like Sparker, can you imagine how quickly he'd be able to build up and generate his ultimate if he had a 12% damage boost behind him?
True. So what characters are really boosted by these? Why are they so much higher in priorities?
I mean, everything. Okay, so we're going to be doing a little bit of a fun thing over here, right? I'm going to give you guys a card over here. Oh, no, we're not, because we're not on camera.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. Soon, but not quite.
But yeah, Sparker has been one of these standout characters coming on through from Virtus Pro's end because it is just the best meta for him coming on through, right? The Psylocke is super strong, the Winter Soldier is super strong, so too is the Star-Lord, and at the moment with the ban draft, you don't really have the slots to be able to burn on just duelists because something better in terms of a strategist or a vanguard is going to be able to make it through too.
So talk us through what you were going to say before we disappeared off camera here for a second, because you prepared some cards, I see.
Yes, okay, so at its core, this is like a very, very simple breakdown. This is like your bare bones 1 + 1 = 2 of a ban draft, right? So we're gonna break it down nice and easy. Think about it like a stock exchange, right? So let's say that I decide to save Jeff. This is then going to mean, if I give you this card over here, do you see that the stock icon has gone up for both the Venom and the Star-Lord and the Psy and the Rocket? So in response to that Jeff save, all of a sudden you put pressure on the other team into having to ban out one of those, and that's what we get to see in terms of the draft.
And we'll dive back into that a little bit further when we come back after the 3rd game. But for now, we have a draft coming up, which I believe we are going to be jumping into a little bit more here. So we get to talk about it this time, and immediately we do see that Mantis taken away.
Yep. Mantis getting taken away, a pick that has been so strong, and it's going to be one-sided for Virtus Pro. You can see that stock for Mantis going through the roof right now, as Virtus Pro will keep that hero for themselves.
I mean, yeah, everything is now going to be so much stronger, and I mean, for 100 Thieves, something is going to be able to get through that the Mantis with the damage boost is going to be able to take from just doing a little bit of damage to full pick potential, as we are now going to have to see things like the Venom get fully targeted out so you don't have a damage boosted Feast of the Abyss.
Venom off the board. Jeff one-sided secure versus Mantis one-sided secure. We've actually had Mantis slip through the ban phase in that first game, but it was banned out later here. Why is it being prioritized higher this time?
That's a good question, because 100 Thieves really have been reading the meta, right? They've been seeing what other teams have been doing. There's been some other teams really have been letting the Mantis slip through later in the draft. And that's an adjustment that 100 Thieves ended up doing, and they added more emphasis on other picks, other bans. But if that Mantis was still available, they'll get taken away. And 100 Thieves now lock in that cap as the save, but Virtus Pro doing the same as usual, will take out that Bucky who has been so strong.
Yeah, they're targeting Delena's hero pool. Delena has been able to play both the Bucky, but also the Mantis as well. So if you want to, you can try and force them onto the invis, or you can actually remove that from the cycle entirely to try and really force them onto a specific and therefore predictable and punishable hero.
Luna going to be protected with that Invisible Woman taken out. You want to make sure you have one of those big anchor backliners to keep your team topped up. And of course, this also enables a little bit of dive potential. If you do want someone to play a little bit more aggressive, then giving them that idle aura is going to help out a lot. As we move on to the last ban of 100 Thieves, it's the Hela.
I was going to say, if they're really trying to force Delena onto a specific hero, it's likely going to be the Hela that he has to pivot onto. So what 100 Thieves do here is actually remove the Hela so that that Virtus.pro can't play the Hella Namor composition, but they also can't try and match if 100 Thieves go for it. And remember, VP have the Mantis, so it's not a fair 1 versus 1 Hella fight-off. It would be a damage-boosted Hella, who's also not going to have access to a Guardian Shield to be able to stop her.
And that's a huge ability, isn't it? That Guardian Shield protects all of those squishier backliners.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves read that play very well, getting rid of a playstyle that Virtus.pro are able to operate. They could go for the dive, but they had the option to go for a more front-to-back playstyle, but with that Hella gone, it causes a bit of problems in terms of how VP can adjust to what 100 Thieves really throw at them.
So now we have the potential for a one-sided Hella Namor, or potentially going into a more standard like Star-Lord front-to-back style. Winter Soldier was taken away as well. There's a lot of options, and to talk you through these and take you into the game, we're heading back to Shib and Dogman.
And we're heading into map 3 here, folks. This is going to be a selection from Virtus.pro, and this is a map that has been very strong for VP. There's a ton of off-angle plays and some unique strategies they bring to the table.
Yeah, they're really good at just playing these dives sort of comps. We head right into it, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the map off the rip. VP running that Mantis alongside a, Luna Snow backline for a more, I would say, this like lower healing backline alongside the Mantis, but this is that all-in commit that they need against the 100 Thieves who are playing a front-to-back style with Delena and Terra taking off angles.
Yeah, but this is going to put a tough spot, or going to put Saipe, in a tough spot here on that Luna. Once you burn that freeze cooldown, very diveable. Saipe is going to force out clap early on, or the forced clap from the side of 100 Thieves, who are now dropping back together, and that is exactly what you're looking for. When you're in a dangerous spot, regroup and retake, as we see Terra going very low here, and is going to be playing the Namor, which is something we don't see as frequently.
Yeah, I mean, Delena kind of is that guy on the Hella, right? And you can see on the flank, on the off angle, trying to take Sparker down. But in the meantime, Terra squids the Monstros, take down 5. Whale also comes through on the side bay. The backline's vulnerable. Terra gets the elimination. And yet again, Terra pops off on this hero. These two are phenomenal at these specific roles, specifically Delena on the Hella. And like you mentioned, Terra playing the Namor is a very unique swap that they've decided to do.
Yeah, we saw a lot of early picks there from Terra with those squids, and folks, for those who don't remember, the undead squids, any assist in an elimination here will force an undead squid that is untargetable, that deals extra damage. So once you start going, very similar to Daredevil, it's steamrolling. You start the train and it's hard to stop it as those squids just keep building and eliminating more and more and generating more squids.
And this is the unstoppable force versus the unmovable object in Virtus.pro versus 100 Thieves. Can they play slow? Can they counter the dive of VP, who wants to play aggressive?
And we start now. Sparker owning the height here, right alongside of Nevix. And there's a commitment with the dance, but it's mapped right back with the dance floor from the side of Harvey, who lost the invis in this fight. Sparker not getting too much value, but it does force out a cooldown, so it's an even trade there. Dredro, it looks like a spawn flip at the moment, coming in with a soul resurgence early on. Out goes some damage. Up we go with TTK with the meteor. Does this one land on a Dredro? Bang, but the shield comes through. Delena, though, gonna find a pick on a Sparker in the off angle, up in a beautiful position here. Ready with this goddess of death, and Dredro. That Delena is not missing at this moment on height.
Delena going back to when he was known as Ant. I mean, phenomenal shots from him. He's putting the team on the back at the current moment as they want more. Can Fincy find the recoup? He does!
Oh, what a huge meteor ram. That's right back there with the horn from Terra. Delena finds 2, but Sparker gonna find Delena. The trades are too much as VP are gonna own this space. The portal needs to come through from TTK.
Yeah, he just spawns walking out of the doors right now. He may not come in time, so Vinny's gonna have to touch, but he doesn't have the health to work with. Can this portal come through the doorway? In onto the point, can Delena dash it through, and he does!
What a perfect dash there from Delena, but immediately falls as the commitment of the Kraken impact comes through from 5. That's 1. Do I see 2? Forces them back in the door, and that is going to be a reset once more on Harvey.
And that sets the point up for VP, so they take it. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. It was dicey, but it got figured out. Fine. Over to the Bucky, and you talked about how this guy's needed to level up. It has been throughout, right? TTK gets staggered, and at the moment, VP onto a composition around this Bucky with 3 minutes in the second phase of the map. 100 Thieves sticking with their composition of Hella Namor.
It's worth noting there, notice how TTK is falling directly on the point, folks. Take that into ladders where if you're going to go down, if you're going to stagger, make sure the cart isn't moving before you do. So make sure you can reset together as they start up once more with TTK on that Emma.
I love this out of EP right now. We'll see if they can continue it. I mean, we're getting to the second phase with so little time on the bank. At the moment, Delena's dived on, immediately forced out, goes low.
That is a huge ult, and it does find 2-3, and Sparker sweeps right through here with the dance of the butterfly, and they are just gonna push this thing on the streets phase very quickly.
Yeah, you can see he's warmed up, right? Everybody coming into the crowd, into the audience for the first time in a while for Sparker, and all the other players of Virtus Pro who are hero shooter veterans for 100 Thieves side, switching over from the console region, now on to mouse and keyboards across the board. Can they close it besides for TTK on the controller?
Nevix just dancing on height right now, looking for the pull away there on a Vinny, who's in a dangerous spot towards the back line, burning that shield very quickly at the cap. 3 meters left on the push. It's getting very close to the second point as they're now repositioning, and the commitment comes through from 100 Thieves. Millennia ready with it's Jeff. You see Dredro Resurgence ready, as well as the dance floor from Saipe. There's a lot of answers here to some of these duelist ultimates that'll be coming out shortly.
Yeah, they're playing it slow right now. Here comes this introduction from TTK to slow him down for now. Everybody disengaged. Not having to use an ult is huge for VP, who can come in with the advantage now.
And there goes another dance with this one. Find value from VP. Fi gonna find Vinny again, coming right through and sweeping, and it's so difficult to play cap here into a Bucky that is marking you. Fi playing lights out, and this could be the point as they are walking them away. Still on point right now is TTK, but the dance of the butterfly is still going to come through from Sparker on a Vinny. Finzi is gonna find Millennia, and they are gonna get point 2 here in a moment.
Yeah, VP have turned it around in the second phase of the map, and they're looking incredibly strong for 100 Thieves. They might have to change some things up. They go over to Phoenix, they go over to the Adam Warlock, but after the changes to Phoenix in the recent patch, Shib, I mean, she doesn't regenerate ammo when flying, on top of some other changes that have resulted in her kind of slowly falling out, and you can see maybe they would want that Bucky that VP focused on in that ban phase.
Yeah, full compositional switch here usually means success, or your team is playing on their heels and just trying to find an answer. We'll see what that answer is, and if it is this composition in a moment. Delena going to be back on that Warlock, starting up here. Heavens is coming in heavy as Angela's thinking about committing, forces outbound cooldown. The whole team gonna press forward here with Vinny with that freedom charge. Everybody walking them down, and a great reposition there from VP to retake once more in a moment. Not a lot of value out of these ults at this current state. Nevix going to commit once more on the front line of TTK, and Finzi gonna clean up TTK there, so a number down again for 100 Thieves.
And they're trying to stall it out. You can see, we see other teams like Rejected, Marvel kind of do this, force that payload incredibly well, but Delena forced away, doesn't even have that res, and VP gonna slowly but surely force back 100 Thieves, force out Delena's cocoon, not gonna have to use it there. But right now, I mean, VP just looks so good. They're steamrolling towards the very end, and if they found some stagger picks onto Harvey, oh no.
Oh, way to get out of there. He's gonna have that team up with Delena to stay healthy in those 1v1 duels. So well played there from Harvey to be patient with that cooldown, to use it only when necessary. Oh, the pull potential comes through from 5. Bubble goes through 2. That's 2 cooldowns used, and that can help Vinny play more aggro, knowing that pull is not available. Dance floor is out. The team's got to stay on it, though, as Delena was not able to do so. Sparker, just a little bit of a communication error there. Delena is going to res back, holding that cooldown.
Yeah, they know to focus him now, Shib. I mean, he's going to be low back there. No, Vinny goes down to a freeze from Saipe.
A huge freeze followed up from Fi, and there is going to be that Karmic Revival, forced to use just a little bit early. The team's got to commit heavy now if they want to utilize that to its max potential. Team is going to force Bond as well, and there goes Fi, is going to not find any reset at the moment as TTK hits the sky with a meteor ram. Bang, it comes down and almost cleans it up, but is not able to do so as Terra is also launching that Galactic Legend. A lot of commitment here into this dance floor.
And they're going to come in with their own Meteor M from Finzi, who's been big in the previous points. Can he close it out with 30 seconds left against Millennia, who maybe could connect with this It's Jeff, but it's going to rely heavily on him.
Finzi from downtown, not able to make that work either. Nevix doing a great job, just adding so much pressure onto the backline. A huge eat here from Millennia, but it is all for naught as Millennia goes down, as Fi gets that pick. The numbers are dwindling here, folks, as VP is playing lights out. There's another big opportunity, just farming Qs here. Sparker just insane on this hero, dropping back once more to the team, and that is why you see that ban come through on the Psylocke. Everybody wants more retaking. Cooldowns being launched. Out goes Resurgence here from Dredro, keeping the pressure, but a great set of movement here from 100 Thieves to drop back as a unit.
Yeah, this neutral needs to work out for 100 Thieves now, at least get some eliminations out of this dance floor. They dive deep onto Fi, who's cracking impact. Vinny gets left.
Oh, wow, dance floor comes through. Vinny is going to dash back into it in the last possible moment. Fi just holding on to that Kraken impact, being patient, looking for something big here. After cooldowns get used, you see that bubble go through, and that enables you to play a little more aggro with the impact, which we might see in a moment. What a huge pull there, and there's the follow-up. He misses it, but Finzi's still going to take out Vinny, so it still gets back. value with a huge pull in that moment. Saipe with some good positioning. Terra finding this once more, the Galactic Legend. And Nevix is going to hold on here as the dance floor comes through on point. Got to maintain pressure on point. This could be a huge eat here. Will this land? Waiting for the Meteor M to go through, and there is the eat. Does this one find what it does on a Nevix? Delena is going to find two. Saipe on a TTK. The trades are back and forth. Oh my goodness, Finzi, Sparker, and that should be all 3 points. No, the
Vinny's here. Vinny's here. He's stalling it out. He has heals for Millennia. Can Sparker find him in the ground? We've heard before. It's really hard to get rid of Jeff as he's under the water. Millennia stalling it out alongside his Captain America back in the main side of the point. He can't find him. Saipe can't get him. Millennia's just living.
And here comes the portal now from Nevix, just trying to get back there as a unit. They gotta get Finzi off point here from TTK, who cannot at the moment. Vinny taking the height, and now the whole team on a retake. No ults available here for 100 Thieves yet. Harvey very close, and Vinny goes down with the dance floor. Comes through here, it'll be the first ult as it does. Team is gonna stack as a unit now, trying to build ultimate to make a big play. Will this play come through? One goes down from Nevix to Lena, showing up here on the side lock today. Fi with some good positioning, almost gets one. TTK is gonna stop them before point 3. Wow, what a battle.
Are you kidding me? First match of the day. This has been a banger, ladies and gentlemen. You are treated to some fantastic Marvel Rivals esports. If you're walking around DreamHack, come on and stop on by, because this is going to be an incredibly close map. We're on the third one. The crowd reactions coming through. CDWC out there. What's up, gang? Hopefully you guys are having a good time, because you are treated to some fantastic matches today, Shib. And Delena saved it towards the very end. Not only did he find that pick, but he also stopped that cart before capping out at 0.62 meters.
Yeah, I'm really liking the change here from the side of 100 Thieves. It clearly shows that they've been working on some different picks, opening up that hero pool a little bit, making it a hero ocean like we like to see. Psylocke, you need to have it as an answer if you're not going to ban it. And they kind of hid that from me in the interview. I think that is just got to hide in the strats a little bit, wondering who might be playing that hero. And it looks like Delena is going to be that selection.
And this is the funniest stats that we'll probably see when we come back from these players' shots, is that 100 Thieves won at the very end, but basically everybody went at least even or negative besides Terra, which is just crazy stats-wise. And you can see that's how you play the front-to-back style, right? You rely on heavily playing together as a unit, trying to peel off Sparker, who connects with those Dance of the Butterflies, who was popping the heck off, right? And it was a tough task on Delena to match that, but regardless, VP looking good, couldn't close out, but you know, and I know, Shib, and I'm sure a lot of our audience who plays a lot of Marvel Rivals know, it ain't over until it's over, and VP now start on the defense.
Yeah, bringing us back a few seasons here with the early portal play on the high side, right around that health pack. Then you're going to make the switch now likely to that Venom, or Cap, excuse me, as Venom was banned out. My apologies. Saipe is going to lose a clone there, dropping backwards once more. The whole team going to go down towards that bridge side, like I mentioned.
Absolutely surrounding him at the current moment. You can see where VP are playing on their angle, right? You see that Soul Bond's going to be a big one. Once you mention it, once you see it, Chip, it's going to be huge alongside that regen domain. They already get dove upon, but Fi pops that Soul Bond.
Yeah, Soul Bond cooldown out, though, is a win. Sparker looking at Delena on the high side angle, and it is going to work out as Nevix cleans that one up. Vinny now considering the dive, but again, down a number makes it a little more tricky. Really good movement by that triple strategist backline there to stay healthy. As Sparker now going to try to collapse. Nevix is walking them backwards. It's looking dicey, but down goes the It's Jeff, the baby land shark looking for one. TTK going to find Nevix now and put them back in terms of favor of numbers. Off map, Lydia with some parkour is going to take out 5.
Yeah, it's a good trade though. Terra goes down, Saipe goes aggressive with Finzi, and they're able to sort of anchor towards the objective. Millennia hitting the trick shot off the wall on the Jeff. It's Jeff in that fight, but now they pop the Sonic Seduction. They still want to win this. Saipe with the copy, comes back to heal, come back with that Soul Resurgence, and everybody gets the portal on the side of VP as well to block off the doorway. Vinny goes down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a little bit of an overcommitment on that copy. Not sure it was necessary at that moment. So that may be a small win there for 100 Thieves, who should come back with ult advantage.
And this is the hard part for 100 Thieves, is that Delena on Psylocke is good, but you saw on offense for Sparker, he only had 2 eliminations, right? 2 KOs onto himself. That's because he was playing safe, playing his life. And that's a very hard thing for a lot of Psylocke players to understand, is that you don't always want a full commit. You always need it out, and Delena going down in that fight was massive for the side of VP.
Yeah, and that's because that ult has been increased. The neutral still difficult to get a ton of value, although you definitely can with Psylocke, but with that ult, it can be very scary. So you just farm off the front line and all the back line.
Absolutely. Here they come in with the Dance of Butterflies.
Yeah, once more Terra up here now is looking for Sparker. Millennia going to clean up Sparker now, and 100 Thieves are up a number currently, committing everything they have as Nevix goes down. Another fall from Millennia, but the res comes through with a beautiful res here from Fi. Can they clean it up as they already take this point?
Yeah, they still get that resurrection available as long as Fi's in that cocoon form. Now comes back into this fight. Can they outstand? It doesn't matter because 100 Thieves cap that point. We head into the second phase, the second segment of the map, and Delena finds Fi 2. And they're going to keep this up as well towards that objective, towards fastest payload. And they actually have more time, I believe, than VP had on their attack, so a clean maneuver by 100 Thieves. VP eventually collapsing towards the very end.
Shout out here to Harvey, who maybe gets slept on here, just strategists in general from the casters, as we're seeing a ton of value in these neutral picks, and even forcing out an invis ban from Harvey, who had, I believe, 7 on map 1. So really well played by the backline, stepping up against a team that is terrifying in Sparker.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a hard time no matter who you play. You get that Luna Snow mismatch at the very least. You get that on the Snowflake onto Delena. In comes DTK with that Sonic Seduction to start off the fight. Maybe try to force out something. They just find Nevix for free.
Yeah, that is worth it. At the current state, again, this is a similar story we saw when VP was attacking in part 3 is where they locked in. Dredro now trying to break that so the team doesn't have to worry about the off angle. And TTK finds Finzy, but from downtown, Dredro going to take out Vinny.
Yeah, huge snipes from him. I mean, they bring it back into it. You can see at the highest level of Marvel Rival Esports, even when you lose one member of your squad, you can always turn it back. That's what 100 Thieves have done on the first point. VP here now with Dredro's pick.
And there is that dance. Delena going invisible. Again, when you're invisible, Sparker going to take out Millennia and Harvey with a 2-piece. Almost 3 here. Yes, it is. Sparker, are you kidding me? Walking them back to the spawn door again.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that Sparker's the best in the world at Psylocke, and for very good reason, right? He has been consistent. The dance floor wasn't even resulted on anything in terms of ultimate pops by 100 Thieves. I think the only other guy you could say can test for that is the guy that's out of the tournament in Speedery. Maybe Finale over on Team Reject too. There's a lot of good Psylocks, but Sparker tends to remain at the top. A huge ultimate fight coming up now, Shiv. We'll see if 100 Thieves can force anything here.
A whole lot of Qs will be committed from both sides. Out goes the Galactic Legend early, finding Millennia, Finzy, and there's a 2-piece from Fi after the fact as Nevix gets 3. Everybody is popping off there and did not have to commit that much, so that's a huge win from VP.
VP so smart. It just seems like they're always making the right play, and 100 Thieves are trying to bait out ultimates. They're not even popping anything on the counter. These open spaces are a bit too far for them to make heavy decisions, and VP are taking advantage of it. Now you have ultimate advantage, but you have to actually use that advantage for your 100 Thieves because VP are kind of setting you back.
Terra now with the Galactic Legend taking out Fi early on in this fight. Nevix in a dangerous spot, dropping backwards. Crystals up there on the side of Saipei. That's a big cooldown burn, but it does shut down Terra from making big plays. The dance floor was committed there from Harvey. That fate of both worlds. Nevix now coming back in once more. And here goes the freedom charge from Finzy, walking them right onto Delena, who is holding on to that dance of the Cutterfly now, looking to head towards the back line in a moment. And we will see if that works out as Bond gets committed.
There's going to be so many things in terms of the ultimate from Dredro, Saipei. Also, Saipei can connect with the regen domain after this. Sparker comes in. They met by the Itch Jeff, who keeps everybody barely healthy.
Wow, and that was a huge defensive ult there, and a huge eat from Millennia trying to get off map, but instead, just going to buy time, take 2 very far away, and hope it's enough as Finzy goes down from Harvey. The follow through from TTK, the damage out in the Soul Resurgence now as an answer as TTK gets turned around on.
They block off the healing. TTK goes down to 5. Sparker finds Delena with 44 seconds left to go. 100 Thieves are staved off once again. Finzy switches that Doctor Strange. Probably doesn't even use that portal for now, though, as 100 Thieves could get closed out here, ladies and gentlemen, with 30 seconds left to go. VP want to punch their ticket further in this upper bracket.
Potentially a kidnap play there from Finzy. Doesn't look like it works out, but not a bad idea. If you're going to commit that portal, might as well try to find an off map there. Sparker playing so well. Everybody on VP on this defense is absolutely lights out using these cooldowns, but now there's no answers to ultimates on either side. Terra likely going to be the first one here with that Galactic Legend. If those crystals get burned, there is a dangerous position to be in, but the crystals are out now. TTK out of Finzy is going to find one. Nevix dropping backwards, and the whole team is going to reset under the spawn, and they are playing safe, and the retouch comes in now.
I mean, Nevix has been so good at anchoring the point. If he goes down, it could be over, but no, the healing is there. He's still somehow alive, barely gets tracked down by Terra, but in a second, we'll see Finzy back in the fight.
Oh my goodness, as they do, just one by one, drop VP, who are still barely holding on, as point 2 is taken by 100 Thieves.
Incredible work out of VP's Vanguards and Shredder's line. I mean, the stalling after Finzy going down was beautiful. Nevix constantly there with the overhealth on that Venom. At the current moment, VP now set back on third point. This is getting close. This is when a lot of times your brain as a pro player is starting to overheat. I mean, this has already been an intense matchup, but I can't imagine what these players are feeling right now with $1 million on the line and their chance to go to that upper bracket semifinals.
The best answer here is for Harvey to have a huge fadeable whirl to counter a few ultimates. Both committing here at the Lena finds Fi. Sparker, though, going to find Harvey, who does not bring out that dance floor. Nevix with a two-piece there, who is looking disgusting on the Venom. Saipe on the Vinny, and Dredro into Lena. That's a full life with 50 seconds on, and not a lot of commitment from VP, who are looking like absolute pros at this current moment.
This has happened over and over again. 100 Thieves trying to play for a one-fight territory, right? Make this the last fight coming up. If you could force something else out of here, maybe get a team fight wipe. Old spilled fast in Marvel Rivals, but you have a chance to make them nervous, to go in aggressively and force out more out of VP.
Eye up now, out goes that eye. Not sure it landed on too much. Good commitment from the side of VP, who do answer back. Nevix goes on with a Feast of the Abyss, stays healthy once more. Terra trying to build that out at 81%. The hold here from Saipe, ready with a copy, as everybody just playing slowly. They do not want to make or overcommit at this moment as the spin to win comes through with a blaster barrage from 5.
Yeah, 10 seconds left to go. Everybody's stalling out at the current moment. Galactic Legend will be there after Millennia gets an eat, and here comes a Freedom Charge from Vinny. Everybody's popping their ults on 100 Thieves side.
Sparker walking right back, though, trying to find where Millennia is, who does barely escape there again with some very strong movement. Now another Galactic Legend looking for Harvey. Millennia is going to fall here with some good play. Two-piece as the Lena goes down from Saipe. Overtime ticking down. VP, the pros, playing absolutely lights out, and it looks like they will take this series.
What a series to start us off here at DreamHack. Everybody give a round of applause to our pros who just had an incredible best out of 3. VP take it, and the handshakes are surely going to come. EQO looking like a proud coach in the back saying good job, Defy. And for the 100 Thieves side, I think we're definitely going to see more out of them. I mean, that was an incredible performance out of 100 Thieves to go toe-to-toe with VP, who pretty much, I'm not going to say dominated their group, but did incredibly well and looked like the best team in the world right at the current moment.
Yeah, they have looked so dominant in this early group stages, folks. And just to reiterate here, this is now our elimination stage. You play a best of 3 on the high side bracket, but you get knocked down to the losers bracket, where now it turns into a best of 5 to hold on. I will say, 100 Thieves looked better than they have in this entire tournament in this game.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was just only game number 1. I mean, we have so many games today that are going to be best out of 3 and then ending off with the best out of 5 today. Everybody shaking hands, obviously. A lot of good sportsmanship. A lot of these guys, by the way, if you are wondering, have been playing against each other for a long time, even across the pond, scrimmage against each other online and practice regions. And, you know, they've been around, but they've never met each other at a LAN event like this in DreamHack Atlanta. And for $1 million, VP showed up, right? That's the number one thing we were wondering, is where would VP be at the main stage? And it looks like they are incredibly warm, and same thing with 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they just looked so dominant. That Psylocke was wild from Sparker, which is something we've said 1,000 times, but you cannot stop Sparker once he starts rolling. So many finals, just so dominant, and finding picks into strategists who still had ults.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about Sparker, is he's incredibly flexible too, not just the Psylocke, but he can play pretty much everything right now at the current moment. We saw how good he was at Namor back in the day, right? Back when it was, you know, Season 1 MRC and back in the real days of the War of the Realms tournament. So at the current moment, he looked like the best player in the world. I think Skittles as well for Team Chopper Mag has talked about Sparker and how good he is. Alongside, he said the best Psylocke he played against was somebody like Speedery on Envy. He said he just thought he played against the best, and now he's out of the tournament. It looks like Sparker has claimed that throne, at least for now. Yeah,
as you progress through this tournament, those sayings of, you know, I'm the best start getting answered, right? Those questions start getting answered because you've progressed farther. Yeah, I mean, VP, they've consistently looked strong, only losing a few maps throughout that group stages. Obviously now it's going to, the competition is only going to get stronger. We'll see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it up. I mean, that's the big thing, is moving forward in this upper bracket. I mean, that buys you not only time for later on when you play those upper bracket matchups, but regardless, let's head to the stage for an interview alongside Virtus Pro in just a sec.
Ladies and gentlemen, Atlanta, Georgia, viewers at home, that felt like a grand finals for the start of this grand finals. I'm joined by Sparker here, the lethal duelist, by many known as the best in the world. Listen, Sparker, you know, obviously there at mid-season, that was the heartbreak. The story of this VP team is cinematic at this point. How does it feel coming in, getting the 1 seed, and getting this first win?
I mean, obviously we've been waiting to be able to play on stage for, I mean, the entire year basically, ever since we failed to qualify for China. This has been like what we've been playing for, so it's good to finally be here.
Yeah, as a fan, as viewers, people have wanted to see y'all on the biggest stage. Is there felt like any difference being here in the bright lights with the crowd and everything with it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of, you're way more nervous here. You feel the shakes of the stage, like all the surround sound in the background, all the cheering. It's like a whole different experience from playing online.
Absolutely. Tell me, you guys take map 1 and then obviously faced with a little bit of adversity, even going into the 3-point hold that was looking like it was y'all's. How do you guys reboot, refocus, and ensure the win to move on to the semi?
I mean, we lose a map, we know it's best of 3, so there's no point in thinking about it anymore. There's a map after this one, and we just have to win the next one.
Hey, listen, Sparker, you personally have a lot of fans, a lot of Psylocke mains, a lot of players, duelists watching you. Anything you want to say to them? Who is VP? Who are you, my friend?
I will try my best to prove myself on the stage as well and try and get the win.
Hey, absolutely. Here, we'll enjoy the semi-final and get ready to lock in. You know, job's not finished, obviously, and I appreciate you coming on here. I'm sure we'll get you more for interviews in the future, y'all. Give it up for Sparker here in Atlanta and at home, y'all, one more time as VP take down 100 Thieves. Now to break down, recap all the action. It's at your analyst desk. What's up, guys? Let's go to break down what we just saw. Hey.
We just saw Sparker on the desk, and what a dominant performance. Just one of the best to ever do it. And you were talking earlier how he was just let onto one of his best. But I think it's time that we head back into part 2 of Stocks with Moxie, because Moxie, while we did see Sparker absolutely pop off, what is the important stock traits here when it comes to actually allowing them to do that?
Okay, so we're gonna take our hero, right? We got Mantis. Mantis was saved. You wanna see the stock exchange?
I'd love to.
The Mantis enables for your team comp. There you go. We're gonna just start putting it a little bit closer to the camera so that you guys can see this. It's not quite as big as the other one because I had to try and fit every single hero name onto this card, and I still run out of room because when you have 12% damage boost, you're getting all of that in terms of your neutral fight. So you should always win your 1v1s. But you're also getting to cycle your ultimates and build them up so much faster than the strategists on the other side.
And that's exactly what we did see there, right, Dan, where we did see Delena on their own Psylocke coming out at the end there, which again, big surprise for this tournament. But it was still so impressive, but that damage boost made the difference.
Yeah, the damage boost definitely showed a lot. And Delena also, not very common to play on that Psylocke pick, a pick that has been really, really strong in this entire tournament. And seeing Delena pull it out against none other than Sparker, there was some differences. Like we mentioned before we even got on the desk, Delena liked to go for those all-in exchanges, whereas Sparker was opting to go in, do a little bit of damage, and was just able to get away to safety. And that difference in playstyle alone has been all the world of difference here as a VP just steamrolled over 100 Thieves.
But it wasn't a clean steamroll. We did see 100 Thieves, you brought this up for us here, Dan, a little bit when we were just watching the games. 100 Thieves made them work for it, especially on that last point on that final map.
Oh yeah, 100 Thieves. Melania and Vinny, those were the two members that have been just finding ways to stall. They were positioning, rotating together as a unit. It was almost as if it was like the Earth and the Moon rotating together, staying in line of sight of each other, making sure that they're not being intercepted, making sure they're not getting blocked by any sort of shields, any sort of bodies, and just the micro plays. Everyone just performing at the highest level, and us pointing out those micro levels.
I mean, talking about an orbital pull, we have to talk about the gravitational aura that is Dridro on the Jeff, because that's one of the problems that all of these teams are going to have when they next run up against Virtus Pro. Do you go for the instant ban onto the Mantis and prevent something that we saw happening on Hall of T'Challa, or do you go for the instant ban onto the Jeff and have to worry about all of that damage boost coming on through because you just don't have enough ban slots to be able to take out everything the Mantis enables? What is the strongest when it comes to shutting down Virtus Pro in the ban draft system? Because it looks like at the moment none of our teams here have been able to work it out.
And Dan, we started off here. I asked you earlier about how they might be feeling at their first offline event. You noticing any rust?
I don't think there's any sign of stopping. Virtus Pro, more like Virtus Plow. They just went right on through. Quick and easy as you like it, albeit a little bit of a hiccup back in map 2, but in the end, Virtus Pro just looked really, really strong. It doesn't look like the nerves are getting to him. I mean, we saw what Sparker said. This is what they were playing for. They missed out in Guangzhou in the mid-season finals, and now with that hunger, with that desire to come back into the biggest stage, they are proving to us that they really, really wanted this spot.
But Moxie, 100 Thieves, while they do go down to the lower bracket, they continue, just like in their groups, to show that even though they are struggling, they are not just going to be walked over by anyone. They put up a solid fight against almost every team they've played against so far, and they're still continuing to do so. What does the outlook look like for them?
I mean, they look really solid, even into the Mantis damage boost with Barker. Like, I have so much respect for their strategist line, being able to keep up with all of that incoming damage, especially with the composition that they decide to actually field into, because it was Paula de Jalia. That's one of Hela's best maps in terms of the duelists because of the angles. There's a lot of verticality, there's a lot of just linear, long line of sights for the Hela to be able to take advantage of. So if they'd won one fight, they would have been able to say much more on top of things like that Psylocke a lot more frequently, and Sparker's Reign of Terror would have been shut down.
There's something I actually do want to bring up here that I'd like to throw to you to explain a little bit more here, and that is that 100 Thieves, their swaps when it came to their heroes were so important. You mentioned how Hela is so good,
yes,
until you get to that third point. You talked about the first map where they started moving over to Angela. Could you break down why the 100 Thieves are so good at this?
Well, I mean, the Adam's really, really strong because you're anticipating, especially on that first fight, right, coming through from Domination, we've seen on tape multiple times Virtus Pro's way of play. It's just aggressive. They just decide to full send it forward. So you want to go for something like the Atom so that you can stack up, not just so that you don't have isolated targets for the dive to be able to pick apart, but also so that you can get everybody together for the Soulbind stack. And then you can try and win that fight by absorbing the initial walk-up, build your ultimates, and then try and slow Virtus Pro down that way. So really, really good ideas for Domination, especially because Atom is one of the strongest heroes on that map type for a reason. Soulbind is a cooldown, not an ultimate, so you get to start the fight with it already built up.
And Dan, we've talked a lot here about strategists with the assists. We've talked a lot about duelists being the carries. We haven't spoken a lot about the Vanguards. Who was standing out to you from either team there? Because both are still in.
Yeah, definitely. Angela really has been a surprise pick in the Domination maps, especially on Burn and T'Challa. Right in that specific map alone, there's a lot of verticality. We talked about Angela also has a ton of mobility, a ton of disruption potential. And especially in these kinds of maps, a lot of environmental knockouts being available to them. They were just able to take advantage of that, take over, and both teams tried their best to play it to their utmost advantage, but VP obviously took it over in the end.
That they do, and we're going to have a look at the bracket so we can see how this has shaken things up with our first series already out of the way. Virtus Pro will be moving up towards those upper bracket semi-finals. 100 Thieves heading down to the lower bracket, but they are not out yet. We have seen teams like Na'Vi, who'll be coming up a little bit later, fight through the lower bracket all the way to become world champions at mid-seasons. It is not a elimination, it is just a one last chance.
I think as well there's added value here for Thieves getting this performance against Virtus Pro now, because they showed us so many different compositions that we're not used to seeing come through from their side. So for all of those teams into the lower bracket, they now have to worry about things like the Psylocke.
And Dan, what would you say is the main takeaway from this series? Like, we've already said that this is going to be fantastic, that a lot of teams now will see what Virtus Pro are going for here. What is it to take away for 100 Thieves? What can they learn from this?
They've gone against a top team, right? This is a team that has been struggling throughout this entire group stage. Well, they were fine against some of the lower end teams, but starting to scale up in like the rankings, they started to look a little bit disjointed sometimes. Sometimes it looked a little bit out of place, something out of character even, and 100 Thieves need to find a way to get it together. They are still in the tournament, but considering that this is the lower bracket, every single match in the lower bracket is best of 5. So you're going to have to go really, really deep into that playbook, as well as have a ton of stamina to get through that entire bracket.
And speaking of stamina, I hope you are all fed, rested, and watered, because we have so many more games coming up for you. We're going to get organized for that second series, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back at the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals.
Okay, touch it.
To become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're Navi. And we're here in Atlanta to win the Grand Finals in Marvel Rivals. it's time to go 2 for 2.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. Going from stage host to desk host, I'm Cozy, joined with the crew once again in the lovely Moxie and Dan. And I gotta tell you, I mean, that is what I expected in Marvel Rivals to open things up. Felt like a grand finals once again between those two elite teams. But now we turn the page and we look at a very good matchup as well with Reject versus Na'Vi. Obviously, we have great representation here. Moxie for the EMEA, and of course, over there, Dan is gonna break down.
Finally,
the one Dan breaking it down.
I'm so excited.
Moxie, I want to break down this matchup a little bit. And Na'Vi as a team, I know you're close with them. You know so much about them. So, what can viewers expect to see out here on the big stage?
I mean, a lot of Jeff strategy, to be entirely honest. Just like Virtus Pro, they get to utilize that reputation of having really strong Jeff players to try and not cheese, but engineer a better ban draft, especially when it comes to those first saves. I'm also expecting to see some innovation come through on their end too, because if there's one thing that Na'Vi is known for, it's inventing strange compositions that everyone goes, wait a minute, how exactly does that work? Like, they've still been running things like the Loki that a lot of people were saying after his nerfs. Is he still as strong as he was? But in a triple strategist lineup, yeah, he absolutely is.
Sure. Dan?
And then keep going on to Na'Vi, like we said, they were the innovators. They were the ones who started using the Jeff post-rework. And again, we're seeing a little bit of a parallel here. Loki right now is like, people thought he was out. He thought he was out of the meta completely, but Na'Vi were the ones to bring it back. And that's the parallel from what we've seen in the midseason finals, right? With that Jeff, and now Jeff being a staple here in the current meta, Loki is looking to be that comeback as well.
Listen, what I want to see is when you look at Reject, they were I like to call them the North American Slayer because they took down both Envy and Dark Zero. And so it's like, okay, what do they have up against EMEA now? And obviously Virtus Pro and what that looks like. But with Na'Vi in general, they were the champs, right? Going back to when they were Rad Esports. So it's almost more pressure built up there to reload, very similar roster up to one player, right? And so, Moxie, have they talked about that at all and just kind of living up to expectation?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's more stress on them for those reasons. Everyone sort of expected them to be first seed from EMEA, and they're coming through as not even second, third. We were really close to not even actually getting to see them here on the stage because it went down to the wire of a matchup between them and Chopped, as they've been changing a couple of things around. They picked up 2 players, actually both Crisis and Jerky, after Melio left for Citadel, and they've been trying to work out how exactly to put those 2 players together because they have previous synergy. They both came through from low 9, but do you really want to lose Naga as a duelist as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at what this team's able to put together, here's some stats. I mean, for me, I think Jerky has come in and been the perfect complement to this team. Trust me, obviously that leader that kind of breathes and helps the team, you know, get focused and into it. But for me, though, the aggression that Trust Me has in the team in the Vanguard position, when they win against Fly, that for me was, okay, they're trying to find, if you will, the weakness of the team and strip it back a little bit of that dive, I think is where they would focus if you are going to be on the side of Reject. You know, Dan, when you look at the Vanguard position on both fronts, Reject has just as much firepower, but for the Vanguards of Na'Vi, talk to me a little bit about what you've seen.
I mean, Reject, not only are they experienced in what Na'Vi are able to do, Reject really know how to play against a dive type of composition. That's what Na'Vi really like to go. Put Jerky on the Psylocke and let him just get as many eliminations as possible. But Reject, a team from Korea, they've had a lot of experience in this type of competition, in this kind of dive composition that Na'Vi might be able to cook up. And that's going to be how Reject are going to see if they're able to find a way to come back.
Yeah, Moxie, when we look at the highlights of what the group stage was, right, they look pretty much undefeatable. Even with FlyQuest very close, they claim that map back. For me, Wakanda is their hometown. When we look at some maps and kind of where you think they're going to jump off the page, is it that Wakanda map there to be able to claim their fame? What have you seen there?
I mean, dive's always going to be really, really strong. They like to play a very aggressive form of dive, where if we do get to see the Loki, it's likely going to be bad with the Mantis, given the fact that they've actually been cooking up. We already got to see it in the group stages. A 2-2-2 Loki Mantis strategist lineup that they played against Crazy Raccoons with a Star-Lord and Phoenix Pocket. So they're really testing the waters to see how exactly they can push things like that Mantis. And I definitely think on the side of Reject, removing the Mantis ASAP is going to be a very big advantage in the bat draft.
Yeah, we saw that with FlyQuest. They continued to get rid of Mantis, and every time Na'Vi was up to bat, it was the save on the Imma, the ban on the Imma, to help with not only the dive, as you would point out, but also just to help fuel the team just in case, well, those Vanguards are going to get targeted in that ban draft. And so when you look at it, you know, obviously Fate, he was the one that kind of introduced us all to the Jeff, the baby land shark, man. I'd like to give him the compliments to it. But we've been seeing the strategist flex now over to more traditional roles. Obviously, Jeff is always, you know, being banned there. But to wrap up there, to look at what Reject now has, Moxie, I think, I wouldn't say we're surprised, but definitely a sleeper team that rose quickly, very quickly here. What jumped off the page for you early in the group stage for Reject?
I mean, Reject's always been on my radar, even when we were watching the Asia teams in the stage 1, and yeah, they were a little bit weaker, but they've really been able to hit their stride. Like, Gargoyle in particular, I'm sure has impressed everybody here on this desk, because so often we say, oh, this is definitively the best Winter Soldier when we're talking about Terra, but he's really making a shout to be considered too.
Yeah, and not only just Gargoyle, the rest of the supporting cast, No, Mizuyaki, Piggy, Marvel, you name it, Finale as well, not to mention. The team as a whole, they just have so much synergy together. This is a team that knows when certain ultimates are coming up out of cooldown, and they are just able to be on page at the same time, just focus down and take out that character before it even becomes a problem.
For me, what's so impressive about the team as well is, you know, when it comes to scrims, when it comes to getting, you know, practice reps in, if you will, you know, it's different region to region. So to come in here, kind of, you know, I want to say, like down in that department, that is what's blown me away, is the quick coordination. They adapt to a meta so quickly, and then that's how they punish you, right, Mox?
Yeah, I think a huge part of it as well is the pickups that they were able to find in the offseason. Getting Lastro on board is absolutely huge, because he's coming through from a previous esports title. He's had a lot of experience. He's going to be able to give you all of the information of when you want to dive, where you want to dive, and you can use that to play dive yourself, or you can use it to have a better idea of how the opponent is going to be playing dive into you. And when we're in a meta where it is dive versus counter dive, being able to do both is huge.
And what another thing that these teams are so good able to do, not just Reject, but Korea as a whole, the way they approach the meta is very, very different. They don't copy paste from other teams. They like to grab a little bit of this, a little bit of that,
Yep.
maybe this from here, maybe this from that, and they just combine it into their own meta at this point, because the way Reject have been adapting so far has been very, very impressive.
For me, as you all at home are looking at it right now and live in Atlanta, the Dark Zero win was the confidence booster, like I like to say, because Dark Zero team that we've seen them compete at a high level, and so to get that confidence going in, that was, I believe that was their last match, one of their last matches heading into. So, I mean, that's a way to really get things kicked off here, to get yourself ready for the big stage. Moxie, I want to ask, between this matchup, right, if you were to highlight, I'm gonna ask you for Na'Vi, and then we'll go to Dan for Reject. One player for people to watch that stands out the most for you for Na'Vi.
Okay, do you know what? Jerky. If Silo gets through, Jerky, but I will not kid. I really hope that we actually get the Crisis versus Gargoyle Winter Soldier face-off, because I think that would be insane.
And Dan, you for Reject.
I mean, I'd have to say Gargoyle, right? Although back in stage 1, Finale was the star player, but now it's starting to look like Gargoyle with that Winter Soldier. So I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi put a little more emphasis on that character.
Yo, we just saw the spark that kind of ignited with match 1. We head into match 2, and it's going to be absolutely electric. Listen, you have one of the lower seeds here against Na'Vi, this formidable foe, and I just cannot wait for us to bring it all into the action. And with that, let's go ahead and take it away to the stage.
It's time for our second matchup here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals. We just had a belter, and we're preparing for our second. So please join me in welcoming the current World Ignite Champions. Hailing from EMEA, it's Na'Vi! The current world champions fighting their way through their group in second place. They have Fate, Level 1 Crook, Rajaro, Trust Me, Jerky, Crisis, and Naga, all ready to bring the heat against anyone and try to reclaim their title. And now, hailing from Asia as the current champions, it is Reject! Reject came to the mid-season finals and had an incredible performance, but this time they are finding their way through against one of the best, the world champions for their rematch. Dobby, Dome, Izayaki, Piggy, Marvel, Finale, and Gargoyle are all essences to be feared and cannot be underestimated. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our teams. Winner moves up to face against our first match winner in the form of Virtus Pro. A tough matchup, and our loser will be heading down to that lower bracket. Who will it be? There's only one way to find out, and that's to head over to the casters for our second match. Welcome to DreamHack Atlanta.
Welcome, everyone, and again, as hype as it can be here in this moment, we're heading to Game 2, Navi versus Reject.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup. I mean, this could set up the stage for either EMEA on EMEA crime, right? Potentially, as that's a rematch as well back in Stage 2 for these squads, or it could set up the build-up potentially for Reject being one of those dominant teams because, as Tetra pointed out on stage, they are the mid-season champions. They are not a squad. You can mess with it all, and there's a reason they are as good in this meta as ever.
Yeah, like they were saying over the analyst desk, bringing Jeff into the fold and coming up with new strategies. They're a team that just creates new ways to play the game. And Navi, yeah, they're just going to keep getting better and better. But Reject, a team we haven't seen a ton, and they're looking so much better than we've ever seen from them. Better every single match. Well, if that continues upwards, they could take this from the world champions.
Yeah, they're just coming into Marble Rivals, kind of grinding it out, right? In North America, this is the most popular game in terms of a hero shooter genre. So with that, we have a larger pool of players to select from, right? To kind of grind their way up. For Reject, hero shooters have been the Korean region's main game alongside MOBAs, right? So when we talk about this genre, we're wondering, okay, where are these Korean teams coming through? They have arrived now at this land. You heard on the desk with Moxie mentioning Lastro, Izayaki, we have Dobby, Piggy, Marvel, Finale, Gargoyle. These are all names that we know in this genre can play to that highest level. It's a matter of experience, and they're building it up right now in the current game patch.
Yeah, and the Vanguard line from Reject, Piggy and Marvel, just MVP farming, looking so good with a variety of different heroes. And I think when you have a strong front line, it enables your back line and your duelists to really play their own game and not stress too much and make big plays.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right, Chip. Just to double down on that take, I mean, Marvel and Piggy are disgusting on dive heroes, right? This is going to be a scary and formidable opponent to go against in this patch where it seems like dive is really strong, like we saw on VP against the 100 Thieves, who can play that backline sort of front to back composition. We're going to be heading to our map now in a second. The band phase starting out now on Celestial Husk. We're back here on the bright red symbiotic map, Shib, as Mantis' first band, and Jeff on the opposite side for Reject.
Yeah, they do not want to see the Jeff. Makes sense to me, folks. Navi is a team that has been running 2-2-2 primarily with 70% of their matches in the group stage. This is a team that's not afraid to run that triple backline, but they don't need it. They love these heavy damage one-shot compositions that they've known to essentially create.
Yeah, Reject is absolutely insane at those sort of styles. They want to set up a mismatch in that regard. But we'll see what Navi opts to do, right? You talked about earlier in the group stage, they would prioritize Emma Frost bans. In this case, Navi knows their opponent loves to play around that Mantis. The Korean region overall and the APAC region overall are really good at playing around Mantis compositions, and also the Psylocke. That's a smart move to go through that ban phase, ban out some of Finale's hero pool, make sure Gargoyle on the Bucky is a matchup you maybe want. We'll see if Reject go for the Protect on the opposite side, banning out both Cap and Venom, resulting in a tighter pool of Vanguards to work with.
Yeah, I think that has been an issue for Navi in this bracket. Removing that Venom and Cap has been detrimental to their playstyle, which they love to play very aggro.
And there's that Bucky Protect too. We want to see that Protect if you're side of Rejects, considering, you know, we got to keep that alive, keep that Bucky hope alive for Gargoyle as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what they try to do. They've been doing this situation where they lock and ban Emma off the rip, and it hasn't been as successful, at least later on in those group stages, so they did change up from there. They're definitely learning and developing. Again, this team is very cerebral, constantly coming up with new strategies and ways to play the game that have found themselves taking home the title. So teams are learning from them, and we'll see what they decide to run or with here in Celestial Husk.
This is an interesting ban phase from Reject to the Loki ban. I mean, it makes sense for this map type, but Navi's ban phase, I mean, it was so excellently set up, right? I'm sure when we go to the desk later, they'll analyze this segment because you have the Mantis ban and Protect. You also ban out the Psylocke and the Star-Lord. You can flex in two different directions, right? You can force a ban out of Emma Frost on the opposite side, but you know they're going for that counter sort of aggressive dives with Captain America and Venom composition. But you allow yourself either the freedom to protect the Star-Lord or the Psylocke alongside that Emma Frost ban. So you force those three bans out, Adam Warlock ban too, to make sure they can't sustain those aggressive pushes from Reject. For Na'Vi, however, on the opposite side, we'll see how they adapt to the Vanguard line being prioritized.
Yeah, and they really like those self-survival compositions where the backline's in danger all the time because for some reason, Crook and Fate are always able to just get away from danger. They rarely get KO'd, which is a testament to how strong they are. For those who maybe didn't see, actually the MVP of Midseason Worlds was level 1 Crook, who just played so strong. And if you give Crook Mantis, you are in trouble. And that is exactly what got through here with that early ban and Protect.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're entering our second game of the day between Reject and Team Na'Vi. We're at the grand finals. Can Na'Vi defend their mid-season crown against Reject, who look to be on another level through the group stages?
Reject definitely an underdog in this moment, looking to make a name for themselves and continue to show up in these moments. We start once more, Marvel on the high side. Teams trying to take space and own that center console, which you see Piggy is doing there. And the whole team from the side of Na'Vi grouped up and going through that alt angle. Everybody now going to drop back and take point with 5 seconds on before we start.
And Reject sort of slowing it down, knowing that they have to counter the dive of Na'Vi. This is something you're going to see continuously with these Emma Frost at least kind of matching each other, trying to take space towards that point, as usually these first fights on Celestial can be so long. Fate on the high ground, forced to back away. Nice movement, nice damage from Marvel, and you can see that tracking is perfect from him.
And dropping back towards Naga there, Na'Vi is going to be running that triple back line, which it hasn't been their consistent composition in the moment, but the ban's leading them into that, as Finale is going to be on that Jeff. Very strong Psylocke player as well. Seen him on Warlock, but is going to be on the baby Landshark here on an off angle. Everybody's sticking together heavy on Na'Vi, and that's a testament to their comm lead there from level 1, or excuse me, from Trust Me. Now Fate beginning here with the Sia, that's 40% damage boost, alongside that additional overhealth, gives them a lot of presence on point.
And Izayaki, I believe, went for the copy, but it got canceled in the backline somehow to like a sleep or something. So right now, Reject actually don't have ults to work with. Na'Vi, they do force out that invisible boundary. Finale now coming in with the eat.
Wow, and it's got huge potential here, and there's 3 in right now for Finale, who is going to be matched right back with the dance. Oh, and it does find one. Level 1 Crook going to clean up Finale, who almost had a massive sweep there with the It's Jeff.
That was a clean eat by him. Invisible boundary here on the backside, but it was followed up on the other angle. Naga goes down to Piggy. Piggy finds 2. Also Marvel's distracting Crook. I mean, they don't have res because Naga went down. He's coming back out of the cocoon, but he's found it yet again. He falls so low. Can he even get the res off? No, Piggy again has found 3 in this fight. He secures the objective after Reject flipped the point.
Reject getting in their heads. Na'Vi, not a team that's known for giving up the point that quickly, as we are holding on for a moment. These have been absolutely battles off the rip right now. Again, Reject showing up against a team that's known for just stalling forever.
Yeah, I mean, this right now at the current moment means Reject have been able to adapt, right? We've seen how Dobie on the Jeff has been dominant and has been good in the group stages. That not being a priority for Na'Vi is showing at the current moment. The Mantis ban maybe could bite them in the butt.
And how about that Finale eat there? A 3-piece that almost gets through off the edge. A lot of good focus, but there was a definite back, and it was looking a little dicey for a moment.
Yeah, it was dicey for sure. I think that the snipes coming through onto him from across the map, you mentioned Crook earlier, is just absolutely disgusting on strategist, and so is this team, right? I think you mentioned that they play mainly a 2-2-2 style throughout the entire tournament, the group stages, but now coming in today, playing the Rocket alongside that Mantis and Adam Warlock, they're playing that sort of counter dive style against the other squad.
Yeah, we know that they're very aggressive, but now they're playing just a very aggressive damage boost comp, where you do have that Sia alongside the damage boost there from Mantis, so much potential and all percentage gain just due to the raw nature of you doing so much additional damage on every single shot.
Unfortunately for the players on stage, it's a tech pause that happened early on, right? So, of course, imagine that happens during like an incredible moment in a hard fight to come back from. It can always kind of throw you off kilter, but right now, Reject trying to figure it out alongside our admins, our excellent admins behind the scene. And right now for Jerky. This is one of his first lands to compete at, too.
Yeah, and this is going to come back, folks, from this pause with Na'Vi, with Rajaro holding on to that Meteor M. At the current moment, Naga went down with Kraken Impact available, so Alt Advantage is going to be on their side, as trust me, on that Emma, we'll have the Psionic Seduction. The only match back at the current moment is a reverse Psionic Seduction from Piggy, who has looked very good. Again, Piggy and Marvel just dominating that front line.
Right now, Shib, it does feel like in the group stages we learned this as an audience that there's no weak links right now left in the tournament, right? Everybody is definitely playing at incredible levels, right? The parity of Marvel Rivals Esports has never been this high. Like you even saw back in the group stages and back in stage 2, back when we were qualifying for this tournament, how close teams are getting to each other, and especially only a couple weeks into a patch, the new patch that came out, this is going to be this shifts everything that we've seen and learned about Marvel Rivals.
And the teams have clearly been doing their homework. We said again that Na'Vi kind of struggles when you really go after that Cap Venom, which they play so well. So when you remove that, it forces them onto a more traditional front line, and then it enables things like Marvel to go in there with the Venom, disrupt the back line. So you're consistently, as Fade, as we saw there with Fade, level 1 Crook in the back, trying to stay healthy, trading back and forth those heals. They were just constantly in peril and danger, so they couldn't look forward. Yeah, again, I just think that Reject is looking much better. I can't remember the last time I've seen Na'Vi lose a point after capping it that quickly. They usually get upwards of 70% because they commit every single ult that they can to keep biding more time.
Yeah, absolutely. Na'Vi, a good team, a storied team, a historic roster at this point to win the midseason when they were under the brand of Rad, now coming through under Na'Vi. Not Ventura, who also have other games that they're covering here at DreamHack Atlanta. So we don't just have our Marvel Rivals segment, we have the rest of this entire event if you're here in person. If you're watching online, obviously, make sure to check out our game too, because we just saw in the last one, we just basically saw one of the best matchups you could see in the history of this esport. But it's best out of 3, right? We're still early on. This is only Friday, and the championships are coming up this Sunday for the grand finals.
And another good thing to call out here, just for the side of Na'Vi at the moment, folks, for those who watch that mid-season, they do no longer have Melio, who was a disgusting flex DPS. They now have Jerky, which you heard a bit about there on the analyst desk, who is lights out on Psylocke, and also playing things like that Bucky, but this Psylocke plays incredibly strong, about 60% to ultimate right now in this next fight. But keep eyes on Jerky, who has made that sub.
And right now, at the moment, Na'Vi look good, but on the opposite side for Team Reject, I mean, they have the control of the point right now. They also have been so good throughout the group stages, and we'll see if they can continue that, as well as we, I believe, have an interview with the side of Reject alongside earlier on in the tournament.
Yes, we're going to check out that interview with Reject right now.
Hello, rivals from Multi versus Far and Wide. I am that one Dan, here today joined with Reject. How are y'all feeling?
We're good.
Feeling good? Feeling good. Love that. Love that. Is this anyone's first time in the U.S.?
I'm first, but two guys, not the first.
Oh, really? Well, welcome to the United States. I did want to ask, if you really could describe your team in one word, what would it be if you were able to?
We are just good team.
Good team. Yeah, that works. That
good
works.
Teammates.
Who do you think are the best players in your role?
In your list, I think Tara is the best. Yeah. Treasures, it's me.
We love that. We love a good confidence. And then what about the Vanguard?
Vanguard, maybe Marble.
What lessons did you learn from past events, past tournaments?
I don't nervous in international match. Yeah.
Have you been helping your teammates in managing that stress?
Yes.
That's good. That's good. Was there any big adjustments you had to make in order to help those teammates get adjusted into the team?
마블이랑 이자키랑 이제 다른 게임에서도 프로를 했었고 오래 했었어가지고 풍부한 게임 경험 때문에 이제 그 경험을 바탕으로 이제 팀을 잘 이끌어주지 않나.
Making it to this grand final is obviously a big achievement, a big step in your careers. Does making this tournament, was it like a sigh of relief, or is it making you guys more fired up?
그랜드 파이널까지 오는 게 당연하고 네. 더 좋은 성적을 내기 위해서 노력해야 된다 생각합니다.
One more before I let you guys go. What would it feel like to raise the trophy alongside your teammates and be the first Ignite World Champions?
제가 생각하기에는 그거는 이제 상상할 수 없을 정도로 좋은 기분이지 않을까.
That'll be it for us for our interview here against Reject. Stay tuned for them here in the Ignite Grand Finals, and we will see you out on that big stage.
And welcome back again. Great interview there from that one, Dan. You see the confidence there from Reject, which I think you need, especially at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that these players have in spades. As we are about to load back into the first map, we finally get to see Jerky as well playing that Psylocke alongside Na'Vi, switching some things up off the Bucky over to that Phoenix, maybe going to something they're a bit more comfortable on to set up maybe that Meteor M out of Rajaro that we know that combo Ensong Inferno alongside that could be huge.
And Naga making that switch as well. Now going to be on that Phoenix, as discussed. Piggy holding on to that Psionic as Trust Me and Rajaro have those ults available. No answer right now for Reject, so now's the time to make a play as we see now Trust Me starting up the Psionic. Nobody is tranced just yet and kicked right backwards towards the team. So it's a good set of movement there from Reject, but it's more time on point.
Yeah, they're continually holding on. Piggy pops out with that Sonic Seduction. Jerky trying to melt him down with that damage root from the See You Later, but Naga finds Gargoyle already. And the region domain runs out. So does Izyaki's Light Force.
Yes, Jerky does get that pick there. Well played again. Still holding on there to the dance. Up in the sky goes Rajaro dunking down. Does not land as that meatball does not make any connection at 70% here. Reject looking so good on the point.
Yeah, these guys really focus on objective hard. Rajaro finds Finale, but I mean, they're going to really try to make Reject, or rather Na'Vi, have to pull nails right now. Like the stall's going to come through, but Reject and Marvel specifically has stalling this point so well. Gargoyle is still touching. Finale also using the ult. You can see the priority of just stalling on this objective is the #1 focus of Reject. That's why this fight is lasting an incredible long time.
Yeah, I think the switch up here from Na'Vi is clearly working, and it's funny that we talked about Jerky, because Jerky just looked disgusting right there again on that Psylocke. Remember, there is damage boost, and then you throw out the Sia, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier from Rocket. Next thing you know, everybody is just getting deleted. So we see ults available here, the copy ready for Izzyaki. They got a Mischief, excuse me, and then you see there the Soul Resurgence for level 1 Crook. There are some answers, but can they find value?
And value is gonna be the one thing they're gonna look for right now. Izzyaki holding off that copy, sees that he's dove upon by a Psylocke, but it's just a bait for now. Psylocke invisible on the right side. Can Finale track him down? Gets healed by those orbs in the Rocket Raccoon, but Jerky's in a weird spot. Has to dash back away, and now everybody in Na'Vi's forced into a solo spot where they have to come out with the Soul Resurgence.
Izzyaki going to commit there with the Invisible Boundary, but is pushed out. If there is follow-up, could be deleted, but no, is still on that point. Good play here by Izzyaki to stay healthy, even being pushed away. Finale gonna find Trust Me. Out goes that Dance the Butterfly, match right back with the Sia, but the Crystals are gonna keep the team up. And there's that Phoenix combination from Naga onto Izzyaki. Piggy gonna take out level 1 Crook to even the odds, but still slightly up in numbers here. Trust Me finds a few trans as Piggy now will fall.
Yeah, that's a huge ult line, Trust Me, to bring everybody at Reject, slow them down, and they still have control at that point, so huge disengage. Gargoyle finds Jerky at the very least. He's still on the backside, but did they have enough healing from Dobie? No, Dobie goes down to Rajaro, and Na'Vi are holding on strong.
Rajaro is going to press forward. Out goes those crystals. That's an early cooldown use there from Izzyaki. More value there from Rajaro. Looking to own and take this space, and now evened out in percentage. Na'Vi doing a great job on the retake. That spawn switch, or that switch in terms of composition, is clearly working out.
That's the tough part. They have touch point. They do send somebody there. On the flank is that Jeff. Rajaro matching it. Has Meteor M ready to go for it. Maybe trying to force out that Jeffel and then smash down with that Meteor M. But Finale dodges a few shots in the meantime.
And Na'Vi with some good positioning, but Finale with even better at the moment. The follow-up there from Marvel to take out level 1 Crook. We're in that moment at 70%. The Meteor M, bang, lands, and it is from downtown onto Gargoyle. Here comes the It's Jeff. Will that be countered? As Finale is able to find just a teammate in that moment. Piggy holding onto the Psionic as well, and they want this retake as they are up in ult advantage. Fate, though, is going to launch that Sia, and that will be so much damage to have to burn through. Can they burn through it? I don't believe so. Walking backwards.
Yeah, that's some good movement from Jerky, and they all send Fate, and they cap the point too. So can anybody on Reject touch Gargoyle on the flank? No, Marvel in the sky. It started off well for Reject, but Na'Vi, they came through in the end. You can see that aggressive See You Later met by that Sonic Seduction, but it didn't end up mattering because Fate walks forward, helps Jerky secure an elimination, and then runs back up the wall. That's why we talk about a lot of these really good Rocket Raccoon players. It's not necessarily an individual skill, but it's the ability to climb walls.
Yeah, and one thing that we kind of missed to touch on because it's just so quick is they're trying to use the Rocket Sia on an ally Ensong Inferno with Phoenix. So what Phoenix did there was ult at a low ceiling so that your Phoenix ult does not have the opportunity to be burned on its way down to the floor. They used that combination to get a free pick in that fight, turn the entire momentum, and they walked them from then on. Really, really smart play.
You mentioned Jerky earlier. He's coming through on that Psylocke with those boosts whenever Naga's not there. And at the moment, this appears to be Jerky's sort of stepping up challenge, right? He's kind of leveling up to the likes of Melio, who has been phenomenal for the team of Citadel. In Na'Vi, they still look in form. Sure, they lost in the group stages to FlyQuest, but there's a reason these guys were the midseason champions, and they won that first round. Now we go to round number 2 versus Reject and Na'Vi. If Na'Vi win this, they're going to win the entire map and win map number 1.
It's a testament to their adaptability, making that change and coming out on top, even being heavily down on percentage on point. Begin right now, Reject does have Marvel there on that Venom, looking very successful on map 1, but he loses a ton of HP on that early engagement. Still holds on to cooldowns though, not going to essentially burn anything that will cause them harm. They're going to retake onto point now as it is available 1-1, as Trust Me and Piggy, the Emma battle on the low side now. Naga holding on with that End Song Inferno. Bubble goes through and looking towards Finale, who's done a very aggressive job there on the jet.
Yeah, good peel job on a Naga, incoming that Regen Domain cooldown, because Izayaki just used it and he's stunned by Naga!
Well played by Naga, cleaned up there by Jerky. Good duo play. Goodbye to that additional HP as Naga lands, but it does not find any major value. Trust Me, gonna clean up on Gargoyle. Rajaro now on Adobe, and they are gonna take this point.
Flip that objective in their favor. Reject without cooldowns afterwards. That's clean Na'Vi gameplay right there, as they do use 3 ultimates in that past fight. Dobie only committing that invisible boundary. Reject now have to come in with Marvel again, which Na'Vi last time actually able to live even past losing a member of their team. But they're in this 2-2 style. They don't have any stable member on their team that can really die besides this Mantis. We'll see what the sleeps look like from level 1 Crook, and maybe Rajaro can connect on the Finale with this Itch Gem. But Reject with a huge advantage in terms of ults.
Agreed, and that's, the value to winning with momentum on point 1 is you can come into the next fight early on with ult advantage and try to win it early. But level 1 Crook goes down there from Marvel with the piece of miss. Immediately gonna find and delete that BRB, which is a little bit kind of in a dangerous position. Gargoyle in a dangerous spot once more. Up to counter. Rajaro dunks on top of Izayaki. But again, that Kraken impact didn't find too much, but this is huge here from Finale towards the front line. And will that go off map? Yes, it will. Going to have to commit so that there cannot be a flyback there from Naga.
Yep, super smart. Trust Me gets low, but gets the healing. So there's a standing on the point, but it was a huge eat from Dobie, like you mentioned, or rather from the side of Finale. And Reject, they close out. They clap down on Na'Vi with only 56% of the board. You can see that with some smart rotations by Reject. The dives from Marvel come through. They were targeting the Mantis, like we mentioned in the pre-fight, because that's the only character that doesn't have a ton of movement and is lower HP in comparison to everybody else with the Rocket Raccoon. Now they come in, Na'Vi, with that Star-Lord alongside their composition for that team up alongside him and Rocket Raccoon against Reject, who are ready to go with that Sonic Seduction. They can disengage it later.
Beautiful call there, buddy. As we look forward, Reject does have the ults available from Piggy and Dobie. They've got to commit soon, though, as it will be answered shortly by Jerky, Crook, and Trust Me. We will see if they can make this happen fast enough, but they're still holding on to this point as the team of Na'Vi is walking in. Still no commitment in terms of ultimates, just trying to buy time on point. Is now the Soul Resurgence comes through from Crook, matched right back by Dobie, who was able to get that ult, and the spin to win Blaster Barrage goes out from Naga. Jerky with a 2-piece though, almost 3. Level 1 Crook goes down from Gargoyle. Naga gonna take out Gargoyle, and that will be a sweep in the favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, we were gonna call out how good Piggy was playing there, but that was so well timed from Trust Me, right? That ultimate, the Sonic Seduction, slowed down Reject's push, and this has been happening consistently to Team Reject. Like, they keep getting caught in these Sonic Seductions. On the opposite side for Na'Vi, they're not, right? They're ready for it in the early fight because Piggy pops it first inside his invisible boundary. That was so clean by Trust Me in that fight to bring back Reject, who were looking to pop off with Gargoyle.
Looking at these compositions, that is the problem with trying to psionic seduct the backline of something like a rocket with just so much mobility. The engagement comes through here from Marvel, and it's huge. Will this go through? Great movement again, and patience there from Marvel to still find one, but it does not go through completely. Gonna drop back towards the team or re-engage. Good movement, and there is Naga with a damage boost. Down Naga gets a 2-piece there. Make it 3, why don't you? Walking towards the rest as the off-map commitment from Finale to find 2.
He finds 2, but this has been this sort of statement from this squad is for every 2 they find, it doesn't matter because Na'Vi are there on the back angle to clean up everything. to maybe keep them up with the Psylocke. There's that counter ban coming out of the Reject onto Psylocke, so there's going to be no mirror mismatch there at all because both teams prioritizing those heroes and Mantis.
Yeah, essentially what I'm seeing here from Reject is let's just remove every problem we had in that last composition, but you speak again to Navi's versatility and if they can bounce back from maybe that change. But Navi is going to keep it more consistent, and this time they're going to be able to lock in that Venom that they love so much.
Yeah, locking it in at the current moment for Team Reject. We'll see what they want to ban at the end. I mean, we've seen some mirror matchups in this regard right now, besides the Jeff alongside Venom. Both teams prioritizing what was a strength in the last map.
We will be going to Hall of the Jolly, this convergence that was so intense in our first matchup, and we will see if that will be consistent here as we progress through Game 2 of our grand finals on the big stage, folks. I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup.
And so far, I mean, Navi looked pretty dominant, right? That was there wasn't much for Reject except at the very beginning, which you could argue was maybe nerves out of Team Navi. I would like to see Team Reject kind of level it up on this next map to see if they have a real shot at winning, because our very first game of the day, Shib, 100 Thieves versus VP, that was a banger. That felt like a grand finals type matchup.
Yeah.
For Navi Reject, this is seemingly so far a lot like those early matches that you see in tournaments.
Yeah, I'd agree with your first statement. It's, you know, you saw Reject look so strong in those initial fights, and they held for a while, but I think that was just, again, Navi just downloading what they needed to do to find a way through that front line, and they eventually did, and it became a huge problem, and from then on, it was essentially just them walking.
And that was a smart play by Reject, too, at the very end to protect the Bucky, because you can see at least what's happening in Navi's draft. They're going for that Psylocke. They're going for the Star-Lord. You know that third ban is probably going to be another duelist, and Bucky's one of the best in the game, if not the best duelist, at least counter-diving. So it makes sense to get rid of that as well. However, in the previous map, we saw a lot more Namor. We saw a lot more Hela. So I wonder what the kind of plays are going to happen on the upcoming map, as both teams pretty mirrored across the side. Nobody wants that MMS match as well.
And Navi, I think they're heading towards a composition that may be that Undead Squid comp, I believe. So that is potential, and we'll see. Again, they will be defending here first, folks. As you see there on the screen, Reject will be attacking. We've seen a lot more strange portal plays initially as well, which I would not be surprised if we see that coming in here from Reject on their attack.
And let's head into it. I mean, on the opposite side for Team Reject, I need to see a little bit more out of Finale. Everybody's talking about how good this guy is as a star player. We're going to start it off. Trust me, actually, by the way, trying to go for an off-map. Marble going for a portal, but we head in now to the back line of Team Reject. They actually make that portal play happen already. Navi set up. We have the BRB on Dobie's angle as well.
And there is that full commitment here, and they are going to set up the BRB in the back line. Reject is going to make that portal play as discussed, owning the height, very consistent right now. So maybe we go back to the meta where we try to counter portal off rip if it's, you know, got some potential. Piggy is going to be duking it out with the front line here, traded once more. Nobody is going to be getting any movement on point as the whole back line just trying to stay up. Finale gonna find Jerky. Trust me now on Izayaki gets that first pick. Dobie is gonna bring Izayaki right back. So numbers still held up here for Reject, who should be up 1 as they keep fighting.
Yeah, I mean, Navi's still healthy in the high ground, also able to get his cooldowns back. So going for a full rotation in terms of those cooldowns means that he's pretty uncontested. Izayaki finds Fate though, and that's a huge pick off. Crook, does he have the BRB to bring it back? It might have been too far.
Yeah, that was an aggressive play that did not work out. Portal is here for the retouch already. As again, Reject looking very good on this attack. Piggy finds one more onto Trust Me, who has been a nuisance in the back line, but Fate doing the same thing, but it's cleaned up there by Naga. Jerky onto Gargoyle, and they are still back and forth, but once more Navi owning this space.
Yeah, Naga's been a menace. Fate off of the map, gets rid of one. It's just the Captain America on the other side getting stabbed out. Fate, huge job from him. But it's really Naga holding his point together on the height. I mean, he's never touched, never contested with, and Reject couldn't take advantage of Navi going for their cheese play with the Spider-Man alongside Trust Me. They're gonna be able to walk in now with 2 minutes left to go, 92% of the board for Reject, and that's a tough fight to lose.
Yeah, another great retake there as we see Fade. We talked a little bit there on the analyst desk about how Fade was one of the initial innovators there on the Jeff, making it more quote-unquote viable, and still just absolutely insane on that hero. Crook is holding on to all Rajaro and Naga. The entirety of Navi pretty much has all here as Finale goes down early to Jerky once more. Another early pick from Navi without too much commitment.
Yeah, Jerky's looking damn good and has, since the group stages, pull coming up. Gargoyle misses, doesn't set up his Kraken impact. Naga's able to find Dobie as well. And with those 2 picks, you remove the BRB, threw the amplifier out, but everybody's here. Gargoyle peels it off with the Kraken impact. They're against the fate of the worlds here from Izayaki, but can they find more? The answer is no.
Rajaro gonna find Marvel. Trades are still there. The whale lands from Naga onto Izayaki in the back line again. And Na'Vi are just making this work out.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it's just such a clean hold from Team Na'Vi. Reject are looking dejected at the current moment. And for Na'Vi, I mean, this is just a strong point as well for these Namor compositions. For Reject, they picked this map considering Na'Vi somewhat looked weak at it at times in the group stages, which is really just against teams like FlyQuest. But if you're Team Reject right now, this has been brutal. I mean, 3 minutes off the clock, Na'Vi have been cycling everything they want, and Jerky's been able to do everything as well. Naga on the height, still not touched. Reject need to do something about him, and I don't think this front-to-back style is going to pan out for them.
Yeah, this is another situation where Reject looked so good in the initial fight that it was going to go their way, and then for some reason, Na'Vi just come through and just have won every fight since. Rajaro holding on here to the Meteor Rem, Fate as well. Reject will only have Marvel off the rip here with that Freedom Charge. Will they commit with it early on, or will they use it to counter? Odds are they're going to try to hold on, but not much way to counter with Freedom Charge into Fate, and here it goes as Marvel is going to start. Oh, from downtown, about 100 meters away. You will not hear that, Jeff, as there's a potential big play here from Fate. Rajaro from downtown. Fate does get 3, using that out so far away, there's no audio cue, and bang, off map goes 2. Soon to make it 3. What a play there by Fate.
Yeah, huge plays from him, and at this point, Reject, absolutely. 10 seconds left to go. Portal play could come through. Anything to stun it? It looks like the answer is no. Here comes that portal. Last fight. Reject have to win 2 seconds. Can they even touch?
Yeah, that was so smart by Fate to use that ult near the spawn so no one could hear it coming. Trust me, going to engage heavy. Here comes that feast as Piggy goes down. Finale falls as well from Jerky with a counter portal. And wow, are you kidding me? Again, just so much big brain plays as they're walking down Reject once more. And that could be it here on this early push, leaving it all up to their defense.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Na'Vi hold. Wow, Reject only getting 92% on the board against Team Na'Vi, who, man, look good. I mean, map 1 looked good, that map looked good as well. I mean, how strong is FlyQuest to beat them in the group stages, right? This team is looking just as good as they did at midseason.
Yeah, that was another one of those matchups that looked like a finals already. And again, just a shout out to the talent here in this tournament. Some of these matchups, even right now, have just been so much fun to watch, but Reject needs to step it up right now. They need to show that they've got what it takes. This is their map selection. Show us what you got.
Reject, I mean, they could have maybe panned over to that same Namor hella composition, but I wonder how practiced they even are on it, right? Like, we know FlyQuest likes to play it, Na'Vi now like to play it as well. It's a strong composition when a lot of those strategists are banned alongside a lot of mainly duelists, like the Star-Lord with the Psylocke and a lot of those kind of characters. You need to focus on them because Bucky is good and is strong. However, I mean, Namor just was so hard to deal with. You see Naga having no eliminations. His value was just crazy. And same thing with Rajaro with only 0 KOs on them as well. Nobody really bans out Rajaro's hero pool either. That's not a focus of really anybody so far.
Yeah, and it should be, right? But it's difficult because there's just so much to deal with. Trust me is going to be likely using that portal and then switching over here to the Venom on the off-angle push. But yeah, I mean, Bucky Great patty caking on the back line, keeping the pressure on, and still low, but not down yet. And now, trust me, able to find the Izayaki, so it does work out in the end.
And they gotta stay on the point. God is a death in the sky from Jerky. Can he get the elimination? No, the Jeff comes out on the backside. Fate doesn't find anything. The BRB can bring it back for the Eye of Okamoto. Does it connect in the sky? Does connect onto just one. Rojaro finds Piggy though.
Make that two as Gargoyle goes down. Numbers are dwindling here as Navi is popping off. Naga gonna find Dobie and take home the W.
Whew, that was a little dicey if you're Team Navi. I mean, great job to close it out, but regardless, the mental pressure that we've talked about on this tournament in the group stage, coming out of Landship, I mean, there's so much pressure on a lot of these players. It makes sense that it would take that long versus Reject, who looked clean.
Yeah, I think honestly, Reject did look better at the end there. They're definitely coming, walking forward a little bit more than we saw them, especially on domination after that first attack. But, that was a tough hold. Like, being able to be held there on point one in a very attackable side of the map where the spawn's pretty far is dicey. So again, shout out here to Navi, who looked great.
Yeah, they look great, and now going across the stage to shake hands, show some good sportsmanship to Reject, who put up a great fight. They still have a shot, as that was just the best of the three in this upper bracket, but that does set up the EMEA on EMEA matchup. That's going to be so much fun to see Navi get that rematch versus Virtus Pro, as they both run on the other side, looking at each other across the group stage.
Yeah, and shout out there to Rojaro with that MVP. You mentioned, maybe not getting banned as much as he should with 10 finals there. And keeping the damage consistent, a lot of this team, when you look at Navi, they are very focused on timing. They're not just dealing a ton of damage to the front line, allowing these back lines to just farm ultimates. Instead, they're very targeted. They're using damage boosts at the perfect moment and committing as a unit. And all that communication is being led by Trust Me, who does a great job in the bans and in the team fight prep.
Yeah, I'm curious who the interviewee is going to be on that main stage, because everything we've heard, Trust Me is a very serious guy in terms of, focusing on everybody in terms of the entire team's cohesiveness and how good they can be, right, every single second of the day, right? If they make a tiny mistake, he is really critical about it.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think to myself, what is the answer to stop this team? Because you get rid of that Cat Venom, they run the full damage boost comp. You go ahead and you try to get rid of the Mantis, then they're going to lock in and keep that Rocket. They still have damage boost in some, in some aspect, and then they still make big plays. They were running a ton of different heroes, not afraid to run that Namor composition too. So another team that can pull that off outside of Fly, and they look good non-stop. So there's got to be an answer, but right now I'm not sure what it is.
And I'm very curious to see what Jerky has to say on stage with Tetcher. So let's throw it to you guys at the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. I am here with Jerky from Navi, and I want to start off by just saying, out of this roster, you are one of the first to come in here who hasn't already played on the international event for Marvel Rivals. So how are you feeling after your first game on stage?
Well, I have played a lot of LANs before in my career. I was a Fortnite professional, so I have a lot of LAN experience. But I mean, this is a completely new environment. I have a pretty good team. They're pretty solid. They understand the environment. They understand the nerves and everything. So we just keep each other calm, and it's going pretty well.
So you're one of the newer players onto this roster, along with Crisis. How are you fitting into this environment with this world champion roster?
I think Melio and I are quite the similar player because we have the quite similar hero pools. So I think they didn't mind the swap out, right? It's a bit of a learning curve, but we're doing pretty well, I think.
So while that matchup did go very much your way in your group stage, you so far have only really fallen to FlyQuest while dropping in the odd map here or there. What has changed since the group stage that's going to take you all the way to the top?
I think against FlyQuest we were trying out something new because we were already qualified, so there wasn't that much on the line. But honestly, if people are counting us out, I don't think that's a smart choice because we're still here and we're here to win.
So last time, Navi had a lower bracket buff coming through both the lower bracket in the play-ins and also the play-offs. Does you and the Crisis being here change that? Do you not need it anymore because you're roiting through that upper bracket?
I mean, I think we have it. We have quite a tough match soon. We are going to be facing off Virtus Pro, right? So that's our only obstacle, I think. And after that, it should be smooth sailing.
I do want to ask, so a couple of people may have seen it on the video, and if they don't watch your stream, what's up with the nose clip?
Oh, the nose? It just helps me breathe a little bit better, and I think the proper oxygen inflow is really good to perform better. So if it's placebo or not, I don't know, but it's making me play better.
And you already mentioned your next opponent is going to be Virtus Pro for the EMEA matchup. What do you have to say? What do you have to say to them?
I think Virtus Pro is a really, really tough team. They're really good, right? All of them are individually very good, but also as a team. So it's going to be rough, but it can go. It's 50-50. It can go to anyone on that day. So if we play our best, I think we have it. If they play better, then I wouldn't mind losing to them.
Well, we'll see if you do later on. Thank you very much for joining me, Jerky, and we are going to be getting ready to head over to the analysis desk for the full breakdown of that last series.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the desk. Listen, I think a lot more of those nose clips are going to sell after that because it might be placebo. I'm thinking it's working, y'all. For me, Jerky, huge addition to this team. Fit right in, being that cogged machine. Rajaro stuck out to me, getting that MVP after what we saw in the group stage. I was impressed. For you, Moxie, what was the big difference there for Na'Vi going against Reject?
Mantis. They got Mantis. We were all just sitting here on the desk watching that ban draft go through and just being like, oh no. Okay, the Mantis is going to be able to make it out, which means that all of a sudden that Mantis is going to be able to damage boost things like Jerky Psylocke. We saw, right, Reject, they gave the Mantis once and then immediately pivoted away from it. These teams, they've got to start taking Mantis out, especially on domination.
It got a little scary as well throughout that entire draft. They, especially in map 1, they let that Loki ban drop further and further down, and that made, at least Moxie, it made her really, really scared. And thankfully, they were able to get it done, but still wasn't enough.
Yeah, if they had a camera on us, we were absolutely animated over here saying, no, don't do that, grab that. That's what you love to see over here, just fans at its core. And, you know, we're going to focus on the winners some more, but I want to talk about Reject real quick. Obviously, you know, North America was their strength. They went against Envy Dark Zero, got the win there. They get to play 100 Thieves, so good news for Reject fans. You get another North American team. Is that going to be the secret sauce? What do they do to look at to balance back here, Dan?
I mean, Reject, we touted them as a team that knows how to play together well, a team that knows how to play against a dive composition, being able to focus down key players that have a key ultimate available. But unfortunately, they just looked out of sync. They weren't able to get it done. Possibly due to Na'Vi being disciplined, knowing that Reject liked that approach, and Na'Vi were able to get around that quite well.
There's some similarities, though, between the two teams of themselves and 100 Thieves in the way that we've seen, you know, Finale's hero pool getting entirely swept out in the ban draft so that he was forced into playing things that you normally wouldn't really get to see him from. And I think 100 Thieves have that same level of style, too. So that matchup between those two teams could actually be very, very close by pushing each other out of the comfort zones.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you look at the way these rolled out, you know what I have to focus on here, quick Moxies, because you get the pleasure of casting the EMEA. Now we got Na'Vi versus VP, and obviously VP got the last lap last time. So for Na'Vi, right, looking now to, you know, get back at VP a bit after what happened there in the group stage early, what is going to be the key to that success?
I think for them, like you heard it on the interview, right, Jerky was saying that they were treating the last couple of matches in the group stages as experimenting, and I think one of the experiments that they were doing was seeing what compositions are actually sustainable with a 2-2-2 comp and what's sustained by a triple strategist line instead, so that when we go into the ban draft, they don't have to focus as hard on securing strategists, in that they can keep up duelists and vanguards instead.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was great to see on the Jeff once again, Faye, you know, representing there on the biggest stage once again. And now that we're going into the semis, I mean, Na'Vi, they're knocking on the door to get that repeat. I mean, could you imagine full year one just belonging to Na'Vi? Dan, listen though, lower bracket, right? Walk us through a little bit what happened over there in the Asia scene, because lower bracket doesn't mean anything, right? You can bounce back easily, get right back up there.
I mean, that's exactly what Crazy Raccoon did, but unfortunately they are no longer with us. But for Reject, that kind of lower bracket run is still very, very viable, right? Even though it's all best of 5, it's still going to be a grueling, a long and arduous process to get back to that grand final of the grand final. And Reject still have their chance as they go up against 100 Thieves.
I mean, listen, it's just amazing seeing the Elite 8, the best in the world, go at it and seeing what it looks like when you put it all together into the pure chaos, as Scarlet Witch would say. When you look at Na'Vi, Moxie, is there anything you'd like for them to clean up potentially? I mean, there's a pretty flawless game, if you will, but anything you notice there?
I think, honestly, they pointed out on cast, right? The speed that they actually gave up that point tick.
Yep.
Part of it was also because the Jeff got through, and when that Jeff came through from Finale's end, they had to sacrifice Dance of the Butterflies so that they were able to take the Jeff out before he went off the map, which then had a huge domino impact on securing the ultimate economy, because they wanted to use the Dance of the Butterflies to put pressure on the women's Invis boundary, but they didn't get to do that.
Absolutely. It looked like to me a bit Reject was trying to look at what FlyQuest did against Na'Vi, and so we saw like that success happen for them. The one thing that didn't do is, if you look at the map pool pick, They went to Wakanda even after the lose. That is a tough place to take Na'Vi, who looked like quite very comfortable there. Outside of that, Dan, from what you've seen, Reject, is that a map that they've done well in? Why would they take Na'Vi to such a dominant map for them?
That caught me off guard a little bit, right? Choosing Burden T'Challa over some other maps that Reject have been known to be good at. They went undefeated throughout stage 2 with Yggdrasil, so I'm a little bit surprised as to why they didn't opt to pick that against Na'Vi. But it just seemed like at that time, Reject had a feeling that their Wakanda map was the more comfortable one, but unfortunately, it fell flat.
They seemed comfortable, though, on the defense. That's the thing when you run the Hela composition, right? It doesn't really matter as long as you can secure at least the first part of Hall of Deucalion and then get a little bit into second, so you have the verticality. Hela can at least just put the pressure and play a much better defensive composition than offensive.
Absolutely, and we kind of saw that a little bit in the group stage as well. And, Reject kind of warmed up to it as we take an updated look at our bracket here. Again, the semis are set there for the upper, and we'll continue to find that as they move along. We have another great 2 matchups after this. It's the Battle of North America there, the Civil War, if you will, of Marvel, FlyQuest, Dark Zero, and then of course there at the end, what we have is Chopper Mag and Citadel. Out of those 2 matchups, both are amazing. What team do you got? Who do you think is going to win here? Moxie, final thoughts.
I think that's the most exciting thing. We really, truly do not know which team could potentially take it, because Chopper Mag have been on an upwards trend and Citadel have been starting to fall into a little bit of a slump. So it's going to be about who's adapted after their weaknesses have been shown.
Well, it has been absolutely incredible, y'all. Hopefully you've been enjoying the action over there. Reset, reload, grab a snack if you will, because we have fast-paced electric action coming right back to you after this quick break.
What it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
I don't think that's the welcoming
Hello and welcome back, my friends, as we were dealing with Ultron a little bit. We're here live back at the desk. I'm your host, Cozy. I've got the crew once again. We've got from the land down under Australia, Matsy. How's it going today, buddy?
G'day, Cozy. It's going absolutely crikey, mate. We are having a ripper of a show here today, and I can't wait to see exactly what's going to go down.
And we also have Dogman? Is that Dogman?
You're the wrong guy, man. It's America Man here, and we have an incredible match coming up in a second, Cozy, with a matchup between two American conglomerates, right? These are the best teams in the entire tournament, and we know America. Ignore Envy, obviously, that doesn't matter. But we still have a civil war, Cozy, right, between some of the top teams, not including Envy. Of course, they let us down. We don't have to worry about that. We can move into the real tournaments of this entire thing, or this champions of the entire thing in FlyQuest.
Yeah, kicking them while they're down. I mean, the Envy fans are watching, man. I mean, America, man, keep it
No, they're
together
trash.
over
Then
here.
we send them over to Australia, where Matsy's from. Screw it.
Listen, guys, we have an amazing America matchup. We call it the Civil War here in Marvel Rivals, as we have FlyQuest versus Dark Zero. Now, FlyQuest is the perfect one to highlight first. This is an absolute electric team from start to finish in the group stage, folks. I mean, I guess, Matsy, I'll give it to America, man. I mean, what do you have to say about FlyQuest and what you've seen?
One word: champions. These guys are going to be that. That is my fortune for this entire tournament, Cozy. They're going to win it all right? It's not even going to be close.
Ooh, you reckon it's not going to be close?
No.
I reckon we could see a bit of Dark Zero to Hero coming out into this one. You know, I think that FlyQuest might face a bit of mortality here into the playoffs.
See, Matt, this is where you're messing up. I'm talking about the macro. You're thinking about these teeny tiny matches such as FlyQuest and Dark Zero. I'm thinking these guys are going to take the whole damn thing.
Hey, listen, with the roster of FlyQuest and this team that's put together an absolutely electric run, you've got the young stud in Energy, the duelist position in the massive pickup of the year in Vision, and taking a look at what they've been able to put together here. I mean, in the Vanguard front, you got Spark Chief, Vest, who, in my opinion, easily top 3 Vanguard in this entire tournament. Would you say top 3?
Yeah, I mean, I don't do stats. That's ridiculous. That's some nerd stuff. I'm more about, we know these guys are the vibiest, the best, incredible group across the board, and that's why, yeah, Vess is just that guy.
Dogman, thank you for that once again.
No, wrong guy,
Oh, American Man, sorry, American Man, I apologize. Yeah,
Careful,
listen,
Cozy.
with Matsy, with FlyQuest, what we saw in the group, right, we saw them honestly just look dominant. We call that kind of the group of death. There was all the best teams in there, and they were able, one by one, as we see them take down Citadel very confidently. They moved on through this bracket quite easily to set them up for this seed, and that last match for me, them versus Na'Vi, was kind of that tale. I mean, we just saw what Na'Vi did to Reject. Is FlyQuest all the part?
Ooh, I think that FlyQuest is definitely going to be able to follow a similar trend there. You know, I think Dark Zero, they might have a bit of a struggle here, but it's the unsung heroes that might be able to make the best impact out of this one, and that's what I'm hoping for here.
Listen, I'm just confused because you're American, man. They're both American teams, but it's all FlyQuest for you?
Civil Wars happen, as we know, and it's in the history of Marvel, and Marvel Rivals is the epitome of that, Cozy, and you know that better than anybody. Right now, I think Dark Zero have a shot to be the #2 team.
Yeah, you know what I always like to say with FlyQuest is that they don't really have a weakness on any role. Really, their best comparison is VP in that sense, right? Because they just have studs in every single position, whether it's Cooper and Celos in the back line as a strategist holding down. But with Bess and with vision and energy, they just flow so well. What I like to see typically from them, it's the meta that is working out well right now. You've got the Hella with energy, and then of course over there, Namor and Vision just work so well, right, dog? Oh, sorry, American Man.
Right now, I mean, just at the moment, you can see even through everything that we've known this team to pop off with, it's regardless of the situation, FlyQuest is them right now at the current moment, Cozy. They just consistently are at the top, right? We know that the damage output of their duelists are really good, right? Just to lean into other areas, but this team is great right now.
Yeah, Matsy, when you look at what they've been able to put together here in the group stage, again, I was dissecting the film, it's just been near perfection. Asking the teams around, their #1 pick, who could win this whole thing, outside of themselves, of course, has been FlyQuest, right? So do you think, oh, yeah, I'll call it right now. Fellas, I'm going to put you both on the spot. Is FlyQuest making it all the way? Are we going to get the upset? What do you got?
Well, I think they're definitely a competent team. I think on paper right now, they're looking to be one of the favorites, you know, alongside VP there. But I think that there's going to be a few surprises coming out of this group stage. You know, I think, like I said, Dark Zero could be 0 to hero in this one. Definitely test them, take it to them here because, you know, we've obviously seen a few pieces out of teams here and there. But this could be the one where they face a bit of mortality.
Yeah, absolutely. With Dark Zero at that, I mean, American Man, we'll give it to you. Dark Zero, the other team, you said that, you know, you're going to put them there in the second, right? But I mean, we have other great teams. So, hey, this roster is amazing. These players, we've got to know them really well. American Man, go ahead and tell me about the roster and who you like.
Oh, yeah, they're all the best players in the world. I know I said that about FlyQuest, but they are the #1 players in the world. You know, Cozy, the way I see it is that Dark Zero across the board are as good and as talented as FlyQuest, and as are every single American team here. Everybody else kind of a step below, Cozy, and that gun kind of runs through Rymazing. He is that star player on Iron Man in the past, but now coming in regardless. These stats, nobody cares, all right? Dark Zero is the best team here besides FlyQuest, obviously, and on the opposite side, 100 Thieves. We already know America's going to win the whole tournament, so none of these stats matter. And taking a look at these sexy men, this team is really them.
Wow. You know what? You never know what you're going to get with old dog up here on the desk. Listen,
American Man.
Dark Zero has been absolutely great with the roster. Rymazing Kurova coming from Sentinels, of course we know that story. But when you take apart this team, they've got the talent from all the other greats in America as well. And right now, they formed this kind of super squad, right? And they've been, quite literally, they've assembled their own Avengers, if you will. Taking a look at the group stage and what they were able to do here against Envy is what we're seeing. And this was kind of the start of the setup of what was the, I don't even want to say upset with Dark Zero, but I know we're definitely, you know, proud to see them continue to evolve, Matsy. As they get a win after win, Matsy, this team just keeps getting better.
Better and better. They're just leveling up. You know, they're going Super Saiyan on this one. So great to see just how much power they can bring to the fold here, because this is the revenge story for Dark Zero, right? They're trying to run it back from stage 2. They had a clean sweep from FlyQuest there, and now they're trying to seek their revenge right here, right now, to prove that they have improved leaps and bounds since the last time they faced off.
Absolutely. I mean, with, you know, speaking of Super Saiyans, you know, I don't know how many Kamehamehas will get out of Adam Warlock, because Kurova being such a stud on the hero, banned almost every single time, right? We typically see the Jeff in there get banned a lot, the Adam in the domination phase. Do we expect, just yes or no, gentlemen, do we expect Adam anytime today from Dark Zero? They're going to just get banned out? Yes. We expect it. Oh, Matsy?
Yes, expectations are going to be as expected.
For me, the matchup to watch here, when you look at both these teams, of course, is, funny enough, you know, they don't get as much love as they deserve, is that strategist backline matchup, right? See what Kurova's going to bring against, you know, the other side there in Cooper, and when you look at the Jeff matchup as well, Kurova does play that role, and when you look at what Vision does, it's the same song and dance. But listen, dog, I know you know Rye very well. His parents are here, incredible. American Man, yep. When you look at Rymazing as a player, what does he bring to this team?
Everything. I mean, he brings the entire world to him. I mean, America is that, right? Really, when we think about it, they're going to win the entire tournament. So is FlyQuest, so is 100 Thieves. We might as well just do it like we do with our children, which was we just give everybody a first place, right? That's kind of the way we should move forward, and Ryan Mazing is that #1 guy. He brings the team together.
Absolutely. We've got a 3-way tie, I guess, for first up to American Man. Hopefully that's the last we see of him. But either way, we got a lot of action coming to stage. You know what? Let's meet these players. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams today. Tetcher, take it away. Who do we got?
It's time for our third matchup, and it's a civil war! We are heading into our America versus America matchup, so it's time to meet the teams. Ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the Americas region, please welcome FlyQuest! It's their first international event. Cooper, Zealous, Vision, Energy, the hometown hero Vess, and Spark Chief fought their way through the group in first seed, and they are prepared to take it even further. Welcome, FlyQuest. And please welcome your second team, also hailing from the Americas, fighting their way through their group and looking to continue the streak. Please welcome Dark Zero! Coming through their region in the 4th seed, but already surpassing them and making their way in to that final top 8. It's their first international event as well, but they are looking to surpass and continue to climb. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Dark Zero! The stage is set. It's the Americas versus the Americas, and therefore we have to get underway soon so that they can face off in this battlefield of stars and stripes. Let's head over to the casters to bring you all of the action.
Hello, we're here in the American Derby, our third match headlining here. Dark Zero up against FlyQuest. I am Dan, this is Moxie. We had to do a little bit of portal play to get right here onto that desk. How are we feeling for this match?
Extremely hyped, Dan. We've been wanting to get to cast an America versus America match for so long because they got 4 spots. Okay, these teams, they've played each other a whole bunch of times, especially for some players on Dark Zero, given the fact that they were previously on Sentinels. So we've got to see a whole bunch of rivalry starting to generate up in the American region, which is continued when we go into our band drafts, because just as we were talking about things like the Mantis in Series 1 and Series 2, we also have to talk about the Mantis, the Adam, and the Jeff. Which one of these do you take out immediately in the band draft? Because whichever one you don't go for is going to be the save.
Yeah, that's been the pattern really for throughout this entire draft, right? One team takes the Mantis, the other takes the Jeff. And that's really have been what these teams have been adapting towards, albeit a little bit of an adjustment from some of these teams. But for now, the staple so far in this entire tournament, throughout the entire group stage, has been that Mantis and Jeff headlining the start of those bands.
I mean, we started to see a couple of other bands come through. If it's on Convoy, Emma tends to be the one that catches the immediate insta-ban because it's a strategy that works incredibly well at stopping the triple spawn hold from the defense. But you can also then continue using the Emma on the 2nd and 3rd point of the map, as opposed to it just being sort of pushed into that niche beginning of it. However, when we go into domination, the Emma isn't the one that gets the insta-ban, because if it is, then it's an instant save on the Mantis. And we saw from Games 1 and Games 2 what exactly leaving the Mantis on the table leaves up to the plate.
Yeah, there's so many different ways you can manipulate the enemy team, really, with that Mantis ultimate. The Soul Resurgence just provides that bonus HP, that bonus movement speed, and that just allows teams to go for retakes, go for back pedals, maybe look for a different approach. But Jeff also on domination is just so strong because they have a circle to defend. And if you're able to get a circle on that circle, you fall down in one deep circle at the edge of the map.
Well, you're going to be falling down, especially if the Jeff is left on the table for Krakoa's. This is one of his best maps, but the Mantis is going to be first removed from both of these teams, meaning that we could very well see a Jeff save. However, I like the fact that Dark Zero went for the Winter Soldier save over the Jeff. It manages to put the counter against the It's Jeff ultimate with the Kraken Impact CC immunity, but it also now puts a lot of pressure onto FlyQuest if they want to run any form of dive.
Any sort of dive might be the play for Dark Zero. They do pick up the Jeff, so that is a good look for them for FlyQuest so far. But Dark Zero, they managed to get that Bucky. We've talked about this throughout this entire tournament, how strong this Bucky is and how versatile it is in so many of these compositions.
Well, they get the Jeff, but they don't get the symbiotic shenanigans because that's the immediate reaction from Dark Zero's end, starting to put a lot of pressure on what this Jeff is going to enable. However, we have seen FlyQuest play both the Captain America as well as that Angela that Spark Chief has been starting to pick on through. Dark Zero are also going to remove the Hela composition with the Hela and Namor, so if they want to run for that dive, they can. And we're going to get to see a Winter Soldier face-off between the two teams, with one of them having to hold the Kraken Impact to react to the Jeff ultimate, and FlyQuest getting to use these as whenever they so choose.
Whenever they choose, indeed. FlyQuest have a lot more breathing room when you compare it to Dark Zero, as Dark Zero did end up getting the save onto the Emma Frost, whereas on FlyQuest, they were able to get that Jeff. So far, these teams have been playing to their comforts.
Well, Kurova's not getting to play his comfort. Adam is going to be the last ban coming on through, and I'm sure a lot of FlyQuest fans are breathing a big sigh of relief over that one, given the fact that Adam having that soul bond immediately for the first fight on Domination lets you win that first fight, then you can stall out the fight long enough to start banking up that point percentage and have all of your ultimates ready to go. On FlyQuest, we might be hearing the echo chamber of the Karmic Revival cast too, because not only were they able to secure Vision's Adam, they were also able to grab up Cooper's Loki, a hero that many would argue he is the best in the world at.
Cooper knowing to manipulate the clones well as we ignite the time streams. Everyone here, Atlanta, look around you. Marvel Rivals came to Atlanta to say hello to the esports world, and with our great power and great responsibility, we will show the world why we are the best up-and-coming title in the world. So ladies and gentlemen, from multiverses far and wide, are you ready to rival?
Dark Zero are going to be starting things off, just putting themselves into a position to scout out the composition they're up against. We've got Impunity on that Magneto, and we've got Madara on the Emma too, so they do have a lot of frontline pressures on to that objective. That FlyQuest, they've got so much long-term sustainability with these fights, and already they're 23% to both their strategist ults.
FlyQuest looking to stack their ultimates as well. Dark Zero doing the same. So far, it's looking to be on even footing, as the numbers and the health bar is going up and down and up again. Vision is going to be the first to fall, but does have the cocoon, so it'll be an even fight for the time being. But there is so much more action happening on the flank side of things, as Dark Zero are able to get a one-man advantage.
Oh my goodness, Smash coming on through with that Psylocke getting to play, like you said, those off angles. FlyQuest in the first fight already burnt the regen domain, the regenerative cocoon, and the soul bind coming on out, which means that they didn't get to scoop up the original point percentage. They've had to back off of it entirely. Energy's going to be able to open up this next fight with the Kraken Impact, but Amazing's got his, and Kurova with the invisible boundary's going to be able to slow everything down to a standstill.
Vision is also very close to that Karmic Revival, so if Dark Zero do in fact pull the trigger, they have to keep tabs on where this Adam Warlock is. They have to find where he's positioned, where he's located, and they have to go for the play. But Dark Zero looks like they're gonna have to pull the trigger as a flawed up duelist ultimate wipe out FlyQuest, as both of those ultimates from Amazing and Smash are teaming up to take out FlyQuest, who do need to run for the hills and look for that reset very quickly.
That's a lethal combination coming out. Amazing and Smash both getting the damage ultimates at the same time as Cooper went through with the regenerative domain from those doppelgangers. It does mean, however, that FlyQuest get to hold on to both the Loki and the Adams ultimates for this next fight. The question is, do they get the opportunity to use them, as Dark Zero are going going to be 60% plus on the board at the moment. Madara going to have that Sonic Seduction just to try and shut down FlyQuest, but it looks like they don't want to start with the ult. They want to kite back to the point and force FlyQuest to be a little bit too deep, so that when the Emerald ultimate comes out, the reaction has to be the regen domain.
FlyQuest went a little forward. Dark Zero gave him a little space, something that we don't see very often in these domination kinds of maps. Dark Zero, though, are going to contest right on the point. A dance battle between the two. Luna Snows as Energy lands the gauntlet, but everyone on Dark Zero looking to clap right back. Cooper and the rest of FlyQuest need to find a way, find the method to get themselves into the site, but FlyQuest, they have to stay on the site for the time being as the overtime meter comes into fruition. Vest with the Meteor cannot find any value thanks to the invisible boundary, keeping everyone sustained, as that's going to be the signal for Smash to go right in, get the Cutterfly down, but is not able to find any value. But Energy and Spark Chief and FlyQuest are successful in their retake attempt.
Yeah, Psylocke behind the point, not actively on the objective, meant that Energy did not have to worry about keeping the Psylocke marked, was free to go through and play off of all of the space provided by Spark Chief and Vez. And this is where FlyQuest composition truly hits its stride. Dark Zero don't have an ultimate to start sweeping FlyQuest's numbers, which means that we're going to see Vision get to hold on to this Karmic Revival for a very long time, as they just have to deal with the retake potential of Psionic Seduction from Dark Zero's end.
Madara has that Psionic Seduction like you just said, but Vision and Zealous and Energy all still have their ultimates alive and ready to go, as Madara, the only member on Dark Zero with their ultimate, will have to pull the trigger, but FlyQuest are willing to zone away, but they find Energy and Cooper. Dark Zero looking to clap right back despite the disadvantage in ultimates, but Vision is there to keep that fight going, and this party is nowhere near stopping in this Hellfire Gala.
Party music's going to be continuing real soon too, because Smash is about to hit that dance with the butterflies. Cooper does still have the God of Mischief to be able to copy onto Vision, but Energy is the one that everyone is going to be looking at from Dark Zero. There's the dance with the butterflies. Regen Domain and Doppelganger is going to be coming on through. We hear Cooper actually go for the copy, and it's not the Adam that he grabs, it's the Luna instead. The sustainability to last through the Kraken in. Amazing in impunity with the slam dunk off the velocities, damage boost, clean the slate, and FlyQuest are down all of their players.
It looks so bad for Dark Zero. It looked like they were using their ultimates at the same time. Velocity and Kurova, a little bit of miscommunication there, but it seems to not matter for the time being, as Dark Zero with a triple dunk from impunity take over round number 1.
So sometimes when you invest all of your ultimates at the same time, like you said, it can be a mistake. However, Dark Zero identified that if they went for the full team wipe against FlyQuest, there wouldn't be enough time for one of those players to swap over to the Strange and portal everybody back. It's a big investment. If they hadn't been able to do it, it would have looked really, really rough, and it would then have impacted into this next opening fight for round 2, given the fact that on Domination, Ultimate Charge carries over, and because of that, they don't have all of those ultimates, but what they do still have is Psionic Seduction. When FlyQuest, the only way they're going to be able to absorb that is Spark Chief's Freedom Charge, which now means that the entirety of the team is forced to position with the Captain America, who can't flank in and play on an off angle, and Dark Zero gets way more space for Amazing and Smash to do whatever they want.
Spark Chief definitely needs to stay with the team, cannot go for that flying play. We usually see most teams use the Captain America and the Jeff to go around the backline and just find a way to get backline access onto Dark Zero. Whereas Dark Zero, though, they still have that Psionic Seduction, which means that Spark Chief has to stay with the team, stay grouped, allow the Star Spangled Path to keep the bonus HP alive for FlyQuest as they look to converge right onto the second round. Dark Zero are up one leg. Can they find the second?
They have to walk into Madara, who's going to be set up with that Psionic Seduction. Spark Chief now manages to bolt the Freedom Charge, which should be the green light for FlyQuest. Captain America's ultimate comes through. Dark Zero utilizing the Psionic Seduction to try and shut down the space as they ignore the Vanguard entirely, rushing onto FlyQuest backline to force Spark Chief to have to peel. However, the picks have come through on FlyQuest, and they were able to take out Velocity on the Invis, and Jeff alone is just not enough. FlyQuest have so much more sustainability as we get to see the cast of the Kraken. In fact, it dodges the Jeff ult cast, but he's still in the iframe and doesn't get hit by the aura impact.
FlyQuest now looking to take the driver's seat. They are able to seize control thanks to the Jeff ultimate from the team. as everyone on FlyQuest, they're playing far forward. They're trying to get as much room as possible and give away Dark Zero's chance of coming back from this map.
Smash and Rymazing could very well overlap their ultimates the way that we saw on Carousel coming through here. However, FlyQuest, they've got the lifelines, they've got the Fate of Both Worlds from Zealous, they've also got Cooper. It's going to be the start of the fight, so Regen, Domain, and Clones are all still going to be active, which means the Dark Zero can't afford to take this fight first. They've got to stagger out some of those resources. Projection is just a bait. Smash trying to force Cooper's hand into burning that one so they can get the amount of doppelgangers off the field to diminish the dash absorbs.
Dash absorb indeed. Smash looking to get spotted, but he's gonna have to 1v1 the opposing duelist that is of Energy. But FlyQuest have a lot of their ultimates alive and ready to go. Dark Zero also has theirs as well. It's a matter of time of when these duelists decide to pull the trigger. When do they use their ultimates? When does that Cutterfly pop out? When does Energy use the ultimate? But he's gonna get taken down into the side. The flood of red fills the feed, but Vision looks to equalize things with a double Jeff of his own, and Fess, the hometown hero, will find the landing blow. Dark Zero fall to pieces as FlyQuest extend their lead.
Spark Chief was still up and alive. Dark Zero started picking off players, but they didn't get the Captain America with Freedom Charge. So Vision is the hero of the hour, and Dark Zero, they know that this is the final hour. We're about to go into overtime. Impunity's got to swap onto this range so that they don't get caught without the use of Portal.
Impunity needs to make a quick 5 seconds. This is the timer. Can they get it down in time? It looks like they will be able to tap a foot as Galacta lights the overtime candle. Energy and the rest of FlyQuest need to stave the flood that is of Dark Zero. A black hole that Dark Zero are trying to create to consume the rest of FlyQuest. But so far, Karova on Dark Zero are able to get everyone alive and well, keep that damage up going.
Energy.
But the hook comes in from Energy, and then the gauntlet, and then the slam, and then gets the reset with the clone as Energy still has it ready. Can he use it? Can he find the value? Will use the clone to get the resets down. Does he find the right Loki clone? Not yet, but he's able to find the other strategist. Energy, keep going. Oh, do it again and do it again, but Smash is able to shut it down.
Brilliant Carbon Crush. Huge Carbon Crush, but FlyQuest still think that this is winnable. Vest comes on through with a strange portal of their own. Dark Zero's entire strategy were entirely bankrupted, and Dark Zero didn't think that FlyQuest would portal onto the point. They've been fought and had all of their positions entirely flipped, and FlyQuest are doing it. Down to the Butterflies has to come through, but this doesn't count as contesting, so Dark Zero have to have Impunity on the objective instead. The Psylocke ultimate is done, but no one is there to be able to really want to point, and FlyQuest take it away.
What a map, number one. We are tied 1 apiece, FlyQuest and Dark Zero. This American Derby putting on a show in their own home country of US&A. And FlyQuest and Dark Zero, we need one more round to separate these two in map number 1.
Energy has been doing such a good job as well. Like we saw from Smash's POV when he had the Dance of the Butterflies, trying to go in and put the pressure onto Cooper to force out the doppelgangers, to force out the regen domain, and it's just the immediate, actual, literal interception with the Trooper's Fist that applies the Earthbound debuff onto Smash so it can't dash away, and allows FlyQuest to shore up their resources against the Psylocke. Brilliant micro plays coming through from him, and there's a reason why, you know, we talk about Energy as one of those up-and-coming prodigies of duel. He just has to prove consistently that he's going to be able to hit those highs. And speaking about hitting highs, Rymazing is going to be starting off in the skies. He's going to be going over to the Ultron to be able to read FlyQuest positions a little bit better, plus put more pressure on Vision on the Jet.
A little bit of an interesting move from Dark Zero, right? Rymazing operating on the Ultron, taking to the skies. A hero that got gutted in this season 4.5. Not much utility, not much ultimate charge available for Rymazing, but still a hero to be reckoned with. Still has a lot of damage, still has a lot of decent utility, albeit a little less than what was used to be, as Madara kicks things off with that Cyanide Seduction. The regen field already burned by Cooper. Can Madara find the CC? Can they put FlyQuest in a trance? It looks like they won't be able to as Zealots open things up with that dance floor.
Can they force Velocity into using Lunar Ultimate? No! It's going going to be a shutdown from Impunity. Instead, Meteor and it's not there to shut down the It's Jeff. Vision's been able to grab two guys through the tunnels, and everybody was looking at the Jeff to try and stop him. No one is looking at the Magneto, and FlyQuest sweep the house. Dark Zero at least are going to be able to have the Rage of Ultron to open up this first fight. However, Spark Chief with the Captain America should be able to give the Freedom Charge for FlyQuest to outlast.
An electric sea of blue fills the feed for FlyQuest in that fight. Vest, the hometown hero of Atlanta, landing the dunk onto two, and then Vision stacks it up with another. But now FlyQuest have their chance to come back into this entire best of three within this map number one. Dark Zero, though, have to find a way to retake, and that key moment will be when will Rymazing use the Rage of Ultron as he gets knocked down for a tiny bit.
Yeah, that knockdown from the Tainted Voltage is absolutely brutal. Ultron into retake is not a fun position.
Here we go.
There's the Kraken impact. Rage of Ultron's going to be used to try to shut it down. The damages and heals, but the regenerative domain comes through from Cooper, trying to save energy. It's not in time though, and Dark Zero will be able to shut the Kraken impact down, but they still have to worry about Freedom Charge from Spark Chief, and they still haven't been able to find it in onto the point itself.
Dark Zero worried to gain a little bit of space, but it's not a whole lot of moments to work with as Spark Chief finally uses the Freedom Charge, but Smash wants to cancel this parade of FlyQuest jumping in onto the site. But Dark Zero, they have that Madara Silent Seduction available yet again, but Vision, he has been an absolute god on that Jeff, and it's all gonna come down to him if he's able to swallow up any member of Dark Zero.
The big thing about the Jeff ult as well is that it's CC immune, so what we could well see is the reaction to Silent Seduction with its Jeff to put the pressure onto Dark Zero's players and scoop them all out of the fight so they don't get to follow up on the Emmers, as Vision is just going to be putting the pressure onto Rymazing on the Ultron. Impunity is going to be able to build up the Meteor M to put the shutdown onto Vision's ultimate at least. So Dark Zero do have really good equipment to be able to deal with FlyQuest win conditions. Speaking of which, the Carbon Crush has put so much pressure onto Vez that the regen domain's already been fought. Rage of Ultron comes now from Rymazing. Cooper's going to be able to mirror sustainability with Fate of both worlds. Vez uses the Meteor M to try and absorb it and send it hurtling back onto Dark Zero. And we've got a whole ult dump fight coming through from both of these teams, and that's always going to benefit something like the Winter Soldier with the Kraken impact.
Vision now pops the It's Jeff. Is he able to find the angle? It's going to be a question mark. He actually swallows up the two Vanguards of Dark Zero, and there they go, off to the sidelines, down 60 feet under as FlyQuest. They retake yet again and are able to get to that 99 mark, but that overtime meter should come into fruition. And in Impunity, you need to get that portal gone. His hands are shaking. He knows that what's at stake as Kurova escorts Dark Zero in, but that invisible boundary gone and it's sent away. Dark Zero, can you get the retake down? FlyQuest, they're looking good right now. Spark Chief has that Freedom Charge available soon and will be able to pop it as soon as it's available, but that overtime meter still comes in. Rymazing has the Rage. Can he find the Rage of Ultron? That will be the anger issue that Dark Zero get to get into a round win, but Spark Chief is able to cancel that with a Freedom Charge Vest, also close to his ultimate as well. Cooper will use that God of Mischief. It's a matter of what he copies, but Dark Zero, they have so many numbers coming up.
That's going to be the fate of both worlds from Cooper. It's mirrored though by Velocity, but still, there's going to be a moment, a window for Impunity to come through with a huge damage boost with Eye of Agamotto. The Jeff ult from Vision though, he's been able to get them off of the point, and we're still in overtime. The Strange goes off the map, no setup for Eye of Agamotto, and FlyQuest just have to deal now with the last couple of players from Dark Zero's end. Here comes Eye of Agamotto, the pivot immediately. He looks to block it, but he's not there in time. The max position was too far away from his backline, but they managed to finally get the pick, and overtime had gone for so long. The second that Dark Zero don't have a player presence, it burns out, and FlyQuest take the round.
Oh, the players are here. They are so ready to play. The stage is set. The tone also set for both of these teams. Both of them already ready to go as the MVP goes over to Vest on that Magneto, the hometown hero, putting on a show as he tops the lobby as the best player in Map 1.
Oh, we got to see so much amazing micro. We got a little bit more opportunity to be able to talk about it. A player I want to highlight is Energy. This is his first ever international LAN. He's so excited to be here. And we talk about, you know, some of these duelists really looking to see the future stars of the Marvel Rivals esports scene. Energy, for me, has been an absolute standout. The micro that he was doing, not just when it came to being able to peel the Psylocke pressure, but also when we got to see that Kraken Impact fight against all of the Loki doppelgangers coming on through, right? We got some amazing plays where he uses the Kraken Impact on the doppelgangers to be able to close up the distance and put more pressure on the backline. And then what he does is so smart. He uses the Trooper's Fist onto the actual Loki himself so that it immediately limits the mobility of the Loki's disengagement and makes it incredibly obvious which one is the real one, so he can go from doppelganger to actual Loki.
And this is what we love about Marvel Rivals, right? These tiny, minute plays just making all the difference here. Some plays being bigger than others, but with these tiny adjustments, that's all the difference it makes in the highest level of play as Energy. Yeah, the play that you literally just talked about is showing on the screen at this very moment. Look at Energy.
Goes here. Gets the doppelganger, looks for the Kraken Impact. It's overtime, is getting so much damage onto those players that are stacked on up. And I mean, Dark Zero, I think they would have had a really good chance of being able to take that first round if they had been able, rather, to predict the portal cast from FlyQuest. Like, going for a portal not in an overtime fight, but before the overtime fight, it's a huge risk. We've seen it actually pay off dividends. We've also seen it bankrupt a team's opportunity to come back from the edge in terms of those fights. So it can be feast or famine, and for FlyQuest, it was an absolute buffet of positioning that they were able to gain access to, because Dark Zero just had absolutely no idea that they would go onto the objective that quickly. They were posted up so aggressively to catch them as they came through from the chokes with things like the Psylocke to control the angles, that it just spiraled out of control.
And you also have to go back, right? Dark Zero, they also dumped 2 strategist ultimates at the exact same time back in round number 1. And we talked about it as we were breaking down that fight. It could have been a mistake. We might be delving into it a little too much, but just dumping everything into the kitchen sink to try to get control of the site is something that some teams could do, but albeit very, very risky, right? If that falls flat, that gives FlyQuest a huge boost, not only in having a chance to respond, but also in that ultimate economy.
But we also got to see why so many of these teams are really stuck for choice when it comes to banning out the Mantis first, to banning out the Jeff first. I think definitely on certain maps like Krakoa, Jeff definitely has a higher priority to be removed from players. We got to see, right? Vision, known for being one of, if not the best Jeffs. I think mechanically, probably matched only by Fate. I think Dridra, when it comes to Jeff play, is definitely up there in terms of ultimates. But we do see Vision and Fate, like the mechanics that they have, the damage that he's able to do as well. 21,000 points of damage coming on out from Vision, because we got to see every single time FlyQuest breaking the terrain, making sure that Vision had as linear and long an angle as possible onto Dark Zero's players, and that hindered Amazing's impact on the Ultra when we swapped into round 3.
And this is only map number 1. This is a best of 3 here in the upper bracket. The loser is still not out. They still have a chance in the lower bracket. So FlyQuest and Dark Zero, though, they really want to stay in the upper bracket, especially since the first 2 rounds of upper bracket are best of 3s.
Yeah, I think for Dark Zero too, like, they get the opportunity to decide where to go next. Honestly, I think Symbiotic Surface might be a decent call here, just because it means that the Jeff's impact, at least for the ultimate cast, is going to be a little bit limited, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see as we head into our second map. What map does Dark Zero decide to do? But before that, we will get a deeper look at Dark Zero as a whole.
Welcome everyone. I am Iron Chib here with Dark Zero, Madara, Smash, and Velocity. How are you guys doing today?
Doing awesome. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
First LAN experience, how does it feel to be here flying into Atlanta?
Super fun. You know, you make friends with a lot of the players on the different teams just from like playing ranked or scrimming. Getting to meet a lot of them in person has just been honestly the best part of this whole trip so far.
I really liked making LAN too because like I got to meet these guys and it was like really cool.
This is the first time you guys have all been together?
Wow.
Yeah.
We boot camped in LA for 8 days before this.
For the fans of DZ, I would love to know personally, give me a breakdown, shot caller, banning, fight planning, alt tracking, all that kind of stuff you guys have. Somebody that's
This guy does bans. This guy does bans. This guy does alt tracking.
I do the alt tracking, the fight planning.
Fight planning.
Fight planning, you kind of chime in. You kind of all chime in.
Yeah.
What we want to do.
We do mix it up. I do pretty much all the bans, but if someone like has an idea for a ban, they'll throw it out, and then I'll either be like, oh, that's a good idea, or I'll be like, that's a terrible idea.
I think I do a lot of the heavy lifting for most of the comms in game.
Yeah, he does a lot of pathing, comms, and like 3-2-1s. And that
I kind of just call my flanks. I'm gonna lie.
Yeah.
Call flanks, 3, 2, 1 flanking. That's it.
If my teammates take enough caffeine, they chime in a little too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Dude, I got to keep jumping on the bandwagon. You are a controller player, a controller duelist, and I think I've been hounded over trying to get an interview with you to try to get some answers, because you are the only one doing that at this level, which I think is a huge thing to call out. Give me the walkthrough of the controller setup. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, I have a regular PS5 controller. I mean, I claw a lot. I think it's really helpful for a lot of the characters.
You have like different binds on like every character.
Yeah, and that too.
Like you need to have specific binds.
Like fly characters, you want to have specific binds. And then me personally, for my sense, I really I play on a high sense.
Yeah. Coming from another top-down MOBA, coming in here to a third-person hero shooter, can you give me the walkthrough of kind of what that transition was like, or what brought you to this?
I used to play like Heroes of the Storm professionally, and then a couple of my friends started playing this game back when beta was in. We all started playing. We all got to like really high rank. What I really had to get used to was obviously like aiming. Like this is my first shooter game ever, so really had to get used to aiming.
Yeah.
I used to play on a 6,000 DPI, which was normal for a mobile player, but apparently not normal for a shooter.
Sure. Are there any things that you think would be shocking that you've noticed in the meta that might change things up?
I think there's going to be a lot more rocket than last season for sure.
A lot.
A lot less triple support as well. I know, I saw some statistics. We were quite the triple support abusers. I think we've laid back on that a little bit.
At the end of the day, it's just like a mental game.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, I agree. It's like we've beaten everyone in scrims. Badly sometimes. We've been beaten badly by everyone as well. I feel like it really just is who's showing up that day. I'm not going to lie.
Guys, thank you so much for your time. I've been iRunChib here with Dark Zero, a team that is brand new to the land, but are hyped to be here, an incredible talent. I'm looking forward to watching you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We will surely go back into map number 2 between Dark Zero and FlyQuest, the American Derby, in match number 3 of our Ignite Grand Finals playoffs. And Moxie, what do you think Dark Zero decide to go for? There's a lot of different options. You have a convoy map, you have convergence maps to work with. Those are 8 maps already.
Yeah.
Which one do Dark Zero want to go for?
I mean, Convoy has strengths because it puts more pressure on trying to remove the Adam and the Loki stall composition, but you also have to worry about what Jeff is going to be able to do and whether or not you can actually manage to navigate outside of your own spawn into that triple hold. As it looks like Dark Zero, they've got their answer. They're going to be taking us not to a convoy, but to a convergence, and we're headed over to Central Park. We did get to see a little bit of Rymazing on the Ultron earlier. Maybe they want to try and play around the verticality and rooftops that are there to act as cover, and ooh, that's interesting. We get Dark Zero going for the Instaban on the Emma rather than the Mantis, which means that maybe this is trying to force FlyQuest into making a decision. Do you save the Jeff or do you save the Mantis? I think personally I would go Mantis here because then it's going to force a ban line onto something like the Loki.
Just like that, FlyQuest opt to go for the Mantis. The amount of versatility, the amount of different ways you can utilize this hero is just so beneficial, but Dark Zero have to find a way to combat that Mantis pick as Loki and the Venom taken away immediately.
Okay, Loki has been removed. I breathe a big sigh. I was like, this next ban has to be Loki, otherwise FlyQuest get the opportunity to save the Loki before Dark Zero get another ban. So they're going to be able to get both the Mantis and the Jeff. They don't get the Venom for the symbiotic shenanigans, and we're going to see Dark Zero also remove the Howler as well, so when we go to the defensive half coming in from FlyQuest, they're not just going to be able to play for the pick potential composition and punish the walk-up that Dark Zero have to rotate into, as Adam is going to be the last save from Dark Zero's end, which means that Kurova is going to be a very happy player.
Kurova will enjoy that Adam pick, a pick that has been so strong, not only here throughout this entire tournament, that Karmic Revival just able to extend these fights as we close out the draft.
Of course, there's a Loki ban. FlyQuest, they see the Adam save and they go, okay, no, we can't let one-sided Loki through, because he's just going to be able to copy the Adam or potentially something like that Invis, and you just cannot allow on a defensive half a Loki, Adam, and Invis to come on through.
Too many options would allow Dark Zero to just take over the entire map, and FlyQuest knew that very, very well. So they're able to neutralize some of these picks, some of these options, especially in this kind of meta right now in Season 4.5, where so many different heroes are so strong. And Dark Zero and FlyQuest know that they have to get rid of those before they become an absolute problem. And now we set our sights on the second map of our American Derby here. Dark Zero on the offensive, FlyQuest will be on the defense. How long does it take until FlyQuest find the defense, or do they crumble in defense?
FlyQuest are on the full pocket energy composition right now. They're going to be able to come through with the Groot and Jeff ultimates together if they so choose, but it's also going to be about Zealous on the Invis Woman with the Guardian Shield Saggers over energy and the constant 24/7 damage boost from Cooper's end. As we're going to be seeing Impunity actually roll out on the Strange just for a moment, wanting to utilize that shield on the walk-up, as if you keep an eye on the Strange, you're not keeping an eye on the Angela in your backline, because Smash is also on the Iron Fist. This is a split push coming through from Dark Zero, as aggressive as you would like it. He's trying to look for a Spear Slam onto one of these FlyQuest players to push them into Dark Zero's position, but there's just no one there.
Smash on that Iron Fist is a bit of a surprise pick coming into this entire tournament, but FlyQuest are just going to ruin the party of that pocket pick coming in from Dark Zero. Half the members already down, so they're going to have to run for the hills immediately, and they will have to wait another day for Madara and Smash to get that backline access.
I think the Strange is going to stay too, because remember they went for the insta-ban on the Emma. Emma is one of the biggest things that Dr. Strange has to worry about, especially when it comes to those ultimates. As Vision at the moment is entirely untouchable. Dark Zero, they've lost the element of surprise right now. We're seeing Energy just trying to spam all of the pressure onto the stack so he can build up the Ensong Inferno as quickly as possible, playing the off angle, looking for the stuns. Every single time Dark Zero decides to make a move onto point, it's the Groot Walls from Spark Chief which further isolate them from the team.
Yeah, the wall, just putting it right in between the strategist and the duelist and or Vanguard just provides so much utility, so much ways for FlyQuest to extend their current lead. And those Groot walls have been absolutely devastating on the side of Dark Zero. They need to find a different way. They need to find a way to break through that tree. Can they find a way to exit down?
It could be Kurova's ultimate, however, Energy has the answer with the Ensong Inferno already being full. Out comes the Strangling Prison from Spark Chief. FlyQuest getting aggressive with it, catching Dark Zero on the rotation over for a main. And off of the back of that, it's a fast fight, at least for Dark Zero. One ultimate down on the end of FlyQuest, but they have such a stranglehold of all of the space right now.
Time already down to the halfway point. Dark Zero cannot find any room. Impunity, Amazing, and Velocity need to team up with their ultimates to find something that's seemingly out of nothing. FlyQuest, look at their economy. It is abundant right now. They only used the Strangling Prison in that past fight, but Dark Zero have to navigate so much of the map in order to find a way onto the zone.
Smash is going to go over to the Baku, Amazing the Adam. They're just going to play aggressive with that Soulbind to answer all of the ultimates that FlyQuest have available to them, as well as Impunity looking for those walls. If Smash is able to find a hook target. Matter on the Emma wanting to punish the rush down. There's the Soulbind, like you said, and that's going to be the immediate green light for the Ensong Inferno to land its mark. Invis Battery comes on for Velocity. Beth tries to shut it down. The Groot Wall is good though, and because they use the Meteor and they don't have it to stop the Jeff ultimate now, this could be the moment for Kurova taking both of the Vanguards off the map.
Both Vanguards gone. The front line eviscerates before their eyes, but Vision looks to do the same. One Vanguard, one Duelist off of the map, but Amazing switches over to the Adam Warlock, is able to find the resurrection in time. Vest will not waste that Doctor Strange portal, will not wait, and he will just allow FlyQuest to contest this game for a little bit longer. As Impunity with the Strangling Prison tags on 3. The Invis Shield provides the utility, but only a momentary abatement for Dark Zero as they fall to pieces. As FlyQuest look to keep that defense going. Zelos does go down, but it's still a man advantage in favor of FlyQuest. Madara is just trying to scare away everyone of Dark Zero as Kurova will find the Mantis. Cooper goes down into the abyss, and FlyQuest, so far, this defense is unwavering, still standing tall.
Oh, you can see as well the worry that Dark Zero had for FlyQuest being able to stall at that point. The fact that they committed the Jab to be able to remove Cooper's potential for stall because Zealous had swapped onto the rocket, doesn't manage to get the BRB into a position in time to save one of the FlyQuest players and push their position onto the point. But because of that, they're actually holding up a little bit closer. Out comes the Angela as well with the descent from Spark Chief, enabling so much additional extra health and attack speed onto players from Dark Zero, and they push the attacking team all the way back into their spawn. This is awful news. They have no space to be able to work with, and FlyQuest are going to be able to drain the time back even further, as well as the ultimates from Dark Zero's end.
So many ultimates on FlyQuest. Dark Zero don't have many to work with. Amazing and Kurova are the two members still, but surely getting their ultimates so soon. Madara goes to sleep for a tiny bit, but FlyQuest have a lot of ultimates, and that's going to be one of them. Make that 2, make that 3, as they dump everything into the kitchen sink, as Vest tags on 3. 3 go down. FlyQuest flying sky high yet again.
FlyQuest are just going to be able to hold on to the space. Dark Zero, they're going to have to burn something like that Stone Seduction just to be able to walk forward, but that means that FlyQuest can either disengage it or try and slow down the momentum push with Vision's ultimate. And Dark Zero, they know they can't just walk through from main. They've got to wrap all the way around the castle and try and put the objective between themselves and FlyQuest to act as a little bit more natural cover, but that just means that Vez gets to hold around a corner and cleave into the approaching players. Velocity's onto the Cloak and Dagger, looking for the Terror Cape so they have the accuracy and vulnerability to push some of these damages through without an ultimate to help them.
Dark Zero have a little bit of ultimates, but FlyQuest most notably have to have his Retribution and the Jeff combo. They're going to use it to their advantage. How many do they get? That's 3. Vision, you are so good on Jeff. 3 into the abyss. That's half of Dark Zero as the rest of them crumble to pieces. 30 seconds left for Dark Zero to find a way back.
You want to know how long as well that play was set up? Vision already had a speed bubble in place so he would go off of the map faster if Dark Zero started getting him low enough. Smash is going to move over to the Winter Soldier. FlyQuest now putting a lot more distance between themselves and the Bucky as possible, so that energy is just entirely untouchable on this Phoenix all the way from the back line.
Kurova now has the Chef. Amazing still has that Karmic Revival. Never found a chance to use it at a good time, but Energy and the rest of FlyQuest are starting to cycle their ultimates yet again. Here comes that Eye of Agamotto onto 2. The target has to be Amazing, or else this fight will go for so long, as Amazing does get the Karmic Revival down. Impunity and Madara are dangerously low, but they're able to bring themselves back into the fight. FlyQuest, though, have that Soul Resurgence waiting on Cooper. It's a matter of when they use it. They will use it in response to Velocity's Eternal Bond. And so many members, so many particles being thrown onto the payload, onto the site, as that overtime meter does come into fruition.
It's going to be overtime, which means that Vision's ultimate is going to be getting even more value. I wondered whether or not he would go for the Eat onto Velocity out of the ultimate, but no, he holds it as Impunity holds the meter, and this should be a slam dunk onto the chalk, and there it is. Dark Zero are able to stop their players from being absolutely hostaged by Vision on the Jeff, but they're still having to take fights against FlyQuest players. They use all their ultimates against the Jeff's ultimate, and now they have nothing left. It falls to Smash with the Kraken Impact to come on through and touch onto that objective, but there's just too much space from FlyQuest players, and he doesn't have the confidence to commit. He had to wait for his Emma to fall down before he got into position to tag in, and they lose the round without getting to use the Kraken Impact.
Little bit of a what-if moment if they were able to get that Kraken Impact down. FlyQuest were able to get that defense going, only giving Dark Zero a single point. And that gives FlyQuest so many opportunities, so many ways, so much time for them to equalize, match what Dark Zero did, and they're looking good and on pace to get that 2-0 win.
Here's where the planning comes in for Dark Zero though, because it is going to be the Hella Nemo pivot. It is going to be their turn to go on the defensive rather than offensive. What I worry about is that Mantis was able to get secured on the end of FlyQuest. So yes, you have a lot of pick potential with both the Hela and the Namor, not really relying on the ultimate cycle to be able to find those eliminations, much more in the downtime of rotation. So you want to have something like Matter and Impunity, just creating as much disruption on the front line as possible. But FlyQuest, they're going to be starting on the attack, and Central Park is one of these points where it's not just you walk main. There's so many angles that are available for that attacking side that the heads are going to be constantly on a pivot from Dark Zero's, and if anything falls through and they don't manage to mark it, it's going to be too late and first is lost.
And with those different routes available to FlyQuest, they will use that to their utmost advantage. Spark Chief on that Angela will look to circle around and behind Dark Zero and maybe look for a skewer into their own team. Dark Zero do have a way to go back in. Yeah, they're going straight in. No way for FlyQuest to try to find an opportunity. Dark Zero also have to respect the space that FlyQuest are forcibly giving to themselves, as Amazing does get chunked down and has to reposition elsewhere.
I mean, they've lost the pre-developed angle from both the Hela and the Namor, of FlyQuest playing that aggressively forward with the Guardian Shield and the Mantis damage boost to stop Dark Zero from holding their positions into it. And off of the back of that, Spark Chief is absolutely unstoppable. He's entirely isolating both of the backline so that when FlyQuest decide to get aggressive on the front line, there's no heals necessary to be able to sustain into it. Amazing, like you said, goes over to the Strange, looks to port one through. Kurova is going to have an invisible boundary for Dark Zero to be able to contest into, and it's going to be cast 9, but that means that FlyQuest just have to wait for the next 8 seconds. Ooh, they're going to be able to find the elimination through it.
Energy is the star player, already coming out with a double. Spark Chief is able to find things as well. Fess also capitalizes as well as Dark Zero fall apart, falling yet again, and FlyQuest, quick and you miss it, will take over point 1.
Vision's going to have its chaff as well. If Dark Zero tried to set up, well, they can't even set up a fringe portal. They used it. So FlyQuest are going to have maximum amount of players free on the objective to get it as close enough to the finish line as possible. And they're going to send Spark Chief out to roam, disrupt Dark Zero's setup so they don't get an opportunity to stall out this attack.
Spark Chief using the shield to keep himself alive and well, finding a skewer onto the Jeff, but FlyQuest, again, the ultimate economy is just abundant now as 40.42 meters is the difference between a FlyQuest 2-0 victory and a Dark Zero defeat. Can they make it work? So many ultimates, so many resources dumped right onto the fight, and that's all the difference. No damage needed. FlyQuest get it done, 2-0.
So many resources, but not enough bodies on the objective. And that is going to be one of the fastest Central Park pushes we have ever seen. What a play coming through from FlyQuest, a team which I am sure many have touted to be getting all the way through to grand finals. And when they have performances like that, you really cannot doubt this team. They truly are superstars.
They have been on fire, the meta favoring them as well. So many of these picks being used in their favor. Props to Energy as well, just being able to click away from the likes on Dark Zero. Yeah, on the Phoenix, a hero that did not show themselves in this mostly in this entire group stage. Not many picks have been used because that Beyblade tech, being able to animation cancel the melee with the flight.
Well, that's also one of the reasons why Ensong Inferno was brought up so quickly. However, this is where the Mantis play comes into clutch, because you have a 12% damage boost on your Phoenix for the entire time, so Ensong Inferno is going to be generating just as quickly for this matchup as it would previously have on 4.0. And the fact that they were able to, on that first push, just off of threat alone, really quickly take control of all of those high ground angles that both the Hela and Namor were at the beginning of the round starting off on, with things like Spark Chief on that Angela pushing further forward and the Guardian Shield staggers from Zealous' end. There was absolutely no monopoly of space that the defenders should have had. They gave it all up.
And that might have been the counterplay against the Hela Namor composition. Just go all the way in, all gas, no brakes. And that's exactly what FlyQuest did
a composition that really likes to take care of two different off angles. The theory being that if one of those off angle players gets jumped, gets caught out, the other one can back them up.
Yep.
But in that case, everyone on the FlyQuest, they knew that that's all they had to do. If they were able to neutralize one threat, take care of the other, they can just go straight on through.
And I mean, that's again where the Phoenix gets to come in, right? Because you can just go for your verticality. You can start from the low ground with your entire team core stack. And then once you decide to make your move and push out, well, first they pushed the Hela out, who was all the way at the top of Power Pad, and then they had to deal with the Namor, who tried to drop the Monstro spawns and guard the angle, but there was the Guardian Shield stagger, so it went to a 2 versus 1.
And now the American Derby concludes, but not until we get a on-stage interview. Tetcher, who you got with you this time?
Thank you, Dan and Moxie. I am here with energy after an incredible matchup. Not just this, but this is your first international event for Marvel Rivals. How are you feeling after this first on-stage game?
No, wait, no, we've got a...
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. It was pretty easy, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it was really good for our first game on stage.
You came out of your group in first as well, so you're already not just continuing with a 2-0, you're also able to continue with a solid undefeated group stage as well. Is that momentum going to continue as you make your way through the rest of the bracket?
Yeah, right now we're looking at VP. You know, they're the other undefeated group. They won their game today, so just hoping to meet them in the semis, I think it is. So
you had a little bit of a slower start on that first map. UTC Dark Zero taking off them. What went wrong for you?
I think we just had to adapt to what they were playing. So Spark Chief on cap, he was marking their Psylocke first round, which kind of just made it impossible for us to walk up. He adapted, he started going backline, it was easier for us, and I can mark Psylocke because I was on good character for it. That's really it.
So you've got a lot of local support here, it seems. And do you feel that's making you play better, or are you just like getting a little nervous here?
No, it's definitely making me play better. I love the support.
So your next matchup, I believe in that further in the bracket, you, like you said, we might have VP, but you've also got teams like Citadel and Chopperback, which is our last quarterfinals game for the day. Who are you looking forward to playing throughout the rest of this bracket?
Definitely VP in the semis. Sorry, Citadel next. That's what I'm thinking. But Chopperback's definitely not a team to underestimate. They're a pretty good team.
And last question, like we said, you've got a little bit of local support here, but also you've got to have support all around the world watching you after your incredible performance, not just here, not just in the group stage, but in your Ignite stage to get here as well. What do you have to say to all the fans out there?
Just thank you guys. Thank you for supporting FlyQuest. Sorry. Thank you for supporting FlyQuest, you know. We're really proud of what we're doing. It's doing good.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here. And let's head back over to the analysis desk to break down the American Derby.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the desk. I gotta say, it's so cool to see what was an interview with FlyQuest. In the seed stage, they had #1 Dog Matzy, right? They're trying to qualify for mid-season finals. Energy feeling pumped up. They were going in great, and then obviously things didn't work out for them to get to mid-season. Absolutely crushed, right? They have matured as players so much in just the course of a couple months. So much, in fact, they went flawless there in the group stage earlier a couple days ago, and they're like, hey, we're not thinking much of it, right? We still have so much more to do. Job's not even close to finish. That shows signs of maturity, Dog.
Yeah, absolutely. This team is constantly getting better, and it's because of recent pickups. They picked up legit RC, the new head coach of teams FlyQuest. Taking a look at the highlights, Cozy, FlyQuest is phenomenal. This team has been playing so well throughout the tournament. Dark Zero, you know, they're kind of on the coming up and up, but FlyQuest has been there. They were the #1 seed for a reason, and this is exactly why. They just kind of dominated on the second map, but map #1, it was a bit closer than we could expect.
Oh, absolutely. You know, they really managed to go into their own into the first map there on domination. Like, you could tell that they were hungry for it. That's why it went to that 2-1 scoreline there. They were really trying to give it their all in to the Krakoa side of things there. But obviously, after some jitters on that first one, things got a little bit shaky.
Yeah, you know, you saw a little bit of those land jitters, right? Just kind of getting used to everything, and then now, bam, they go right from there, and it was the FlyQuest we, you know, come to know and expect. Gotta give flowers here to some of these players because we've been tiptoeing around, okay, they're kind of the best. Who's the best? Hey, listen, best for me is the Vanguard player. That man makes the biggest difference at the position there for the team, across the team.
That's a great point out, Cozy. I mean, Vess has been that guy, and it feels like, you brought it up when we were talking behind the scenes. I thought it was a great point. Vess, the only problem with dealing with Vess is you can't solve him, really. It's tough because the Spark team is obviously there to fill in a lot of the other heroes, a lot of the dive heroes, but Vess does not have any gaps. His Emma, his Mag, his everything is just phenomenal. Dr. Strange, he can play it all.
Yeah, they kind of make a symphony out of chaos, right? They're able to slow things down. We saw at the end there on that map, and you know what, for me, Matsy, I got to talk about energy, right? Because, hey, Young Buck, 16, now 17. I don't know what you were doing over there, Matsy, at 17, but man, this guy, biggest stage, is now becoming one of the players that people know by name easily.
Yeah, and it goes to show hard work pays off, you know, when you're able to have this kind of drive and determination at such a young age. It really goes to show they've got a long career ahead of them here at esports, and I think that this is only the beginning of what they're capable of.
Absolutely, and if you look at all the other pickups in the bit of the rosters, right? I mean, you have Vision, who was the best player on Shroud X. They get him over to their side. Not only is he the duelist side of things, but now he's flexing to one of the craziest Jeffs in this tournament, boys. Like, I mean, we've seen a lot of Jeff the Baby Land Sharks, but my gosh, it's always fun to see him on screen. You know, listen, Dog, you're talking a little bit about Spark Chief too. Talk about what he's added. You know, he was the Hulk guy, right? But then Hulk's kind of, he's out a little bit because of Namor and Helen.
Yeah, he has to fill in all of those dive heroes, right? A lot of the Angela, a lot of the Venom, a lot of that Captain America. He's sort of that guy who does that. Maybe that's the hole that they have, but the problem is Vess, not Vestola, is just so flexible. And then also, like you mentioned with Vision on Jeff, I mean, he's doing so much. The only guy at the moment I think that has matched that level of Jeff has been Dredro for VP, and you know how much we've talked about him. So this entire squad is so good right now, and it's off of huge pickups in the mid-season, like you called out.
Yeah, it's a shame there's a little bit of region-on-region elimination there, right? I'm sure they were a bit sad to send Dark Zero down to that lower bracket, and they're going to be playing the winner. FlyQuest will be playing the winner of, again, Chopper or Citadel, so you're going to have a good classic matchup there. Dark Zero, let's quickly give them a little bit of talking points here, right? You know, very good team. They definitely have done well as a unit. We take a look at the bracket here. We'll see even more to it. Dark Zero going to be playing the loser of that. Definitely a to get in Citadel or Chopper.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's rough, man. I mean, you know, you've seen so much of Chopper, Mag, and they're against Citadel. That's another top team.
Absolutely, you know, it's just the battle of the revenge matches, right? Chopper Mag, they got their revenge story from the mid-season finals against Citadel, obviously in previous instances their rosters there, but then if Chopper Mag are defeated, it's another revenge story into Dark Zero, because obviously the first time they faced off, Dark Zero came ahead 2-1 in that series. And I just don't know which team is going to take it. It's just neck and neck in these final matches.
It really is up in the air. And speaking of up the air, I mean, 100 Thieves versus Reject down below. And then Dark Zero, you talked about them, right? That's a tough matchup for anybody, FlyQuest being them. Dark Zero has been sort of just like a team that's growing, like Cozy, like they're constantly getting better, but it's a matter of timing, right? Can they get good at a fast enough pace to catch up to teams like FlyQuest?
Yeah, and sometimes momentum, it stops pretty hard, right? When you go in with Reject, you had the loss there. They definitely have the talent on the team. That's never been an issue. It's more of, can they put it all together, right? Can they make it all come together in one beautiful harmony? Like we saw there in FlyQuest. I mean, when everything was thrown at them, they were calm, cool, collected, ended up getting the dubs here. So absolutely awesome match for 3. We have one more upper bracket matchup, which I'm stoked to see, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Citadel, Chopper Mag coming right to you after this quick break, my friends.
No reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
You know what to do, spiders? It's spider time!
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
To become the best of the best?
We are at DreamHack Atlanta at the Marvel Rivals Global Finals.
What Chopper Mag?
你最好别输。
What's going on, guys, and welcome back over to the desk once again. I'm Cozy, joined by Matsy once again over there on the Australian side, and Ship. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Listen, guys, we have another matchup. It's our last one of that upper bracket, and it is a good one at that. We have Citadel Gaming versus Chopper Mag. When you look at what Citadel can do, listen, this is a team that came in with high expectations, right? And Chopper Mag, I mean, I don't want to say they're happy to be here, but it's incredible that they are here at that. So with that, Ship, let's start with Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, Citadel, a team that has looked so good in the past, a team that is very cohesive, led by Coach Sala. Their whole team feeling confident coming in here, but struggling a little bit in these early stages. And I think both of these teams have kind of been in an upward trajectory. I'm just curious, when they meet at that peak, who's going to come out on top?
Exactly, and Matsy, I mean, listen, no one better to talk about Chopper Mag than the man himself. And OCE, they get one team, and it seems like every time we have a LAN, they start making waves, right? We saw it at the mid-season finals, now here in Atlanta.
That's it. When they're under pressure, that's when they perform the very best. And there's a reason, you know, that they had an uncontested run through the Oceanic region there. They have been giving it their all to rise up to the occasion. Obviously, subbing in a Fidel for this one. You know, the circumstances aren't their best, but they're managing to do their best, even given what they're beholding.
Yeah, I think that's what's been so honestly impressive, is that this is like a 3-region, 1-region team. You have Bobo there representing their team, old Nova player, Fidel from Shroud X. Seems like Shroud X is split across all the teams that have advanced it. And then, of course, Australia itself. It was Ground Zero from, Kanga Esports, right? So when we look at their roster, Matsy, tell me, who are the viewers, who do they need to watch here?
Well, I can't just say the whole team, but I'd say definitely keep your eyes on Bobo there on the duelist role. Pepik, one and the same. They are able to make high impact plays, but I mean, one and the same. Zenstari, definitely a key vanguard for their team. Their Groot is just unmatched. You know, they are able to keep their team online and perform when it counts, but you can't discount Dueb, the quiet achiever there, able to make high impact plays in the Emma Frost. They're able to zone out their opponents and just create absolute devastation.
Yeah, for me, listen, the duelist Bobo is an absolute fireworks show, right, Shiv? I mean, him and Pethig, what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, Bobo is coming in here from Team Nova, again, one of those different regions, Chinese region, coming in and looking incredibly strong. You know, not even afraid to lead a little bit of comms, going in with their Psylocke and dominating the lobby. Another one of those carry duelist lines that I was surprised to see, and I was stoked to see it.
Yeah, for me, really, Shiv, if Bobo can kind of fill play whatever he wants to. I'm not crazy when he's on the Ultron and floats to the Atom sometimes. It's the pure, like, Psylocke play for me that goes crazy. If Pethig gets access to the Star-Lord or the Winter Soldier, a lot of teams have been focused on the Winter Soldier, right, Matt?
Yeah, they've definitely been trying to shut that one down, considering the impact of those bionic hooks there. Like Pethig, once he gets rolling, he's just rolling his way through to the stars. So definitely one that you have to try and shut down as soon as possible.
Yeah, we even saw him on Daredevil for a little bit there. Again, another one of those selections of Daredevil that took me by surprise, but looked pretty good.
Yeah, but the Devil out in October. Happy Halloween once again, gentlemen. You know, Ship going as a just handsome best voice of Rivals over here, and then Matsy look better than ever, my guy. Listen, we still have some great action as we look at the highlights of what they did in the group stage, and this is where kind of that Cinderella story, if you will, was in the making, right? We continue to see how they performed. The biggest one for me, it was Envy. It was Chopper Mag. One of them looking like they're going home, but they started with Reject, took care of business, and then Matt's Ship, they took down Envy. Tell me, I mean, Envy, I was wrong.
Yeah, again, it was very surprising. This is a non-signed team. No org has grabbed them yet, and they are no stranger to saying, hey, look at us. Will you look at us? Look where we're at. Jump in here and hook us up. Again, this team is clutch as can be, and they've been looking so good, better and better every match.
Listen, I heard Bobo whenever they wanted. He was like, sign me up. Let's get going, right? As, you know, listen, Matsy, as we look at the highlights for Envy, talk me about a little bit of the team identity more and the viewers at home again, since you guys are the one team here from OCE. What is that identity, that heartbeat behind Chopper Mag?
I'd say the heartbeat, the key foundation behind Chopper Mag is just their pure tenacity, their pure energy. They're hungry to show the world what they're capable of. You know, obviously, they're not playing under the best circumstances, but they are still so eager to prove that they can be the very best that they can be. You know, it's just that team cohesion under the coach J-Mac there, the flagship leader. They are just able to really bring it their all.
I would like to do the whole lay down, you guys carry me out there. Can we pull that off here on Des? Is that possible? I don't know, baby. Listen, y'all, on the other side of things, I don't want to say it's the same story as 100 Thieves, where it's like this team that came in with great expectation, right? They're making tier lists on social media. They're ranking the players. There's a lot of heat. People look at them sometimes in a villainous role, right? Sure. Which you love. Citadel Gaming, the Fortress Esport here, and I mean, perfect name with how stacked they are at their roster.
Yeah, Alex and Ken in the back line of those strategist roles. Again, a duo of strategists that is obscene, very, very strong. Talk about combos of different roles, and these two together are very dominant, always making it very difficult to be dove on. And speaking of diving on, Pauly in the front line. Are you kidding me? One of the very, very best dives Vanguards in the game.
Yeah, honestly, it's been between, it's like Pauly, Vest. It's like I keep hearing the same two names when it comes to the Vanguard player, but hey, don't sleep on Enzo, fellas.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
This is probably the most like pure Doctor Strange player right up there in this entire thing, right, Matt?
Absolutely. You know, it's just key to have that kind of a player with such flexibility into that hero there, because they can make those high impact plays when they count. They can keep their team in those fights and shut their enemies out as soon as possible.
Yeah. And on a controller. he's on controller, which is crazy. Him and Skittles, a battle of controllers, going to be in this matchup.
Yeah, dude, that's such a great highlight, right? We had Smash earlier on the duel list. Obviously, TTK is the other Vanguard. But then on this side of things, you have every role represented at the highest. I mean, I remember I was like, okay, I want to get serious about gaming. I got to drop the controller, go to PC, you know, keyboard, mouse. What am I doing? I mean, we're getting plenty of representation here, boys, as we look at the journey for the group stage of kind of, you know, a little bit of the struggles, if you will, going against some of these teammates that they have, you know, done well in scrims, if you will. And sometimes it just takes shaking off some of the, you know, the nerves and the expectations of the team. But again, yes, Melio and Tanuki, if these guys if they play at the level we know they can, it's going to be lights out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a lights out, a game over there. They definitely have a big job to do if you're on the side of Chopper Mag there. Obviously, these teams, you know, prior to the grand finals here, have been actually scrimming against each other on ping at home. They've been testing each other time and time again, so they know each other quite well leading into this tournament.
Yeah, one common familiarity, there's one common thing you see here, right, Shib? What is it with Citadel?
Well, Citadel, unfortunately, right now in this tournament, have lost a map in every single game, which is something that I'm sure they're going to want to change up on. You know, it's just the momentum shift, right? We talk about how important that is in map, but in general in this tournament, you got to shake that off. You've got to learn as a team to find a way through some of these more difficult matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. And we continue to talk about the backline there, the strategist, the heartbeat of the team, because Ken, Alex, some of the most consistent amongst what you see here in all of Rivals and the top level of play. So again, they had the key to the success. The talent is there. I'm just pumped because you have the veterans versus, it's David versus Goliath in some ways. It's a compliment to Chopper Mag for getting here, but the matchup to watch for me personally, Bobo, Melio. What about you, Ship?
Yeah, it's got to be Bobo Melio. Bobo took me by surprise. Always knew he was a strong player, but I never really got to see the potential on Nova because they did struggle there in the mid-season. But now he's here on this team, and this team is storied. You talk about talent all the time. For some reason, I saw the same thing with Envy. The teams that seem like they have the most confidence and have the most talent, they just get in these weird mojos where they can't seem to find wins, and that's something that they need to change. But yeah, Bobo and Melio, both, without a doubt, insane talent.
You're right, it's all about the vibes, right? Like just going in there, who shows up the best that day. We've seen that with Dark Zero in games where, you know, they maybe struggled a little bit in scrims and then they did fine out there in the results. Chopper Mag doing the exact same thing, folks. And you know what? Tetcher got to sit down with Chopper Mag, Bobo, and friends. So let's go to check out what they had to say.
Hey Rivals, welcome to DreamHack Atlanta here for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Global Finals. And today I'm going to be catching up with Chopper Mag, our sole OCE representative here, but with a little bit of a guest here from Nova in the mid-seasons. We also have Bobo, who has joined the team recently. I want to start with the simplest question. How did this team come to be?
So in the mid-seasons, we were here as, well, about half of us were here as Ground Zero. Me, Dwip, and Zin. We talked about who we want to get. First, we got Skittles, was like one of the first people we got.
You were on Kanga before, right?
Kanga before this.
Yeah, so we picked him up for support, and then we were looking around for other people, And one day randomly, I asked Bobo, want to come join our team? He was like, sure. And he also brought his teammate from Nova as well, Salvation. We got Fidel from America, and it's been good.
How would you describe the general identity of your team if you had to put a descriptor on it?
Passion, maybe.
We put a lot of like energy when we like are fully trying.
Yeah.
Like you'll hear a lot of people like screaming, mainly Dwip.
Yeah.
He gets really loud.
Our tanks are quite passionate. And they like slam their desk and yeah.
Dwip got told off a lot for slamming desks.
Mid-season final when he's like banging the desk.
And Zen on game day gets very hyped. He's like hyping everyone up like backstage, like, come on, we got this.
We just came out of what was essentially a triple strategist meta for a lot of teams, while some leaned away from it a bit. Where do you feel like this 4.5 meta is landing, at least before the games start?
Yeah, I think the support meta, at least, like Raccoon and Jeff, are like both very strong. Invis and Luna are both still decent because the 275 HP, it really helps. Cloak and Loki struggle a bit because they get one-shotted so easily. But yeah, the very backline is very strong. And I think Mantis is still very broken, like with Ultron.
Anything to add?
DPS,
Yeah,
Star-Lord, my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Zero Season, my favorite hero is Hawk and Star-Lord. So I'm good at him, and the Rocket team up with Star-Lord, I like it.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say Hawk and Stars and Hawkeye, or did you say Hulk and
No,
Stars?
he said Hulk. In season 0, he played Hulk.
I'm Chinese #1 Hawk.
Is there any chance we'll see the Hulk busted out in the games?
No.
Thank you all very much for joining us. This has been Chopper Mag. We're going to be heading into the games very shortly, so make sure to stay tuned to Marvel Rivals Ignite Global Finals 2025.
Hey, listen, what is going on here? I was there, now I'm here. What in the multiverse? That's Marvel for you, as we just heard from the great pride of Australia, showing that the land down under means business. Atlanta, viewers at home, give it up for Chopper Mag! In the duelist position, we've got Bobo and Pethig. The absolute setting the pace for the duelists. Now following them with the lifeline of the squad, please welcome Fidel and Skittles. Last we've got in the vanguard position, the heartbeat of every push, my friends, is Duet and Zen starring. Now on the other side of the match, the Fortress themselves representing EMEA, it's Citadel Gaming. Your legendary players coming out first. We've got the one, the only. They don't chase fights, they create the Melio and Tanuki. Representing the healing, the peeling, making miracles. We've got our strategist buddy on this team that will get it done. Please welcome, my friends, Ken and Alex. And lastly, your legendary vanguards, the duo, Paulie and Enzo. And coach of that team, bringing it all together. We got Sala. We have a legendary matchup. Citadel, Chopper Mag, ready to get this story. Is it David? Is it Goliath? Is it the upset? One Titan falling. Underdogs are rising. And to bring you all the action, we've got a couple amazing casters over there. Ryan, Tetcher. Let's break it down.
I've been able to escape the hosting for just a moment, and I am here with Ryan. Oh my God, we get to bring you this incredible game. A lot of people I've spoken to have said that this might be the one to watch, because a lot of people have been saying the trajectory for Chopper Mag has been like this.
Yeah,
it's scary.
How involved you are with Marvel Rivals doesn't matter when you get a series like this. You have the unsigned golden children of Chopper Mag that have made their way through groups, going up against villains of Citadel Gaming. There's a lot of people on Reddit that are almost wanting to see the demise of this team because of the way that they almost act, right? Like, just they want to sort of really put their opponents under a lot of pressure, get into their heads. They're the games that Citadel like to play. It is Halloween, it's spooky season. It's whether Chopper Mag could be the final girl or whether it's going to be that monstrosity of Citadel moving on up.
Citadel Gaming had an incredible run at the mid-season finals, making their way all the way up to 4th place before being taken down by the current world champions Na'Vi at the time, Rad Esports. Before heading into stage 2, Melio moved over from that Citadel roster, from that Na'Vi roster, sorry, onto Citadel. So quite the mix-up, quite the get for them here. And now they're going to try and see if Melio can have a repeat performance. But Chopper Mag, made up of mostly Ground Zero, who had an insane run through the mid-season. Didn't get as high as Citadel there, but that Ground Zero roster, a big chunk of it is still here with some incredible gets. We've already mentioned it. Bobo, the incredible pull in here of actually being able to bring in Skittles from Kanga Esports on that strategist role has given them so much in terms of ult tracking.
For both teams, they feel a lot more well-rounded, right? Whilst we haven't seen like a move out, Pokey, for example, for Citadel is on the bench, looking to be used as and when needed, but it really depends on the kind of meta and compositions that we find ourselves in. Citadel Gaming have really enjoyed their time trying to run triple strategist, especially if they can get Tanuki on the Jeff. Whilst they had a really good first day of groups, going 2-0, winning against 100 Thieves on that final game, the second day did not go well in the slightest. And since then, we did see in that final match of groups against OUG them try to experiment with a couple of different mod compositions that we haven't seen for a while, since like EMEA maybe stage 1, seeing some more of those like adjustments. It feels that that was a good time to pull it out now. It's going to be hard to try and predict where Citadel Gaming kind of want to go with the draft, what characters they want to go for. But Chopper Mag, I think the focus is on them. Like, let's just play our game. Citadel will not want to lose to us. Nobody wants to lose to an unsigned team this far into a tournament. It's just this mind game. You have so much pressure when you're representing an organization, especially when you've got Stage 1 champions of EMEA under your belt if you're Citadel.
And let's actually learn a little bit more about Citadel Gaming, as Moxie was able to sit down with them earlier.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with, well, half of Citadel as we have them on the couch to ask them a little bit of questions. And first of all, I have to ask, because you guys actually arrived in Atlanta a little bit before some of the teams to boot camp. Was there a specific reason that you did this?
First of all, we have a great org, and they really wanted us to come out early to be prepared. I think we wanted to make sure that we can avoid jet lag, we can get good practice in Atlanta. It's a lot easier to go into a tournament when you have a lot more time to be comfortable than others. So I think it was just like Citadel being really good and making sure we have the best best setup possible for this tournament.
How would you describe your team's identity in one word, if you could give me one?
Aggressive. We like to control the game in our favor, you know.
Who do you think are the best players in your role?
Trust me.
Is the best thing, maybe the best player in the game right now in the world. I don't think there's anyone better than this guy.
I think they're lucky he's not playing DPS. We played him on DPS in a few scrims and he was also the go on that.
What strength do you think you have as a team over all of the other teams that made it this far?
The biggest strength is probably Pole. The fact that he's the best Cap, the best Venom, and that helps us a lot. We think we're a team of friends, most likely. Like, we know each other for long, we've been playing together for long, and we have like really good, how to say, team spirits, like team mindset.
What about LAN setup? Because obviously there's a lot more pressure when you're having to perform in front of a crowd on that stage with all of the lights in front of you.
I mean, for me, it's a boost, like motivation boost to do even better. I like it when people watch me.
Let's talk about Cap. Polly, the most annoying Vanguard for strategists to have to fight against. What tips would you give for a Captain America player to get better?
Just be annoying. Just be a cockroach in the enemy backline and just terrorize the strategist, and you're good to go.
Well, thank you so much, Polly, Enzo, and Salah, for joining me. Best of luck in all of your games. And this has been our wonderful interview with Citadel to catch up with them before their matches.
That's the most skilled and lovable cockroach I think I've ever seen. Polly is living up to exactly that statement. Always in the backline. We spoke to a couple of the other teams about why he's so good as well, and they described him as unpredictable. He always appears where you least expect him to be.
Yeah, Fate said from Na'Vi that it's crazy that a Captain America could do as much damage as a duelist, really. But he's only 17 years old. I think that's the one thing to say, that while Citadel, yeah, they like to sort of give it quite a lot. They're not afraid to be the heels, I suppose, of what we're seeing in Marvel Rivals esports. They're also a very young team. Even like the coach Salah, he's only 23, 24, but he's so much experience coaching players getting the most out of them individually to make sure that underappreciated players, like they were on Berber Patipim, can actually rise to contest some of the top dogs. We're not in a stage anymore with EMEA where it's just Virtus Pro and everybody else. There is a lot of teams that can now compete at the top, and an event like this, it really is just going to be a mix of what teams can do. It is just that unpredictability of Chopper Mag, what they can like keep that momentum going, whether they can just enjoy the process, because we have seen the likes of Crazy Raccoon and OUG, the two teams that got eliminated from Group B, take maps off of Citadel.
Yeah.
This could very easily be a full free mapper, because every game for Citadel has been a full free mapper.
But it wasn't easy for Chopper Mag either. They did have to fight tooth and nail to get here, and they actually found themselves in an extremely tentative position on their last day of play, where literally it came down to map scores almost with Reject, Envy, and Chopper Mag. Chopper Mag were able to take both of their games needed to qualify, but the fact it came down to being that close does show that neither of these teams had an easy ride.
Yeah, I mean, that's the logo that you don't want to face up against, right, at this kind of stage. But it is those kind of moments where, like, you see the likes of Envy that had a lot of expectations go up into these games. The lucky thing here for Citadel is that it isn't an elimination game. No. Whoever does lose here has a best of 5 later on, so they do have to fight for their lives on Halloween yet again. But it's in this case of like, there is that safety net for both squads. That's why it's just a best of 3 to sort of begin us out. But it is more of a case of like, for Citadel Gaming, we're starting on domination. It was a game mode that they were tremendous at the start of their like team's reign. And it has not gone well for them in the slightest at this event. And even in stage 2, it fell off quite a lot when it came to the accolades of doing well on a lot of those King of the Hill maps.
And you still see it. You still see them pull out these incredible plays on these domination maps where they are turning fights, where they're able to get... We saw one of the most dominant domination games, pun not intended there, of all of Ignite, where Polly brought out the Angela on Celestial Husk and just proceeds to roll everyone in their way. And that's after someone attempted to ban out Citadel. But like you said, at this event, it's not been as convincing. I do also want to bring up that we saw it in the interview there with Chopper Mag, but we've also been hearing it during our group stages. These are two of the loudest teams at this tournament, so there is a solid chance that we're going to hear these teams throughout the cast if they can be picked up on our microphones.
We heard it a little bit in the group stages. If you didn't see it, Citadel Gaming having almost like a hacker war chant in a lot of those coordinated moments, the IGL counting down and all the players bringing out a at the same time. You will probably feel it just as much as you hear it if it comes out on stage. But Krakoa, the first map in this one, it's record-wise not great, but it's a different story, I suppose, for Citadel. They're 0-1, but you lost against 100 Thieves. 1-0 for Chopper Mag, able to win, but it was against Iconics. Two very different teams.
Not a lot of stuff to learn there. Of course, single maps, we don't have a lot of statistics, and like you mentioned, those teams, one of them is here, and one of them is already out, taken out in the group stage. We're starting off with the bans. The Mantis taken out. We heard from Moxie earlier talking about what that Mantis enables, but it's already sneaking through. But Citadel, they prioritize the cap over the potential Jeff secure of their own, and we're going to see Chopper Mag with their first Mantis ban going to be getting the protect on it. One-sided Mantis secured.
Seems to be the common thing, like Chopper Mag, happy to play Triple Sentinel as strategist when it comes up. Adam Warlock's going to be banned out. These are sort of common things that we have seen from Citadel, right? Even the Protect on Captain America, they did that against 100 Thieves because Polly seems like the kind of player that you could try and really hit his hero pool for. They still have that opening to protect the Jeff coming up, but instead, Chopper Mag's not going to let it go through, which seems to be maybe the plan for Citadel Gaming. Let it sort of in there, force them to ban it out, go for a whole different strategy, which is what we saw Citadel doing a little bit more, experimenting with their final day of groups.
So currently, Chopper Mag have secured themselves that one-sided Mantis. Citadel have the opportunity for a one-sided Adam Warlock, but it's not secured yet. Would be a solid get for them, though. Melio is one of the best Adam Warlocks in the world. Chopper Mag, they're going to secure themselves a Captain America as well, so we actually get a matchup here with Polly and Chopper Mag choosing to potentially match them.
So it's the final ban for Citadel Gaming before they put in a final Protect. Still having quite a lot of options themselves. They won't have the Venom, but they've got the Captain America Protect, so both Polly and Enzo are going to be comfortable. One-sided Emma is actually something that they have gone for more commonly. Like, they want to get the Jeff if they can, but because they're sort of well known for trying to get Tanuki on the Jeff, it makes sense why teams have wanted to try and ban it out. Means that you have something spare and open, and that Vanguard line is going to be protected.
Citadel have secured themselves an incredible setup for Poly here, and if they want to play more aggressive, with the Winter Soldier and of course the Emma Frost being taken away, you've removed two of the best anti-dive characters in the game, who of course that Carbon Crush, Bionic Hook, Trooper's Fist. You can stun anyone who dives in here, but with all of those tools removed, suddenly Citadel have a lot more freedom to go in, and they even secure the Emma themselves, so they are able to counteract Chopper Mag with their own Captain America, and potentially the Venom, as they may look to go for a double here.
Yeah, they've got quite a lot of options for that front line.
That's accurate.
There's no Jeffs on either side, and no Bucky's either, because it feels like Bucky would have a lot more free reign when you don't have the Jeff on the board to just dip underground if you need to make sure that you don't get hit by some of those Kraken's impacts. But looking here, it is Chopper Mag looking to try and have a bright start here. I think the majority of the full free mappers that we've seen for Citadel Gaming is them going down a map first.
Yes.
And when it comes to them being able to choose what maps they want to go to, it's typically Convoy. The likes of Yggdrasil's Path seems to suit them. Araco has been historically very strong for them. It's just not really been necessary to show recently.
Speaking of Araco, we aren't heading there, but we are heading to the fellow Hellfire Gala map. It is Krakoa, and we're starting off on the Gala itself. Looking at these openings, we're getting a little bit of pre-armor, but not much for Citadel. Not going to be spreading too much here, whereas Chopper Man are starting to hover incredible aggression. They're looking at the Psylocke and the Daredevil here to try and just run over Citadel. But remember, Citadel do have access to that Emma Frost, so they have a little bit of counter dive here. And Melio bringing out the Ultron here. Healing was nerfed, but it still does damage.
Starting to see it a little bit more. I think we even discussed it on the Wednesday of like, this is so common that people have moved away from Ultron completely. Now they're starting to integrate it back slightly. But Chopper Mag going in with the Daredevil first, trying to go for a more divey composition, especially when you have got the Mantis and the Rocket to try to make sure that they have that damage boost in a lot of these team fights to go. You can see the Citadel Gaming wanted to try and back off and disengage as much as possible. Now that the point is opened up, not in the hands of anybody, but Poly, of course, gets the first elimination.
Pethic with the dive, chases down Melio out of the sky. Alex falls as well, and with the Reds coming in from Ken, we are going to see Citadel still continue to try and fight this and hold onto the point, but we're seeing Chopper Mag's aggression is paying off. They take down Enzo, Poly, and Ken. Pethic and Zenstory with the dive, and Chopper Mag are able to take the first control, and the aggro, the chase ability from that Daredevil is able to take out Melio again.
Seems to be a really good set of pace. Something, again, that feels like just really adds to that kind of composition, but because it's not banned out, you don't really see the Mantis and the Rocket having enough to try and get these players into position, but the coordination is there. Citadel Gaming are going to be forced back. They're trying to regroup and reset for another engagement, but they've already lost Melio high up in the sky. It's a very easy clear up for Duet.
BRB brings them back, but they're still diving into the backline, trying to get onto that extra pressure. Enzo bringing out the Angela for the extra reinforcements of dive potential, but it's taken down with the duel. Bobo picks them off, darts to the butterfly, into the backline, takes out Alex. Tanuki, though, will finish off Duet, keeping this a little bit even, at least in the fight. But Bobo is uncontested, and he's just picking up KO after KO.
It really feels that Citadel are maybe panicking slightly. It's about 50% progression on the board for Chopper Mag. They have so much to sort of sit back on as well. If there is a chance for Citadel Gaming to try and group up, even a portal play from Enzo was used quite early, something that they have done a lot in Dominations, almost going for like hostage take plays to try and surprise Chopper Mag, but they managed to get out of it. That means that if it gets to 99% and we get overtime, Enzo's not going to have the portal in hand.
Bobo goes down, Enzo is pushing up to try to make the most of this. Let the Devil out, it's available, but go with Feast from the Abyss into the backline, not able to find the full target. Nice Dark Force teleport from Alex to avoid that initial engage. Duet falls to Enzo, and we are seeing Citadel Gaming pushing back up to the point, trying to go for the retake. Blaster Barrage from Tanuki, who's in the backline. Mantis has to use the Soul Resurgence just to stay up. Diving on back, Tanuki up to the high ground, finding the Battle Rebirth Beacon as Pethic is going in deep. The Devil has been unleashed. We're Galactic Legend from Tanuki with the Eternal Bond from Alex is allowing Citadel to try and drive back Chopper back with Fidel being taken out. They are running out of tools, Ryan.
They still haven't taken the point as it's about to reach 99% for Chopper Mag. Now they get it. Oh, almost. There's still one player that's going to push it all the way to 99% perfect for Chopper Mag. All they need to do is group up, get some ultimates together, one clean fight, and they're able to take this first point. But Citadel Gaming using some big ultimates themselves, but they still have 3 in the bank. They want to try and keep this tempo up, go for fights against Chopper Mag, force out ultimates, whilst they're not ready to go for these pure 6 versus 6.
Bobo pushing up, going into the stealth to try and make the way to the point with the Freedom Charge being activated on both sides. Duep and Polly. Enzo is taken down first in this fight. Battery Buff Beacon will bring them back as Melly's going to pull the trigger first. Dance of the butterfly onto the backline. Vidal is removed again, but counter Battery Buff Beacon from Skittles keeps them in this fight, meaning it's even. Alex not so lucky, taken out, but Melio retakes onto Peptic. It's back and forth, Ryan.
It's really a case of this coming through. Enzo connecting onto one of Fidel. There's enough damage, maybe a little bit of healing to keep him going, but Tanuki is the hunted dog that's trying to get those picks to make sure that Chopper Mag keep themselves a player down. However, they've taken the objective back into their favor. It means it's OT. It's not progressing for Citadel Gaming at all. Enzo, I don't think he's going to have the portal because he tried to go for the play beforehand. So it's a case of Paulie trying to survive to keep stalling as much as he possibly can. He's actually doing terrifically, but it's down to the wire. Chopper Mag, those first couple of fights where they're able to just keep staggering Citadel Gaming enough to take Carousel.
Nicely done. Chopper Mag takes the lead, and Citadel Gaming, they adjusted, they were able to retake it, but like you said, the tenacity of Chopper Mag to be able to just stay on that point, to keep delaying, to allow themselves to get to that 99 meant that they only had to really win one more retake, especially with Enzo already burning that portal, which will still be on cooldown for at least the start of this engage.
Yeah, I like Duep's Freedom Charge that we saw go in. He sort of knew that Citadel Gaming were almost trying to like bottleneck them into certain chokes. Duep just tries to keep that pace going for them, and I think that ferocity, I think, for Chopper Mag has kind of kept Citadel Gaming a little bit floundered to an extent. But I do think that the changes that Citadel Gaming made to their composition, putting Melly onto the Psylocke, going for more of a 2-2-2, even Tanuki bringing out the Daredevil. We saw bits and pieces of it. I don't think we've seen many Daredevil head-to-heads of the new duelist added into the game, so this should be a hell of a game.
We'll have to see as we're going to make our way out, and it looks like the portal is off cooldown. The delay was just long enough, so Enzo going to open up, and once again we see Citadel going to see if they can take someone's lunch money, moving out with the portal to try and get that first grab, and Fidel is once again being bullied. The substitute, he's just here to help. He's going to get taken down, but the BRB was placed in time to bring him back.
It seemed to be a good read. I mean, it's a common play to Citadel Gaming make. It means that if we do get to overtime on this point, that the portal should be ready. That's how the timings tend to work. But the Iron Amplifier is going to be used from Ken to allow just a little bit more lethality with Citadel's approach. They've got a couple of picks. They've got a Be-Right Back that's brought Alex back into the fray as they've gone down. This should be them taking the fight. A couple of plays gone down for Chopper Mag, but they're stalling out as much as they possibly can. It just seems to be the elimination feed is full of the red of Citadel.
Like you said, that compositional adjustment from Citadel seems to be paying off dividends right now, as Citadel are able to take that first fight with the portal, and now that they used it so early in the round, there's a chance that it might be available for a retake. If we do see Chopper Mag go for a swap and start getting close to that 99, there is the opportunity to re-engage for Citadel. And now building up towards ultimates, 84% towards that Eye of Agamotto, 87 for Dance of the Butterflies, 90 for Freedom Charge, and we already have Let the Devil Out and Invisible Boundary.
Enzo has been very key. We're trying to go for some major Eye of Agamottos. The AoE stun can be blocked by so much, but the Soul Resurgence is going to be used first from Fidel. They want to try and go for this fight, and it really sets up Bobo nicely with the Dance of the Butterflies. Cutting through two. One is going to be brought back. The Invisible Boundary was used from Alex, but I think because he was eliminated, it got shut down early.
Bobo's flanking is insane. He's always on the flank, causing problems. Able to get that final hit here. Melio is charged up with the darts of the butterfly, but with Bobo able to clean them out, we've seen the flip from 30% to 17 in favor of Citadel, but Chopper Man control the point. Coming in from above, the devil has been unleashed by Pethig, diving directly into Citadel, down to the butterfly for the counter though, and Bobo and Fidel are taken down. The sustain is being removed, but the Battle Reaper beacon means it's only a 5 versus 6. Citadel are chasing them down. Pethig gets the counter onto Alex, evening up the fight as Duep chases it in. The devil's been unleashed for Tanuki now. Onto the fight, and Melio is the one who falls though.
They still haven't taken the objective. You can just see how fast Tanuki's going into the backline, but Bobo peels perfectly. Pethig also finds a pick onto Ken, and it seems to be more of the same. You've got Polly that's able to trade picks either way, but there's no semblance, there's no coordination for Citadel Gaming. It feels like we're cut into so many different micro fights because of how these compositions are working. It is an outright brawl in the first day of DreamHack Atlanta, and Zen Starry finds a perfect pick onto Alex with the Feast of the Abyss.
Alex coming down as a big chunk of the healing. Ken does have that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for a bit of bonus health for this last possible fight, because we're getting close to 67% here. Citadel Gaming looking for the re-engage as Duep is using those mutant gates for the portals to just try and pressure them near their spawn. Bobo almost charged on another Dance of the Butterflies, and Ken is forced to swap. They give up on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and they bring out the Loki.
Bobo's got the flank, he's got the dance of the butterflies as well. Everybody's thrown themselves into a choke, though. It's not the perfect position. He wants to isolate targets if he can, but they lose Duep in the process. Zenstarry looking for a chance to dive. He's going to have the Vanguard counterpart back in a second with the BRB. He finds himself too. Enzo's trading onto Fidel, so it is just Skittles alive to work with. He's used the arm amplifier to really set up these duelists to find these picks. It's 99% again. Citadel Gaming, they could go down 0 and 2 on this domination map.
They're delaying as best as they can. Poly charges up to the point with the Liberty Rush. Kane is portaling in. They've had to swap it, but overtime ticks down. They can't reach, and Chopper Mag take the lead in the series.
The domination just hasn't been going well for Citadel Gaming at all. Chopper Mag, they sort of know the approach. Getting this far is a testament to how good these guys are in itself. But they know now that they can really play to the crowd a little bit more. And for Citadel Gaming, if they want to continue up in this winners bracket, they're going to have to do it the same way that they've done it so far. A full 3-map series.
The Devil of Hell's Kitchen taking the MVP. Pethic was putting on quite the performance there, but we've also got to point out Bobo's on the flank causing problems. Speaking of distraction, Pethic was just a battering ram, just heading straight into Citadel, while Bobo was constantly flanking, causing difficulties.
And for here as well, like we have seen a lot of chances for Citadel Gaming to regroup. They've been in this situation a lot. I mean, that's the one thing that works for them is like, whilst they are a young team, you can't say that they're inexperienced. Maybe like getting used to these kind of events, we're seeing a lot more audience, certainly in the West as well, like the first like international LAN that we've had here outside of China, right? And it's the first like major event that we've seen here for Marvel Rivals. This has to be a very quick turnaround and a very quick talk. But this, for Salah, I suppose, the coach that sat on the right-hand side, he's saying, we're used to this, we've been here before, we get to choose convoy, we know what kind of adjustments we want to make.
You can see the excitement behind Chopper Mag, but it's a very focused look for Citadel Gaming to try and bring this back. And you can see the differences here. It really kind of felt like Fidel was kind of more of a sacrificial lamb in that game, because so much of Citadel Gaming's focus went onto them, going really taken down 9 times in that entire game. But Chopper Mag was still able to take these fights with these flanks, with these duels, trading up often. And so much of that came down to Duet, Bobo, and Pethic, just being able to take these dive fights, the aggro of them. And of course, that one Zenstarry with the Feet of the Abyss for the turnaround was insane, taking out Alex early.
Well, just how many of these plays are Chopper Mag players chasing Citadel Gaming, like just individuals that are just running away going, ah, help me, oh God, help me. It's just the coordination on the side of Chopper Mag, but also like Bobo here knowing like that's not the fight I want to take. Everybody's grouped up, I want to try and isolate them, and then he comes in. The cerebral play, the timing, and it just felt like Chopper Mag knew that they had to play fast. They had to be in and out, make out like bandits kind of thing, because Citadel Gaming do make the right adjustments, but in this kind of environment, in these kind of games, Chopper Mag just know we need to play hot and fast because that's how we get under their skin, and we expect Citadel Gaming to be a loud team. I imagine it's radio silent so far on that stage.
They're just going to be discussing through, working out what they can change, what they can do here. You can see these final results at the end. 13 final hits for both Bobo and Pethic. Highest on the side of Citadel was going to be Melio with 9, trying to keep up through those fights. They also went through a lot of characters. They started on Psylocke, they started on the Ultron, then onto Psylocke, and then onto Adam at the end, but wasn't able to get enough charge for a Comet Revival. But Bobo, in that game, like we said, while Zenstarry, Pethic, Duep, all of these people had an impact, Bobo was able to do so much work for this team, just flanking constantly. That's Skittles, that's not Bobo, as we see but a KD of 7.3 in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I still want to see the Hulk now that was spoken about in the interview that you had. But, I mean, his Psylocke will definitely do. And it's a character that really seems to be coming back into the fray. And certainly when you're in these situations, there was so much stock that was put onto playing one duelist, triple strategist, there you go. And look, he knows how to do this kind of stuff, right? Like, he had such a good run with, like, Nova in the mid-season finals. It was a team that, like, people were like, they could have gone a lot further if they weren't stuck in that playing stage. They're able to sort of go into that point. But, interesting that we're going to Heart of Heaven, the new map, actually, the new Convergence, which isn't Convoy for Citadel Gaming.
It is Convergence, but it is one that Citadel Gaming have had a bit of practice on because they did play against it into OUG in the final day of group stage. So they probably have maybe the most experience on this map out of any team because so few teams have had the chance to play it in the actual tournament games.
Yeah, you're sort of going to work out in those moments to try something different. It did feel a little bit that they were playing against OUG. They had already qualified, OUG were already eliminated. It went to a third map. It's like, why not at this rate? Maybe they felt that like the way that they were just playing right now, that going to their sort of home grounds, right, of Yggdrasil's path, any Convoy, honestly, it's like an 80% win rate across like stage 2 in this event for them. The problem is for Convergence, much like Domination at this event, it's like sub 50. Yes. They lose more than they win in this game mode, and it's a gamble. But I imagine Chopper Mag are just like, all right, we're 1-0 up. Like, we take that risk.
So here's the argument. They're going for Convergence here, likely because they can choose where to go through. Like you said, they've not had as good of a win rate, so you want to prioritize where you get to play. If your best map is Convoy and you're comfortable on basically every map that is delivered there, then perhaps you are going to be able to take control, even if your opponent takes you to any of the maps, because you're already safe. This way, Citadel are trying to take control of their destiny in a position where they might have been a little weaker earlier.
It's true. So if you win this one, Chopper Mag would get the map choice, and it's any Convoy. So Citadel like, yeah, choose whatever map you want. We're all very good on them. Whereas if they picked Convoy and won it, Chopper Mag just got Jellia, don't they? Exactly. They got the Jelly, which has not gone well for Citadel either with records. And it's not as if that these teams can't make the adaptations. In fact, all of these events are built around making those changes. It is just more, you don't want that in the back of your head. You have got a Jeff Protect coming in for Chopper Mag, but it hasn't been banned out just yet. It's just that Protect onto Emma Frost, which Citadel Gaming is starting to lean towards more than the Protect onto the Jeff and building around that kind of composition.
But they did abandon it in the last game. They did have it, but they moved Enzo so quickly. They had to bring out Doctor Strange at one point. They brought out Angela at one point. Tried to mess with a little bit of extra aggression because Chopper Mag's actual dive potential was a little bit too scary here. The Venom taken out on both sides. So far, we've only seen Mantis banned out by Citadel. And in terms of the triple strategists here, Jeff has already been protected. Adam has been allowed through.
So yeah, you're missing the Mantis, the Venom, the Angela. Angela's definitely an interesting one, but we did see Polly have some amazing like moments in the end. Might be able to sort of focus on, yeah, making sure that it seems to what we've seen in similar series. Those problematic heroes in the last map, just make sure that they're not available for this one again for Chopper Mag.
That Psylocke was just a bit too much from Bobo, so going to remove that from the board, and we have the Jeff protected for Citadel. It slept all the way down that draft phase and will actually be allowed to be picked up. Double Jeff protect for the teams, and Winter Soldier will be the last remove here by Chopper Mag, meaning that Citadel Gaming lose a little bit of that anti-dive potential.
We get to see what Chopper Mag could do on the latest map, and what could we've seen a little bit of it because we saw OUG play it twice. How would you sort of sum up the fights that we've seen on it? Because I would say they're just constant.
Yes.
It doesn't stop there. For a peaceful place, there's a lot of just straight out brawling all of the time.
Point 1 constant. Point 2 seems to be a little bit more momentum based. If you're able to keep that, keep those tablets moving through that underground section, then it's a little bit easier to move on to potentially to that point 3. But this first point is rough. It's a long distance for both teams, but portals, of course, for defenders can be extremely useful to try and contest it. And that first entryway gate can't be flown over by Angela, so you are stuck for either the wide gate or the open doors.
And certainly, like, we saw it a little bit in those series of just the Angela flying around to just make sure that the focus of the defending team has to pull back to what's behind them so you don't just get jumped by Angela and taken out, especially with these like coordinated dives. But Chopper Mag are going to be defending first. Citadel choosing the map and the side, really using this as an opportunity to throw curveballs, which is what they've loved to do ever since we saw them back in the start of EMEA Ignite.
Going heavy on the aggression, already starting off with the Jeff speed bubbles to get them to the point. Perfig is back on that Daredevil. They were one of the most aggressive players in the mid-season finals as well. Bringing out stuff like the Black Panther and the Wolverine, adjusting back when they were called FMCL. Now they continue the actual momentum and, of course, the legacy that they left behind from that tournament.
Yeah, like you see, there's just a lot of fighting. All of these characters hyper-mobile, these lots of 1v1s. It makes sense that Iron Fist has been studying here with all of the isolated fights that he wants to be taking. But now we're looking for Melio to try and find a pick, trying to synergize with Polly, but it's not necessarily going to be in need because Polly in himself is a force to be reckoned with. Trying to see if he can find some more help, maybe peel for some of the backline as Ken goes up against Duev that has been matching what Polly's been trying to put down on this Captain America so far this series.
Not playing Gambit, but making a name for himself here. Duev has been putting pressure on the backline, taking down Ken earlier. Perfect finds Alex, utilizing the ability to just track people through the waterfalls and through the mist on that Daredevil to just make sure that everyone is already pressured. We're about halfway through the cap, but once again, Citadel will be repelled. Chopper back, keeping the pressure on Fortis defense. Citadel regroup.
The Daredevil helping to see if any players from Citadel Gaming trying to sort of sneak around into the backline of Chopper Mag. And Duet almost playing a sort of counter flank. If anybody tries to go on that right-hand side, they're going to run right into it and go for the dive themselves. But Melio, he's been very quiet here, trying to see if he can get onto one of these strategists. But the problem is that Rocket Raccoon is one of the most mobile. Melio's going to try and help the rest of his team that goes down in the process because of the ultimate, or even the focus from Pefik.
Bobo entered into the duel, was able to evade the majority of the shots. Of course, Starla being more of a tracking character, whereas Psylocke is more of a hit scan character. So we did see an attempt at the duel there, and then with the reinforcements from Pethek, they're able to take the duel. It's Jeff utilized more for the healing area than anything else. But if they can get someone out of position on this backline, going to try and remove any of the sniper, it's actually going to get their own Captain America. Removes them back, but taken out by Tanuki. Down to the butterfly from Melio as they try to create an opening.
Seeing what they can get, but Bobo uses the Galactic Legend as a response. There's not enough ground to cover for Bobo. He's managing to find these picks, and Citadel Gaming trying to go for a bit of a respite. All of that momentum that they might have been able to get off the back of Melio's pick is completely dissipated now. It's just over 90 seconds now for Citadel Gaming to confirm this first point. It feels that whilst we haven't seen an awful lot of this map texture, the progression that's made so far might not be enough.
Here comes it, Jeff from Ken, seeing that they can grab someone teleport, used by Boba to get himself out of danger. Pethek gets stunned out, tries to go for it, and we go for a safe Jeff ult here. Not going to be able to find anyone to pick up as Duev and Polly go for the brawl. Pethek, the devil has been unleashed by Tanuki, but Duev keeping their team topped up with the freedom charge. The heaven has descended onto the point. Melio is brought back at the BRB as the silent seduction tries to grab from the side. Stunned onto Tanuki, chasing the raccoon up to the high ground, but he's backing away. Pethek is picked up and brought back. Fidel on this rocket is doing so much for their team to keep them on this point, but Tanuki is relentless here, chasing down the shark.
Yeah, he's trying to get the picks, but just that no drop-off healing from Jeff. Now he's able to work together with Polly to find these eliminations, but they're still going back in the other way. The Vanguards for Chopper Mag holding on. There's just 40 seconds left for Citadel Gaming's attack to get a little bit more. Their choice of map, they've been stalled out a little bit, but it's just Chopper Mag able to just keep throwing bodies at the point. And now Citadel, only 30 seconds to try and push on. They find a pick onto Bobo. They need to build up some of these ultimates too.
Bobo is taken down. Pethek looking for the reinforcements, going to try and take out the rocket on the backline to remove that battle rebirth beacon to prevent any kind of reinforcement. It's Jeff from Skittles to remove the attackers from the board, trying to grab someone off onto the side of the map as Bobo takes to the skies. Melio with Dart and the butterfly takes out Duev and is chasing down the defenders. Pethek falls, but Duev is brought back and the battle rebirth beacon to keep this fight going. Ken is healing up the team as best as they can, go for their own. It's Jeff to try and remove them from the board, chasing them inside the building to make sure there's no escape if they can get Rocket. They don't find it. It's just too high with the speed bubbles onto the point. Tanuki is trying to chase down, remove the battle rebirth beacon. Alex falls, Fidel falls, the Rockets are down for both sides. The portal comes on out from Pethek to hold this line.
How much more have you got to work with, Tanuki? The devil is out, and it's right all in a concentrated spot. You've even got the freedom charge for a little bit more supportive utility, but a Galactic Legend is going to show up just at the end of it. There goes Ken, one of the backline already taken down, and it's right at the edge there. It seems that the picks are going Citadel's way, and finally, there's no way to say it. Like, Citadel love to play Atlantis used so much for so many like MCU films. Feels that this is the perfect cinema for these guys too.
They always fight until the end. The reinforcements coming on it. Bobo being forced to teleport out with that rocket network in order to just get out, but they were in mid. Oh, Mark onto Melio, forced to retreat, but here comes Cap as well. They are focusing there, chasing them all the way down. A relentless chase from Chopper Mag. Coming on in from Zen Starry. Onto more coming in with those Icarus axes, forcing them into the spot. They're going to try and go for a spawn hold onto Citadel as they get the triple, as they continue to hold them out. Tanuki is just getting completely zoned away. They're so isolated here. They either need to go down fast or get out of here, and it looks like it will be the former.
Both these teams love to play and fight fire with fire, just a high tempo, especially when you're defending. Citadel Gaming will do it a lot, just taking constant fights, even if it's not in a great spot, to just waste as much time. Melio knows this, it's Citadel all over. They know Chopper Mag's strategy because they were using it literally the other day. So they go for a play to make sure that they're a player down. Heaven's Descent is going to be used from the Angela and Chopper Mag, and it's Jeff in a combination with all of those players grabbed up, seeing if they can grab a few more. But it is just the one on the objective, still being stalled out from Chopper Mag, and even using the Daredevil ult. Citadel Gaming are trying to make traction, but they're stuck in the mud.
Hendrix trying to brawl it, trying to force them off the point. Is Jeff coming in from Ken? Both teams just grabbing their own teammates, not able to find the targets as of yet, but forcing them back onto the high ground. Tanuki moves in for the flag. The Devil is out, pushing on to take out the rocket, removing the revive. As that car continues to move on forward, Citadel have the momentum right now, going in for the brawl, onto the Angela. You cannot escape the Devil of Hell's Kitchen.
It's just unrelenting from Tanuki. Now he's going for Jeff, the land shark that is pretty much just living off of this little bit of high ground. He's trying his best to just buy as much time as possible, but there's enough focus and maybe enough peel now. Tanuki is not taking his eyes off of the Jeff. #1 enemy to focus on, but the rest of the team's coming in. He's still not wanting to go down.
Not going down to HP, not going down to the environment, but they're still being chased. Bobo on the track. Bobo's forced to retreat though, back as Polly's in the backline. Carrot with the Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the bonus help, but it's going to be taken out quickly. No more bonus help for Chopper Mag. Here comes the Galactic Legend, and there's no defensive abilities at all for Citadel. Tanuki is down, Alex is down, with overtime on the line. They're running out of time. Melio with the dart to the butterfly takes out Pething. Skittles removes Endo from the ball, which is the main help pull. Tanuki is over to the Doctor Strange to make sure they can pull it back in because Melio is having to touch in order to buy the portal. Jam! Skittles with the interrupt on the portal, meaning it's all that's left of the people on the point. Polly is giving everything they can with the healing of Ken to buy the extra time onto that objective to make sure overtime continues. Tanuki's going to have to rush on in. Freedom charge from Duem to keep this fight going. It's Jeff on the counter to try and remove the rocket. You can remove Battle Rebirth Beacon from the point, then that will remove the defenders, but overtime is ticking down. Here comes with the Heaven's Descent to hold the line for just a second longer. Overtime is removed, and Chopper Mag are holding. They've pushed them back, and they hold Citadel at point 159 meters.
And doing it from their playbook, right? We saw Citadel Gaming play on this map before, and it's anything like we've seen from those pure payload maps. Take as many fights as possible, try to isolate targets, make sure that if you try to overextend as the attacking team to try and take space, that you just keep that payload stuck on the ground. Chopper Mag showing the Citadel that they love to play that similar style. They love to play brawly in these overtime fights, and Citadel Gaming now need to make sure that they put together just as strong of a defensive side, just as strong as a first point hold as well, wasting all 4 minutes that Chopper Mag did last time.
This has to be the defense of Citadel Gaming's life, and you immediately see in comes Groot, in comes Adam, charge off those revives. They brought out the Loki, double revives. This isn't as easy of a map to portal back on than some of the Convergence maps because that point gets picked up so quickly. So revives rise in priority, but it's still time for Daredevil. Tanuki with the sustain, keeping them in this fight. Pething is teasing us. I doubt this will make it out the door, but it would be cool.
Look how many picks. Pretty much for the duelists, it's even, but it's the tanks, it's Duep, the Zenstar, there's Vanguards that are finding just a little bit more than Polly and Enzo. Maybe because you are losing out on the Venom a little bit more, you wanted to go for the one-sided Emma, so you don't really play that very concentrated dive style. You want to try and shut it down, but Chopper Mag are just playing so free and so loose, it's hard to isolate those targets because by the time that you realize what's happening, you might be a player down. Look at them go already. They're going into the left-hand side as a team.
Bobo sieging. It's a full wraparound for Chopper Mag to try and remove the defensive position. Look at where those group walls are, though. They're trying to make it so that if they try to come through the tunnel, it's going to be a very difficult engage point. But entering into the duel, Tanuki forced back by Duep, who's been putting on a clinic on this Captain America. Pethek takes out one group wall, is immediately focused down, has to deflect, and is punished for their greed.
Tanuki finding that pick up the skills. It's feeling a little bit more personal now at this rate. But pretty much a full wipe out. The problem now with Chopper Mag's composition, if you're going for these attacking sides now, is there's a lot of players that are now isolated. It means it's going to take a while for Chopper Mag to try and regroup as a full 6 to go again. And when you have the Daredevil being able to get some little bit more information on who's nearby, you know exactly who's isolated, who's in the spot that they should not be on this attack.
Melio just sending Cosmic Clusters through the gate to make sure they can grab anyone. Bobo has taken a little bit of a tip from OUG, the Chinese team, and has brought out the Iron Fist to try and melt through that Groot, melt through that Emma, onto the point. Pethic getting the stun, onto Tanuki, who retreats up to the high ground. Means they'll still stay in this fight. We're also building up close to that God of Mischief, which means we'll have our first Karmic Revival or the Invisible Boundary, but Alex charges up first, as in comes Bobo into the backline for the first set of crack and impact, onto the point to try and reset up the Loki zone, straggling Prison. Pethic is the first to fall though. Skittles keeping the team topped up with the counter Invisible Boundary so that they can push on through. Citadel holding the line at least for the moment. No resets coming on in. The Cosmic Yard Amplifier though is dropping them low. Here comes the clone into second Invisible Boundary, and Citadel are holding this, but Tanuki outside of the boundary will fall.
Yeah, Dueb's managed to take him down with just a volley. Now sign of seduction from Enzo's going to try and go in for the counter-attack, stem the bleeding, so to speak, but he goes down in the process. That camera revival for Melio, he's sat in the back pocket. He goes down, he's got the life cocoon that can bring him in, but he has to find some space. Dueb is carving through them as the Magneto. Are you going to have a chance to use his camera revival? You could see him trying to set up, but the portal play comes in from Enzo. That might be the main focus. Have Melio sort of come back. He's going to be there. He still has that camera revival, but there's just enough stall right before Chopper Mag were able to take the point.
If they have Soul Bomb, they can drive it right through, but a straggling pressure comes on in. Regeneration Domain. The devil has been unleashed, but that Groot is doing so much work, but it does not matter. The Regeneration Domain is going to allow Citadel to take on through, and Chopper Mag will be repelled one more time with 90 seconds remaining. They are just being staggered as well, though. Pethic and Dueb both being taken down. The Iron Fist forced to retreat on a slither of HP.
And you've still sat on with not only the camera revival, but you have almost got the God of Mischief for Ken if you want to go for that copy too. Citadel Gaming holding on by the skin of their teeth. It means that Enzo has not got the portal play for, what, 2.5 minutes, but you would expect that this is going to go on a lot more than that with some of these overtime fights, and with that payload having to travel a good amount past this first point. But there's 1 minute left for Chopper Mag to get stuff together. You're trying to synergize that Kraken's impact with that Strangling Prison, but it's not ready yet. He's going to go in first, actually, with the Invisible Boundary. This is a hot tempo play for Chopper Mag. If Citadel survive it, they have a great advantage.
Final seduction to try and pull them out of the boundary. It will get onto Zed Starry, but they're still tanking, able to push on through. Kraken Impact from Pethic to open up, to force that Invisible Boundary out. Kraken Impact finds nothing, forced to retreat through the point. In comes the Loki with the Clover. Finds Magamoto! Onto the point, and suddenly Citadel are coming up daisies here. It's a full wipe with delay as they are going to stagger Dueb and give them no chance. They pull him away from the edge so he can't go down quicker. They delay him all the way, and that means Chopper Mag are taking this last fight 5v6.
They have got the portal. Like, are they going to just try and dive in what they have here? Bobo is going to have to straight send it. Nobody's changing. It is just holding W and hoping that you touch, but against the force physics, that can stop you. The dash just in time for Bobo with the Iron Fist going in onto the fight the back line, but the overtime is starting to burn away for Chopper Mag. You've got Tanuki trying to see what target he wants to pick. The stress is now on the attackers of Chopper Mag, looking to go to a third map as Ken finds a pick onto Bobo.
Dueb arrives with the Meteor Ram, catches Tanuki! Immediately Melio with the Karmic Revival inside in a safe position means that they will be up in this fight. Poly Revive too, and the numbers are heavily in favor of Citadel. But the portal is coming in from Bobo. They might be able to reach the point, but there's only a sliver left. If they get removed from this point, it could be all over. The healing coming on out, Invisible Boundary for the extra delay. And Chopper Mag are trying to hold this, but with Pethic down, they're running out of time and momentum. Enzo's already charged up for another Eye of Agamotto. Alex with the Invisible Boundary. Ken has the God of Mischief for an extra clone. There comes the stun, but it's all in favor of Citadel right now. They have the numbers. Invisible Boundary number 2. Eye of Agamotto one more time. They see the future, and it's a even matchup as Chopper Mag are just being whittled down one by one. Melio falls, has Cocoon can reinforce onto this fight as Chopper Mag are just out of tools.
Out of steam completely, and you have to say the main hero there is Enzo on that Doctor Strange. We saw his Eye of Agamotto's, the stuns be shut down so often by good force physics and good bulwarks from Magneto up against Rajaro and Na'Vi, and all through the group stages, able to connect onto the right people against some pretty tough counter characters. Tanuki on the Daredevil, the MVP for that one, and I think with the stats it makes sense. It really does feel a Citadel Gaming thrive in these kind of moments. Backs to the wall where things get scrappy. There's only one team to rely rely on in those moments.
But look at this, Citadel, there's still no smiles because they know it's not over yet. The journey starts with a single step, and while they are 1-1 in this matchup, there is still one more to go in order to progress into that upper bracket. But it's more Chopper Mag. All of them have LAN experience except for Skittles, not making it to that mid-season. And Fidel coming in as the substitute. They are now the ones having to refocus as they're being taken to the edge.
And it's now a choice of a convoy map to finish, where it is just pure payload, no objective to take there, so it's not as if we're going to see Chopper Mag being stuck in that instance. But like we were talking between the maps, Citadel Gaming love convoy game modes. They pretty much have set a checkmate situation of whatever map you pick, we are good on.
And let's find out what the analysis desk thinks of the options left available for Chopper Mag.
Are you not entertained, Atlanta and viewers? We've got ourselves a matchup here today. My goodness, I mean, we were just losing it over here on the desk. My man, Matsy, so composed, always know. I'm telling you, this man, he had me hyped up. Hey, Matsy, let's talk about Chopper, because right now I'm a Bobo fan, okay? Sign this man, this guy's legit. Let's talk about them, and then we'll talk about Citadel as well. Matsy.
Yeah, grab the pen, sign them up. That's going to be their true objective there for sure. You know, they want to get signed. This is their chance to prove themselves, and they are definitely putting on a show for everybody here today. But coming into this next one, you know, the pressure's at an all-time high because both teams have had a slice of the pie here.
A slice of the pie. It's Australian of you. I love that, man. Listen, I mean, we are losing it at not only Bobo, but, hey, Pethic. How many times did we say Pethic? The Daredevil play in general, folks, was absolutely crazy. What did you think?
Yeah, I was going to say immediately, that was disgusting. Pethic looked insane. I mean, that's definitely a map that favors Daredevil with that smoke. Obviously, you can see through it. It goes through invis. You're looking at all invis and even off-angle plays. So it was very difficult to get around Pethic, who was just hunting everyone down.
Yeah, absolutely. And of all places, right, getting the new map, too, for what could have been the game that sent Citadel down. I love that by them as almost a little bit of a strategic play, maybe, like maybe calling out Chopper for not going there all too much. But I guess talking about maps, while we're on the subject, checking out some of the crazy highlights, Matsy, where do you think Chopper is going to bring it? The advantage of losing map 1, or getting map 1, as you can see, you know, bring it together in map 3.
Yeah, I think that now that they've tasted defeat into this series, this is only going to make them even hungrier, because as you heard them in their interview, they're slamming their desks. They want to take this win, and they are going to do whatever they can to get their hands on it.
Yeah, listen, I mean, we saw in the player cams, you know, Citadel, they have high expectations of themselves, but they were looking flustered. They were flustered. But then on the Chopper Mag side, I mean, it was just confidence. You wouldn't expect that, you know, from these the Cinderella story.
Yeah, they even pulled out Iron Fist from Bobo at one point. They didn't even portal in on the final touch, and, you know, Strange is even banned. Me personally, I was shocked when I saw that, but the touch comes in from Bobo at the last moment. The team looked confident. We saw a little bit of mishap there with a couple double strat ults, which you cannot be doing at this level, but they were able to push through it.
Yeah, let's talk about the stars, right? You know, you see this in sports all the time where there's one insane talented player that could just take the team up to victory. Obviously on the side of Chopper, it's all Bobo. I mean, I see you Twitch chat, I see you YouTube, just Bobo's raining down. On the other side, Paulie and what he's been able to put together on the Vanguard front. And for me too, I think it's been the battle of the lawyers, if you will.
Sure. Yeah, Tanuki, again, I mean, you saw some of those plays. There was one point on point 2 where he was off map for a bit, came back on and had 3 people chasing him around, and that buys so much time. So that looked really good there from Citadel.
Yeah, and it really just goes to show, you know, they've been able to play into their strengths there. They just haven't been able to find an answer for Tanuki on the Chopper Mag side. You know, they had their Psylocke banned out. We saw the power of that on the map 1. Like, Bobo was just running a train, and the train stopped abruptly.
Yeah, you brought up a good point, Shippy. We talked about the portal. We were like, where's the portal for the last point touch, right? They Zen Star was getting close to the Groot ult as well, or they had the Groot ult as well. Yeah. So I think maybe that was the reason Bobo barely touched. It was crazy right there at the you know.
Yeah, I was worried, to be honest, and even so, I didn't love it because it did put him in a tough spot. He gets picked before the team gets there, but you know, again, it's just confidence in him as a player.
All right, on the line right now, who's gonna win this next one? Ship, then Matt. Who you got?
I'm sorry, buddy. I've got to say Citadel. They're such a good team. I love Chopper Mag, and the energy you're bringing right now has me want to just lift this table with my bare hands, but.
Oh, I reckon it's going to be going away over Chopper Mag. I think, like you said, you know, they're going to be pumped up and ready for action here. I think now that they've tasted defeat, it's going to make them even more excited to try and steal this one through.
All right, Atlanta, let's hear you. Who do you got? It's Chopper versus Citadel, match number 3. One of these being pushed down to the lower as we take a look at the next part of this matchup, which will be the pick ban phase. I think both teams have played really well here. If we take a look at the strategic approach, Matsy, break it down here to start it off.
Coming at you, we already got both Emmas taken away, so we will not see the Seduction coming out on Midtown this time. And I tell you, with these teams already facing some wounds in the first couple of maps, they're going to need that ambulance. But Jeff is going to be stolen away from Citadel here. They had a bit of impact with that one in the last map, and taking away the Mantis, that's going to be solid for them.
Shib, talk to me a little bit about the Animal Crossing backline. We're not going to see that because the Jeff's banned there on the top side.
Yeah, so a lot of times during this meta, teams are electing to run that Animal Crossing backline, like you said, with Jeff and Rocket. The idea there is you want to have a self-survivable comp. So your rest of your team is going to be playing their own game while the backline's able to escape from that more divey meta that we're having right now. It keeps you up. It lets the team do what they got to do, get ults, and you commit together.
We got to see the Loki ban here. That's huge. Whenever you get the Mantis save, it just has to follow it, right? You can't allow that to sneak its way in. You know, at least you can wait a little bit longer here as we take a look at the next part of the bans. That's what I would see definitely coming from Chopper. Call. There's the, okay, so we're going to go, and this makes sense, right? You get the Jeff save, goodbye, symbiotic shenanigans, and then you can't get the Loki team up, right, Matt?
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to be able to allow those team-ups through, allow them a bit more power, because otherwise they're just going to wreak havoc all over your backline there. But next save is going to be the Cap, and Psylocke stolen again.
Yeah, removing Psylocke there is a good decision because, again, Bobo is just looking so good
army
on Psylocke. I don't see why you wouldn't, so that is going to be removed. And saving the Cap, like you had said, you know, it's another one of those self-survivable comps, right? Your job there is to go back towards your backline if they ever need help, pop that freedom charge, or even use it to engage.
Yeah, I know we don't have any America teams in this fight, but right now it's USA. I mean, the Duet versus Pauly, this cap on cap, it's like right out of the MCU. That's what I'm all about here as we lock in, load. Everybody, we are set for match 3. One of these teams for Australia or EMEA are going down to the lower bracket. Now to bring all the action, all the heat to you, let's throw it back on over to Tetcher and Ryan.
Mantis on the board. Thank you very much, Desk, as we are heading on in, and they brought it up perfectly. While it's neither of these teams are the American teams, although we do have one American player in the form of Fidel, it very much seems to be coming down to the battle of the Captain Americas. Check out Falcon and Winter Soldier now streaming on Disney+.
Yeah,
that was not, we were not asked to do that.
It was Duep, I think, it's just shone massively here, and I think the Vanguards are definitely the ones that are just trying to quite literally mitigate a lot of that damage that's coming through when you have all of this duelists pretty much either holding W or holding a controller down, because you have got 2 controller players in with Skittles on the back line of Chopper Mag and Enzo in the front line of Citadel. Citadel went onto this map against OUG almost with a little bit of hubris, right? They'd already qualified, they banned out the Iron Fist up against Molan Ran of OUG and decided to play it themselves, and it sort of bit them in the backside, so to speak. It's how we ended up on Heart of Heaven in that series. But here, it shows that it wasn't just a bit of a diff play. Tanuki's on the Iron Fist first as they go on this attacking side. A 2-2-2 setup with Pauly on the fall for a second, but now he's back on the groove.
They looked at it, they decided that, you know what, this seems like a pretty good idea, let's try it. They move out on the Iron Fist for just a second, see how their opponents are set up for the defense, and immediately swap over to the Storm, knowing that it would be too risky to push into the setup with Bobo on that and Warlock for the defense, so they're just going for overwhelming firepower with the Goddess boost from the Storm onto that Punisher to just melt through those group walls. But we are seeing the group wall up here as both are just trying to trap the other out of line of sight of their strategists.
You're looking for those fights. Seeing Tanuki on Storm brings us back to the Invitational, I think, when it was OG that was representing some of these players beforehand. But Tanuki now finding a couple more picks. You got the B-Right-Backs bringing people into the fray yet again, but it seems that there is a player disadvantage more on the side for Chopper Mag. It is going to be the Arm Amplifier used on both sides to try and up that damage, up that sustain to keep going, but it's not going to be enough. Chopper Mag, that free setup has to change.
Bobo just had one of the fastest charges on a Karmic Revival I think I've ever seen, and he still can't get it off in time. But luckily for Chopper Mag, I think is one of the first characters to go down in that fight. I mean, they can portal for the re-engage, and now they have a Karmic Revival available for it, so they can try and take this duel. Here comes the final judgment for Melio. They're just going to try and commit to this. Don't give them the chance to react. They take down Adam once again. Meteor M to try and blow him up. Melio going to be wrapping around for the defense, but Zenstory do have it all down. That'll rebuff pick and brings them back. Here comes Bobo. For the revive, but it's taken out mid-air. Beautiful pick up by Melio, and the momentum is now fully in favor of Citadel. Struggling for the comes on out, and it is thoroughly ignored.
It is very clean in the end from Citadel Gaming. Even with that camera revival, it amounted to very little. Going to see if Bobo's going to switch off of the Adam Warlock or if they want to stay onto this conversation. It is a couple of changes, more lateral, right? You've got the Angela now in play and the Daredevil Star-Lord for more of this fast play, the Zootopia backline of the Jeff Rocket Raccoon to play hard and fast into Citadel.
Going for the brawl style, that Star-Lord's going to be able to duel Tanuki in the sky a little bit better in vulnerability frames on the rolls, and of course that bonus help when you do so as well makes you very hard to be taken out in an air-to-air duel. Duet's going to be picked off by Melio, who's so good with this shotgun former Punisher for dealing with backliners. Ayavamoto into the air to take out Zen Starry. Enzo, ignoring the ground, is seeing the sky.
It's just, even though it connects onto one, the fact that the rest of Citadel Gaming were ready to jump on top. You've got the Strangling Prison used in an alcove more than anything to clear out some of these spots, but they get the picks, they get the space. It's not going to matter all too much. You've even got Tanuki still over on the Storm. He has the Omega Hurricane. He could just bank on it. He sat back waiting to get towards this second checkpoint, and then Chopper Mac have to respect it. You do have the It's Jeff in use from Skittles, but you're still losing out on players. Melio's gone down in the process, and the Yarn Amplifier is going to make this a very heavy storm from Tanuki.
But it's not enough. They tank on through. We're seeing Chopper back. The Devil has been unleashed for the counterplay as their diver got to their backline, but taken down. And once again, Citadel losing individual members, but seem to be holding the fight. But the Battle Rebirth Beacon will bring Kethic back into it, meaning numbers currently in favor of Chopper Mac. Good positioning there by Alex. Drops the Battle Rebirth Beacon, which will bring back Tanuki in this fight. Not so lucky for Bobo, who will go down. Melio was picked off again. Kethic is just always on the flank.
He's always in these fights. And Melio, he's gone down a couple of times now, still wants to try and build up that final judgment as a way to sort of clear this objective. The Omega Hurricane not getting too much for Tanuki. Yarn Amplify up in that damage, seeing if they can get Enzo online potentially with this Eye of Agamotto at the same time. There comes Melio just leaping into the fray, so close to having his ultimate. The Chopper Mac don't really have much to sit back on and support, especially when Skittles was taken down just moments ago. Galactic Legend and the Freedom Charge ready to fight on the Soul Resurgence final judgment combination from Ken and Melio, but it's not enough to keep Zenstari going. It's not enough to keep him alive. He's going to be brought back from the Be Right Back, but Alex is finding the picks now.
Holding it together, Ayavamoto going to be blocked out by the barrier of the Sephiroth. It's not enough to keep Tanuki up, but Enzo holding the fight has their own Ayavamoto to look for the turnaround right from above the point to remove the defenders, as Fidel is going to be walled off for the one last chance at the defense, and point 2 goes over to Citadel.
Yeah, managed to find some space. 3.5 minutes still on the clock because that first point was so fast from Citadel. They still have a lot more time to sit back on here, but now it's for Chopper Mac. They have some ultimates at least to sit back with, but they want to try and contest this space that already Citadel has taken. Look how far forward they've tried to push to make sure that Chopper Mac cannot get comfortable and set up on this defense.
Creating an opening to make sure that Chopper Mac, like you say, can't find a position to give themselves any kind of anger, any kind of bunker. The wraparound coming in, you can see Perfect and Zenstory continuously on the flag. Cosmic Yard Amplifier going to be coming out as Citadel have pulled the trigger, but Melio's going to be the first to fall in this fight, meaning that this is more of a sustained ultimate than anything. Citadel not committing to this fight, just trying to deal with these flankers, chasing down the shark that's in their backline. Is Jeff used to get away? Omega Hurricane to potentially chase it on the retreat and take out the backline, where just can't find anything. So another defensive ultimate used.
Not the Sharknado combination when it's on the other side, but Tanuki knows how this character plays. He's played it so often himself, but wants to go for something a little bit more offensive. However, both him and Melio are pretty much down on low HP. Melio even goes down if it wasn't for the Be Right Back that is just finding so much value from the rockets that are in play here. Chopper Mac, they do have an invisible boundary to sit back on, even a Galactic Legend for Bobo. There's not going to be too much the Citadel Gaming could do about it. It's whether Polly can go for the Strangler Prison early and just stop Chopper Mac for being able to go for a proactive approach. They're constantly on the back foot, but now they're going in for the kill.
Using the building as a little bit of cover from the Galactic Legends. Bobo's going to try and find the angle, has to fire a host of Skittles to keep them topped up, playing quite high in the air, utilizing the high buildings themselves for a little bit of cover as Duep's going to be chased down as they're completely separated. Cosmic Guard Amplifier, straggling Prison onto the backline to chase them all the way to spawn. Freedom Charge going to be coming out for a little bit of extra sustain with the Soul Resurgence, but Melio, damage boosted onto the point with Goddess Boost, and the Allied Inspire is trying to remove all the defenders, but it's a huge delay coming in from Zenstari, buying so much time for the revives. Media Ram to try and take him down, finds nothing. Bobo falls, Skittles is down, Zenstari is down, and we are heading all the way to avenge Avengers Tower here for Citadel.
And Midtown is always a cinematic masterpiece for Citadel. Whether it's win or loss, they love to give us a good game, especially a full best of 3, best of 5 in some of these games. But it's finishing the map. That's usually sort of like a nail in the spooky Halloween coffin for Chopper Mag potentially. Finishing the map in these kind of game modes a little bit trickier, but it's the fact that Citadel Gaming staying on the composition that usually play for the first part of that map with the Punisher and the Storm going, really, this composition is so difficult for what Chopper Mag's trying to do. We keep going, but Paulie, that strangling prison through the invisible boundary to pull everybody out of it, it just sets up that combination of the Mantis, the Punisher, those two ultimates, the damage and speed boost put onto a freight train. There's nothing that Chopper Mag could do to hold on from that.
What a performance so far by Citadel. Both teams currently hovering an Iron Fist. Citadel looking to go a little bit more aggressive on the defense. Double dive potential here. Whereas we're seeing Chopper Mag look for their own Iron Fist. They're also looking at that Storm once again, which is almost exactly the composition that we saw Citadel roll out. But here's the key difference. We didn't see the Jeff banned out against Chopper Mag, meaning that they can just rip Citadel's strategy right off and go for Jeff NATO pushes themselves.
It does feel like Chopper Mag take a lot of what Citadel have been good at, not only in this stage at this event, the entire year. But looking at the potential head-to-head of Iron Fist, Molan Ran is crying in his hotel room right now, going, this should have been me. Actually getting to go into an Iron Fist head-to-head. It's probably not what we were expected too much of the grand finals, but here we are, Chopper Mag having to finish off the map at the very least to keep us even in this best-of-3 series.
Going for the group balls on the wraparound, Tanuki taking a little bit of damage. Mostly it's been Melio who's been focused this game, so Tanuki's going to have a little bit more freedom with this mobility to just try and put some pressure on. And Alex just all the way in the back line, just making sure the team is topped up. Sends the Battle Rebirth Beacon just around the corner, see if they can catch anyone who's picked off Enzo into the back line and catching Skittles right outside the spawn door.
Oh, they pretty much took him all the way in. Oh, if Enzo got pulled into the enemy spawn, he would have been instantly deleted, but the B-Right backs are going to, again, come to fruition. Both teams really making use out of Rocket Raccoon, not only for the B-Right back, but just how mobile these strategists are. It's why the Iron Fist and the Psylocke are in play, just to chase, make sure that these rodents don't get too much done in the backline, keeping their teams alive.
Then Story moving over to the Angela, looking to just try and put some pressure, see if they can continue the very dive-heavy strategy that Chopper Mag have been leading on to. They've abandoned their own Iron Fist, and Pethic will be moving over to the Daredevil. Bobo back on the Star-Lord. Tanuki, on the other hand, is still continuing to duel this, and that is one of the few characters that can actually keep up with Angela thanks to the lock-on. They could chase them quite well, and in fact, we're starting to see that. Zenstory gets Brawl, comes on down for the Icarus Axis for that bonus helps with the Blaster Barrage from Bobo.
He's close. He's almost got that Galactic Legend to go. And it's just after the Soul Resurgence was used on the other side from Ken, so he's trying to go high up into the air, see if he can get a good vantage point. But you can see how all of Citadel Gaming are just trading out this damage, but not enough. Melio and Ken go down to the back of Bobo. He's seeing if he can now get the other strategist that's in this setup, and the barrage in combination with Duep is going to be enough. It's keeping things movement, but at a very slow, steady pace. Citadel Gaming are down in numbers, but you can see one at a time, touching the point, stalling it, wasting as many seconds as they can.
Now Citadel, they can try and come back in for a reinforcement here at Freedom Charge. They're going to just rush on in with the speed boost to make sure that they can rush onto that point of delay as long as possible. Polly all the way from spawn to give their team a path, but Heaven's Descent in the doorway. That will slow them down and give so much distance over to Chopper Mag. Charging on in, brings in Enzo. A lovely gift for the team, but Fidel's going to be the first to fall. The Cosmic Guard Amplifier from Citadel, giving them the damage output. The push onto the point, Melio pulling in for the dance of the butterflies to try and take out the attackers. Then Starry and Bobo are both eliminated.
Oh, but Perfect, the one-sided Daredevil, is trying to claw back a redemption arc. The man without fear on Halloween is finding himself the Fists of Polly, which tends to shut down a lot of duelists nowadays, but it does mean that Citadel Gaming are stalling this out. It's just an absolute brawl in the streets of New York. Midtown is really giving it for both of these sides, but Chopper Mag only have a minute left to push to this first checkpoint.
Enzo is down, meaning they lose a lot of that point delay. Reinforcement coming on in. Duef's going to try and rush to buy a little bit of extra time to zone out the backline. Living Chi from the Iron Fist is trying to chase them down, but Ken is already going to be removed, removing a lot of healing out from the Citadel and that damage boost. Immediately Tanuki's just trying to brawl, but he goes down just completely outnumbered, but it bought time, meaning Polly could come back in, meaning Alex could come back in because Enzo portals the team, but a reinforcement. They're burning through so much time of Chopper Mag. Well, Chopper Mag will likely take this fight, especially with that Galactic Legend.
Ooh, great pick.
Eating through that clock.
You're getting Alex just as he tried to hide hide behind cover. Zenstari catching out Melio, the portal play. He's even going to dive through it. He's not afraid to take this fight right at the doors of where Citadel were setting up on this defense. He's able to sneak all the way back. It's a great play. It provides that space to hit this first checkpoint and might be able to catch some of these players from Citadel that have to try and reset and back out because Chopper Mag were hungry for a few more picks.
I thought Perfect was playing Daredevil. Like you said, Bobo the man without fear, but you don't need to have much fear when you have a Rocket Network teleport back to the objective, that astral jump, to return you to a safe location after you've dived onto the objective. Perfect right now looking for the high ground, has eyes on Melio to try and remove them from the board. With the damage out for the chase, it's good. The Devil has been unleashed, but again knocks back off the point for the first fight. The Heavens Descent is buying a lot of time, but the Cosmic Yard Amplifier is keeping Citadel in it with the Freedom Charge, doubling up on that bonus health, means they will sustain through.
Perfect is just finding these hands from all the members of Citadel Gaming, and now the Dance of the Butterfly is instantly shut down from Bobo.
Oh, no.
Melio's not going to have a chance to use it. Polly manages to catch on to Skittles, and the Freedom Charge is going to be used from Duet to keep stalling things out, to keep this fight going. Citadel Gaming down 2 players, but a 4 versus 6, 3 versus 6. They're still able to sort of buy some time, and adjustments come in to now go for the Adam Warlock to try and go for camera revivals and stall stuff out. This is a place where the payload often gets stuck. Chopper Mag might have their trickiest challenge, their trickiest fight coming up.
Citadel bringing out the Adam Warlock for that extra defense. They don't have Portal available, so Soulbond becomes the next highest priority because they already have that Battle Rebirth Beacon, so every bit of sustain that they could use to hold this fight will be incredibly useful, as Enzo has access to that Meteor M for that last second defense. Skittle not having that. It's Jeff for any more time. It's going to be quite a while away. Enzo gets stunned down. The first to fall, removing the Battle Rebirth Beacon. Invisible Boundary, sniped out of the air, taken down. As the dive from Tanuki is going to remove Fidel, moving that Battle Rebirth Beacon on their own side, but it's too late. Bobo is already back. Zenstari is removed, and Citadel repel Chopper Mag.
Just the hands are like bullets blocking some of the damage. Bobo tries to sort of set the standard, right? Able to get a pick, goes for the Galactic Legend. Enzo blocking the majority of damage with the Meteor M, taking some of that bullets to make that big old ball strong and straight into the forehead of Bobo. He's going to feel that one in the morning, but he might also be playing for his elimination a little bit later on. Tanuki now not willing to give up these fights. If it's going on, it means that there's still a fighting chance for Citadel Gaming to keep this held back and to keep buying time.
Perfect holding the line, at least for the moment. Polly with the Freedom Charge. Heavens to set up to the point, but immediately going to be bopped back off the point. Forced to take to the sky. Cosmic Yard Amplifier for Alex. For the sustain. We're so close to a Karmic Revival, meaning they just have to keep Melio up. A beautiful charge onto Polly, but they're just too far, too mobile. Battle Rebirth Beacon brings back Ken into the fight as Skittles is on the flank, making sure everyone is topped up, but the dive might be too much. Bobo is down, as is Zenstari. It's Jeff onto the point.
And it's cleared up. Chopper Mag unable to go further on to match finishing the map for Citadel Gaming. And they don't do things by halves, they do things by 3. Citadel Gaming able to move up in the winners bracket, but much like every single game for them at the Grand Finals event here in Atlanta, it's long, it's labored, and it takes every single map that they have the advantage to.
The point was clear. The It's Jeff an attempt to reach. I'm flabbergasted. They tried to It's Jeff onto the point just to touch for a little bit longer, but they just were caught short. Citadel Gaming continuing their run through the upper bracket, heading up to those semi-finals, but Chopper Mag sure made them work for it.
It was a potential nightmare scenario for Citadel Gaming, but they get that scary team of Chopper Mag out of the way for the time being. Always a chance that they could rematch them later on in the tournament, but for Chopper Mag, you've got a best of 5 break, and then you're playing a little bit later up against Dark Zero, which, you did see these two teams play in their respective groups, right? And I think in the end it went to Dark Zero, that one, so it's with a full best of 5. Feels like we could see a few more maps trade either side in that case.
Dark Zero also put a pretty solid performance in their own matchup, taking a first round, not first map, but first round off of FlyQuest. They are not to be underestimated either. None of these teams have an easy pathway, but Citadel have at least made it so they have to play a few less matches.
For Citadel, it's making sure that their name is amongst like the top 4, top 3. They want to win this event. They felt that they were in pole position to go in for the mid-season finals, and it was their own individual performances that let them down in Guangzhou. Even their series against Na'Vi, they said it was on us. 100 Thieves, we struggled with the draft, we made those adaptations in an interview with Audible. In that case with Na'Vi, it was just a case of, we sucked, we need to do better. This was probably something that they're not going to be too happy about. They would want to win it 2-0, but they win it. They will take those results as and when they come.
And like you said, they would want to win it 2-0, but you just cannot understate how well Chopper Mag played in that. Duev just went up against what is almost universally considered to be the best Captain America in the form of Polly and equaled them. Kept them on point, dived exactly when needed to, and forced so many adaptations out of both these teams just to try and stay in it. This was not a battle for that upper bracket. This was a battle for survival.
It really felt that way, and just I don't think this is like the last cast that I have. That was the fastest game of like Marvel Rivals, like the tempo, the way that the teams are constantly fighting. In this kind of environment, when it's going to get warmer and warmer here in DreamHack Atlanta with more bodies coming in over the weekend, that pace of play, only some teams could keep up. You could say Chopper Mag, you could definitely say Citadel.
And what a performance we just had. We are going to be getting ready for that interview as we head over to the main stage and Cozy.
What's going on, guys? We come back from that electric matchup, and I'm joined by the Vanguard GOAT in Pauly. And listen, sometimes the cook, man, it's a slow burn. You guys, you've been dropping a map, going into it, and then just coming out looking ready and fresh, man. Talk to me about a little bit of that mentality here from the group stage to now.
I mean, we're kind of just a mentality team. We're just the mentality goats, you know? Every time it goes wrong, every time we're down, eventually we just find a way to build back up. And that's kind of what we do, you know? We never back down.
Hey, I love that. Listen, the viewers, the dads, the cast, we haven't seen a lot of Heart of Heaven, right? That's a map we have not seen a lot so far. What made y'all pick that map out of all of the pools whenever you wanted to come back and try to get a game back into this thing?
I mean, the first plan on the new map was to play Angela with kind of a pole comp, but then they eventually banned it. But then they just left everything for us open, you know? We first tried to dive, didn't eventually work, and then we ended up on like a Groot, Adam, like pole comp, like front to back comp, and then we just fully stopped their dive.
So, man, he is known as Steve Pauly Rogers. This is the Captain America himself. I gotta ask, I was impressed with Duep and what they were able to do on the Vanguard side. Do you feel like the Vanguards on the side of Chopper Mag, were able to hold up pretty well?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This team is a dive team. Like, they're diving really, really, really good. So we had to like step back, pray like more front to backy, and then yeah, we just locked in.
And Cinderella's story in the making, able to make your own story as well. Last I want to say with y'all, you have Sala, you have your team, so locked in. You're bringing in what y'all put together now with Melio as well, man. FlyQuest is next. You got a big one coming up, and you all played them, so far. What do you need to do ensure to win and to get up into the next set of the finals?
I think we just need to play our own game. We just need to do whatever we feel like, is more comfortable, and just have fun. Need to have fun.
That's what I want to see. You guys are serious on the cams. That's what I love, man. And hey, listen, take it all in, man. We got Atlanta, Georgia. We got a ton of viewers at home. And listen, I'm going to give you the floor one more time. Any last words that you want to tell the fans out there?
Captain Pauly, at your service.
Captain Pauly at your service. Well, that was definitely a good way to wrap up the upper bracket, but we still have 2 more matches left as we find ourselves best of 5 down, teams facing elimination. Not today for you, Pauly, but for 2 more teams, as we're going to go to a quick break and then we get back to the action.
I hope you guys are ready, because we are.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Iron Chib, here today with 100 Thieves. Tara, Delena, TTK, how are you guys doing today?
I think we're all good, all exhausted from flying though.
All right, so Rivals, a very synergy-based game, a team-based game, I would argue, out of all hero shooters. It's really about constant team plays. Can you guys give me a walkthrough of kind of how shot calling works, how alt tracking works with you guys? I've been curious, we talked a bit about it, but if you could break that down for me, I'm curious what it looks like.
At least alt tracking, I'm trying to get better at it, but it's usually like everyone just trying to get it down.
The thing with Marvel is that like you can get ults so fast in this game, like 30 seconds ults like that, so it's gonna be hard to track like consistently in that, because like it's an ultimate game.
Sure.
Which is like really like hard to like ult track consistently. Cause sometimes we'll make a call and then sometimes something will go wrong, or like we'll mistrack something because I mean you don't expect the person to get another ult within 30 seconds. It's like, all right.
It just be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
What is it, just raw damage and healing numbers you look at for the most part, or?
It's just like we're guessing. I mean, we normally like mistrack a lot.
Yeah, it depends on how the fight goes.
Sure.
Yeah.
My question to you, just from a duelist standpoint, it's cool that we're gonna have kind of, well, at least last season, more strategists, but still a duelist as well. What are your thoughts as to when you pick up different heroes? Because you got a pretty vast hero pool.
I think you should know how to play a pretty good marginal characters. I mean, I know how to play like almost every character in the game, Strategist and Vanguard. Only characters I don't really know how to play are like Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Venom, like the movement characters like that, but like I don't think those characters are ever gonna be meta and like someone else will play those, and I don't ever think like triple dive tank would be meta like that.
Sure.
Then at that point, I mean, we already have someone that's already good for that, so we can just play a different character. But it's always good to just have a very wide hero pool because you can end up like a lot of teams that could just have one player banned out.
Such a successful team. What do you think, what's the strength? Why is that? Why are you guys so successful?
The hidden fact is everyone thinks we're friends.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hello guys, this is 100 Thieves Marvel Rivals,
and we'll see you at DreamHack Atlanta.
Guys, and welcome back to the desk. Once again, I am your host, Cozy, and I've got the whole crew here. We've got Ryan, and of course, my usual co-caster. We can welcome her now officially to the production, and Vicky. First of all, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Cozy. I mean, do you see this? Do you see where we are for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals? I'm having a great time. I've been watching you guys absolutely kill it on the mic. It's been fantastic to see how everything's played out so far.
Ryan, it's been awesome to have you here. I mean, you just came off the mic, man. How was that?
It was high-intensity interval training, I'm pretty sure. So, like, maybe that's some form of sport that people could use nowadays. But I think with the pace that we're seeing teams play at, now eliminations on the line, heartbeats are racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, day one has lived up to the hype. We started with the electric matchup of 100 Thieves versus VP, which we'll get to them in just a moment. And then we just head into the pure chaos. I mean, Ryan, for you to go and cast that game and then come right here is awesome, man, because that was an upset almost brewing there. And hey, we might have another one in the lowers.
Yeah, it feels like for this one, it's the sort of matchup performances, right? I think for like 100 Thieves especially, top seed from America going up against Virtus Pro in your first game because groups didn't necessarily go too well. It's a lot to try and deal with at the time being, and Reject as well. There's not many like Asian teams that are left to fight for their lives here.
Hey, absolutely. Listen, we got a lot of big players, a lot of big shots, if you will, and with that, we've got an exclusive Iron Man skin with DreamHack out there. If you haven't seen it already, love what they've got cooking up here. They're always cooking up heat with the costumes, Vicky. I mean, take a look at this highlight intro.
Oh my goodness, I mean, are you surprised? Look at him, the millionaire, multi-billionaire himself, coming in with some fashion. I absolutely love this new skin, Cozy.
Tony Stark in its finest. I love that he's out of the suit there. Just such a fun way to represent the heroes and all the lore behind them. Got the arc reactor, right, Ryan?
Yeah, I was going to say this is what Dogman wished he looked like when he was Mr. America early on. So it's that typical like level of style with a little bit of just that edge, that ego to push you through, which, yeah, sums up Dogman as well.
Yeah, Mr. America over there in form of Dogman. But yeah, definitely love the way they put the skins together. And with the sound effects, I mean, they just continue to put out heat as we see the ult come from the man, the myth himself, Iron Man. And with that, you know, don't expect to see a lot of Iron Man today, you know, because we do have him not really in the meta at the moment. Mulan Ron is the best Iron Man in the world, so, you know, maybe if OUG was here, we'd see it. But outside of that, we focus on the other side. Be sure again to grab that, available October 31st. As you know, Halloween, it's ready to go. But we have a big matchup, folks. Big one to talk about. And let's go ahead and look at what it's going to take for Reject to get over 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, it's like, it's almost, Vic, it's almost sad they're down here, right? Because of how strong they are.
Which is crazy to say, Cozy. When you and I cover this team, this is always a team that I'm rooting behind because of how their performance has been throughout the course of Stage 2. Now we see them up here in LAN, and looking at the fact, you know, as Ryan mentioned, having a really rough start to their group stage. I believe they went 5-6. That was not something I was expecting. Now all pressure on 100 Thieves to avoid getting eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they went from the Hospital of Terror right now and get on the rebound a bit. We're starting to see that a lot more, like, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just you have to be able to pace yourself with events like this, but it even feels that, like, you've got 100 Thieves coming in as the top seed, and the general consensus from me across the Atlantic was almost undeserving of it, like whether it was the bracket, whether it was just a bad day for FlyQuest and stuff. It did feel like the general consensus from America's audience was they were good on the day, and that kind of merit needs to be required here now for 100 Thieves to sort of win this game. They don't need to worry about how they got into this situation, how much of a gauntlet this has been. It's about how they can do it as best of 5 and play from there.
All the 100 Thieves fans right now are just rioting on Ryan. They're like, come on now, we deserve to be at this spot. But you are right. I mean, absolutely. This was a team that they've been waiting to get to this moment. Again, if you missed out on the first matchup, pixels away from, I wouldn't even say the upset, from just going against VP and taking the win. Now find themselves up at the brink of elimination. We have to say goodbye to one of these teams right now, which is a shame. And honestly, Vicky, not a lot of notes on critiques because they're doing their game plan. You've got the Terror Show that has been the terrifying. We see all the time org teams say, can we just ban Terra? I know you can't ban the duelist. There's too many out there. Can we ban the Myth himself? And we see it, you know, continually, right?
Well, that's another thing is that you have the flexibility. So what's going on wrong, right? And now we've exited out of the best of 3 territory into best of 5. So you have a lot more chances to actually rely on the pick and ban phase working out in your favor, but also having a much more higher opportunity, Ryan, to actually find yourself maybe figuring out what you need to do differently.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to like the pivots that 100 Thieves make, like they sort of start with a composition, it doesn't work well, so they switch to 2-2. Like we saw like the TTK Angela, we saw Vinny bring out the Thing against Virtus Pro earlier. They're really smart, clever, quick adjustments, but they're slow enough that teams like Virtus Pro can just almost put the nail in the coffin on a map, on a point, and that could be enough. So it's like 100 Thieves are big changes. Yeah. They just need to make them a little bit faster.
Especially with best of 3, right? There's just so little time. If you get the domination loss, I mean, it's just going to not be enough to get it. And this is the newness of 100 Thieves. I would say flexibility wouldn't be a compliment I would have given them even months ago. And now we're seeing what Vinny's able to do. We've talked about this so far, you know, going from the group main, the group himself, to being a menace in the back lines as Captain America, just making strategist life a living hell, even though it's not very Steve Rogers of him, if you will. And then, of course, Dylan and what he can do. But listen, 100 Thieves, we know them very well. I think Rejects is the more unknown team, if you will.
I feel like it's the opposite of like with me saying like 100 Thieves top seed but not feeling it just generally off power rankings. Rejects are the opposite. They're the second seed that came through the Asia region because Crazy Raccoon were able to win in that grand final. But I think most people would say that Rejects are the stronger team out of the two, and it sort of lines up so far. Rejects are still here. Crazy Raccoon went out in groups. They were able to find some key players, and especially Finale as a duelist. He's been well known across like hero shooters full stop. There's been a lot of teams in interviews that said that they've played and dueled with him. It feels like he is the thing that really, the glue that keeps this team together.
Yeah, because when we keep talking about other teams and having that flexibility, then Finale comes through with that Adam Warlock. We've seen him go over to the Namor. We've seen him over onto that Star-Lord. Obviously, Star-Lord still being very highly relevant in this current meta for all the right reasons. I mean, if you didn't just see what Bobo did, I mean, that also highlights what Regis could provide here, Cozy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, I was there interviewing. We didn't get to see it, you know, because they did get eliminated. But OUG, I was talking to them about Finale in particular. And what do you think of this type of player? And they said one of the best players. So many people wanted to sign this guy. Now he finds himself on Reject. So when you put that together with the talent already that they've continued to cook up, that's when you can get an upset brewing there, right?
Yeah, it felt like just even like EMEA teams knew of him because they'd either like played at previous events with him. I think Fate duoed with him and was like, yeah, this guy's pretty good. Like he gets my like certificate of recommendation just based off of that, which is nice to sort of know that somebody can fit into all sorts of different squads. And we are seeing a lot more people from different regions go over the Atlantic or the Pacific. Finale could be in NA, could be in America, like EMEA next year.
Hey, Bobo was a great representation of that, right? Yeah. Well, if you don't know Finale, all right, we have a little piece put together so you can get to know the player behind the skill. And let's go ahead and check out what Finale has to say.
Any thoughts on finale?
Finale.
Finale.
Some players walk into a tournament surrounded by hype. Finale isn't one of them. Ask around, most teams in the West haven't scrimmed him and have maybe heard his name in passing.
Do we know
I think he's on reject.
Reject?
Not a lot to comment on.
Yeah, not.
Only scrimmed him the one time.
But those who have, they remember.
From whenever we played them in mid-season finals in China, I think he performed very well.
首先觉得他就是准度十分的好，就是瞄准非常的 good， 然后他的走位也非常好，感觉是一个就是感觉世界非常顶级的坦克卫选手。
In regional play, he's been a nightmare to deal with.
Playing against him was really terrifying in that grand final. His Phoenix was so insane.
That's the thing off the wall. Good stun. Oh my god, what a stun for finale.
And now on the international stage, he's the wild card everyone is trying to figure out.
英雄实力非常胜，可以打输出，又可以给队友补策略家。
Some say they don't even know what he plays.
I just don't even know what he plays.
This weekend, they'll find out.
Hello, how we doing? That was quite a good way to know as I dropped my
so smooth.
Hey, it was about as smooth as you get, right? Yeah, listen, I'm not the big shot iron man. I'm just trying to get my tea here. But listen, that was so cool because the more you learn about these players, it's my favorite part about LAN, Ryan and Vicky. I mean, you've been here, Vic. This is your first LAN for Rivals. How has it been learning the players and just like who's behind the controller or the mouse and keyboard?
I feel like it's the bridge between what the audience is looking at and then what the player has to display, right? You're talking about players that may, or facing off against players rather, that may not have that same experience as you, yet you're having a team like Reject coming into the frame, a completely different look, experienced veteran players within their own other respective games, and now you're gonna have land jitters, which is super normal, but then they feel like they're in their element.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna put y'all two on the spot right now. All right, I'm gonna start with Rye. Who's got it? Who's taking the home the win?
Oh, I think it's going to depend a lot on what maps show up and just how well they've done this event. I think 100 Thieves just having home ground advantage. I think that's a major thing as well. Like how far Rejects have had to travel to come here, go for the group stages, quick turnaround and stuff, and now be on the stage fighting for your life. 100 Thieves, I think as the event has gone on, they've got stronger because Terra's started to feel more 100%. That feels like it can go a long way, and they're working out what they need to do meta-wise, and 100 Thieves, yeah, looking stronger as they go on.
Vicky?
I gotta say 100 Thieves. I gotta give it to 100 Thieves because when we enter a best of 5 territory, I think 100 Thieves literally just start powering up as the games progress, Cozy.
Yeah, listen, they've been harder than the tea that just fell on my lap. I mean, if you're looking at what they've been able to produce over and over, I think 100 Thieves has been heating up. And yeah, a little biased being American casters, but even if not, I think that this team has continued to put together the puzzle pieces that's needed. Find themselves, if they lose on domination, going to Yggdrasil, that's been their main kind of calling card. Funny no, they win against VP on that map, and that was a big testament, right? VP is insane there.
I mean, for Yggdrasil, they lost on the first time ever, which bear in mind, they played as Team Cats in like alpha, beta tournaments, so you're thinking like 14 months, 15 months, like 2 weeks ago. That this was just a map, like one of the oldest in the game, right? I'm pretty sure it was the first map that I ever played when I played Marvel Rivals was Yggdrasil. Since then, Virtus Pro have been owning on that map, so 100 Thieves being able to get that result against them matters a lot.
We call it TTK's playground for a reason, yet what happened? It's almost like the monkey bars have been snipped from right below them, and you know, they're just falling to figure out where their footing is here, Cozy.
I have to ask, all right, because we're American casters, over to Rye. Terra's often regarded as the best duelist, quite literally, for the impact that he has. Is that the same thought process y'all have over there in EVA? A lot of great players in this tournament, Sparker, obviously a legend. What do y'all think of Terra over there?
I think it is sort of similar, like Sparker seems to be the most common thing. I think I said it on a broadcast as well, where Terra in those instances where he's not playing strategist and triple strategist, yeah, you're not going to put LeBron in goal. It's the same with Sparker. Like, yeah, he could play stuff like the Adam Warlock as and when needed, or Ultron, but you want to put him on Psylocke, you want to put him on those duelists to get the eliminations because that's what he's done for so long. I think the other side of it for me, for 100 Thieves, is Delana. That feels like the person that's been targeted a lot in draft. There's only so much that Terra can do, but when Delana has that freedom to play the characters that they want to play and go on from there, that's where it looks really scary.
When you have the 1A, you have the 1B, right, Pethic? We just saw that, what they were doing. Bobo opened that up. This time it's Terra, it's Delana. Let's meet the players again for this match, a best of 5. One of these teams going home. Tetcher, take us away.
It's elimination time! As we are heading down to the lower bracket, it's time to send one of our teams home, and for one of these teams, their dreams will continue to be alive. But who will it be? There's only one way to find out, by meeting our teams. First, hailing from the Americas, it's 100 Thieves! 100 Thieves are the third place from the mid-season finals, and the champions coming out of America. They come out of their group in 4th place and find themselves in the lower bracket. Will they be able to fight their way to continue this group, or will they be heading home? Give it up for 100 Thieves! And hailing from Asia, they fought their way through the group, one of the few teams to take maps of some of the best teams in the world, and now they find themselves here in the lower bracket, fighting for their lives. Please welcome Reject! Rejects were the champions coming out of mid-season finals and continue to fight their way back to these grand finals here in Atlanta. With Dobie, Izayaki, No Piggy, Marble Finale, and Gargoyle, they have some of the best talent in the world, and they are prepared to fight for their tournament lives. Please join me in welcoming Reject! The teams are ready, and everything is on the line. It comes down to this. One team will continue their journey, and one will be going home. The nerves cannot be overestimated here, because this is where everything matters. So please join me in sending it over to Got Moxie and That One Dad to bring you all of the action.
The triumphs of victory and the agonies of defeat, putting on a full display here as we navigate towards our first lower bracket of the grand finals. I'm That One Dan. Next to me is God Moxie, and we cannot wait to be your tour guides throughout this action.
Best of 5 as well. Instantly, the stakes are that much higher because it is going to be a lower bracket run. They already talked about it on the desk. They already talked about it on the hosting. Whoever goes out here, Dan, is out of the tournament for good, which means that that pressure level just spiked up massively.
And that's the unknowns, right? Playing in a LAN kind of setting. This is not your typical comfort home setup. This is an arena. You are playing in front of an audience. And those kinds of unknowns, that stress, the pressure mounting on not just 100 Thieves, also on Reject. Will that affect their play, or will they be able to handle the pressure and come out as diamonds?
I mean, I just want to see the ban draft immediately. I want to see the ban draft.
That sounds about right for you.
I know, right? Moxie wants you to see ban draft. Who could have seen that coming? But I mean, that's the thing, right? Is it going to be a predictable ban draft line, or are we going to be mixing up the script entirely? Because Finale has seen his hero pool massively hit by all of the teams that have gone against Reject recently. So too have 100 Thieves had to worry about Delena's hero pool being swept away. This is what we talked about on the desk, right? These two teams are very similar in the way of how they've been approached by their opponents in the drafting selection.
Yeah, both 100 Thieves and Reject, they have their Terra, they have their Finale, but they also have their own backups. 100 Thieves, they've got Delena. He has been on a solid show here in the grand finals, whereas on the flip side for Reject, you've got Gargoyle. We tout him as one of, if not the best Bucky player in the entire world.
His hook connections, I think that's what's impressed me the most about it. His hook connections against Psylocke players, where he's able to predict when they're looking for the ultimate or after they come out of the ultimate, is always going to be something to watch. And if TTK is able to get the Ember as well, look for those openings where they count down the duration of the Dance of the Butterflies to be able to catch the Psylocke as she comes out of that animation with a Carbon Crush as we head into our first draft format. And yeah, there we go. Mantis got away once for these two teams. It's not getting out again. 100 Thieves also going to be saving that Jeff, which means that there should be a ban onto the Venom from Rejects. And before we head into...
Ooh.
Okay, not a Venom ban. Psylocke is getting removed, which means that Emma's power level drops. Not just that, if you want to run a flyer composition, you don't have to worry about the Psylocke keeping a track of that.
And speaking of flyers, look at the map we're in. We're at the Hellfire Gala yet again. We're on Krakoa, a map known to be very, very open. A lot of open space, a lot of open air for these flyers to take the space that they need to, but obviously, we're in season 4.5 where Human Torch got a little bit extinguished, Ultron got a bit of downgrades as well. But so far, 100 Thieves and Reject looking to find ways to take some sort of edge over their opponent.
It's the Delena hero swipe again. Coming on through from the side of Reject, Delena's been swapping over to that Psylocke, but he's also been playing the Winter Soldier from time to time, so that Terra can play flexibility. So Reject are going to be removing those two duelists, which means that the Atom is still going to be up. Do 100 Thieves try and go for a save? Or are they going to go for the Venom because they had the Jeff, which means that they get symbiotic shenanigans?
A very, very strong tee-up, not only helping the Venom with some stats, but also to the Jeff, providing some extra utility. How does Reject react to this? They will have to take away the Namor Hela synergy, or else they will just get absolutely zoned away if Reject lose that first fight.
Adam gets through. Delena doesn't get to play the Hela, doesn't get to play the Winter Soldier, doesn't get to play the Psylocke, but does get to play the Atom. And this could be where we actually get to see Dobie with Reject save on the Jeff. Some of these teams have been more than happy to let the Atom through, especially on a map like Krakoa, because what they've started doing is using the It's Jeff against the Atom. If you manage to environmentally get the pickoff onto the Atom, even if the self-res is still on cooldown, it does not actually proc. So a lot of these teams will use It's Jeff to carry the Atom off of the map when he's trying to use his ultimate.
And that's the adjustment coming in. Reject also, like you mentioned, Dobie, one of the most strongest Jeffs we have seen in this entire tournament. Now with the likes of Piggy, they do have that two-man wombo combo with the Heaven's Retribution into the It's Jeff. Whereas 100 Thieves, they're looking a lot more aggressive this time around.
I mean, they've got the symbiotic shenanigans. They can be as aggressive as they want to, enabling for this first dive. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Reject reacts to it, because Adam also wasn't banned on their end either. If they think it's going to be aggressive, they could just go for a stack play with the Adam Soulbind. But it looks like we're getting a dive versus dive, although it's not going to be a mirror. Gargoyle is going to be onto the Iron Fist, and Terra is letting the Daredevil out of Hell's Kitchen.
If I remember correctly, this is the first time we have seen Gargoyle play the Fist of Fury. So it's going to be, if he has been preparing this in the sidelines as he's able to find an engagement onto Terra, who has to swing his sticks over to safety as Gargoyle looking to reposition yet again, and the rest of 100 Thieves and Reject have to scrap it out. Keep in mind, this is their moment. They have to go off or else they are eliminated from this entire tournament.
This Angela is getting to do so much, both peeling the dive but also enabling it on the end of Reject. So far, neither of these teams have been able to pick up that first point cap as we're trying to build towards one of those ultimates. 100 Thieves don't have the symbiotic shenanigans anymore, which was the one-sided advantage that they had. And there's going to be first blood going to the side of Thieves, but that's immediately going to be counterplayed by the BOB coming on through to potentially res one of them, as Marvel on the Captain America is able to take Delena down, who was so close to getting the first Galactic Legend. And still, with the mobility that we're seeing from both of these two teams, none of them are giving an inch until now. 100 Thieves managed to clear Marvel off and pick up first cap.
And they're able to get a decent man advantage. 100 Thieves take control, and something that we have been talking about on the side of Reject, right? They are really good at focusing down key members that have their ultimates, but as of late we haven't seen that as much nowadays, as Reject just seem to be a little bit out of sync. It's going to be all up to here if they're able to regroup, recollect themselves, and find a way back in, whereas 100 Thieves look to make the offensive move, look to push on even further.
This is going to be the problem for Reject, though. Playing dive into a retake situation is a lot harder than one when you're in control of the space. space. So the Starlet with Finale is doing a lot to be able to clear out these angles and work out where 100 Thieves are positioned. Out comes the Galactic Legend, powered up by the E from that AoE, and Harvey has been picked, which means that 100 Thieves don't get the BRB. Out comes its Jav, also at the same time as Melania's, as Delina pops his own Solid ultimate to try to keep a track of Dobby's location and take him down, as Terra's immediately on top of him too.
Delina able to take to the skies, try to find a pick, but he's not able to do so as Vinny goes down into the depths as the Heaven's Retribution tethers him into place. 100 Thieves, they are climbing, they are getting closer to that round 1 win, but Reject looking to fight right back, but Marvel does get picked off, but does come back thanks to the BRB. Izayaki and Gargoyle look to team up with their own ultimates, but aren't able to find the key picks as Harvey just barely able to get the CYA down in time before he even goes down, as Delina and Vinny take full advantage of that 40% damage boost and will just take over this round number 1.
The follow-up, the Angela's mobility being able to keep a track of Delina's location too, so that when the Solid looks for 1, the Angela is there to be able to tip that damage over into an elimination is absolutely massive. We're about to go into overtime. Reject do not currently have a player on that Strange. They're going to be relying on the mobility instead to tap onto one of those positions and keep the overtime bar in play, but Terra is able to take advantage of an isolated Izayaki. No rocket, one less heal, and also no BRB station to bring these players back from the edge.
Somehow Reject are still stalling well, but that's where it ends. As soon as I finish this sentence, 100 Thieves take over round number 1, and Reject need to pick up the pieces for this next round.
Yeah, Dive is so problematic for teams to play against when it's overtime, because what it really thrives off of, right, is looking for those isolated targets. And that's why a lot of the time when we see counter dive compositions, it's all about stacking up rather than splitting your comp. When we have overtime, however, Reject's hand is forced. They have to have players split so that they're ready to go for that relay baton pass of going and tagging onto the objective, which means that 100 Thieves is like 5 seconds extra for Delina to just disentangle himself from the fight and go find his Izayaki, but the amount of value that you get from being able to pick the rocket and deny the stall potential of a BRB is there in spades.
We got to see what Reject look to go for. 100 Thieves clearly in the driver's seat, up 1 round in this map number 1. Best of 5, keep that in mind. So this is no longer a sprint of a series. We are going to experience a marathon as Reject need to find a way back. Taking a look at the ultimate economy, 100 Thieves have a lot to work with.
Reject think that they've worked out the answer to this. We're going to be seeing Piggy over to the Emma, Gargle onto the Adam, but again, Terra finds these isolated players. No rocket to bring them back, and now it's a 6 versus 5, and 100 Thieves are in the element, just pushing into Reject, playing that rush down. However, the Soulbind buys the opportunity for Reject to flip the script, and they've been able to find one of those trades, but Terra gets brought back, and it's going to be a Galactic Legend instead, supplied by Finale to try and cut them off before they go onto the point.
But it looks like Delina is able to find another Galactic Legend, but isn't able to find one until now as Dobby goes down. But Melania sends 2 down into the abyss, but Marvel is able to trade TTK as well, contributing to this fight as 100 Thieves look to take over yet again. That site still not in control, not in their grasp until now as Reject rejected away from the site.
That's going to be rough as well, because they did go down to the Itchef. However, that does mean that Itchef is not there to interfere with Gargoyle's ultimate, who is going to be there as TTK. TTK is just scanning, trying to figure out where exactly Reject are going to rotate from, and that's the thing when you have a flying Vanguard. Look at the amount of information that TTK has.
They have no idea.
First being cleared, they have to go onto the point. They're trying to pull him down. He's so low, but he's able to get right back to the LOS of the Cosmic Ion Amplifier. But in the meantime, Reject were able to flip the point.
All gas, no breaks for 100 Thieves. So many ultimates available on Reject, but with the picks coming in left, right, and center, it makes it difficult for Reject to find a way back into the site. Piggy even having to resort to that Doctor Strange switch and has to join his team with the portal, while Marvel is just stalling and stalling, trying to buy enough time for Piggy to swirl his fingers around and try to manifest a portal into existence, and they're able to do so successfully. But the Heaven's Retribution and the Devil out from Terra are just shredding down Reject, as Gargoyle forced to use his own ultimate, as Izayaki needs to find a way to keep the team healthy and alive. But Delana takes his guys yet again, and Terra needs to find more picks, but Gargoyle will quickly deny them from it.
Oh my goodness, Gargoyle does get taken down by Terra, but he still has...
Oh my god, Dobie!
Dobie gets two, both the benefits of the but you have to go off the map. Otherwise, they're just going to be able to recover, as Millennia shows. Anything you can do, I can do, well, not quite better, because Reject had one extra player taken off of the map. The crucial thing here is, though, the Thieves, Millennia didn't go off. They still have one of their strategists to back them up and keep this fight going.
Reject only down one member, but Finale with the Galactic Legend needs to rocket his way back onto the site. Vinny is threatening them with a feast. Will he eat good here, as Vinny just trying to buy as much time as possible? 100 Thieves now down a member, but Gargoyle was quickly traded away. Finale is trying to shoot away from the skies as he's able to laser down Harvey. Vinny now caught out in a flank position, now getting skewered right onto the site. This is not a time that Vinny wants to dive just yet, and he will Tarzan his way out to safety.
100 Pierce think that this is winnable. Terra's onto the Doctor's Range looking for that portal. Recontest, the piece of the abyss comes on through from Vinny. Sets up the pick. TTK on the follow-up. The Assassin Spear manages to catch both strategists. And it's up to Reject in overtime. They have to give. The flip comes through. 100 Thieves will be able to claim it. And now this is just a matter of resetting quickly so that you don't allow 100 Thieves to start shoring up the ultimate economy.
Reject were able to get to 99%. 100 Thieves want to look to do the same. How does 100 Thieves approach this situation? Look at the minimap on the top left. Reject looking to make a rotational play. Need to find a different angle in, as TTK and Vinny, the two vanguards of 100 Thieves, are just screening away Reject from any form of retake happening, as Terra and TTK teaming up to take down Finale, the star player, on Reject. And looks like Reject needs to find a way to either stall or back away before they get staggered even further.
The Heaven's Retribution comes on through from Piggy. Reject are trying to just force 100 Thieves into sinking their ultimate economy in this fight. It is going to come at the cost of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but 100 Thieves are still going to be able to hold on to pretty much everything else for that composition. Gargoyle, though, is so close to that Karmic Revival. It's going to be a last fight situation, potentially, as Reject keep losing players out of sync with the rest of their team. This is 100 Thieves just continuing to apply pressures that Reject can't disengage.
Gargoyle does have the cocoon, so he will be able to get back into the fray quickly. But Dobie is able to chomp onto Vinny. But can Vinny get away to safety? Can he swing his way back to a fight? It looks like he almost falls into the abyss, but just barely is able to hang on, as Terra and the rest of 100 Thieves look to take advantage of a slight misplay, as Millennia does swallow up Marvel. And this time, the frag is successful. Harvey comes back, brings Terra back thanks to the BRB, I'm sorry, as Delana takes the skies, as everyone 100 Thieves feasting, taking to the skies. They control the skies, they control the seas, as Reject fall to pieces. 100 Thieves looking to come back in round number 2, but Marvel wants to keep the stall going. A desperate portal attempt, as Gargoyle also switches over to the Wolverine to try to kidnap any sort of 100 Thieves member back into the site. But 100 Thieves look to hold, look to stall, but Reject are able to float onto the site, but it might be denying the inevitable. 100 Thieves with a 2-0 in the map will take over Krakoa.
Yeah, those portal plays and also the swaps coming up through from Reject's end was purely treading water. We got to see, like you said, Gargoyle go onto the Wolverine, not just so he can try and find some connections, but also so that he has the passive, that extra level of survivability. Because remember, normally the swap is Adam, but they were actually running Adam within their composition, so there wasn't the Self-Res and there wasn't also the Soulbind being able to come on through. And 100 Thieves, we have to talk about one of the reasons why they did so well into Reject's dive, and it was Terra. This guy coming out with that Daredevil doesn't get all of the assists because he's not actually manually connecting the damage, but what he is doing is supplying the information of Reject's rotations, so that even when you're playing into places like like retakes, or you know that Reject are on the walk up and trying to take multiple different angles, Finale was always being found out because the Daredevil literally knows where he's playing from. Could relay that information over to TTK, who just kept sweeping on through with those literal interceptions in the sky.
And that's the information coming in clutch, especially in this professional setting. All of these players being in 6-stack lobbies, and they're just providing information constantly. And with Terra on that Daredevil, being able to spot out key members of Reject, it doesn't give Reject any room to find any opportunities. Like you mentioned, Finale wanted to go for some sort of flying plays, but every single time they got spotted.
I mean, it's not even like you're spotted, it's just you come into range and immediately Daredevil's radar sense just starts immediately going, whoop, 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 whoop.
I see you.
He does.
He does see you. He sees all.
Everything except strange portals.
True, true. Strange portals definitely do throw a wrench in Daredevil's sights, but right now the question does become, now that 100 Thieves have that map win, now it's Reject's turn to select a map. Now that domination is out of the way, it's either Convoy or Convergence. What are their options and what might be the best for them?
Honestly, a really good strategy, because this is a best of 5 who guaranteed to go to both map types, even if it is a 3-0 sweep, is take it to a Convoy map that isn't Yggdrasil Path to remove it from play. Like, you heard it on the desk, Yggdrasil Path is TTK's playground. For a reason. I think if you're Reject, you want to try and take us somewhere that's a Convoy map without letting 100 Thieves hit their comfort zones.
And that might be the plan here, like you said, TTK's playground on Yggdrasil. He is so good on that map. Despite being a Vanguard, it just seems like he's been the hard carry, especially on that Yggdrasil map. And I think that's a great approach for Reject. Pick a Convoy map that literally just isn't the map that starts with the letter Y. So as long as they do that, they should be golden. They should find a chance back into the series.
Yeah, something else that you can take advantage of on Convoy maps, because those are the maps where we see most of all the Mantis not being instant banned, is the Emma ban. Like, if 100 Thieves decide to go for the Emma ban, then Reject will be able to lay stake to something like the Mantis if they decide to field into it, and then that's going to force 100 Thieves into having to bring bans on things like the Loki, so that you don't get the team up with the Regen domain, widening its expanse as well as applying damage boost, which stacks, by the way. Loki damage boost with Mantis damage boost both stack, and there is no actual capacity of that damage boost stacking.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Mantis and the Loki have been meta for so long. That damage buff obviously stacking and just providing so much extra ulti charge, and that really does throw the ultimate economy, the ultimate timings way off, and that's something the teams really have to track. We saw that in their interview. Some of these teams are struggling to get that ultimate timings down, and right now it looks like 100 Thieves might be getting it at this point.
Let's have a look at some of these statistics coming on through, weighing up 100 Thieves and Reject. As we can see, Reject did do a fair bit of damage, right? Finale 14.6k, Gargoyle also 10k. It's just that 100 Thieves were always able to heal it through and sustain, and then allow it to channel into their strategist's ultimate charge, as well as always being able to play aggressive. It really did feel like 100 Thieves got everything that they wanted, especially with Terra on that Daredevil, being able to stay on top of Dobby on the jab.
And Reject, right? We talked about it. They like to focus down members that might have their ultimates, but it's starting to waver a little bit. It didn't seem like Reject were in sync at all. I feel so bad saying this every single time, right? Just Reject, they look so good in the early stages of the group stage, but then towards the tail end, they start to falter a little bit. And as someone who's tracked the Asia region, especially Reject throughout the entirety of this year, ever since stage 1, I'm a little down in the dumps. I'll admit that, but Reject, it's still hopeful. It's still a best of 5. They've come back from this situation before, and I'm confident that they'll be able to do it again.
I think the Daredevil really did not help matters, like you said, with that disjointment, because Thieves always really knew what Reject were wanting to do before Reject were even in position to play off of each other. And because they were playing a composition that could go so incredibly quickly, that's exactly what they were doing, right? Every single time they won a fight, they then just continued applying even more pressure and then even more pressure on top of that, so that they got more point percentage, more opportunity to rebuild their ultimate economy, and also to just keep Reject from regrouping. And Dive needs to play in a group. It's not just one person in a dive, the entire team makes it.
And we have our answer in terms of what Reject picked for map number 2. It's going to be Araco. So no Yggdrasil in this series for now. But Reject and 100 Thieves now have to navigate this draft. What do you feel about Araco here in the Grand Finals playoffs?
Well, there's an Emma ban, but it's on Reject's end, which means that Mantis is still going to be removed from their play. It does weaken 100 Thieves in terms of being able to break the triple hold, right? You don't have an Emma to be able to play on the objective and use the Carbon Crush against things like the Venom on the Cap, who are going to be looking to stall things out. And it's also going to be an Adam ban coming through here from the side of Reject as well, before 100 Thieves can start getting things like the Loki and the Adam in their control, so that they can really stall out this defense. This feels to me like Reject are fully targeting 100 Thieves' sustainability on their holds rather than their offenses.
And that's something that Reject have approached, right? I know back in the Asia region, a lot of teams have been banning away Vanguards over some strategists or duelists in these conflict convergence maps, most notably being Doctor Strange showing some presence in the bans. But Reject looks to approach it a little bit differently. Taking away the Adam Warlock, that is a way that 100 Thieves could stall, but that's also one of Delena's key heroes.
Well, it wasn't an instant ban on the Jeff, so both of these teams are going to be able to secure that one. Reject do finally get their ban onto the Mantis, as 100 Thieves went for the save on that rather than the other strategist. And Winter Soldier has also been removed on the end of Reject, which means that Gaga, one of his staple hero picks, has now been removed as well. Reject, seeing that Venom was a targeted Vanguard, want to still have a Dive Vanguard enabling that Jeff composition, so we'll go for the save onto the Captain America. That's also going to be powered up better by the ban on the Emma Frost earlier.
And it looks like 100 Thieves are able to secure the symbiotic shenanigans yet again. They are able to secure the Venom for themselves. Rocket also going to be denied onto Reject, so no BRB, no CYA available to them. And most importantly, no Star-Lord, because he's going to get tanked a little bit without that portal.
Yes, and I mean, we got to see what exactly players like Bobo could do with that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Super deep off the Star-Lord, use your ultimate, force the strategist ultimate, and immediately blip on out of there, because there's also CC immunity applied to that. You have full iframes, so you don't have to worry about being prevented from hitting that button, as we can have a look and see what exactly Reject are going to be going through here on the defense. If we do see the Loki fielded, 100 Thieves on the attack are going to have the luxury of scouting the composition and swapping over to something like the Moon Knight, who's able to punish the doppelgangers with the Onk bounces to generate your ultimate faster.
And now we move on into Araco, our second map in this lower bracket. Round number 1. 100 Thieves have a leg above Reject at the moment. But can Reject clap back here? It's all going to matter here in map number 2 as we set our sights on Araco.
If you're wondering why we're seeing an Ultron as well, this is a read from Reject. Ultron is very good at staying on top of Storm, and a lot of these attacking teams have been playing Storm for the Spawn Break with that damage boost, so Finale is going to be able to keep an eye on Delena's angles, but will suffer into terror on the Winter Soldier, as 100 Thieves are going to start things off, moving over to the objective and utilizing both the Strange and Groot Walls as coverage to push and invade into Reject's position so that they can get close enough with the Goddess boost to walk in a target.
Reject are playing very aggressive, but that might cost them in the end, as Millennia and Delena both teaming up to find 2. Now Reject are a little bit fragmented, as a third of their team is no longer in the fight. And look at the immediate response from Reject. They're just going to run away, run for the hills, but 100 Thieves are chasing right after them.
Terror through that portal's already on a really rough angle for Reject to have to deal with into this Reject. They're giving up yet more and more space. as that Winter Soldier is already 50% to his ultimate. Because Reject have been playing so spread, there isn't actually going to be something like an invisible boundary to be able to stop it. Terra manages to knock Piggy off the map with the tainted voltage over the pit, and Reject now just have to rely on Gargle and Marvel to stall.
Terra on this Bucky becomes a no-fly zone for Reject. That corner, that place where Piggy could have played around is his demise. Piggy could have used the Assassin's Charge to throw people into some environmental KOs, but TTK will find a KO of his own, and Finale and Dobby, the two strategists on this team, need to team up to find a way back in, but it looks like they're going to concede that first point.
Reject going to be swapping now, Piggy off of the Angela because of the aerial threats over to the Emma to stop the rushdown potential of 100 Thieves composition, but Vinny does have the Strangling Prison, and Melania the It's Jeff as Terra goes to his staple hero, something that we haven't got to see in a while. He's on the Wolverine.
Wolverine for Terra, the adjustment coming in from that Bucky pick, but here comes the offensive from 100 Thieves. So many ultimates, it's another Jeff Nato, but on the streets of Araco as Delena swallows up all of Reject, but now Reject have a chance to clap back here, but 100 Thieves still have a decent amount of ultimates available. Dobby is able to spit out two members of 100 Thieves, so they're going to be a little bit fragmented, but Izayaki of all people are going to find two eliminations as he's able to support the team and support the team with more frags. And Reject looking to try and stall what is this 100 Thieves offense that is going so well right now.
It's not a full reset though from the side of the attackers. They still have the space to be directly on top of the defense, and they think that it's winnable. Psionic Seduction gets entirely prevented by TTK's Eye of Agamotto. A blink and you'll miss it. Emma ultimate moment, and Reject now have to rely on the Freedom Charge from Marvel, but that's just not going to be able to stand up to the heals per second by Harvey's invisible boundary, and 100 Thieves are going to be able to win this fight out and only have to fight through one or potentially none more if they can prevent Reject's players from tapping onto this objective and stalling it, and the Groot Wall is looking to do just that.
The Force Physics trying to keep Marvel at bay, but the portal does come in, so props to Marvel for being able to stall on that site, but Terra and TTK teaming up yet again, defining two eliminations as Terra just slashes down the Land Shark, turn him into sashimi as 100 Thieves secure that second point.
Terra is going to be swapping now, potentially off of the Wolverine, but he's so close to that last stand. It's going to be channeled over to 50% charge on the Daredevil, because look at what Reject have done. Gargoyle goes over to the Psylocke. The Daredevil's going to be able to keep a track of exactly the off angle that Gargoyle wants to hit, so that Finale does not get anywhere near the amount of space and pressure off of him to set up this Phoenix on those stacked angles, as we're going to see Delena now with that Kraken Attack looking for a hook, trying to grab someone from Reject off of the high ground and deposit them onto the low.
Reject adjusted their team composition a little bit. Finale on the Phoenix, Gargoyle on the Psylocke, but there is a response from 100 Thieves. Delena does go down empty-handed. Vinny also going down empty-handed as Finale picks up a double with the left and right click simultaneously, but Terra might be the problem for Gargoyle as Gargoyle wants to look for a flank play, but that Daredevil can see it all as Finale, the star of the show, the star from stage 1 and stage 2 in Asia, coming up huge yet again.
Dobby's over to the Lunar as well, so that he can give things like the Idol or a Snowflake over to one of his DPL duelists who are going to be playing on those off angles. Gargoyle having to deal with an aggressive 100 Thieves who portal directly back into this fight. Out comes the dance of the butter, or rather not the dance of the butter, the shift coming on out from Gargoyles and to be able to clean up onto Melania. And he goes through the portal looking for an opportunity to use this ultimate, sees the spread of these players, let the Devilite first comes on through from the side of 100 Thieves, but the dance of the butterflies cuts them down low enough that Reject are able to clean on up. And this should be a hold, although Gargoyle was a little bit too aggressively close to 100 Thieves spawn, and there's now an opening. They don't have to clear the Psylocke to be able to rotate into some of these side angles.
100 Thieves were able to push so far forward, so far quickly that they're so close to that third point. And now Reject have to hold off the offense of 100 Thieves that takes them 2.5 minutes as Marvel charges up the Meteor. Can he find the value? It looks like he's not able to, but Harvey still forced to use that invisible boundary as Vinny just being an absolute nuisance in the back line of Reject as the Cutterfly comes out for Delena, but is it lethal? The answer will be no until I say so, as Izayaki does go down with the final slash. Millennia swallows up 2 members of his own, but is able to find one of the enemy, but he's only going to use it to separate the team as Vinny gets stunned up.
What a big freeze from Dobie. After the fate of both was had been used, that piece, I think that's going to be brutal. It's got to be used now. TTK floats above everybody.
He found Finale!
Finds the interception onto Finale, taking out the Phoenix, and now Reject are missing one of those massive parts of burst damage. Kraken Impact comes on through, catches the Anna. Someone's got to go back onto that. He's looking for the resets. He's putting the pressure onto the strategist on the sidelines, and the rest of the team have the mobility to be able to keep up with it. Down to the butterflies from Gargoyle is just pushing 100 Thieves off of the objectives that Reject get an opportunity to regroup, but 100 Thieves are taking players out one by one until Reject are entirely done with their objective presence, and 100 Thieves complete the full push.
They complete the triple. 100 Thieves steam on through as Reject need to find a way back. 100 Thieves are looking so good to steal away this map pick from Reject.
Well, Reject, when they went into the ban draft, it was very much targeted at 100 Thieves defense. How are they going to be able to respond on their attack? This should be a good push. There is no Adam for Soulbind. There is no Emma for 100 Thieves to have the Emma to prevent the rush down and also put pressure on Reject's players when they do decide to want to just go aggressively forward. This could be a very strong first push, or it could be 100 Thieves taking full advantage of all of the angles that they have before the round even begins and holding Reject in spawn, especially if there's a reliance on the crossfire setup of both the Psylocke and the Phoenix that Reject are currently teasing.
100 Thieves opting to go for the triple setup, a setup that we have been seeing time and time again. But this time, Harvey has access to that Loki pick, a player who has been one of the best Loki players we have seen in this entire scene, as Reject looking to get the push going, and they're going to opt to go for the Punisher as well as the Storm to help with that rollout.
No Jeff NATO currently built up. They're going to be trying to build over towards it. They do have to worry about Harvey with the doppelgangers and the regen domain being able to heal all the way through it, as we get to see 100 Thieves making that move. Symbiotic shenanigans with a great force physics comes on for Izayaki, displacing Vinny's exit, and Reject are still able to hold their position somewhat in front, but that's exactly where TTK and the Magneto wants to be playing from. Gets to use both the shield and the bubble to keep himself safe, and Reject are denied, deprived their Punisher, which means they just don't have the melt damage necessary to hold 100 Thieves back.
But so far, the push is looking good for Reject. They're able to get 2 picks back to back and back as Marvel finds another Finale, stacks up to find another as well. 100 Thieves are falling apart. They're getting staggered off the get-go as Reject look to chug on forward, move Araco forward. But how much further until 100 Thieves try to find the stall happen?
One of the big things as well for Reject, because 100 Thieves don't have the Emma, is they don't have to hold Final Judgment to act as a counter component to the Psionic Seduction. TDK swaps over to the Stranger, 100 Thieves flipping map position immediately. They've got the regen domain to cushion their landing as Terra closes up the distance.
Oh no!
Against Marvel on the group, using him as a scratching post and denying the setup of Strangling Prison into an actual wombo combo, either the Final Judgment or the Jeff Nado.
Jeff Nado available for Reject. Marvel as well has the Strangling Prison. So this wombo combo that you are setting up could be devastating. Everyone on Reject have their ultimate, and it's a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when will Reject pull the trigger, whereas 100 Thieves also moving closer and closer to their own ultimates. We might see a 6v6 as the ultimates start raining down as Gargoyle gets picked off the rip as he's forced into the sidelines. Finale and Izayaki teaming up to use their ultimates to try to provide as much damage damage as possible. There are so many people in the pit, but Finale picks up a double. Melania is able to spit down Marvel, but the rest of 100 Thieves are looking to claw back, kicking and screaming, but Dobby able to swallow up a strategist from 100 Thieves, and he is sent to the abyss, but GTK trades yet again, and these back and forth and back again. Push and pull is the name of the game for both of these teams.
Yeah, the E doesn't deny the line of sight from Harvey onto Delena though, so he's still able to use the God of Mischief to copy into the Invis boundary, and 100 Thieves hold that position around this corner. From Terra, that's what you have to worry about in the corner.
Oh my god.
Stands managed to collapse onto everyone from Reject. Izayaki punishes the overextension from the Wolf, however, as Gargoyle goes aggressively into 100 Thieves backline, forcing out the Regen domain with the use of the Hurricane, and that should be Reject pushing 100 Thieves out, and they're going to go for a full reset. They don't have the Strange Portal, but there's enough distance before we hit first checkpoint that they're going to have another fight.
100 Thieves have time to regroup. They are able to move past that environmental risky area as the rest of Reject moving, inching closer and closer. 100 Thieves looking to make a stop happen, but there is Marvel in the backline trying to disrupt what is left. The lamps are used by that Loki of Harvey, and now 100 Thieves are down to one key ability, but look at TTK. He is so close to that Eye of Agamotto, flying, taking to the skies, but will not opt to use it just yet as 100 Thieves find that early pick onto Gargoyle.
Terra swapped over to the Star-Lord as well to play anti-flyer over to Gargoyle on that Storm, who now has to swap over to the Psylocke just to be able to get it a little bit faster. Eye of Agamotto looks for an opening. The force physics is good, but it still finds the connection onto 2. Finale gets the final judgment off. Piggy's going to be able to entirely bodyguard it with the use of the Meteor M.
Oh my god, he goes down.
Have an actual strategist ultimate once the Meteor M has been cooked. Finale is just too vulnerable, and 100 Thieves find the pick to shut the win condition down. Overtime starts to come into play. It's Jeff loops around the objective, and it's Melania who's been able to make away with Piggy.
And that's gonna be it. That's curtains for Reject in this map number 2. 100 Thieves complete the heist, and they will yoink away Raraco for themselves.
We still have one more potential map. We might go even further, but for Reject, they have to win this next one. It has to be a convergence pick if they want to be able to continue in this tournament. And for the ban draft especially, I think we're going to be seeing a couple of adjustments made. Like, I do like the Emma getting removed, but at the same time, I also feel that 100 feels like TTK is such a flexible player that even with the Emma out of the pool, he's still going to be able to find value on something that does pretty much the same job.
100 Thieves, though, they are in a very, very commanding position, already at match point in this best of 5. We touted this as what could be a marathon, but so far 100 Thieves are making it a sprint, a 100-meter dash, as we give ourselves a little bit of a break as we head over to the desk. Cozy, how are we feeling about that one?
Oh my goodness, what an absolute banger so far. I mean, it's Halloween night, right? 100 Thieves is putting up a fright, but does Reject have what it takes to get a hero arc comeback, Rye? What is it going to take?
It's going to take Convergence for one. That's going to be the map that we're forced into, but it's tricky from here on out, right? Because they wanted to go to Araco. We've not really seen much of the map, certainly when it comes to like choice. It's a curveball to try and go for something that maybe 100 Thieves aren't really as prepared on. But you start off on like Krakoa as well, where both these teams are undefeated, and it still went very well for 100 Thieves. It's just the choice. Jalia, Central Park, what are you going to do?
Yeah, because then you take a look at what the performance was on that first map, right? And when I was looking at Krakoa, I was like, oh man, wait, Reject should actually do pretty well here. Yeah. They're like 5-0 during their stage of progress on Krakoa. That was the first time we saw Reject play on Krakoa in the grand finals at LAN. Yeah. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, they did have that good progress, but being able to see how dominating they were able to take that, Terra on Daredevil, I mean, Delena on Star-Lord, it's crazy.
I mean, honestly, that's a great highlight because that team is playing this such dive-heavy comp. 100 Thieves haven't played much of that going into it. Now it's kind of every hero that's mobile, everyone that can dive together. You have TTK on Angela, not a ton of that until recently, right? And then Terra on the Daredevil, and you continue this train with Vinny on the Vin, right? It's this dive comp.
feels very like iffy as well, because like you're looking at the draft, I think we did see Moxie said towards the end of like liking the first ban of Emma, but then the Jeff's available, then the Mantis. It's that sort of rock, paper, scissors. Which do you hate more, Mantis, Jeff the Landshark, or Emma Frost? And it feels that 100 Thieves have the ability to like pivot in a lot of those moments. Makes it hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, that's what happens when you're flexible. We often see in these tournaments in general, the more flexible you are, the harder it is to just outlast and out-survive what is the fundamentals of the pick-ban phase. Now, want to ask, listen, we've looked at the map pool. I'll throw it to Rye quick for the map. I mean, what do we expect Reject to throw it here?
So they have picked Central Park, they've picked Jalea, but like they've 0-1 on Jalea, 1 and 2 on Central Park, and I think the one win was probably just like one of the qualifying games in the end. For 100 Thieves, they had a win on it. They had some like decent performances, sort of when it matters. It does feel a little bit like the Araco might have been the ace up the sleeve to try and throw themselves differently. So when you see 100 Thieves finish out the map and then you get full held on first, it's damning, I'd say.
Yeah, right now there's no glass slipper for the Cinderella stories of this far, right? You know, Chopper Mag almost there, obviously with Reject as well. You know, no Snickers coming from them. They want their payday for the 100 grand. Too much candy punch in there. Vicky, tell me, when you look at what 100 Thieves continues to do, how do they keep their momentum up?
I mean, it's the fact that Convergence in Stage 2, they were like 7-3, but then when you take a look at Reject, they were on Convergence 6-2, right? So both of these teams are pretty good when it comes to Convergence, but is this the ace up your sleeve? If you're Reject right now, you want to make sure you have a better record, because currently, I believe, in the Grand Finals Ignite stage, they've been, what, 2-3 within the group stages on Convergence, so we have to see how they're going to be able to rely on that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map results here, and if we look at the graphic pulled up by our amazing production team, you can see exactly how the damage was done either way. And for me, if I'm Reject, right, if I'm coaching Reject, we continue to see this, and right, you kind of brought this up, and you as well, Vic. Listen, finish strong. We've seen OUG and Crazy Raccoon, same thing. They were able to take maps, they were able to really put on pressure, but just not getting the job done at the end there, and that's what I want to see from Reject, right?
Yeah, it's like looking at the final hits as well, where certainly when you've got Terra that's playing stuff like the Daredevil a bit more, Starlord, it felt a little bit more even when you compare it over to Finale and Gargoyle, but like going back all the way to Krakoa, Terra had 17 final hits, Delane had 10. Across the board, Rejects had less final hits, like less eliminations than what Terra was able to get on his own. Like, he is on the warpath to find these picks, and when you're playing with the Jeff, you're playing a super fast-pacey way. You just pick one target, send everything that you've got at them, and I don't know any swears, I think, in like Korean, but they're saying them because it's a blind panic when you have these players rushing and focusing your backline.
You brush up on your Korean slurs.
Yeah.
But listen, I mean, in general, 100 Thieves, listen, you're 2-0, right? If you're Reject, this is it, back against the wall, just enough space for some momentum to go forward. No tricks here, just play it all out, because this is quite literally it, Vicky. For this team, you lose here, you go home. So crazy. So sad to say goodbye to a team on the first day, but standing out, like we said, Finale, huge difference maker. Anyone else you want to highlight there?
I mean, I think specifically the fact that we've been seeing TTK as a player also rolling out with the Angela, right? You talk about Araco, you talk about having the awareness of having those environmental KOs. That's a little scary when I think about Angela, seeing the performance, it was Piggy. It was Piggy even before we even got started on the LAN. Now going into this next map, I'm wondering, are we going to still see a lot more of these mobility characters give whiplash to what Reject has been having to deal with?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's talk about Terra and Delina, because that's obviously the 1A and 1B. I always like to compare to sports, right? You've got the 1 WR wide receiver. If the 2 is that good, it's so hard as we say what's up to Terra. We see him there with the comparison. Look at, he's always chill, Vicky. He's always just hanging out, even in the interviews, as we get a quick smile from him rare in the mid-match. But listen, when Terra, we know what Terra's going to bring. When Delina is able to spice up and continue the heat as well, that's where I feel like, Rye, 100 Thieves, unstoppable.
I think it's that kind of perfect stat line, right, where like Delane is putting out a bit more damage, almost like you'd see like from a Torch way back when, of just its suppressive fire, and then you've got the focus from Terra going alongside Vinny, going alongside TTK on what targets to focus on and take them out, and it's just a match made in heaven when you have both these guys on duelists.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see that, right? The final hits, like Terra getting the last laugh, Delina setting it up, right? Yeah. That's a perfect T-ball for success. And when you look at it in completely, I got to say, Delina has just impressed me this entire time, going all the way back to Alpha with this team and what they put together.
Yeah, because Delina has had to have that flexibility, right? We've seen Delina on the Psylocke, we've seen it on the Phoenix, you see him on the Strategist role here, the Atom, the Hella, even the Bucky up here too. So you talk about needing that flexibility, well guess what? The person that's going to be able to follow up with Terra is going to be Delina in this equation.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what Reject cooked up for the map. Again, backs against the wall here. We are going into the draft, right, where the magic happens, and the fundamentals are going to be clear. We're going to be heading on over to Clintar. How appropriate, by the way, for Halloween night.
Yep, the spooky map, and it is a little bit of a cold sweat map for 100 Thieves because this is was their choice when they were playing up against Citadel in groups, and it was the map where, speaking of Delena, they got shafted and stuck onto Invisible Woman for the map because of the way the Citadel drafted. So there is a chance if Reject saw that game, got their sort of VOD review in, that they could do the same, but I have to imagine 100 Thieves would never allow that to happen again.
Of course, and for me, it's all about aggression. That's what 100 Thieves does so well, and this map, I think, favors it, right? If you're the aggressive team on this point 1, you're able to really carry that momentum into point 2, right, Vic?
I definitely agree, because then you also have those lanes, right? You have those close quarter fights, as we're going to see what the disruption is going to be, what this pick and ban phase is, and coming off the Rip Cozy, it's going to be the Mantis and the Emma off the table. I like that appreciation from Reject, only because they're pinpointing TTK in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, you see the Mantis out of there right away, and you have to have that. If you allow Mantis on the other side of things, it can just get sticky. We have the Jeff save coming from 100 Thieves, so you would expect the Venom to be banned quite shortly after that, right, Rye? When you come into the next save here, though, for Reject, who do you think they have?
I mean, so far it's been trying to get the Jeff themselves. It's been mirrored on either side. I think the Venom ban is good because it has been 100 Thieves being able to get the symbiotic here we go. Symbiotic shenanigans on the symbiotic service. Yeah. So that's a nightmare, Halloween nightmare for tongue twisters as well.
I was going to say Laffy Taffy behind the Laffy Taffy as a tongue twister.
You get the Emma Frost one-sided at least, which is sort of on par with what they've been trying to do, but it might mean that a ban comes in on the Jeff for 100 Thieves to make sure the Reject don't get allowed it.
Yeah, so no scary hometown advantage from the Symbiote of Venom on his hometown map. Venom going to be both sides out of there. Yeah, and when it comes to Jeff on this map, it's less about getting the environmental limbs and more about trying to just separate them from the team, and then you kind of isolate who you need to go for.
Yeah, that's why I'm also interested to see that they had banned out the Mantis right away if you were 100 Thieves looking at Reject too, because instead of trying to protect, you know, looking at what they wanted to really lean on into that Emma, as you see the next ban, it's going to be the Bucky. It's the respect from both these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of a mirror bans here with the Venoms out. Now the Buckies, you know, can't let what we've seen now Finale and Terra continue to do snowball too much, right? I mean, that's a hero that continues to do that, and it helps get rid of that kind of anti-dive approach as we get, okay, hey, it's going to be a little SeaWorld here. It's Jaws coming out for Halloween. Shark on both sides.
It's good that like the Bucky's been banned out because it's if you do see the Jeff with the ultimate catch multiple people, just being able to slam down on them, make sure they don't get too far out is important. But getting a Jeff and the Mantis, this is what it feels like. It's just a sort of pick your poison almost. If you don't have access to the Emma, fine, but you're able to get 2 of the strongest strategists. You're banning out Adam at the end to make sure that you don't give them free for free, because maybe 100 Thieves are going to be set up for triple strategists, but 2-2-2s work so well for them.
And look at this. Yep. I can't believe it. We have Mantis and Loki on blast ready to go, and that is going to be so tough to deal with. Usually you see that last ban, they had to go to Adam.
And you know what else? The Groot. The Groot goes by, because when you're focusing on banning out the Venom, you're focusing on banning out the TTK. When it comes to Emma Frost, that means you're also looking at Vinny, who has a Groot ready to go. So sure, I can't play the Venom, but the Groot will be able to come out with that team up.
Listen, you thought Kurova was the Adam Warlock to ban. Now Delena demanding that respect, so much so not even shutting down the team up there in regards. Ladies and gentlemen, Atlanta viewers, this could be it for Rejects. Let's jump into what is going to be the electric matchup of 100 Thieves and Reject.
Cozy, my friend, you have summed it up perfectly. You said the 2 words, uh-oh. And Moxie, you get a little bit you get a little bit excited over the draft, and so far Reject haven't performed at their best for this draft at the very least.
Consent screaming, I think, sums up my state right now, because 100 Thieves, as Death pointed out, not only got the Mantis, they also got Harvey's Loki, they also got Vinny's Groot, which is absolutely huge for them, as we're going to see Finale actually on that Jeff pushed all the way up to try and get the knockback onto TTK, who is Groot walled by Vinny to prevent the knockback from stopping that strange portal. And off of the back of this, Reject are going to have to flip their map, and essentially we go into a parallel dimension. 100 Thieves are going to be on defensive side and Reject the attack.
Yep, Reject forced into the middle area of the offense part of the map. The neutral area essentially flipped on its head. Reject and 100 Thieves need to find an opening, need to find a way to get their ultimates as soon as possible. Melania very close, but Vinny as well also close, but Terra finds that opening duel onto Izayaki.
I mean, you might have taken out Beyblade tech from the game. You haven't taken out stun tech, something that Dobby is going to be finding out the hard way. As 100 Thieves with that Mantis do have the regen domain with the damage boost, not just the sustainability. TTK is also going to be able to take out Marvel before the Invis boundary can come on through, and waits for his opportunity to catch the Strangling Prison onto the Strategist when the Vanguards aren't there to body block, if they even need it, because all of the fighting took place off of the objective in the side room, since Reject had lost all of the space because of the map flip rotation force from the Strange Portal, which means that 100 Thieves just picked up first and are already all the way onto the high ground of second.
Seemingly record time, 100 Thieves were able to secure that first point. And no one on Reject were able to match the pace that 100 Thieves have been giving them. 100 Thieves, this is a team that like to use their ultimates first. All gas, no brakes. That is their mentality when it comes to these convergence maps. And they do just that. And look at the economy now. Reject still struggling to find key ultimates, whereas 100 Thieves, look at all of them with check marks across the board.
They're just going first. Reject aren't getting any opportunity. They could maybe have used the Sonic Seduction coming on through from the side of Piggy, but unfortunately for them, they're playing into a Seraphim shield in the hands of TTK because they banned out his Emma, which means that everyone stacked up in those hallways are behind the Doctor Strange shield and would have been covered from the Emma ultimate, which meant that they got to go first with the Ensong Inferno into Reject's backline and then put the pressure in when they caught the disengage. And off of the back of that, they've been able to continue the momentum and still hold on to this high ground. Reject have barely gotten the opportunity to use an ult.
This might be their best shot, right? They have their ultimates finally by 100 Thieves. Look how much they've been able to push. Already so close to that second point, but look at this. Here comes the offensive coming in from Melania, Vinny, and Delena. All of them joining forces to combine their ultimates to find the eliminations, but Marvel is able to find a pick onto Melania. Harvey copies with the eye, and Vagamoto from TTK only stunning Piggy, but it's enough to burst him down. And 100 Thieves still looking strong, looking good, and they continue their heist forward.
There's no wombo combo off of the Ensong Inferno either. Gargoyle is forced to use it in a hallway when he's on his lone, so I'm just trying to get the health reset as we head into third with 5 minutes on the time bank for 100 Thieves. And desperate measures are now going to be coming on through from the side of the defense. Longer line of sights means that we're going to see Finale swap over to the Hela, trying to disrupt and stall out 100 Thieves rotation, which is then going to feed into the setup opportunity for Gargoyle on the Wolverine to be able to close up the distance and put pressure on Vinny.
Reject do have the option to go for the Namor pick. You could use the Hela Namor team up, but that comes at a price of securing these angles. But look at the 100 Thieves. They have so much control right now. And Terra dinks down. Finale slams down onto Dobby. As Terra, this has really been the Terra show, the Terra cinematic universe.
There's no wombo combo needed, as we can actually see 100 Thieves use TTK Strange Portal to block the choke from Reject to be able to not disengage the push when Terra uses the Ensong Inferno, and he's getting these so often because of the damage boost. There's the pick potential of the Hela composition. It claims the life of Harvey, which 100 Thieves now going to have to give a little bit of respect over to the defense, given how close the respawn is. What a sleep coming out onto Gargoyle, but the elimination isn't there. The grab does come through onto the Groot, as everyone from Reject knows that they need to target the Strangling Prison before it can come on through. Finale goes too low, good for the Goddess of Death, tries to catch the disengagement as 100 Thieves right, but he has to immediately burn the Astral Flock because that isn't a health reset the way the Phoenix ult is.
Reject were able to push a little bit further, we're able to take control up the point, but that's gonna take them so much work, so many resources used, so much time invested, and 100 Thieves have so much time. They're willing to give up some of the space.
But Reject, this is what they wanted, right? They swapped to the Hela for this exact situation. Now you have the pick potential without ultimate economy at range, which is where the Phoenix does struggle. She's good in the close and to mid distance in comparison to the Hela. So Terra's having to close up the distance and put all of the pressure onto Finale, utilizing his boosts to clear the off angle of both her and the Invis woman.
Gargoyle gets a kidnap onto Vinny, but Vinny is saved thanks to TTK from the bubble, but Finale in the backline was able to take down Terra. But all the ultimates on 100 Thieves are waiting and ready to be used, but Reject have that same resource as well. A lot of their ultimates could come down into this final fight as we head to the 2.5 minute mark on the timer. Harvey and TTK teaming up. Vinny trying to lock everyone down into the Meteor. Will find Izayaki as TTK needs to find the screen onto the counter Meteor M. but Marvel wasn't able to find a whole lot as Harvey used that Soul Resurgence to keep everyone alive and everyone fast moving.
Terra is going to have the end song Inferno. Reject don't have anything to deal with it. Izuyaki's got to go for the copy. The regen is out on the field, as is the last stand, directly into the slow so that the 100 Thieves cannot escape the Wolverine's clutches. And off of the back of that,
my God!
It's a huge eat. Oh my goodness, what an anticlimactic end. There are so many players of Reject on that objective, which just means that there's a target range, a bullseye position for Melania on the Jeff to be able to complete the eat and carry them all away because Marvel burned the Meteor M earlier.
Might have been a hasty move from Marvel, right? They saw that TTK looked for the pick onto Izuaki, and Marvel might have had a feeling where, hey, I need to do some sort of play as well. We're down a person. I need to do something, and he doesn't find any value. Had he waited a little longer, we wouldn't have seen that anticlimactic finish where 100 Thieves come out with the triple.
I mean, Reject did do a good job of stalling, though. Remember, 100 Thieves were coming into third with 5 minutes on the time bank, something that is almost entirely unheard of when it comes to pushing into our convergence maps. But Reject slowed things down with the Hella pick potential. Now, however, they're going to be on the attack, which means that the Hella pick potential, it's not going to be very good here. In fact, it's going to be something that's very, very good for 100 Thieves, as they essentially copy the homework, but this time around, they're going to have the Mantis damage boost for Terra's position, as with the Mantis and the Loki, you do so much damage from that one duelist that it is a-okay to just play a Hela as a hyper carry.
100 Thieves now also running the triple composition. Terra switching over to the Hela to provide that poke composition some extra firepower. Reject though looking more of a dive sort of identity as Gargoyle piloting that Wolverine hero. And now Reject need to find a way in. They're not going to opt to use the Strange Portal off the rip. Instead, they're just going to brute force their way through the middle neutral area. And 100 Thieves, I think they're happy with going for that.
There was a split spotted, and Terra's actually able to clear it. Gargoyle was looking to take away that high ground. Now he's going to run for that Hela, but he also runs directly into the Jeff, so has to abandon the position clearing of that angle, leaving it up for Terra. As we do see Reject, like you said, going for those side rotations so that they don't have the long angles for the Hela to finish. But even close off of the back of the cooldown Soldier, and it's so devastating for even a hero like Phoenix to go into the 1 versus 1 against the Hela. If the elimination isn't immediate, she always walks away with that pick. As we can see that Finale is off of the Phoenix onto the Hela, and we have ourselves a snipe off.
Yep, Hela versus Hela, Terra versus Finale. The star player from America against the star player of Asia as Gargoyle slashes down, but Finale is able to finish off Finny. As Finale looks to reposition, has to flock away. But for now, Reject with a man advantage, and Piggy extends it to go down to the hands of that Emma Frost as Reject secure that first point finally.
Technically, it's actually free as well, quite literally to the hands of the Emma Frost because of the Carbon Crush, setting up the hold long enough for Gargoyle to be able to keep the rage generated with those Wolverine Adamantium Claws, as we're going to see 100 Thieves look to sweep the momentum away from Reject. We've got Terra moving over to the Daredevil, looking to cleave everybody in terms of that melee fight. There's a regeneration domain with the damage boost. Marvel's going to be able to absorb all of the incoming damage, though, with the use of that Meteor M, but 100 Thieves still think that this is winnable. Soul Resurgence comes on through. Izuaki got the copy onto a Hela and makes it work. It's taken off of the map, and Reject with the aggressive copy are able to shut down 100 Thieves.
Who knew that a double Hela would work out in that scenario? 100 Thieves just go down, and due to the range and firepower from Reject, Izuaki and Finale teaming up. I don't think 100 Thieves were aware of that.
No, Delena's now going to be going over to that Psylocke as well to put pressure on this Hela, try and distract her long enough that Terra can close up the distance and get that pick off. But Reject very much in the driver's seat at the moment with the ultimates that they have available. It's going to be an off-angle approach up against Finale, and there it is. The Hela did not have the protection from Dobby because he was in position to use the Invis Boundary with the rest of the team stack instead.
Terra quickly switching over to the Daredevil, realizes that Finale on this Hela will be too much of a problem, so he switches over to the Daredevil to spot out Finale if he is in an aggressive situation. Gargoyle is able to find TTK. Delena gets entranced by the Psionic Seduction, and Marvel will finish him off. Vinny pops that Freedom Charge, weighing out the Star Spangled Path, but Melania looking for an opportunity to go for a good Jeff ultimate as Finale up to the skies, but the speech bubble appears for Melania, and that meets his demise. Finale now landing the shots, raining down hell on 200 Thieves, who have to look to reset quickly.
This Goddess of Death is being used as well to keep the Jeff ultimate in check, so Melania is going to be off Jeff over to the Invis woman instead. Delena is so close to the Dance of the Butterflies though, and it's all going to come down to Izzyaki to hold on to the regen domain. Out comes the Let the Devil out, stacking the damage for TTK, but the interception, the moment that he becomes vulnerable from Gargo with the Wolverine, gets the Feral Lunge and shuts it down. Dance of the Butterflies purely onto Finale's position, will be able to clean up one of those duelist players, but Reject still have the Invis boundary, and 100 Thieves have no choice but to invade into that space or give up second.
Oh my gosh, it's getting so close. We're getting a wide view of this entire fight ensuing. Everyone on 100 Thieves, everyone on Reject know what's at stake. There is so much on the line. It's either you move on in the lower bracket or you fall and get sent home. Harvey opens up the dance floor, one of the most important dance floors he might ever play, as Marvel will find Terra, Delena finds Izzyaki, and Reject trade it right back. Marvel picks up a double, and that second point finally handed over to Reject.
Ultimate economy as well on the end of Thieves. Got a little bit burnt there with Fate of Both Worlds from Harvey's end to just try and keep the stall contesting. And Reject are still going to have Finale on this Hela too. So Delena's going to be sticking with the Psylocke, but Terra is over to the Star-Lord instead, really wanting to put pressure onto both the Hela, but also marking Gargo on this Wolverine. Should be able to, with the Mantis damage boost, push up to a very quick Galactic Legend build, as he's just going to go in aggressively, gets the Magneto bubble, everybody looks at him, has to react, and that allows 100 Thieves to close off the distance and play against Reject, who had no choice. They have to use the Emissary Introduction to try and stall out the aggressive play.
And now Reject need to group up yet again. Finale switches over to the Phoenix. The Jean Grey is going to be the decision that Reject have to go. It's overtime or bust right now for Reject. They don't want to go home now. They don't want to go home at all. As Terra takes disguise, as there is a response with the invisible boundary, but the Devil not being used. Terra and Melania and TTK. So will Delena, as everyone dumps their ultimates. Izzyaki copies the ultimate of the Luna Snow thanks to the Goddess of Mischief, or the God of Mischief, I should say, as Gargoyle also close to his ultimate as well. The Star Spangled Path laid out again from Vinny, as 100 Thieves need to find the defense going. 2 minutes left on the clock now.
The overlap of Meteor M and Invis boundary might just have cost Reject that map, as they both used it in reaction to Terra's Galactic Legend and have none of the shutdown potential to combine it with Finale's Endsong Inferno to find the pick onto Harvey through this Fate of Both Worlds. This is going to be such a rough part of recovery for Reject to be able to turn around, especially because look at how deep 100 Thieves are, all the way into attack and spawn, to make sure that there's no strange portal shenanigans and that there isn't a map flip behind their back.
If 100 Thieves are able to pull the point back under that little tunnel area, this is a place where Reject had a hard time pushing through. It's also naturally a difficult area to retake, especially being in that enclosed little area. It's going to be so hard for Reject to get the retake going, especially when you can't get the angle of the Endsong Inferno perfectly, as Finale dives right in, but Marvel and Izzyaki look to clean up 100 Thieves. They've already got 2. They just need to find 4 more if they want to move this point even further into OT.
This is just about 100 Thieves putting the bodies onto the objective and stalling it out. We're not going to see any ultimates committed. It's going to be a full regroup coming on through from the side of the defense. So for Reject, it's all about preventing it, and that's where the Phoenix gets to come into play. Finale catching so many stuns onto these players as they come out from those spawns, but 100 Thieves are out breaking around the first corner. They've got the invisible boundary, they've got the Meteor M. They're going to have to hold it though, as Psionic Seduction comes through first into the Invis boundary. They're looking to heal through from it. The CC is near the Magneto, but the huge block comes on through from Marvel with the curtain, and 100 Thieves still haven't been able to find the eliminations to close out this fight.
Delena has to use this Solar Surge to just stall for Vinny's ultimate, whereas Reject dumped a lot of their resources resources as well, but a great bubble, keeping Izayaki alive, keeping that ultimate alive, and well as Dobie is able to find the opening pick onto Delena. This might be the domino effect that Reject need if they want to force an overtime scenario. 100 Thieves have to rely on Terra with that Galactic Legend, and so does Vinny with that Freedom Charge, but Reject still standing tall, staying on that point as the overtime meter comes up on the top of the screen. Everyone on Reject playing for their lives in this tournament. Everyone knows what's at stake. 100 Thieves want to ruin that push.
Terra is taken down, was so close to the end song Inferno. Terra comes on through with the massive pick, but Reject still have players, and they're getting to focus down every single time that 100 Thieves have to put one of their players onto the objective to keep overtime in play. They go into an outnumbered fight. Regen domain from Izayaki as well is going to be able to keep everybody alive as the Strange Portal comes back into the mix, and Reject gets Finale back into the play. Izayaki's next cycle now of the Invisible Boundary comes on through. 100 Thieves don't have an aggressive ultimate to cancel it, and that's going to be a full push in overtime in comparison to the 2-minute stock that 100 Thieves find on their clock.
Welcome to overtime, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Symbiotic surface. I believe that is the first overtime scenario we have seen so far in the playoffs, as Reject looking to lock in finally. Albeit it might be a little late, but it's better late than never.
This is going to be so stressful for Reject.
I would imagine.
I mean, you actually remember, right? Asia's had draws on Symbiotic Surface in their grand finals.
Yeah, back in stage 1. Fun fact, in the Asia stage 1 tournament, Reject up against Gen G in a best of 7. It went all the way to map 7. It ended up here on Symbiotic Surface, but it ended in a draw somehow, some way. And
well, technically it was overtime into full hold. That's kind of the way that Convergence does end up in a draw,
But in that situation, yeah, if both teams draw, and at least in that situation, they just played one more map, and that's why. And only in the Asia region, we had a map 8 in a best of 7. I trademarked this every single time, only in Asia.
Oh, Reject's going to be starting off on the attack. Let's see how much they can get with 100 Thieves almost at 3 minutes time bank. This has to be first as a pickup. And like you said, this is different. We're going to be seeing the Strange Portal. We're getting all of the body blocking coming on through, but Gargoyle's actually over to the Magic, so they can jump into the backline, chain the strategists together, and force them into having to stack directly into all of the aggressive plays that Reject want to cleave Finale through with on this Daredevil.
They know Reject know they don't have much time to work with, only a single minute to work with, but now everyone on Reject just falling to pieces already. Half the time already expended as 100 Thieves now having to defend what could be a full hold. Blink and you miss it. Reject might be at the back foot yet again.
No tick percentage picked up for Reject in that push. Marvel's got to go over to the Captain America. We're going to see Piggy onto the Angela, just looking to keep the point in place so that overtime gets an opportunity for Reject to gain a hold on this objective. Dobie's even onto the rocket, and it's not to be. 100 Thieves shut it down entirely, and now it's the situation that we talked about. It's either a full hold, or 100 Thieves move on in this tournament, and we send Reject home.
Albeit 100 Thieves could get denied from the site, but they have almost 3 minutes to work with Reject. That was only 1 minute.
Yeah.
So they only had one good push. That's why they used the portal immediately. But unfortunately, it just fell flat. Harvey on that Loki with the regeneration domain was all the difference it took to shut down Finale's Daredevil and Gargoyle's magic. And now Reject have to look for the defense. What approach did they go for this time around?
I mean, it was also an unfair trade, right? One team has Loki, one team has Mantis Loki. So Harvey's regenerative domain is actually larger and also supplies damage boost for the players of 100 Thieves stood within it, which means that when Reject teleported directly onto that entire team, they teleported directly into all of that damage boost stacked on top of the also Mantis 12% damage boost. As we had no poke opportunity, which meant that the Mantis' seeds were at full potential and just stacked for the entire rest of the team.
And now 100 Thieves, they have to just match what Reject did, albeit Reject really didn't do a whole lot in that first overtime round. Now we head into the second, where 100 Thieves is their turn to get at least a third on that site, and that's all that matters, as a little bit of a cheese play coming in from Reject to try to stall what 100 Thieves want to do. And now, thanks to the group wall protecting TTK, he will be able to give 100 Thieves safe passage, a plan that they did in their first time on the offense.
Oh, they've taken away Reject's safe space. That's normally the back room that the backline likes to kite into to disengage the attack from main. And yet again, Reject are forced to flip the map entirely. However, Gargoyle on the Wolverine is not going to give 100 Thieves free entry onto this room. Vinny's looking for the isolation, has to deal with Piggy on the Emma, has been able to wall off the Emma almost entirely, but he's able to make it to the shield of his Strange to get fully stabilized by the rest of this team. And we still have limbo in terms of point control.
But the pressure's all on Reject. They cannot afford to go down. If they do go down, they have to make a long way back onto the point. And with only 100 Ds, only have to control a third of the site. They might be able to just do it. Blink and you miss it. Everyone on 100 Ds locking in, making sure that they get to that third of that site, and it looks like that's all she wrote. 100 Thieves seize the symbiotic surface, and they will shut down what is left of Reject. 3-0, the final score for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it felt like Reject were a little bit hands tied in terms of composition that they could run, right? This was why we were saying it's really important that they actually get through first and into second, because if they had, they would have been able to field something like the Hela and the Namor with that pick potential on the defense. But because it was purely one tick that was needed on the side of 100 Thieves, if they'd gone for something like the Hela and the Namor and pushed themselves into an isolated off angle, that teleport play, it wouldn't have been done to force the map flip. It would have been on directly whoever was isolated on that off angle, and way too vulnerable for 100 Thieves to turn their attention into. So for Reject, they kind of had to do the best of what they were given, right? Wolverine, because you're kind of reading into the group pick, you're going to have your passive for survivability if you do find yourself isolated and locked off. Emma to prevent the rush down. Strange so that you have the most amount of shield coverage and can try and kite your way out with losing a player in the interim. And then you really do just have to try and play to be the first one to get those ultimates online. Something that Thieves were just able to take advantage of by sending in, you know, Terror on the Star-Lord and getting so much value with both the Mantis and the Loki pick too.
Props to 100 Ds, making the strategy work. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? You just go for the portal play and just make Reject uncomfortable. And that's probably what Reject felt when they had to do it twice in a row. And the final time was the end of Reject's run here in the grand finals. Props to them, really. They have been doing so well throughout the entire tournament, and then 100 Thieves unfortunately had to sacrifice them in order to move on in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they can definitely go home with their heads held high, right? They were able to pull maps against some of our strongest sort of favoritized teams, I think, that a lot of people had at the top of their tier lists. And they also showed that there's some star power in this team. Like, these are going to be future stars that you're going to want to keep your eye on to when we move into all of these different metas. Not only could they play one specific composition, they could play many, which allowed them to navigate masterfully through the band draft selection.
And 100 Thieves now moving on. Atlanta still has another America's team still kicking in the lower bracket. It's going to be a long road for them, and it's going to be a matter of how long can they stay alive, stay afloat.
We will have to see, as like you said, 100 Thieves will be able to continue. And speaking about 100 Thieves, we're going to be headed over to an interview with one of their players.
And I am here with Terror from 100 Thieves. An incredible run. Your journey continues through the losers bracket, but it was hard to get here. What was different between this series you just played and the series you played earlier today?
The difference between the series with VP and Reject is that it's a best of 3. I think the biggest difference is best of 2s. First of 2 is anyone can really win that. It's not really the long run, and it was still really close that game, but I think we just found out what we're still figuring out what we're still good at, and we're bringing it back right now. But as long as it's best of 3s, I think we're going to dominate every team.
So you're coming back in. Is this the start of the redemption arc for 100 Thieves to fight your way through and get that lower bracket buff?
It is 100%. There's so much more skill when it comes to best of 3s than best of 2s.
And you're also coming in here with not just potentially a lower bracket buff, but also a lower health buff because you were a little bit out of it earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, it was really rough coming to the second day and missing out a whole day of like practice and all that stuff because I had to go to the ER, but I'm living through it. It's very hard, very rough, but I'm trying my best for everyone.
So Reject did still nearly drive you back there a couple times. What happened, especially in that last map, which took you all the way to overtime?
I think we were just having a little bit of fun trying some comps here and there. Just trying a little mixture of stuff. But as soon as we just play what we know it's good, it's just end of there, yeah.
So you're obviously a player that a lot of people pay attention to because you're often the one making the flashy plays. There's a lot of talk about you, but I actually want to give an opportunity to you here to talk about your team. Who is there who is standing out that people might not see because you're the one landing stuff like the Kraken Impacts? Who deserves the shoutouts?
I think everyone deserves a shout out on the whole team because everyone does their own little job. There's not like a whole little thing. Like I make flashy plays, but there's always all this other stuff that's going around through the map, and no one can see everything because you can only see one on spectator, so.
So your next opponent, as the bracket will flip here, will be against the loser of FlyQuest versus Citadel Gaming. Do you have a preference for your opponent there? And is there potentially something you want to say to either of those teams?
I don't have a preference at the end of the day. We're going to best of 5s now. Takes way more skill, and that's when we'll show who really is boss.
Fighting words from Terra from 100 Thieves. Congratulations once again. And let's head over to the analysis desk to break down that series.
What's going on, guys, and welcome to the desk once again, and shout out to Terra with the Crocs, buddy. Love those Crocs. What a vibe on stage there. And yes, hey, what did we talk about? The best of 3 to the best of 5 and that chance to kind of flip the script, and Terra just said it right there. Really feels a lot more confident as we saw 100 Thieves take what could have been going to the lower bracket, right? Looking a little bit, you know, on the downturn. They use it as fuel, Vicky, right, to turn this thing around.
Yeah, literally when I heard him say that, I knew immediately what he meant too, because you have to understand you have a lot more opportunities now to not only rely on maybe changing up your composition, try some things out in Terra's words himself at the very end there, have a little bit of fun when you're up maybe those 2 points, but also you have a lot more opportunities to lean into a different pick and ban phase that you want to maybe try out, looking at the opponents ahead, Ryan.
It's like the more reps you can get on stage as well. The full best of 5s, you go onto maps like Symbiotic Showdown, which didn't go well against Citadel last time, looked a lot stronger there. To be fair, there was more of a fight back from Rejects in that third and final map than we saw in the first 2, like being able to finish out the maps and stuff, but it is more of a case of all of the things that they wanted to take from group stages that went wrong, VOD review it, put it into practice in an actual official. You just get more games and more chances to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the highlights here, I mean, in general, he just said it. We're trying to still figure it out a bit, right? Obviously, testing things out, but I think it's true. I mean, you look at them, that's what they did well going into this to claim the 1 seat. They were able to flex so much that there wasn't really an answer in the pick ban phase, and so trying out the pure dive comp here and to more. And so I definitely expect them to be a huge threat to steal, no pun intended, of 100 Thieves. But that lower bracket, I mean, FlyQuest, Citadel Gaming, loser of that, that's a huge matchup.
Rematches from Group B as well, which is, it was a slog, I think, for 100 Thieves. Maybe that's the difference as well, because I think back to like Na'Vi at mid-season finals. They played the most maps. They were in the losers bracket. They got so many reps that they were just out-experiencing everybody else in the server. So 100 Thieves could very much do that, and it feels a lot more important to them because they did lose against FlyQuest, and they did lose against Citadel in groups.
Yeah, we move away from the best of 3 where 100 Thieves lost 1-2 versus Citadel in day 1 of group stages, and then let's say it's FlyQuest, you know, the rematch that you and I, Cozy, usually see within Americas. Well, guess what? They lost to FlyQuest 2-0 day number 3 of group stage. That's why when we're all looking at 100 Thieves where they were going to be seeded going into the playoffs, where we are currently standing right now on the big stage, we're wondering, what do they need to do differently? Now we're out of the best of 3. It sounds like Terra feels a lot more comfortable now that he could be in that best of 5.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming then was actually so close. I mean, it went up, right up to Yggdrasil, and then you saw the flip of the script there for Citadel. I'll never forget how close that was. In fact, I almost walked away after map 2, and then I came back and Citadel won, and I was like, wow. I mean, it shows how crazy that matchup was. So I expect there to be a lot of electricity. Quickly, do want to give my tip of the cap to Reject. You're all a team that came here, proved doubters wrong, right? And we're able to climb, have some upsets, and put together a run that I know they are proud of, and the Asia region is proud of as well.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that Reject has been able to do the adjustments that they had with the roster that they also currently have, making their way so far within the group stages, they got some upsets here and now are able to put a performance. They really should be proud of themselves.
It's the first time, too, that an American team was able to win against Reject, at least here in Atlanta. They were previously doing pretty well, and so, you know, again, tip the cap to all of the upsets that we saw from them. Any last words on Reject, right?
I think it's just for Reject, it's a case of like a team that has been pretty dominant across Asia, like Pacific. Unfortunately, weren't the top seed against Crazy Raccoon. Then we don't usually see them be on the back foot and then have to respond. 100 Thieves just had a lot more experience with that, so Reject's 2-0 down, life on the line. It's a big ask to try to like pull yourselves up by your bootstraps and go on, but it was a good effort in that final map.
Absolutely. I have to just give my, again, tip of the cap to 100 Thieves. You're a pixel away from beating VP, right? You get sent down here. I was talking to Remix, and we're literally, you know, dabbing up and saying, man, we shouldn't be here, he's telling me, right? And I totally get that because it's right there at the last second. But then to be able to use this now as fuel going to it, I want to put y'all on the spot, all right? Who is going to play 100 Thieves, and then who's going to take that game? I'm going to start with Vic.
Oh, of course, of course. All right, Cozy. Well, since I'm in the hot seat right now, I'm going to say Citadel is losing against FlyQuest, and we're going to see the rematch of Citadel versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I agree, but I think that Citadel also loves being in those loser bracket moments where things are on the line. Like we saw in the Chopper Mag game, games that you would expect them to sort of be able to take cleanly, it's a little bit more messy. They don't mind. Again, more reps, more experience. That's one thing that Fate from Na'Vi said was a big reason as to why they won that first ever international LAN. And in the early days of Marvel Rivals, any more reps that you can get on that stage, frankly, the better. Absolutely.
Hey, for those that don't know the story about 100 Thieves, again, we've said this on air a lot, but I love to just break it down. They were mutants, right? Back when you had to prove it from, and this is why I love Marvel Rivals and the MRC and the MRI, and able to go from really couch to greatness, right? And this team has played console games before and got themselves together, switched to mouse and keyboard outside of TTK, of course, and we're able to form this incredible org of 100 Thieves and what it's done. Let's go and take a look at the bracket, though. Again, we've been highlighting what these matchups are as we've seen this great day unfold. This is, again, our second to last match of the day. And we're getting a clearer picture, Vicky, of what we're going to see tomorrow.
Yeah, we are, but you know what? It's also our second to last best of 5 that we just witnessed right now play out in front of us. But now that last match, Dark Zero versus Chopper Mag, will be the final best of 5 for the day. But 100 Thieves, you got to look at what's going to go on between FlyQuest and Citadel Gaming.
All right. Rye, I'm going right now. I'm going to say VP takes it. I'm going to say FlyQuest. Those are my two predictions. What do you got up top?
I mean, I feel like Na'Vi could fight back a little bit more. Like, there's a lot of like history based on like what Trust Me was tweeting after that, because it was Virtus.pro that knocked Na'Vi to the 3rd seed to qualify here. Okay. And Trust Me was just like, we both should have been better. So the fact that they play it again in that time when Na'Vi have looked a lot stronger, Virtus.pro haven't really dropped a beat. These teams are very intimate with each other. In fact, Virtus.pro were the team that like lost the series for the first time ever against Rad, that then became Na'Vi. So the free MEA in the upper bracket at least, which is good.
And Vic, if you're Citadel, I mean, getting a win on FlyQuest would give all you need for the ammunition of getting almost, you know, put down the lower brackets from Chopper Mag. Listen, it was a great matchup in general. Closing thoughts here from you, Vicky, on what we saw, and then a little bit of a tease on what's to come.
I love some revenge rivals ahead of us, honestly. That's what we could expect moving forward now within the bracket, Cozy, and I can't wait to see how that plays out, Ryan.
It's scary, I think, for Dark Zero. We already saw just how threatening Chopper Mag could be, but it's whether they have the mental to be able to play what I think is going to be a full best of 5, who's got the ability to go the distance.
Hey, in this early birth of esports here for Rivals, there's nothing better than seeing the Rivals happen live and see what teams are going against what, and the story unfold. And we are just getting started here live in Atlanta, Georgia. One more match today before we head into day 2. We're going to take a quick break and then get to our last elimination match of day 1.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic. Unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
You know what to do, spiders? It's spider time!
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is gonna happen right
Hey, we're Dark Zero, and we're here to win it all.
Yeah.
Give indeed.
Dark Zero is saying that they're going to win it all, and honestly, it wouldn't be too surprising if they did, because they have had a pretty solid pathway so far. They have taken maps off some of the best teams, but they do find themselves down here in the lower bracket. I am once again Tetra, joined by Dogman and Ryan Central here for this lower bracket match where someone will be going home.
Someone's going home. I'm just glad American Man's not here. I mean, he wouldn't take this seriously. At the moment, we do have two incredible teams, and like you mentioned, one's going home, unfortunately saying bye to Reject, but today, it could be Dark Zero or it could be Chopper Mag, Tetra.
I think as well, being eliminated by an unsigned team for Dark Zero, the expectations are a little bit higher for them, but I think Chopper Mag, it's whether they sort of show up again in the rematch of Group A.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the game in just a moment, though, because a quick reminder that it is Halloween! It is spooky season, and we have some amazing skins for you because of that. We have Wanda in particular. If you've been watching Marvel Zombies, then the Queen of the Dead has made its way into Marvel Rivals, and it rises once more. There are multiple new costumes available for Spider-Man, Iron Man, and of course, the Scarlet Witch. Marvel Zombies was fantastic, and this skin is incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. I mean, this is one of the best skins in the game just because Scarlet Witch alongside the new Iron Man skin too. I mean, there's so many beautiful skins that just came out with the new PvE game mode.
I like that you've got the Man Spider, like the Zombie Wonder, and then just Big Shot Iron Man, like the three most terrifying things to see at DreamHack Atlanta this year.
Yeah.
Welcome to the spooky season. We made the skins for the scariest things we can think of. A zombie. We made a skin for a billionaire?
Yep, pretty much.
That's pretty scary to me. I don't know. Yeah, that's terrifying.
It is going to be a limited time bundle, just as a reminder, available from October 30th, which is today, all the way until November 27th. Make sure, this is the DreamHack Partnership bundle, so make sure to purchase now on the in-game store as we head over to talk about these two teams. And this is a rematch, Dogman.
It is a rematch. I mean, we saw them before in that group stages, day number 1, and, you know, it was a favored matchup for Chopper Mag going into it, though. When we talked to Chopper Mag behind the scenes, they always said, you know, maybe it's jet lag, maybe something to do with travel time has resulted in them playing worse. And Dark Zero took advantage, right? They started off strong, they started off hot, and slowly sort of tuned it down over the course of the few weeks. And for Dark Zero, they really need to get back to that old form because honestly, in their upper bracket matchup, it was something you kind of want to forget about if you're Dark Zero. It was not a good match, and honestly, going into this one, they have to sort of wipe that clean like sort of Men in Black style.
Yeah, it feels like one of those kind of games where you couldn't really show up against a team that you've been intimately involved with, right, from the Americas region. And here you've got Chopper Mag that we saw play so blisteringly fast that if you aren't ready for this moment, if you haven't had that quick BO5 that we just saw with Reject, that you have VOD review, make sure that you're prepared. You are going to go like a map down, 2 maps down before you know it, and then that's a really scary position to be in the BO5.
Let's have a look at Dark Zero in particular, diving deeper into this team. Coming through in 4th in the Americas and had to fight tooth and nail to get through, but they came out ahead of the 2nd place mid-season team in their groups to make it into these playoffs, but they now find themselves on the edge of elimination.
Yeah, edge of elimination at the current moment, and the squad, I think, across the board, it's still new, right? Everybody here has been, you know, throughout different rosters, right? With Impunity, we had him over alongside the X-Trot. X-Guy Smash as well has played throughout this game, and has been sort of an up-and-coming guy, but Ryan Mazing and Kurova, they're the real veterans of this squad alongside Velocity's taking upon that sort of leadership role, and they're really those 2-star players, which we need to see a little bit more out of, I think, in this matchup, and, you know, Ryan Mazing is that guy who can flex onto basically everything, Tetra.
And this is a slightly different roster to what they were in Stage 1, for example, correct?
Right, yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a completely different roster. They pretty much dropped everybody. It was like Hogs before Ryan Mazing and them came. So a lot of actually ex-Sentinels players making their way through Dark Zero.
I guess my biggest question to you is, like, at this event in particular, does it feel like the stars have to align to get the most? Because it feels like individually there's a lot of like Smash having good moments. Velocity's been seen as a really smart, capable player, and Ryan Mazing, Kurova. Like, does it feel like all of them need to be on fire to have a chance of like winning Ignite here, would you say? Like, or even to go like top 4, top 3 finish?
It does kind of feel like that, yeah, because the biggest reason they had success back in the in stage 2 was because, you know, they were just kind of synergizing as a squad, sort of feeling each other out. They kind of maybe have reached that peak. That's the tough part, is they need to get to those next levels, like you mentioned, and I think they can't do it, right? We've seen good things out of Smash, but at least in the matchup in the upper bracket finals, Texture, I'm a little bit worried for them moving forward.
They did seem to struggle a little bit. We're seeing clips right now from their match versus FlyQuest in that upper bracket. And outside of the first round on the first map of domination, we did not see a lot of signs of life out of Dark Zero. While they were still fighting every inch of the way, FlyQuest did just seem to have a little bit more control. But Rymazing was still performing.
Absolutely. Rymazing's been the backbone of this team, and he has to do it again. I think the reason why they lost it, or they beat Chopper Mac in the group stages, guys, is because when we saw Bobo, and I know you'll talk about him later, Ryan, he wasn't having the best series versus Ryan, and Rymazing was popping off in that series. He's been an incredible daredevil, one of the first to play it in the Group A area, and coming into it, it's odd because this is a somewhat good hero pool for him in the current meta, but also I would love to see him more on Iron Man and stuff. I know his team doesn't really trust him there.
I think for Rymazing, he was in like those closed beta, like early invitational tournaments as well, so like doing well at this event would cap off a fantastic inaugural year for him in Marvel Rivals specifically, because he was one of the OGs, right?
Absolutely, he was one of the OGs, right? Yeah, on that Sentinels roster back when, you know, War of the Realms was a thing for Marvel Rivals, and we've had so many tournaments, so many incredible events, the Invitational, but now in the Grand Finals, like you mentioned, Ryan, he has to cap it off with at least a win here in this LAN event.
But we're not going to cap off here, we're going to chop it off here as we are going to be moving over to Chopper Mag. And Ryan, me and you just jumped off of casting that. What stood out to you? Because we talked about how Dark Zero is really an upper bracket they want to forget. You can't really say that for Chopper Mag.
Yeah, I think what stood out to me is I have no stamina, because that was just start, stop. It was so quick. And I think as an unsigned team, as an underdog to do well in this event, and to just be, you know, it's Halloween, the Grim Reaper eliminating some big organizations and frankly getting some people fired, this is the perfect pace to play. Make sure that there's no reaction, get into their faces, make them panic, make them scream. And I think for Chopper Mag, they sort of understood the assignment, and even if they do go out here, they're going to go out with a blaze of glory no matter what, because that's how they play.
Who's been standing out to you on this roster so far?
I think for Bobo especially, and I think the thing about it is, like, with any like Chinese player, somebody that's like had experience in other games, like coaching Chinese players, there's definitely that focus of like, they all have the ego, they all want to be the best, but if they underperform, it's like mechanical, right? Like, I need to, you know, hit the aim trainers and stuff like that. I need to just grind more games in order to make that difference. But I feel from watching Bobo, especially in that series that we just saw with Citadel, he's so cerebral. He understands that it's all less about the mechanics and more about the timing of taking those fights. Be coordinated on another team as well. When you're like Chinese with an OCE team, the fact that he synergizes so well with his squad is a testament to how good he is as a player.
We also got to talk about players like Duet. We got to talk about who actually just took Polly to the limit with the Captain America. But Bobo is who we're going to be looking at in terms of statistics in just a moment to really break down just how good this player is and how much of an impact they've had here.
Yeah, I mean, he's been consistent, right? That's the tough part. Bobo has leveled up. I mean, he's a star player of our game for a good reason, Ryan, like you talked about. I mean, he's so good, and not only playing the game mechanically, but exactly, cerebral. I think you put it perfectly. There's not much more to be said about this guy except pay him, right? That's the number one thing. Every time we see him on camera, he said, pay me. He screamed right in the group stages after they beat Envy. Is that he just wants to get paid. He wants an organization to pick him up, and I said, you guys should have talked to Envy on the way out, because maybe they could have signed you to Envy International.
Call me.
Yeah, call Tasmo. Tasmo's like, pick up the phone, Bobo's calling.
So let's actually talk about the series that we are heading into. We've managed to find out what the first map is going to be. Ryan, we are heading to Burn in T'Challa. You've been keeping track of the map through this. What's the history behind these teams on this map at this tournament?
At this event, neither team has played it so far. So because it's randomly generated as well, they'll sort of know briefly ahead of time. They'll set it up in the server and then go do the walkouts as Cozy's about to go through. But yeah, it's just been completely avoided for both teams. And even like from stage 2 onwards, you're looking at like 1 and 2, 0 and 2. It's not that often played for Dark Zero or Chopper Mag, because it's always going to be this like random choice. So you have to be able to adjust to it. The main thing is that Dark Zero in domination across this event has not been great. It's been a little bit better for Chopper Mag, like winning 2/3 of the games, whereas it's the opposite for Dark Zero.
Yeah, Dark Zero always manages to do well on those other maps, Convergence, Convoy, and especially maps like Central Park, but then Chopper Mag does what they did earlier and just look good on Central Park. So this is going to be a terrifying team. team.
But Dogman, we just talked about it here. When Domination is the guaranteed first map of every series, you can't be underperforming on Domination.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a mechanically gifted map, or a mechanically skillful map, I suppose. I think Ryan brought it up that a lot of the players are like, you know, we just need to play better. We just want to have to, you know, pick up our pace. We saw J-Mac before earlier where he said, it's a skill issue. We need to level up. We played bad earlier, and it was still that close versus Citadel Gaming.
And we're going to be heading over to the stage to get this underway. So cozy, it's time to send someone home. Let's bring the hype.
The lights are bright. It's our last fight of the night, ladies and gentlemen, as the clock is about to strike midnight for one of these Cinderella stories here on Halloween right now. Almost the end of spooky season, and we're going to start by welcoming the team that does not fold under pressure. They thrive on it. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Dark Zero. Coming at you from the duelist position, the one, the only Mr. Amazing. Followed by Smash, the controller goat, the strategist of Velocity, and Kurova, the golden god. And of course, who could not forget Impunity and Madara. Please welcome Dark Zero. And ladies and gentlemen, we got one more team for you today. Again, one of these are going home. They are here to break the bracket. It's Chopper Mag coming from the land down under. Coming at the strategist position, we've got Skittles and Fidel. And of course, the man who's a legend in the making, Bobo. They're in the duelist position as well. Pethic bringing it down with Duet and Zen Starry. Let's get loud, Atlanta. Give it up for Chopper Mag. We got an electric matchup. One of these great teams, again, one of these incredible stories will be heading home, folks. It's do or die here on day one of Marvel Rivals. And this is our last matchup of the night. We know it's going to be a good one. You might be at home about to trick or treat. One of these teams getting a treat, the other a trick. And guess what? How appropriate. Our Australian caster, Matty, will be bringing in the action with my usual kill caster, Vicky, to bring it all to an end for day one.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Atlanta, are you ready for our last series of the day here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite Stadium? It is going to be fantastic. Dark Zero versus Chopper Mag and Matsy. I cannot wait to go down into the series with you, because what better way to appropriately bring us together looking at our OCE team versus an American team.
That's it, you know, we're facing off as casters, they're facing off as teams. It's the battle of the regions here. Chopper Mag, will they thrive? Will they dive? Dark Zero, will they be the hero for the Americas? It all comes down to this.
$1 million prize pool here. Nobody wants to bow out yet in our best of 5 territory. You heard Terror on the stage talk about the importance of moving over to a best of 5. More opportunities, Matsy, and more looks at the pick and ban phase.
Definitely eager to see how they're going to approach that one. Obviously, we've seen a bit of strength come through into the last series between Citadel and Chopper Mag, where they managed to put complete denial over Bobo's Psylocke there. So curious to see if Dark Zero is going to steer in a similar direction.
Excited because of the performance that we've been seeing thus far with Chopper Mag. They've really been impressing a lot of people, and that's even with the loss of Salvation on this team. Fidel slotting in perfectly, but it's now looking like we are moving on to Burn and T'Challa for our first map. The analyst test, they broke it down really nicely. Dark Zero, not the best when it comes to starting things off on domination. I believe they were like 5-7, but at least, Matsy, when I talked to Dark Zero, they were huffing and puffing in group stages saying, man, we got Hell's Heaven back to back, 5 different times. Well, it's a different look this time around.
That's it, going to be huffing and puffing and ready to blow the house down here, but we'll see if they are going to be able to do that on domination, because Chopper Mag have been looking consistent heading into their domination maps. You know, they've been suffering, I suppose, a 1-2 curse into their best-of-3 series there, where they really start off strong on their domination map, but then they find the struggles into the next two. But obviously our teams are getting prepped up right now, ready to rumble, and I'm very eager to see how this one's going to go down.
For those of you guys watching from home and you want to know even more about these two teams, we also technically have the 1v1 of Smash, the controller duelist versus Skittles, the controller support player here, the strategist coming out from Chopper Mag. As we get started with our pick and ban phase, we've already said goodbye over to Jeff and Mantis.
Yeah, it looks like Adam is going to be chopped off as well, not allowing them to play into the resurrection there. And Dark Zero, at least they're sealing away the Bucky for themselves, can play into that power. But Chopper Mag, they got access to Mantis after denying it through.
Nice look here. You're wondering, yeah, you're going to ban the Loki. You don't want to get the team up. We've already saw the importance of that team up actually in our last series at the very end too. Bigger AoE healing here when we get to see what that next ban rollout is going to be. But with the Protect on Bucky pretty early from DZ, that is very interesting here.
Yeah, curious what they're going to be able to chop through in the next portion here. Are they going to focus up on the Vanguards this time? Look to take away its double Emma, double trouble, see ya later. There is no Psionic Seduction today.
That's smart here too, because if you're Chopper Mag right now, you've already taken away the ability to get that Korova, Adam, Warlock online. Wondering if we're going to see that Jeff ban instead, while the Captain America Protect is coming out from Chopper Mag.
That's it. You know, they played into a high mobility Vanguard composition earlier in the piece there. Want to enable Dueb to do what they do best with that one. And they've been able to just be a menace in the back line. But they are going to be taking away the Venom Dark Zero. Do not want to deal with the symbiote.
I like this because now they're going to have their last Protect. So if they don't want to worry about that Venom together with the Mantis team up, we know that Feast of the Abyss on top of the anti-heal could absolutely get that one shot on top of an ulting strategist as they get the Protect over onto the Venom. Was wondering if that's what they wanted to lean into, and now with this final ban, it forces out the Jeff ban perhaps from Chopper Mag. Do they take that here, or do they want to aim for something different?
Yeah, curious of their prioritizations there. Going to be Loki taken away, so not going to be seeing Jeff taken out of play there. And now, getting our selections through here, you can see Zenstari looking to play potentially into that Angela. Considering it is a map like Burner T'Challa here, you can definitely see where they want to take this one. They want to go for the high mobility composition here to try and zone out Dark Zero and see if they can power ahead.
I like the focus here from Chopper Mag. Why don't we handicap the two strategists that really lead the way within Dark Zero? Velocity, an insane Loki player, and the Adam Warlock away from Korova. We see that flexibility being very important as we get started with our first game within our last series of the day.
That's it, kicking it off, checking it in to Burning T'Challa. We are going to be on for an absolute brawler. It's not best of 3 anymore, it's best of 5 here, and both teams need to dive in, give it their absolute best, because otherwise one of them will be getting sent home, and it's all or nothing in this one.
Can already see the highlights here as we get the nice flyby of our very first round. Burning T'Challa is where we start off our series. Pethic has already showcased some nice things on the Daredevil here, Massey. Bobo as well with the Psylocke.
Yeah, Pethic always playing into those high mobility duelist picks there. Really strong on the VP back in the day. Iron Fist one and the same, but now they're looking to take aim on the Daredevil there, and definitely eager to see if they can zone one out as Madara already starts off strong with the opening KO.
That's very big here because then they get to follow up and immediately find Bobo while Pethic is kind of isolated here. Right, Amazing is too busy popping off, making you wonder. Oh, that's why they're going to go for that safety pick to protect the Bucky right off the rip. Madara also being able to get that finishing blow onto Pethic. It's going to be Dark Zero having control over the point burst.
Yeah, solid isolation picks coming through there from Dark Zero there. They're just trying to slowly but carefully now see if they can carve their way away from the mission area and zone out any other potential picks here. But Dueb is just being cheeky on the mission area, trying to brawl it out with impunity there. May be able to zone them out, but it is going to be Ryan Amazing once again taking aim.
I like this positioning from Dark Zero too, because while you have impunity isolated, He knows with the Venom armor, you pop that, you force him to back away while the rest of Dark Zero are terrorizing the backline of Chopper Mag, who were separated here. It was 2 members of Chopper Mag who wanted to roundabout go in through that middle choke, while now the rest of Dark Zero are looking to take the high ground. They have to think about the point after they want to recontest.
We're going to recontest right now. It's time for the dance of the butterfly. Right, Amazing is down, and now they are trying to sound the sirens of recovery here. See if they can zone out some more of the picks into this one. Bobo locked in on Velocity there. If they can take them down, they might make them feel mortal, but Sensari has been taken out of the fray. Retreat out onto Impunity. Smash is down. It's all looking good for Chopper Mag right now, but the boundary will keep them up a while longer.
And the stall to allow Dark Zero to get even more progress on this point, while Skittles has that C-up. Bobo follows up onto Velocity. Dark Zero, they're down in numbers despite Madara being able to find so many of these picks in a lot of these initial fights. So it's going to be a reset here for Dark Zero as Chopper Mag finally flipped the point.
Nicely done to get it after Dark Zero achieved 65% there. So at least they've got a bit of time, you know, to be a bit flexible here. Chopper Mag getting a good amount of ultimates up as well. But I mean, Dark Zero one and the same. They have so many. Speaking of Galactic Legend online, and no one is in the crosshairs here. Do find a Madara on the tail end of that ultimate, but maybe a little mistiming there, and that could come back to bite them.
I mean, maybe expecting them to get through the choke, but can Dark Zero just hold back? They go up from the high ground, drop down below as Velocity. He's got the survivability. Fate of both worlds coming in together to combat that of Fidel, and that Mantis ultimate to move everybody into position as the Heaven's Ascent comes in from Zen's. Madara goes all the way up. Meteor M dropping down on top of the noggin of Captain America. You see the Freedom Charge and the It's Jeff from Smash. It's Hasta La Vista, not much you can do there, even when you get taken to sleep by Fidel. But the rest of Chopper Mag, they wipe out the rest of Smash Team.
Yeah, great countermeasures coming through there, staggering out the KO onto Impunity as well. So this will further their pursuit onto the mission area here. Solid result coming through from them, but on the other side of it, no ultimates online for Chopper Mag right now. They're pretty close to the Galactic Legend, but they're going to have to be careful about Amazing here. They can chain together the Kraken impacts if they start to get rolling, and that could be a very nasty endeavor ahead of them.
Chopper Mag, though, after winning those last 2 fights, already nearing 80%. Got to look at the ult economy, as you already mentioned. Amazing with that Kraken impact. They need the survivability. Kurova wants to build into this invisible boundary. That's going to be important if he stays alive. While we see the Angela, the disruption, the follow-up with Dark Zero taking the high ground. Once again, a different roundabout rotation here from Dark Zero, but they have to recontest. Chopper Mag already nearing 96%.
Getting closer and closer, Dark Zero starting to get some percentage back though. It's into the OT timer, and the fight is pushing on here. But here we go, dance to the butterfly coming out around the back line. If they can take down Amazing, this could be great, but they do find Impunity. Immediate trade on a Pathic though, and the boundary is going to keep them up a while longer. Sia as well, Skittles putting in the work. Pathic with the Galactic Legend there, trying their best to shut them down. They succeed, speeding past the OT timer, and just like that, it's the first round to Chopper Mag.
Chopper Mag, they don't want to waste any time with a beautiful turnaround on that point, but I have to call into question here, Matsy. Kurova with that invisible boundary was made to at least try to save Impunity, but it was too late. Now you've burned up on that strategist ultimate, and you won't have it going into this next round, considering we are in domination.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it? You know, it's like a give and take situation there. They have to consider the impacts of what they've lost with that. And well, as you already see, you know, Dark Zero, they've got great tools available to them. Kraken Impact online, they can play into the dance of the butterfly there. So they could potentially slice and dice their way through the immediate mission area here. But obviously, Chopper Mag are pretty close to a couple of Vanguard ultimates as well.
Look at Bobo right now. He's got the five final hits, but he's 12-1 and 10.8k damage done. He said, better have my money when I come to collect now. Always looking ahead. As I was looking at Impunity, he has not been able to finalize any KOs just yet, as we see the Doctor Strange portal off the gate.
Ooh, looking to see if they can flank through there. Might be able to get Skittles' first casualty. Vidal going to be the first one down there, so nicely done for Dark Zero. Skittles bringing him back with a BRB though, and the focus diverts to Duep. So Dark Zero trying to see if they can stall out their attention here before the mission area unlocks. They are looking to block them out. No one else going down just yet, but Zensari looking very close to going down. The dance comes through. Soul Resurgence up, but it's immediately punished there. And Dark Zero are just clawing at it.
Negating the Soul Resurgence, Fidel has been the target for Dark Zero at the start of a lot of these fights. Now Amazing get the again and again. The crack and impact reset, but it's just to clean up the rest of this point. At Dark Zero, they did have a number advantage for themselves.
Yeah, really impressed with how they've been able to take this early control away from ChopperMag consistently here. They just single out those targets and manage to grow from there, building up that early percentage and building up a wall towards the front of the point here. But Zensari is trying to break their way around the gap already, brings down Heaven's Retribution here. It's time to get into the next fight.
And now Velocity is forced to answer back immediately after looking at Zen's, right? They have the fate of both worlds, and as now Madara tries to send it out up on the high ground there by that choke. He's isolated Fidel, the first to go out in the next fight here, but with some help from Skittles to get the BRB, and Bobo, it's a feast here as he sees everybody grouped up together. Eye of What cannot hear you as ChopperMag, together with Bobo, get to reclaim this point.
Yeah, Eye of None there. They're going to be shut down, not going to open up until the next one. So, nicely done on the conversion there. ChopperMag doing it a little earlier into the piece now. Do have the Galactic Legend online with Sia right around the corner as well. So, they got preparations laid down for the next fight. Kurova, luckily, does have that boundary almost available too, though. So, they've got utility they can rely upon into the next fight here. But if they get zoned out and isolated, this could be quite troublesome. You can see Zensari's already hunted here.
Could be a reflection of what we had seen in that first round, right? Very similar case here, but instead it's ChopperMag having that advantage already. Pathig with a Galactic Legend sees everybody from Dark Zero stuck inside, and that is what they wanted. They wanted to get the invisible boundary out because now ChopperMag will get even more progress on this point. Skittles now with the Sia, but it's going to be met by Smash and the dance of the butterflies together with Amazing finding Fidel first. He gets punished for it at the hands of Duep, and now looking at the other side, Smash, they try to find the isolation onto Duep, who manages to get away, by the way, but they're still allowing ChopperMag to get more progress on the point.
Yeah, just taking this single Jules there. Bobo bringing up the dance of the butterfly now. Zensari's gone. They might be able to find one back. They do. Impunity down, so trading out the Vanguards here. Gonna nullify some of the health up front. Soul Resurgence from Fidel as well. Just trying to keep their team online here. See if they can nullify some of the impact. That is gonna be completely nullified. Wiped out there. Good trade from Smash though to keep it up a while longer, but it can only last so long.
Yeah, he was unarmed and safe instead right there. He went up and then he quickly got sent back to that spawn room gate. Now he's forced to make the swap up though if you're looking at Amazing with the Daredevil.
Looking good, looking great, and let's see if they have time to let the Devil out here because the pressure is building up. A ChopperMag on the edge of closing the gate on this one. One big fight here could be what Dark Zero needs to change it up. Bobo zoned out. This is massive for Amazing, and now they're continuing to train their way through. Fidel could be the next target, but they retreat. They know when to take the next battle.
Gotta look at the point though. They almost try to get the back cap. Overtime forced away thanks to Dark Zero recontesting on the point, and the isolated ChopperMag they find Fidel first again, but they can keep this fight going, Matty. You got that freedom charge from Duep. Zeds is gonna try diving down. Heaven's Descent also looking at Dark Zero. Impunity doing the same thing, paving the path, but they've lost out on velocity. No BRB for Dark Zero to keep this fight.
Not going to be able to keep it this time around. ChopperMag doing their best to zone them out. Smash in a bit of trouble there. Dance of the Butterfly comes up, and they will find Skittles down. Nicely done by Smash there. Taking them apart one by one. And they've taken the control back in their favor. This is exactly what Dark Zero needed.
And a reset now from ChopperMag. They needed it here at 99% in favor for ChopperMag, but now looking at what they're rolling out with, they have that Galactic Legend. Kurova can make a play with the It's Jeff right off the other side of the map, but it looks like these swap ups with the Daredevil really working out for Dark Zero.
Working out a treat here. They're so close to letting the Devil out as well. That could be a super duper troublesome. Zensari already been targeted down. This does cause a bit of concern. ChopperMag. Oh, the Legend has been locked back up. Sia coming online from Skittles here. The denial is insane.
The Galactic Legend getting canceled at the hands of Moto right there too. They get the stun, and Zens is able to get the KO onto Amazing. Another stun onto Smash because Bobo is having his way onto Velocity. The backline in trouble. Smash is the next to go down. Bobo saying, you want to try to match me on this Psylocke? Say no mas, because I will take it any day. Overtime now taking away for ChopperMag to take this map.
Nicely done. Madara is down, and the OT timer over and out. ChopperMag take away map number 1.
Talk about a little bit of revenge here, Matty. You saw what happened before as Bobo with the bracelet showing it off to the crowd, feeling happy about that one.
Love to see that. Big love for Bobo and a big love to everybody tuning in. Whether you're here at DreamHack or at home, we appreciate each and every single one of you for coming to support your favorite players, your favorite teams here today. They appreciate it as well. You can see Dark Zero are locked in after that one. They have to make big reflections heading into the next.
Need your energy, everybody watching here, live in the arena and at home. Because it's getting a little bit of deja vu, right, Mancy? Because the last time both of these teams faced off against each other in the group stage, I believe it was Chopper Mag that was able to take that Dom match as well, kind of further highlighting the issues that DZ may face whenever it comes to these Game 1 situations.
That's it. You know, last time I was on Hell's Heaven, and now we've seen it all go down in T'Challa. So great to see how Chopper Mag have been able to find their confidence on a domination, playing into their strengths there. But the next map is going to be where they're truly tested. You know, will they be able to break this 1-2 curse? Will they be able to push on ahead?
Have to find out here. We get to take a look at some of the highlights as well. Fidel getting called out first so many times by Dark Zero, and it didn't matter at the very end because the way that Bobo was able to find these isolation picks onto Dark Zero is what mattered in being able to control the majority of these fights. He looked so unfazed, by the way, even with the Dance of the Butterflies. You find these picks onto Amazing, and you also get to see the staggers on the ultimates that DZ were forced to work with.
Yeah, I was so impressed at how they were able to manage that ult economy there. And, you know, it goes to the communication between the team and tracking down those ultimates, making sure you don't commit too many of your own in order to zone it out when it mattered. And time again, Chopper Mag managed to bring themselves back. You know, obviously losing the first mission area contest both times consistently, but still managing to bring it back when it counted.
Unity had a pretty rough game there too, honestly. So a few times we had a lot of interruptions with some of these ultimates, whether it be, you know, what you saw with the Kraken Impact at that time, the Eye of Agamotto not working out. Sure, they came alive in certain flips, but with the way that Chopper Mag had just been ahead in terms of their ult economy and the ability to convert that into winning the points, we take a look at the map 1 results.
Yeah, taking a look and seeing some of the power coming through there. Obviously, a big impact coming through from a Dueb on that cap. Really able to elevate and keep their team online when it counted. But I mean, looking over the other side of things, Raimazy was a huge problem for Chopper Mag, and they just managed to go leaps and bounds with that Bucky.
Yeah, you look at the damage output too, right? You look at Impunity, and we're talking about he has 0 final hits. Then you look at Duep, and you were talking about already in the pick and ban phase, getting enabled with that Captain America. Look at that, 10.9k on the board, and he took a lot of damage, right? But Skittles with that BRB was always there to help out, whether it be himself, Fidel too. Of course, whenever Fidel was helped out by Bobo or Zen's trying to disrupt the piece, it really did allow that damage output with the damage boost to come through.
Yeah, and it really goes to show, right, how much survivability Skittles enabled through that map. Because, I mean, all the way through that first round, they didn't have a single casualty. They were just so sneaky, so tenacious there. But they only managed to find their first section of mortality into the second round there. So really impressed at how they managed to keep themselves up so they could keep their team up as best as they possibly could.
Getting ready here and looking at our second map now. We are going onto Central Park, and if you guys could all recall what the Des was talking about earlier, Central Park is one of the favorites for Dark Zero. They feel pretty at home here, and they have a great record too on this. And you know, Convergence in general is their best game mode, currently 6-3 on Convergence, but specifically on Central Park, they are 4-2 thus far in stage 2.
So far, so good, but we are jumping into the draft right now, and we are seeing goodbye to Mantis and Jeff. So, Jeff's going to be denied entirely by Dark Zero there. Definitely going to understand it, taking it for themselves. They don't want Skittles to be enabled onto this map. They've seen that strength that can come out of Skittles playing Jeff onto Central Park here, but now Adam's been taken away, so the resurrection will be no more.
Gotta think too, if you get the Protect onto the Jeff, could try to proc out a Venom ban inevitably, while we get to see the Psylocke ban next. The Mantis Protect though allowing Chopper Mag to even have more of that damage output.
Yeah, and that's going to be targeting around a Bobo there. Do not want to enable a Bobo to do whatever they can. And look at that. They are just full focus on trying to chop down Bobo's hero pool there. Psylocke banned out, Star-Lord banned out. What could be next? It could be Punisher. It could be anything at this point. But obviously they might want to prioritize around one of those strategists there or the Vanguard.
It'd be crazy if they see maybe a mag. I don't expect it here, but with the fact that you have the Emma Frost Protect onto Chopper Mag, you could expect that team up, although they won't have it with the Psylocke thanks to Dark Zero banning that out earlier. No Star-Lord, and this is good awareness too from Dark Zero because you have a lot of that verticality. They banned the Loki next because you do not want to deal with the double res composition.
Absolutely not. Do not want to deal with that any day of the week there. So Protect going to be online now from Dark Zero. One more to make it count here, and it's going to be the Venom.
And not even just the double res too, right? When you take out the Loki, you also get that team up away from the Mantis. So you take that big AoE healing away, and like you said, so you can see right here the Venom Protect coming forward. So you get the symbiotic shenanigans together with the Jeffy and the Venom.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed, of course, you aren't going to be seeing the Venom banned out from Dark Zero here, so that does enable the Venom to come out for Chopper Mag into this one, and eager to see if that's going to be a thing. But Dark Zero, they've opted to get taken out of the Bucky this time, so not going to see a Amazing opt into that one here and now. But what we are seeing is Chopper Mag playing into their strengths potentially. I reckon they opt in for the triple here on the defense.
Oh, this is going to be so scary, too. Remember, we were talking about the Magneto, right? Yep, with the triple. Now you allow the Emma Frost team up together with the Magneto, and you know what works great? It's the Emma Frost and the Groot. You have those Groot walls. It prepares you to get a choke slam down, and then you get to get the roundhouse kick right against not only just the walls of the map, but against your own friendly Groot walls. We get set up here. Chopper Mag, they start off on the defense. They're rolling out with the Adam Warlock, while DZ are going to be rolling out on the attack.
Yeah, they did opt to try and chop down some of Bobo's hero pool here, but I mean, they have a lot of strength at playing into the Atom as well, especially in the initial phases into the triple on this one. So keen to see some of those strengths come into play here, but obviously it's not a one-man show, it's a team game here. And what I'm seeing on the Dark Zero side, they got the melee duelists coming at ya, Iron Fist and the Daredevil.
Can we talk about how we're seeing more and more resurgence of the Iron Fist? I mean, he did get that slight buff too, right, at the Season 4.5 patch notes, and I like to see how a lot more of these teams are getting creative with the way that they want to break through this chokehold of what they expect to be the 3-3, as Chopper Mag are rocking it. Smash already trying to get into position, getting ahead of just trying to get the read 2 on the composition that they're met with.
Yeah, trying to analyze their way forward here. Smash trying to see if there's a way to smash it past them into this one. Locked down on one of the strategists here, but it is going to be Pathic taking point already. 3 down, and looking to see if they can zone out more. They will annihilate the frontline offense here, sent straight back to the gates before it even began.
Pathic having a little bit of fun, literally annihilating Dark Zero right after they attempted to get through that choke. Back to the drawing board and maybe a different rotation, as you have to imagine how difficult it is to chop through those Groot walls, the isolation too, and pull-ins from Skittles being on the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, looking to see if there is going to be a way to break the walls down there. Zensari getting closer and closer to the Strangling Prison as well. Could be a big problem for Dark Zero here. All they need to do, single out somebody, try and see if they can catch something here. I think Jeff Nader is going to be a big problem later as well. But now, Jared is Strangling Prison, jumping down. The heal's good though. It's Jeff going out from Kurova at the right time here. Are they going to be able to catch anyone though? They do find Zensari. This is big. They can drop him off. Oh, are they going to make it? Yes, they will.
And there was a pull-in too, but it was a nice backup from Skittles to get the revenge onto Kurova. Meteor M looking right dead at the side of Seduction, but Invisible Boundary for Invisible Boundary. You have the protection of the pillar. If you are Madara on that Angela, nice follow-up to get this here as Velocity. The Invisible Boundary goes down, but you have the passive from Bobo to come back, and guess what? He's got the Born again in case they need it here, and with the Omega Hurricane, all Bobo needs to do is hide in the wings of the shadows up here, and now behind the wall, he gets it. Born again, the Karmic Revival to bring them back.
Bringing them back to him, not going to be receiving that revival too little too late, but their team is still online here for the moment. Oh, Living Chi coming online from Smash now, trying to see if they can push their way in. Pathic does have the Meteor up, I might be able to pop something down. Velocity goes down, nicely done, focused up on the strategist, going to be traded out by Smash though, and we're going to see if they can clash their way into Ep on the portal. Luckily, they're there in time.
Huge here, too, for Duep to get this reset with the portal, because they already had used that Karmic Revival, right? So now they need to make sure that they can stall for as long as possible. Dark Zero haven't gotten to that second checkpoint just yet, but Kurova's got the It's Jeff. He initiates it right off the rip here, and Zens does have the piece of the Abyss. Have to look for the anti-heal as Kurova needs some help. He tries to get enabled. He sends out one. It's going to be Pathic, the victim, and the number advantage first now goes to Dark Zero.
Nicely done by Dark Zero there, pushing ahead. 2 ticks on the mission area and looking to see if they can zone out more. Chopper Mag facing elimination onto this first mission area here, and the conversion will come through. So Ratatoska is online. Dark Zero prevail.
Getting ready to hail forward too. Dark Zero looking ahead while Chopper Mag, at least they have enough time to get set up here on the high ground. This is where it could get a little tricky here, right, Matty? Because when you get forced into your spawn, there's a lot of open sight lines up on the high ground looking directly at that spawn where you can feel a lot of pressure. Ready Impunity moving up to get that space.
Yeah, moving up to clear the path here. Make sure they don't get caught out of this one. Smash, doing a good job just to pump up the damage from afar as well, maintaining those tight lines of sight. No one looking to go down just yet. Skittle's prepared with the boundary as well. That could get traded if it does get popped. And there's Heaven's Retribution coming out. Madara looking to see if they can get more. Soul Resurgence jumping out as well. Bobo does find them though.
Heaven's Retribution, no more in that side room. And that was all thanks to Fidel keeping them alive with that Soul Resurgence. It was able to move everybody into position. They hold forward, and now with 2 members out from Dark Zero, Chopper Mag, they're able to hold this defense, and this is the position of the payload that I'm always the most worried about, because now Dark Zero are gonna have to look straight up at Chopper Mag, hold on to that high ground, splitting their attention.
And now Bobo has the Karmic Revival online as well, so if things get a bit scary here, they can always bring their team back. Galactic Legend, we're going to bring up a bunch of damage. Boundary, going to at least nullify that impact there, and they found Impunity in the meanwhile. Jeff coming up as well. It's time for the Kraken impact here, and they catch Kuroba. That is huge for Pethig. Jumping on the 2, looking to send them back in all the way to spawn. Pethig is him.
Get over here, he says, and with the resets, he gets to go right back to the rest of his team. And I was looking at Velocity, who honestly had that invisible boundary for quite some time, but probably holding on to it to enable Smash with the Dance of Butterflies. You want to get that very impactful, but you could also wombo combo it without your ultimates getting staggered with Impunity and that Groot hug.
Yeah, looking to come in for a big hug here. Let's see if they are going to be able to find it. And sorry, we're going to put them in a state of sedation. They do have Agamotto available. Here we go. Popping up. Oh, they're pushed away. That was big. Coming through from Dark Zero. Dance of the Butterfly, isolating them as well. What a response there. They're going to be born again, though, thanks to Bobo.
They didn't call out where Bobo is. Look where he is. Right up on the high ground behind another castle wall. And he brings back the rest of Chopper Mag as the MVP. Would be ashamed if that Dance of the Butterflies was all for good and not for anything, as Impunity gets taken down next. And Chopper Mag, they're holding on to this defense.
Just under a minute to go here. Pressure is building up. Dark Zero need to find a way to take control into this one, but Chopper Mag have all the tools left available to have taken a bit of damage, but they're still standing strong. Soul Resurgence traded out with the Strangling Prison there, so everybody's still getting a slice of the pie here. Madara forced back, they go down. Bobo, nice impact out of that one, but they're still standing tall.
Man, if it isn't with the passive, it's being able to find these crucial shots. If you are on that Adam Warlock, Bobo once again helping out the rest of Chopper Mag, and look at this ult economy that we're working with. We have the survivability, and you're wondering here, with the way that Pethig is playing on this Bucky, I'd be terrified to be flying around him as Smash and Amazing will be taken to the skies.
Taking to the skies, rise up, command attention is what they need, but are they going to be able to take it, or will they concede as Pethig focused up into the back line there? Smash are looking to see if they can rope their way around, but no one hits the ground yet. It all stands still into the OT timer.
Desperate times call for desperate measures when you have Impunity rolling out here on that Venom symbiotic shenanigans as the Silent Seduction comes out with overtime ticking away. Dark Zero cannot give up this space. Eye of Agamotto though coming in, it only finds Madara and allows Velocity to help them out. But that's all 3 strategist ultimates used at the same time, but it's worth it when Kurova finds 2 of your strategists. Dark Zero, they have the number advantage, and you can see Madara trying to block out the doors with the portal.
Oh, stall out time as much as they possibly can here. Look at that, and they've got the tech. They are looking to take them out here, and it's going to buy so much time for them, but they bypass it. They're broken out. They're looking to do this and see if they can take it to them.
It doesn't just happen in your own respective games at home, everybody. It happens here in pro play all the time to force out this stall. Overtime, Smash, Galactic Legend looks at Bobo, who's still alive here safely at the hands of Skittles in that invisible boundary. But it is Pethic who finds a first pick onto Impunity, who can't use a piece of the Abyss, has a huge push away from the Eye of Agamotto. Helps out the backline of Chopper Mag.
Nicely done there. Velocity going to be able to find Duep, and a Karmic Revival comes online. Duep is back into the fray here. They're trying to focus them down. So Resurgence runs its course. Impunity still has the Beast of the Abyss here. They're waiting patiently for that timer there. And there it is. Straight into the back line. Fidel goes down. Skittles in a bit of trouble as well. They are trying to punish the back line onto this one. Dark Zero still empowered. Still holding on here. And Chopper Mag need to do it all.
And with Velocity making that swap over and looking at Pethic, they could actually try to isolate him, but they cannot get up the point. As Madara, Korova, he helps out Velocity in the process, and you're trying to block them out in their own choke points. It is only up to Duep, but the invisible boundary saves the day for Chopper Mag, keeping his overtime fight going.
It goes on and on into this one. Velocity ready with the God of Mischief has gone down. This is big for Chopper Mag. They may just be able to do something with this one. Cracking impact into the Agamotto. The Agamotto finds no impact, but they're still fighting, still shooting their way through. Amazing, in deep trouble there, but there you go. Chopper Mag, hold it down.
The biggest checkmate was finding Velocity before the God of Mischief was able to be used. That was the only saving grace for them, and even if that fight was going on any longer, they were slowly building up into another Karmic Revival for that very last fight.
Just incredible how they're able to string those ults together there and really hold a strong Dark Zero. Losing members at the worst possible time there. The pick on isolation really set the domino effect into motion.
I mean, the fact that that overtime fight was 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Literally 2 to 3 rounds of ultimate rotations that we witnessed within that fight, and they couldn't get it to that checkpoint.
Just insane how they're able to win out that battle of endurance there. But there's another battle that's about to begin here, and I'm seeing Bobo bringing out the Phoenix this time around. Both teams, as a matter of fact, are on the Phoenix here. They're changing it up.
Dude, look at this Pethic, 10 final hits, 14.2k. Alright, amazing. He's been able to get the damage done. He's gone down only once. The survivability is fantastic that we're seeing from the backline here. I mean, you have that triple strategist really helping you out, but then you have to take a look at the Vanguards and the damage of what we're seeing from Chopper Mag.
Yeah, really able to pump up the numbers when it matters here. And now they're jumping out of the gates already to step to the front away towards the mission area here. Zinstari and Duep leading the charge for their team, and they got their teammates up the back as well. Just trying to make sure everybody stays focused up, stays healed here. Madara taking a bit of damage, but already the walls on both sides are causing so much isolation.
Even works out better though for Chopper Mag, because guess what? You're just farming the Emma Frost damage for free. You're already at that 100 mark, and you're able to put in a good amount of that pressure, but Bobo falling low himself, backing away and has some safety, at least even by the enemy's brute walls. Impunity already trying to get set up, but it's forcing Dark Zero to play in this corner, and looking at Chopper Mag, they have a lot of space to work with as Impunity. He brings them together, but Skittles saves Chopper Mag and the CEO.
Oh no! Inferno coming out as well. They will be able to stay strong into this fight, managing to find some key targets on the Dark Zero there and forcing them further and further away from the mission area. They have flipped the mission area on its head. The portal could come in at the right moment though, and they will stall it out.
Oh, the stop with the Eye of Agamotto. He doesn't come out the way that they needed. The follow-up and the invisible boundary to at least keep this fight going, but this was a mess. Spaghetti all over the floor for Dark Zero, not working out the way that they needed, but at least with the It's Jeff, Smash is able to find Zez. He gets put to sleep though with a nice sedation as Pethic puts that down, and now Dark Zero are forcing back Chopper Mag. Well, Chopper Mag, they thought they had the point. Dark Zero, they replant their feet on the defense.
Yeah, great timing on the strange portal there. Keeps them online when it really counts. You cannot allow Chopper Mag to push on for free. Otherwise, they will fly high like a bird. And now, looking to see if they can fight on again. It's the boundary coming up. The picks coming through. They've doubled down. Looking for more around the corner as well. Dark Zero, the pressure is on. Amazing. Not able to get the Ensong Inferno off. Everybody will go down. And the fight rages on. Ratatoska takes the stage.
And look at the time back that they have to work with. And they don't even need to get to that next checkpoint. They just have to go up that hill here. And Chopper Mag have 4 minutes on the clock. Looking at Dark Zero, though, they need to hold forward. Look at Zed's positioning already, too. Wasting even more time.
Just trying to stagger him out, stall as long as possible. Ensong Inferno coming out from Bobo. Lots of damage around the back there. That's going to cause a bit of an issue, but it's all healed up within a moment. Got a Mischief coming online as well. Ooh, looking to play around. Let's see if the Eternal Bond will keep him in it. Zia coming online as well. Bobo goes down. Amazing responding with the Ensong Inferno, but they've still got those Vanguard ultimates for Chopper Mag.
Huge stun coming out here, too, thanks to Bobo coming crashing down. Zen does have that Groot hug, and he's up on the high ground. He's fishing for it, and Dewup is going to be able to get the Sign of Seduction, but they lost out on Fidel in the process, and they really wanted to build into that invisible boundary. At least Pethig could bring them in together as Impunity lets it reverse at the same time as Zen's, but it's the It's Jeff together. He's got them all, and it is smashed with the MVP. Goodbye, Chopper Mag. It is way worth it, as now Dark Zero get even more room to breathe. They send back Chopper Mag to the spawn room gates.
Huge stuff coming out from Smash like a tsunami. They come crashing in and will reset Chopper Mag back to square one. Now, we'll see if they are going to be able to bring themselves back to fruition here, because Pethig does have Soul Resurgence. Bobo pretty close to their ult as well. Dark Zero not as so close. They don't have much utility at all to deal with here, and already the Soul Resurgence coming up for Amazing, getting closer and closer. The Ensong Inferno could be at the right time, but maybe not. Smash in a bit of trouble. They do reset the Ensong Inferno though, so it's not all over till it's over.
And Fidel too with that invisible rounder. You got to look up at Amazing, who's trying to bait it out, looking at the backline. Where is everybody after trying to get the reset? Sends him down here on top of that bridge while Smash finds Dewup. Dark Zero have velocity with another God of Mischief, but they're looking at the Sia from Skittles first. Impunity moving forward, close to another group hug here with velocity getting that copy in the form of the Eternal Bond. He sets them up for success, dealing more of that tick damage and bringing them together, sets up the walls right behind them, and Dark Zero, they know the assignment, they hold it down again, and Chopper Mag, they keep getting taken out in a lot of these team fights, but they have 2 ultimates for this next one.
Full marks into that one, A+, and they're looking to solve the next equation as well. More fights will be online here. They're going to be able to draw the line. They're going to be able to hold them off. It's all going to be tested into this one, because Dark Zero, all they have is a Meteor. Pretty close to those Strategist ultimates, though. They're going to come in clutch into this one, and it's who will activate first, who will press the big red button.
Well, we see the iframes come out from Smash again from the It's Jeff to combat that of Zen Starry and that Groot hug. We're gonna have to see with Zen's, without any ult necessary, finds Impunity. Korova with the survivability, he goes forward with the Eternal Bomb, but Motorol misses out on that Meteor M right there, hitting the noggin of that top of that wall. Invisible boundary, It's Jeff. He tries to block him out, but too little, too late. He finds them here together, and with 2 members out, it's back to the fighting grounds, and now sending down Fidel and Zen's. Dark Zero once again come out on top of another team fight.
Time and time again, the Shark Attack coming in clutch there for Smash, making an impact when it matters. And now we are just under the minute mark here. The pressure continues to build for Chopper Mag, but they have 4 ults here. Dark Zero just starting to build up to a couple into this one. If they can't time the right, it could be all over. They do deny the hug there, and now look to give a hug of their own.
Gotta hold it here with the Sia being right on top of him, and Korova being the first one taken out, not saved by the Eternal Bond in the form of the God Mischief here from Velocity. He gets done next, and Chopper Mag have 3 of these ultimates. They have the speed boost on top of it with that Soul Resurgence and the damage output necessary thanks to that Mantis. Less than 15 seconds on the clock, and they found Impunity. They found Madara. Dark Zero, they stand no longer, stopping Chopper Mag.
It's time for a portal. Impunity's already changed here, ready to try and stall them out, stop them in their tracks. Are they going to be able to manage it here and now? These last key moments are everything for Dark Zero. And now they're back on the mission area, trying to stall them out. The fight is on.
I love the positioning of this Doctor Strange portal, giving them some cover, but it's a silent seduction, lifting them up together with Zenz and the group wall. Moro cannot be saved, and the Meteor M will not be on board. It's another overtime fight. Invisible boundary from Fidel as Bobo comes crashing down to save them from the It's Jeff, but he's protected for now. Smash, he can't survive, but it's fine. He does the job. He still fights you. He finds Pethic, but Dark Zero, they are struggling to hold on.
Struggling to hold on, struggling to lock it in there. Madara, the last hope with the Meteor, trying to boot Fidel down the back. They get them. The fight is on the mission area right now. Everybody's holding on. The Seers online. Sensari, Skittle doing whatever they can with the walls here. But the Eternal Bond will keep Dark Zero in the driving seat.
Madara with the infinite Tsukiyomi, he can't even hold it for any longer. He brings them up, and it's a stall. Off the Meteor M, off the Protect, together with Velocity. They can come out, but Chopper Mag, they come back in numbers. Velocity forced to use the lamp, and now we are going through another rotate of these strategist ults. But Bobo and Fidel, they're taking out the vanguards of Dark Zero.
Here it is, big hug. It's all Resurgence. Good loot fighters coming at you with the Eye of Agamotto. It's the KO show for Chopper Mag right now, and they push it over the line and take map number 2.
Just another day at work. They're looking unfazed. But will this pay up? Because now they are a match point in our best of 5, taking it 2-0 thus far. And a crazy another overtime last second fight.
Can you believe it? Going down to the wire in every sense of the word there. And this is a fight for the ages for both teams. They are fighting so hard because they know what awaits for them. No loss is to be achieved here. No loss is to be expected, because if they lose it out, they face a straight elimination.
Dude, this stat line is crazy, by the way. Smash is 30-7 with 15,000 healing, 27,000 damage. Meanwhile, 32,000 damage shared right next to Zen and Bobo. I mean, the follow-up, the reset here. Despite Dark Zero really taking control over a lot of those fights around that corner before the hilltop, before that next checkpoint, the way that Chopper Mag still had the time bank appreciation, the time bank advantage, once they got that payload moving, was crazy, Matty.
Just absolutely insane work coming through for them on the second one, but we're gonna break it all down right now. Over to the desk.
It's time for a little bit of a break, but we've got a little present for you so that you can be held over until our next map. We brought in Legit, the coach for FlyQuest. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So you joined us for the last part of that map, and you actually were talking to us about quite a few things. Let's just open it up completely to you.
Okay.
What really stood out to you in that last map?
Honestly, I thought Smash played phenomenal that game. His Jeff, he was doing everything he needed to. I would like to see more focus on the payload, the objective from Dark Zero there, but overall, this Chopper Mag team, they came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting this.
Did you because they were obviously in a different group, because you were in Group B, Chopper Mag were in Group A. Did you scrim them at all? Did you do any prep whilst you were here? Because obviously they're miles away, so actually scrimming them off land seems pretty difficult.
No, actually our first scrim ever against Chopper Mag was today as our warm-up. So I completely, first time seeing them really.
Well, you're going to have a bit more chance to see him here as we're going to jump into the highlights of the series so far. Chopper Mag currently sitting at 2-0. And you two, just talk me through this series, especially on this map, where it really came down to the wire.
So, as far as I understand it, so Dark Zero 2-0 Chopper Mag in the group stages. 2-1, sorry. But one of the maps that Dark Zero did pick up was Central Park, because I remember seeing the choice of Dark Zero choosing Central Park, thinking, you're going to take Chopper Mag to the map where they beat Virtus Pro? And a map that has gone sort of decently for Chopper Mag with like the win over Envy to actually qualify here. This seemed to be one of the high-octane cinema maps for them, right? And it sort of added to that tally. Chopper Mag able to get a little bit more revenge, I suppose, to actually get the win back into their favor. But there were so many fights that felt like they went on too long, could have gone either way, certainly towards the end there.
Legit, you mentioned the Jeff earlier. What else is jumping out to you in this matchup, including that Jeff right there?
I mean, the Adam gameplay I thought was great. Again, that overtime fight, I really wish they put more focus on that objective in those situations. I was seeing them going for the back line. You know, I think they could have cleaned that up. If they clean that up, though, I think it'll be better.
Why would you prio front to back in that situation?
I mean, it's objective game mode again, especially in these overtime scenarios. But the Jeff gameplay was good.
Scary.
Yeah.
I did have the question as well, because one of the reasons why Dark Zero is in this situation is because you beat them earlier. Not to reveal too much about like how you prepped for that game, but like what kind of like players, characters were you concerned about playing up against Dark Zero? Like, who are the win conditions for them? Who are the characters and the players that you're like, we need to make sure that they have a quiet game, otherwise it's going to be a little bit harder for us?
Smash.
Sure?
Yeah, Smash has his days where he'll just carry. So you got to keep an eye out for that guy. Very impressive.
The next map we're going to be moving over to is Midtown, sticking with the New York maps, heading into the Empire of Eternal Night. Now, that means we're heading over to a convoy map. Obviously, you have played them quite a lot. They were, Dark Zero in particular, were in your region. What is there to look out for here?
I think that's Dark Zero's weakest, honestly. So, and Chopper Mag, I think they might have something up their sleeve.
So I also want to ask you about one player in particular. They played quite a bit earlier, and you saw them just in that last one. Duep, the tank player for Chopper Mag. We saw them actually match Polly in their match versus Citadel earlier. Have you had a chance to have a look at him?
I haven't. Has he been sending out? Has he been sending?
Has been.
Really? I need to watch that back.
He's played a bit of Cap, he played a good amount of Emma just then as well on Central Park, and I guess there's always that sort of focus on the draft. Like that last game, a lot of getting Emma out first instead of a Mantis, instead of a Jeff. It seemed that we had like, it's a rock, paper, scissors on those three particular characters on which you want to get out first. So
from the little I have seen of Chopper Mag, they do seem to be not a team that will play the dive, and they'll play the front to back, which is like what you need in a tournament like this, right? So I think that's might be part of their success.
Yeah, because that's a big question, I think, is just like, Chopper Mag want to play fast, Dark Zero want to try and slow the pace. One thing that you at FlyQuest are really good at is if you see Na'Vi or 100 Thieves or Citadel try and play faster to you guys, you are like, no. It's just like the big bully like holding him by the top of the head. Like, you dictate the pace. Like, how hard is that to do? Especially in games like this where you're playing for your life. I imagine that if Chopper Mag want to up the ante, Dark Zero are just going to start to fall apart a little bit, right?
Listen, when you're on stage, everything changes, right? I think it really comes down to how teams go about utilizing their cooldowns and their ults, right? And you know, there's when nerves are on the line, those things get missed. So hopefully we keep that up.
So I want both of your final thoughts for that last series before we start heading into the others. The draft is coming up in a bit, so we'll start with Ryan. Final thoughts for that last match.
This is a gamble, isn't it, really, I think, for Dark Zero. There must be a reason, whether it's something that they've seen a lot of what Chopper Mag have done on this map in particular. We saw it go pretty much all of the distance a little bit earlier on, right, with Chopper Mag and Citadel. Maybe that's the reason, I'd imagine. And
any final thoughts for that last map?
Nothing for that map, but this upcoming one, I know it's Dark Zero's weaker map, but I'm rooting for him. I want NA to go ahead.
So here's the question. They lost that last map. Why do you think they're picking it?
Honestly, they have to pick a convoy, and it's Midtown, it looks like.
It is.
Yeah, that's one of their favorite maps, so hopefully they can get this done.
All right, well, jump on in here with us, Legit, as we're going to be heading into the draft for our next map here. And it is already getting underway, and we're starting to see, you were talking to us earlier when you joined us up here before we jumped on stage, one-sided Mantis already being given over to Chopper Mag.
Yeah. Was that Emma first?
Yeah.
So the Emma first on these convoys are very common because it does, you know, it puts you head in that front to back. So it's not that bad. I think honestly what Dark Zero here is pretty good so far. They're trying to get that front to back advantage.
Do you think it's worth it over the Mantis priority bans that we've been seeing pretty often?
It's always team dependent. I think this team is going to try to get that Emma advantage in, and it's good. It's not bad.
I feel like the main thing for Mantis, Emma, and Jeff is it used to be, you know, Emma, like free Vanguards, free strategist, stall for as long as possible was the strategy. But for Mantis, triple strategist, Jeff, triple strategist. Now we are seeing a little bit more like 2-2-2 setups, like a little bit more like balanced out in the books, and it lets the duelist shine a bit more.
So Chopper Mag have been banning out the Winter Soldier here. We've already seen the Chopper Mag do like to play quite a bit of dive. Dark Zero already having the Emma. What other options are available to Dark Zero if Chopper Mag decide to go a bit more aggro here?
I think Dark Zero bans are fine right now. Like again, they're banning that front to back, so it's like a group ban there. Then banning a little bit of dive. They're just trying to force them. I think Chopper Mag is going to be forced to not play the 3-3.
To keep them out of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist.
Right. I think that's Dark Zero's plan going into this.
I wonder if they're just going to hit and take that final Vanguard, which is something that teams did, like, you know, just gunning for strategists, just take as many out as possible, right? So I feel like the protects from the cap is probably a smart one for Chopper Mag because it leans that Dark Zero is going to get rid of another Vanguard at this rate. In fact, they actually go for the one-sided rocket, which makes sense because you have got a one-sided Jeff actually in favor of Chopper Mag for this one.
They're trying to nerf the dive a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to put you on the podium for a little bit here and on the spot. Looking at these two drafts, which one do you prefer?
I like Dark Zero. Actually, I think their draft was good.
Would you like to elaborate?
Again, they're forcing them to get off that 3-3 on their defense and go for more front to back favor.
And Ryan, what are you thinking?
Well, you have Bira back on the defense as well for Rocket. You have the Jeff on your side, I think, so you're able to make sure that, like you said, you're taking, like, making sure that everything stock-wise is knocked down a little bit, because if you go too far into getting rid of dive, you could just go triple strategist. It feels like Dark Zero have a read here, otherwise why on earth would they pick this map?
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Legit.
Thank you, guys.
We are going to head back over to our casters, Vicky and Matzi, for this game number 3 in our final series of the day.
Thank you so much, Tetcher. Let's get started. Let's not waste any time, because at the moment, Chopper Mag are looking to take us home here, Matzi, and they just need one more game win to go. I really like the breakdown, talking about what bans you could expect here from Dark Zero, and this also allows Korova to have the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, great to see that they can play into the Resurrection composition, and Korova already taking damage out the Jet here. Looking to take a tight line of sight, but Velocity's gone down. Dueb on the Thor, bringing out that God of Thunder, and looking to see if they can cause Dark Zero to blunder here. But they are going to be taking it nice and slow. Good trade coming out from Madara to get things started.
Because you also let the Emma Frost come by as well, with Peptic trying to build up into that Omega Hurricane just as quickly as well as the Moon Knight. You want the hand of Khonshu to build up that space, force back Dark Zero, who still don't have that Sia just yet, but it's all eyes on Amazing to keep them alive with that just temporarily.
Yeah, keep him online. Sia gonna come up right now. Khonshu, immediate activation there. Not getting much from it. Bobo taking a lot of punishment around the back here. Zensari falls back as well, but they do find impunity. They can take down Madara as well. Great to see the front line comes crashing down there. So we will not see the impact of the triple, but we do have a strange portal potentially in the works here. They might just be able to stall them out and make sure they can't push this mission vehicle any further.
Timo with the shield just in case before diving right back around here to try to take control over that payload. See, having to be careful too. The Relic right behind them, having to destroy that with Velocity, having the invisible boundary. Look at Peptic though. Omega Hurricane, Sharknado, waiting in the wings. But I love this delay together as Skittles is gonna combine that with the team of Chopper Mag, Nom Nom away as they find Velocity. They find Amazing. Good luck surviving through that at the end of the invisible boundary. But that's why Korova has the Born Again, the Karmic Revival. He brings back the entirety of Dark Zero. As you can see, the Sonic Seduction at the hands of Madara, and a nice repositioning from Zens to then just put himself behind them and the Eye of Agamotto, but it gets blocked out. Beautiful retaliation from Dark Zero. Look behind them.
The God of Thunder comes online as well, but Amazing keeping them up with the Sia here, pumping up the damage numbers, trying to see if they can pummel them down. Khonshu coming online from Bobo. Korova does manage to catch Skittles into the fray there, so nicely done to shut down some of the impact, but Impunity down one in the same. Good trades coming out up front here. The pressure is on right now. Dark Zero need to stall them out as long as possible with the boundary. They can succeed in that endeavor, take them down to at least the minute mark perhaps, but Madara does catch Zenstari, now whittling down the opposing forces bit by bit here. Dark Zero are powering up.
He's got that soul bounder too, right? He is doing a lot of that damage, and he's got that karmic revival for this next fight. Very scrappy before these two teams here together in this side building, and now with Bobo having another hand of Khonshu. It's back to the drawing board for Chopper Mag as they try to approach here from the high ground once again.
Try and take it to him, try and see if they can break through him. Impunity playing a game of peekaboo with him right now. Just tag, you're it, and they find a Bethig in this bit. So nicely done to see if they can capture some more. Fidel, ooh, good on the sedation there, but they won't be able to survive through that one.
And a nice little wake up there too. Impunity is able to get the follow-up right afterwards, and Chopper Mag, after being down Fidel, they won't have that Soul Resurgence as well, so they're just gonna have to back away and now go through that high ground. They want to split the attention of Dark Zero, and they have the ultimates to do it, Matsy.
Absolutely, Jeff Nader could come online here. Khonshu, one and the same. They got a lot of tools at their disposal. Piece of the Abyss into the Soul Resurgence there. Fidel in a lot of trouble, goes down. Good trade coming out on the right. Amazing. Everybody pulling down, but they're born again. Garova coming in clutch over and over.
And from the back end here too, but while he brings them up, it could be a buffet as Pethic is forced to back away with the Sharknado in hand. He finds Velocity, at least takes one with him, and he's also trying to get Dark Zero to look at them while Chopper Mag just walked the dog with the payload.
Yeah, just backlining the mission area there, looking good for them, and getting a ton of KOs while they do it, stalling their way through into the OT timer there, and they will get an impressive KO around the back, but now Dark Zero, they're right back up front, and they will not allow them freedom to pass. But at last, the portal comes through, portal combat, and it's all on once again.
But it didn't take so long to allow Velocity and Kurova to come right back around too. They're trying to get the body block through the portal, while Zenz, he's got that Eye of Agamotto, but with the Sonic Seduction coming out online, you have the Eye of Agamotto trying to go right through the other side of the portal. He gets pushed back, Velocity close to an invisible boundary. Look at Pethic though, and that Omega Hurricane. They may have to desync if he doesn't get it on time, depending on how Dark Zero trying to take these fights. He activates it first. Skittles doesn't have it here with the It's Jeff, and he's trying to rotate around to isolate Velocity.
Isolate the fight. I won't be able to get much from it though. Clobbering time coming up. Gonna try and see if they can isolate Velocity. Not gonna be able to catch it though. Impunity back with the Seer. Chokeslam into it. Skittles. It's Jeff is online. Are they gonna be able to catch them? Take their team through it. Ooh, they do. They've caught him. They've caught Amazing there. And look to fall back onto this one.
And with Fidel here too in the Soul Resurgence to bring everybody together, but Chopper Mag, they're down in numbers, and Dark Zero, they're keeping the stall going. All eyes on Kurova if he has that passive, as he's got the board again, the Karmic Revival, and Bobo, he sends it forward, the Chico Town Hall now instead, just trying to give in the brawl, bring the fight over to the back line instead. He's found Kurova, and he doesn't have the passive. They tracked him, so that means he will not have the Karmic Revival. Eye of what? Zenz, he uses it first as Amazing. He gets caught off, and the Eye of Agamotto at the hands of Zenz finds 3.
Huge stuff coming through from Chopper Mag there. At long last, they blast through Dark Zero, and the mission vehicle stays online. Herbie is reloaded, and we push on for another stretch here. Amazing stuff coming out.
Dude, that interruption onto Amazing's Eye of Agamotto, the fact that they found Kurova, that was 2 win conditions that Dark Zero needed to lean into, off the table. Chopper Mag, they stopped them, and now they have some space to work with here, while Zenz, we're seeing some swap ups. It's the Angela for the disruption.
We're here to help.
Ooh, I like the changes coming out here, but I like to see the Devil coming out and Smash bringing out the Psylocke as well. Definitely can find a lot of impact through from all these versatile changes. Bethic's one and the same though. They're matching that energy, and Bobo's on that Psylocke. Uh-oh, here we go.
Daredevil being Daredevil though, forcing him back as Pethic gets some safety, and Monero with Sonic Seduction gets cut off. It is that story with the shish kebab off the Angela, and now we're Amazing is trying to build in to that Devil's ultimate now as Duop has the Freedom Charge, bringing everybody forward. But look at Smash. If it's not on the Jeff, it's on the Psylocke instead. But they lose out onto, and Amazing does have that ultimate. May want to hold on to it as Impunity dives down. Chopper Mag, they've lost out on Skittles and Fidel originally here. No strategist, no retaliation in finding that foundation. And they still have a minute and less than 10 seconds on the clock.
They have caught some trades back though into that fight. Still staying on top of the mission vehicle here. Ooh, Impunity goes down just as they bring out the Feast of the Abyss there. That is disappointing for Dark Zero. Now having no ults online compared to a full arsenal. Basically for Chopper Mag here. The boundary is going to be critical from Kurova into this one, and already Heaven's Retribution coming right around the back. The strategists are in deep trouble here. They need to run it back, and they've already forced the boundary.
They had to use it there too. They have to stay alive because if they get staggered here, it's even worse. They'll get the next checkpoint. Kurova though, they get the pick off of Peptic, but Bobo, having the dance of the Cutterfly, is able to control this poke here and this choke. They find Smash next, and it's that Psylocke 1v1, but a nice little backcap attempt from Impunity will fail, as now Chopper Mag have all the space to get this next checkpoint.
At long last, the harder work pays off, and they're on for another stretch towards the next capture point here. Both teams a clean slate, no ults. Will they be able to throw the jabs, throw the haymakers into this one to single them out for more impact? It's all going to come down to these critical little moments. Duep always scouting ahead for their team, trying to see if they can catch someone off guard, but it could be one way or the other. But now we slow to almost a whisper. Velocity being targeted, but it's not going to happen just yet.
Trying to creep here over to the side, and it's going to build into Skittles and that invisible boundary. The strategist ultimate online first in favor for Chopper Mag, while Bobo just keeps getting the damage done, building into another Dance of the Butterfly. Mythic jumps up, the Devil v Devil fight here too. They try to unleash it as Zen Starring is going to be able to find Madara. Once again, the interruption between the double Angela and Chopper Mag are trying to clear the space around the next corner, forcing them back. Zen, another pickup, this time onto Smash. I love the follow-ups that we are seeing within Chopper Mag.
Huge stuff coming through from them there. They single out, wipe out Dark Zero here. It could all come down to one last fight into this one as Herbie is going towards the final stretch here. It's going to come down to who pops first, who is going to be able to find such impactful KOs. And Starry already isolating them in spawn there, gaining a little bit more distance on the mission vehicle. But it's a Dance of the Butterfly right off the back here. Bobo has gone through. Looking to see if they can slice through more. Impunity, Feast of the Abyss comes out. They're doing everything to stay online here, but is it going to be enough, Vicky?
Oh no, and even with the Sia, Impunity gets taken out at the hands of Bobo. He's found 3, he's found 4 at the start of this fight as you let the Devil out at the hands of Roy Amazing, trying to find everybody. Kurova with the invisible boundary. It's going to be a Venn diagram together with that and Skittles, but Bobo is not getting stuck. He is looking to get this payload to the finish line. He gets another Dance of the Butterflies, but it's actually on the other side of Smash. He tries to get the follow-up with Impunity, finding Pethic. They have some time to breathe. Overtime ticking away, and Chopper Mag, they have not gotten into the finish line, but it is the stall that allows Zens to come back and be the insurance policy for Bobo.
Insurance policy online, but the Dance of the Cutterfly is online once again. Velocity down and more to follow. Bobo tearing their way through there. Dark Zero, don't let up, but Chopper Mag push it through the gates.
Not a single second left on that timer. Smiles and laughs all around Chopper Mag. Bobo getting enabled. He cleared out Dark Zero. He did not fall in that last fight, despite even being at the number disadvantage together with Zenz. They had the support as well too. They hold back Dark Zero. They were scattered, looking like they were struggling to find what the answer was to stay alive at the onslaught of damage between the Angela and the Psylocke.
It was just a jab for jab for jab there, desperately trying their best to focus on their answers. Just look at the face of that player, Bobo, just locked in on these fights right here. No emotion, fearless into that fight.
the clutchness, the dance of the butterflies, and the sustainability from Skittles and that Invisible Woman. That's what it was. Those three members of Chopper Mag keeping that overtime alive in Chopper Mag's favor as they made the push with that payload. Now we get to see the swap up with Chopper Mag sitting on the defense.
Yeah, nice change up of the heroes here, and curious to see what kind of composition Dark Zero is looking to lock down here. What? I don't know if, I don't know what they're going to bring into this one, but it looks like they are changing it up. And now, let's get ready.
Dude, Zen's 44-1. I'm rubbing my eyes right now. That here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals Playoffs Day 1, Zenz is farming this damage on this Angela. Trying to match that versus Madara. Zenz says, you are not him if you want to take me out in the skies.
And they will take their enemies right back down to Earth and look to see if they can stick them back towards their spawn point here as the composition looks to change up for Dark Zero again, bringing out the Punisher this time, playing into the Wolverine. And they're going to be playing into the fastball special here with the Hulk coming out. You don't see that one every day.
Wait, what season is this? What season are we on? Because right now, Hulk, I don't think we've even seen Hulk at all, but with the fastball special, trying to get up on the high ground, trying to get something done. They've recognized that Zenz is a problem, and with Bobo also taking to the skies, they have to find the isolation, maybe a kidnap here, as he tries to get the grab, but unfortunately misses out on getting that follow-up. A nice freeze too onto Fidel, but they try to send up to the high ground. They're trying to stop Zenstari.
You can tell when they're going for things like this, they're desperate to find an answer here. If they can just land that critical little catch there, it could be everything to break the defensive line, but they just haven't been able to find that fine line angle just yet.
Don't worry, here Kitty Kitty as he dives down and he tries to find the kidnap and he finds it. Undo it, but Bobo right there on the back line, uncontested, unprotected, is right mazing, is Korova, and it is Chopper Mag mopping the floor against Dark Zero.
My goodness. Oh no, indeed, they have been able to shut down more and more of Dark Zero's power here. They do have at least the Fate of Both Worlds online, and the Boundary as well, should it be required. And they are looking to see if they can acquire another answer, another way through here as Chopper Mag maintain a course on the triple-triple.
Is this the end for Dark Zero and their tournament run with this final judgment? You see the bubble protecting Bobo. Pathic looking up, but a nice protect thanks to the hands of Impunity being on that Hulk. They shut down Pathic as he comes up. No Meteor M to help him out. And it is Chopper Mag backing away. They're giving the space right now, but it looks like the Wolverine is at least able to get the kidnaps and follow-ups, but the Angela is still a problem as Zenz is able to get away.
Big timing on the shield there, does not enable Pathic to answer. Soul Resurgence coming out now, trading strategist ults into this one. And looking to see if Smash can catch Zenstari. Not gonna happen. Madara bringing out the Psionic Seduction. It's time for the Rage of Ultron in to the Heaven's Retribution here. Boundary gonna be coming up as well. They're trying to catch something through this one, but no one is going down yet. But the last dead. Perfect timing. Zenstari's out of here. Freedom Charge, keeping them on for a little longer, and they found Velocity.
The final stand dive down to get the triple stun with Fidel. Gonna be able to help them out though, while they were fixated in enabling Smash. Guess what? Fidel just has his way here, and we may see some swap ups because now they are down to less than a minute on the clock to get to that first checkpoint.
Oh, and they're bringing out the Iron Man here. They're trying everything they can into this one. Nothing they try is working, so they're just going for the niche picks here. Iron Man is transcending the seasons, and they've caught Zenstari.
Tony, I don't feel so good here. Smash is able to find the double onto the Vanguards. Now make it 3. Triple Vanguard's gone here. And with less than 30 seconds on the clock, they need all the space. They need all the stall for them to benefit. Skittles with the itch chef, though, as Impunity is going to be able to go berserk, get the reset, and jump right back over to this payload. They need to try to get it to the first checkpoint, but it gets recontested thanks to the portal from Zen.
Nicely done to stall them out. Herbie going to be coming to a hold. Impunity down as well. This is a major pick onto the Vanguard there. Trying their best to beat up the front lines here. The OT timer still runs through. Smash in deep trouble. The Rage of Ultron right around the back. Velocity desperately staying online, but they find double strategist. Invincible Pulse Cannon does nothing here. Chopper Mag are ripping them to shreds.
They tip the hat at Dark Zero. They try to end their run, and and with a number advantage and a Meteor M point blank at their spawn room gates, Dark Zero desperately crawling, trying to stay alive, but Chopper Mag, they're looking at that prize pool, and they're looking to stay in the tournament.
They have done it! Chopper Mag will be sending Dark Zero home! Amazing stuff coming through from the team from Down Under. Smiles all around. Coach J-Mac gonna be supporting the team through and through in every endeavor there. You can see the hard work paid off, and the revenge is oh so sweet.
Let them bask in it. And again, as you mentioned, special shout out to Coach J-Mac, putting this team together, even with the exit of Salvation not being able to be here due to travel issues. It's Fidel slotting in amazingly with this team here, Matsy, and they did it. If you look at the score, Bobo went 58-3, 25 final hits with almost 50,000 damage off of a full hold after their progress on the attack. I mean, I had to double take this because this is insane numbers when it's not like the overtime was going in for both rounds.
Just absolutely insane how higgledy-piggledy things have got there, and just a solid work coming through all round, and you can see good sportsmanship are coming out from both sides there. GG's all round. What an incredible series, and it went as far as it could.
And it's the revenge that Chopper Mag get versus Dark Zero. Let's not forget, they lost 2-1 versus Dark Zero in the group stages. We have to reiterate, because this further highlights how our teams have been growing every single day within the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals.
Just absolute insane work coming through. Congratulations to Chopper Mag for continuing their endeavors. And let's hear all about it, breaking it down with the desk.
It's the desk, and what an incredible series, and we are one less American team down, and I can't help but notice that American Man isn't here.
I mean, he's on vacation. He must be, you know, in Cancun or something like that with the rest of the American teams. But
he's on the Beltline in Atlanta, enjoying the Halloween spectacle, which is 2 American teams out of the 4 already being eliminated at DreamHack.
No. They'll come back in the second half next year. You know, soon.
2026 soon.
All right. Well, let's just jump into it. Dog, what went wrong?
Yeah, a few things. I mean, this team right now has seemed to kind of, you know, have a slower, I mean, they had a fast start, right? That's kind of the thing. This team was on the come up and on the up and up, but it seemed like for Chopper Mag, they sort of were on the opposite side where they had a slower start in the group stages, you know, losing to Dark Zero. Now coming back, a statement win, 3-0 with their star player and Bobo. We talk about their vanguards. I think Zensari doesn't get a lot of love necessarily, but it's like you mentioned, the whole team came together, and Chopper Mag well coached and also played to an incredibly high level.
It really did feel as well like the stats for Bobo speak for themselves, but you have to bear in mind that like his full defensive side was just on Ultron. He made Ultron look like 3.5 like a couple of patches ago, Ultron, and he's been nerfed since, but it's also the fact that DZ were very close to full hold in Chopper Mag right at the start, but it was just those long overtime fights. As soon as a little bit starts to snowball, Chopper Mag could just boulder across you, and Bo was getting multi-picks after multi-picks with 2 like back-to-back Dance of the Butterflies right at the end of their attacking side. It was a crazy performance from him.
This match in general was absolutely crazy. Again, the score doesn't really do it justice, while Chopper Mag were able to take the majority of the map and even a majority of the points on domination. It was still close. Dark Zero took them all the way to overtime basically every time.
I mean, this team is really good. Like, Dark Zero, there's a reason they're here, right, as that 4 seed from North America coming over, and also doing well in the group stages, right? That was incredible out of them to take down Chopper Mag, but then you go back and through and find domination. You talked about it, Tetcher. You talked about Ryan. I mean, they weren't the best team at domination, and that showed on map number 1.
It just feels that there's kind of like more chaotic fights. And I think for Central Park, again, it was like Dark Zero were able to beat them. Yeah, it just seems to be that like in that position where frankly, people's jobs are on the line in the case of Dark Zero, right? Because it's the end of a year, it's the end of a 10-year, end of Ignite for them for 2025. Look how close it is to actually going in the direction of Dark Zero in these fights. But the fact that you've got Chopper Mag playing stuff like Phoenix, which a lot of teams have moved away from, the Ultron, as I mentioned, on Midtown, they're just, if I'm comfortable on it and my team trusts me, I'm going to play that character and we'll make it work.
And that overtime, we saw Dark Zero adjusting. They really did try everything. They threw everything at the wall, literally just swapping over to fast rollout characters 2 times in this series, Dogman. We saw the Iron Man.
Yeah, I know. That was something that I've actually talked to Ryan behind the scenes about. Ryan Mazing, you were like, I was asking him, I hope it's not my fault, because Ryan was like, I said, why aren't you guys playing Iron Man? You know, you've done that before. You've done, even though he's been nerfed and, you know, there's been a lot of changes. Also, Ultron's not as good. You haven't played much Iron Man. I would have liked to see it alongside Smash on Ultron, maybe some other heroes to help support it, because that solo 2-2 Iron Man was just not the play. And at the end, like you mentioned with Bobo, he was putting on an absolute master class.
Just felt so comfortable for him. And just when it's in those moments where you can almost just sort of stick their nose in it, you got people going for the portal on the other side to try and block them with the Magneto. It's like, it's so stressful for Dark Zero to be here and be in this position. But Chopper Mag, I think just every step of the way, they're vibing. Like, they want to get paid. They're getting higher part of the $1 million prize pool that's at this event by finishing at least top 6.
And before we move over to the interview, we will have to break down what's going to be coming up tomorrow and the end of day. But first, final thoughts on this game, starting with you, Ryan.
Absolute cinema. I cannot wait to see more. I can't see more Chopper Mag.
I can't either. I mean, same thing. Final thoughts are that Chopper Mag is here to stay, and I would hope they do get picked up by an organization and Bobo gets that sweet, sweet dough.
I would love that. They absolutely deserve it. They're continuing once again. Ground Zero mid-season, they also had an incredible run, and they're just continuing to do so again with this new roster. But that is it for today's games. Let's have a look at the results so we can go over everything that happened, all the action that went down. We have unfortunately had to say goodbye to 2 of our teams already. You can see here in our matchups, Virtus Pro started off the day very strong, but 100 Thieves, they have been able to not only take that one map off of Virtus Pro, but they are still in it, eliminating Reject in that final game, the penultimate game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they looked like they were in high spirits, right? For good reason. We know how good Virtus Pro is. That was an incredibly fun matchup. Then moving on forward, like you mentioned, Navi looking as good as ever. And then for Reject, it's very unfortunate because they had some tough matchups. We know how good Navi is. We've seen how good 100 Thieves looked versus VP, so really tough situation for them. And then, yes, when we take a look back at the bracket, this entire tournament, Tetcher, has been phenomenal so far. It's been cinema, as Ryan said earlier.
It really has been. We're looking at those brackets here, and this is an insane matchup. If you look at that upper bracket semi-finals, Ryan, that is just going to have any team shaking in their boots.
Oh, VP Navi. Oh, just going back to, like, trust me, talking about the draft and stuff, like the rematch there is going to be nice. But the fact that the loser of that game goes up and plays Chopper Mag later on that day is ridiculous. Like, that just in itself is, I don't know how that's going to go. And then FlyQuest versus Citadel, sort of a rematch. I think FlyQuest kind of dealt with Citadel quite easily in the group stages. Whoever loses that is going to go up against 100 Thieves. So it is like a Group B rematch, which, speaking of which, 2 teams eliminated, Group A is.
Very true.
It makes sense. I mean, that's the thing. When we take a look at tomorrow as well, like VP Navi, the rematch like you mentioned, and then also FlyQuest and Citadel, because like you guys said, Group B was so good looking back at it, and we knew that going into it. It definitely seems to be the result as well.
Pretty much. I think it's the upper bracket final tomorrow, as well as a best of five to sort of finish off. So I think the advantage of just like, if you win tomorrow's final game, you don't need to play for the gauntlet, you get through to the best of 7. I think off the top of my head, but it is one of those elements of just like, we get to see it quickly sort of finish out this weekend, right? We've got Saturday and Sunday to crown the top dog from Ignite, like the first proper like main event that we've got here for Marvel Rivals this year.
So let's have our final thoughts for the day, not just for the match we just had, but for everything we just saw. Let's start off with you, Ryan. What do you have to say about just everything we saw today?
Iron Fist, more of that, please. I think it's the best way to introduce the game to so many people that are coming through DreamHack is just, hey, watch these guys hold W and just smash the ever-living daylights out of each other. Welcome to Marvel Rivals.
I don't think I have a better response than that. Yeah, I mean, all my friends that can't aim, they play this game for the first time, like, oh, I love this Iron Fist character. He's a ton of fun. It's like you said, I mean, you just go in, you run it down. Now, Daredevil, completely different story. I mean, you got to be, you know, perfectly comboing, using all your buttons at the same time. It takes a little bit more effort. But final thoughts on the day, Tetcher. We had a phenomenal day here in day number 1, and I'm just looking forward to this weekend because, I mean, we started off with an incredibly fun game, and then we get to see Chopper Mag, the Cinderella story, start to blossom into something maybe even greater.
I hope we continue to see that. We have so many good teams, and we are really preparing for what is going to be a fantastic day of games tomorrow. But I also believe we're about to be heading over to the main stage so that we can have our interview with the winners of that last match. So, Cozy, take it away over there with Chopper Mag.
Hello and welcome to the final interview of day one, and y'all said it best. It's the Cinderella story, the best story of this tournament so far, and a star in the making. And Bobo, I got to see you in the mid-season finals and interview you when you were with Navi Esports. How does it feel now going to Chopper Mag, and how did that happen?
从 Nova 到这里，然后到这里，你有什么感觉吗？当我刚when I lose the mid-season finals, my teammate Gong leave, and Noah leave, and I don't have team. And Chopper Mag, my teammate, now they ask me, what do you want to join us? I say, I got to join you because you are a good team, you have patience, and you are young. I am old. Yesterday is my birthday. I have 26, and nobody know me before this game. I have a job, and nobody know who I am. And when I come Chopper Mag, we looking for club. Someone supports us, and they say OC team is bad. We don't want you, and we want to screen with American team and European team. They refuse. Only CTG, Navi, like they say OC team is bad. Screen review is waste of time like this. Now, everybody know us. We are Chopper Mag.
That is the best thing I've heard all day, and I can guarantee you the name Bobo, my friend, is well known across the Rivals community now, and absolutely the OCE team is no longer a Cinderella story, but a bracket breaker here to go the distance at the helm of the new star in Bobo. Now, obviously, when you win, I see you point to the chest in Chopper Mag. Do you have an org that you want to sign you? Now's your chance to tell the world.
That's a good idea.
So an org out there, if you're listening, sign this, man, sign this org. Finally, again, not a Cinderella story. How far can this team go? Can you guys take it all the way and be the biggest upset that we've seen in Rivals history?
We come here just for champion.
They have come here just to be champions, and what a beautiful way to wrap up day one, my friends. Tonight, the fright ends for Halloween, and the fight continues in day two. I want to give a big thank you to Atlanta, Georgia DreamHack for an awesome day one, the viewers, and all. And I appreciate you so much for coming on here. Love the story. Can't wait to continue to cheer on for you. Once again, thank you so much for watching, y'all. We appreciate you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Welcome to DreamHack Atlanta!
We'll see Millennium and Dreedrone now with a huge hit. Jeff is gonna fight for VP. Take map one. 100 Thieves are playing lights out on this retake. Looking for Harvey. Millennia is gonna fall here with some good play. Orion, two beasts, and Millennia goes down from side bay, and it looks like they will take this series. Using that out so far away, there's no audio cue, and bang, off map goes Juke. As Navi is popping off, Naga gonna find Doby and take home the W. How many did they get? That's 3. Vision, you are so good on Jeff. Flying Quest get it done, 2-0.
Viewers at home, give it up for Chopper Mag!
comes the Loki with the moment. It's Magamoto!
As Chopper Mag are just being whittled down one by one.
They're looking at that prize pool, and they're looking to stay in the tournament.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is going to happen